Chapter 1. What is your name? Lin Yi. Did you report the incident? Yes. Could you elaborate on the circumstances at that time? In the interrogation room, Lin Yi sat across from two officers, seemingly yet to fully recover from the fright he had experienced only moments prior. Just half an hour ago, he had been dining with several friends from the gold farming team at a hot pot restaurant. As they were halfway through their meal, an elder brother named Lu Hong suddenly began to writhe in agony right before their eyes within a matter of minutes. He had transformed into a pool of putrid liquid. Everyone in their private room was rendered speechless by the horror, and once Lin Yi regained a semblance of composure, he quickly called the police. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and said, "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure we had planned this dinner a few days ago. Who could have anticipated such an event occurring midway through our meal? Were there any unusual signs from Lu Hong before your gathering?" If we were to consider unusual signs, it would be that when Lao Lu arrived, he appeared somewhat pale. I even asked him if he wanted to go to the hospital, but he laughed it off, saying he was fine. I never imagined that halfway through the hot pot, he would suddenly choke, his complexion turning ashen, and in just a few minutes he would dissolve in a foul liquid, leaving us too terrified to approach him. Another officer frowned and inquired, "A matter of just a few minutes? How long exactly?" Lin Yi contemplated for a moment. 2 or 3 minutes, or perhaps 3 to 4 minutes. We were all too anxious to gauge the exact time, however. You could check the surveillance footage from the hot pot restaurant. All right, we will investigate further, however. Based on our inquiry, it appears that among those present at the gathering, your relationship with Lu Hong was the closest? Lin Yi nodded. Yes. As you may know, I am involved in gold farming and the game. Lao Lu is like a mentor to me. My entry into this field was entirely due to his guidance. Moreover, in our vast gold farming studio, he is the largest investor and a major shareholder. I have invested around 100,000, making me a minor shareholder. We often communicate, and our relationship is quite good. The officer quickly took notes and then asked, "Has Lu Hong exhibited any unusual behavior recently, or mentioned anything peculiar?" Unusual behavior. Lin Yi pondered briefly before responding. Indeed, to be frank, he seemed less engaged with the studio's affairs lately. He only settled the studio's earnings with me at night, and I hardly saw him during the day. He was unreachable by phone, which is quite unlike him. Why do you say that? Because Lao Lu is from out of town. He only came to Lena City a few years ago to make a living, as far as I know. He has a mortgage and a car loan, and he has a son who is about to enter college. His wife left him long ago, so his household expenses are quite substantial. When we first established the studio, he was the most proactive among us. The officer continued, "Did Lu Hong mention what he had been busy with lately?" Lin Yi shook his head. "Not at all. I have asked him several times, and he only mentioned having something significant to attend to, leaving him unable to focus on the studio's matters. However what?" Lin Yi considered for a moment and said, "I recall Lao Lu once got a bit tipsy and excitedly told me he was going to strike it rich and that he would leave the studio's operations to me, but I merely thought he was drunk and didn't take it seriously. Has Lu Hong left anything for you recently? This is quite important. Please answer truthfully." "He once gifted me a few books and some foot massage coupons. Do those count?" "All right. We have gathered all the necessary information. You may leave now, and we will contact you if needed. Also, it is advisable to refrain from leaving the city for the time being, so we can easily reach you." As Lin Yi stepped out of the police station, his expression was grave. The events of today were indeed challenging his worldview. Lu Hong, a robust man standing at 6 feet tall, had inexplicably transformed into a pool of green, putrid liquid in just 2 or 3 minutes. This was reality, not fiction. In this world, there were no mythical concoctions capable of dissolving a body into toxic liquid with just a few drops. In Lin Yi's understanding, even the strongest sulfuric acid could not reduce a person to liquid in such a brief time frame. Moreover, during the police questioning, they had repeatedly inquired if Lu Hong had left anything behind. Clearly, these two officers were aware of the peculiar circumstances surrounding Lu Hong's sudden demise and knew certain details. Standing by the roadside, Lin Yi took a moment to breathe in the cool air, his thoughts gradually becoming clearer before he prepared to call a ride home. However, as soon as he turned on his phone, he was inundated with messages from the gold farming group. What on earth happened? Why did Hong Gu suddenly leave? Not sure. Asked the others who were at the gathering. Maybe he was poisoned or got food poisoning. Poisoned? Nonsense. How could poisoning turn someone into a pool of putrid liquid? I nearly vomited when I witnessed it. I suspect he was cursed. Or perhaps Honggu offended someone he shouldn't have and fell victim to some dark magic. Such scenarios are quite common in novels. Stop with the nonsense. What did the police say? Even if the police know something, they can't possibly share it with us brothers. With Honggu gone, I'm now worried about whether our grand studio can continue operating. I haven't even secured my meal money for this month. Not sure. Ask Igu, but he seems to still be in the interrogation room. He probably hasn't come out yet. After reading through the messages, Lin Yi contemplated for a moment before sending a message. Lao Lu has encountered an incident. We will pause the studio's operations for 2 days. Salaries will still be issued during this period, so everyone can take a break. As a flood of messages filled the chat, Lin Yi sighed softly with Lao Liu's departure. He was uncertain whether the gaming studio could continue its operations. The following day, at the Lin Yi City Police Department, a confidential meeting room was convened to discuss Lu Hong's death. Had Lin Yi been present, he would have recognized the 2 officers who had interrogated him among those in attendance. One middle-aged man with a square face and a stern demeanor asked, "Have the cause of Lu Hong's death been determined?" A young officer at the table replied, "Preliminary assessment suggests it was due to the latent venom of a 6th-level monster, the snake bird. When a player is afflicted by this venom, their body shows no immediate abnormalities, and there are no alerts on their character data panel. However, if the player consumes certain special ingredients, the venom can suddenly activate, claiming their life within mere minutes." According to our investigation, there was a dish of pig brain at the hot pot restaurant during Lu Hong's gathering, which is one of the triggers for the venom's activation. The square-faced officer glanced at the materials in his hand, nodded, and then asked, "Can we identify Lu Hong's character in the game?" The young officer replied, "Not yet currently. Our intelligence personnel are limited, and the map of the Apocalypse game is vast. Most novice villages are inaccessible to us, and we are unable to ascertain their locations. The 6th-level snakebird monsters are widely distributed throughout the Apocalypse game, appearing wherever there are forested areas relying solely on the snakebird. We cannot determine Lu Hong's character identity. However, the fact that Lu Hong was able to withstand the snakebird's venom and safely exit the game indicates he possessed the means to counter the snakebird, implying his level was at least above 6. The square-faced officer then turned to his colleagues, Lao Wang and Lao Zhang, who had taken Lin Yi's statement. Lao Zhang spoke up, "Captain, we investigated Lu Hong's network of relationships. Lu Hong divorced his wife years ago, and his only immediate relative is a son named Lu Bo. However, Lu Bo attends high school in the neighboring Qing city and only returns home during holidays. Aside from that, we searched Lu Hong's residence and found nothing of significant importance." The square-faced officer furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by nothing of significant importance? What did you discover?" "We found that Lu Hong appears to be a member of the Black Card Alliance. He possessed several unnamed bank cards, totaling over 3 million, with approximately 90% of the funds sourced from Zhao Yilong, another member of the Black Card Alliance." Upon hearing Zhao Yilong's name, the young officer raised an eyebrow. This Zhao Yilong, again, several recent cases of player deaths, in reality linked to the Apocalypse game, have been associated with him. The Black Card organization truly is a malignancy. The square-faced officer inquired, "Did you find the invitation code?" Logically, Lu Hong's invitation code should manifest after his death. Lao Wang answered, "No. We thoroughly searched Lu Hong's belongings but found no trace of his invitation code, Captain. Should Lao Zhang and I head to Qing City today?" Lu Hong's invitation code may be with his son. Considering the value and importance of the invitation code, the square-faced officer nodded. "All right, once the meeting concludes, you can set off. Also, send someone to check on Lu Hong's studio." After the meeting adjourned, the square-faced officer remained silent, gazing at the materials in his hands. His name was Zhang Baichuan, a team leader dispatched from the capital, specially tasked with overseeing all cases related to the Apocalypse in Lin Yi City. Approximately 6 months ago, a mysterious game called Apocalypse emerged globally, its origins shrouded in secrecy, with no one knowing its source. However, it was said that obtaining an invitation code for Apocalypse would grant entry into its game world, allowing one to become a player. Most importantly, the abilities that players acquire in the game world can be seamlessly synchronized with reality. Previously, Zhang Baichuan, hailing from a military background, would have scoffed at such notions. dismissing them as implausible. However, a month ago, he received an invitation code and successfully entered the world of the Apocalypse game. Since then, his previously held worldview has crumbled. Within the confines of a confidential meeting room, Zhang Baichuan lit a cigarette, drawing on it quietly, his expression grave. How describe that game world? In 3 words: exceedingly perilous. Upon entering the Apocalypse world, players are randomly spawned in one of the novice villages. Surrounding any novice village are throngs of ferocious monsters and eerie spiritual entities. Even the lowest tier monsters lurking at the periphery of these villages are comparable to tigers, leopards, wolves, and jackals. In the real world, players must rely solely on their bare hands and the physical attributes mirrored from reality to navigate the challenges of the game world. Even someone like him, a specially trained Special Forces operative, could suddenly succumb to death within the game. One can only imagine the fate awaiting an ordinary person. Should anyone approach the Apocalypse world as if it were a mere game, their demise would undoubtedly be most tragic. As he finished a cigarette, Zhang Baichuan let out a soft sigh, then rolled up his sleeve to reveal a series of golden code patterns on his wrist. These codes bore no resemblance to any language on Earth, their origins shrouded in mystery, and they represented the invitation code to the Apocalypse game world. He then gently traced the golden code patterns with his fingers, and the next moment, his body trembled, and he vanished from the realm of reality. The following day, Lin Yi arrived early at the vast Haoheng gold farming studio to assist the police from the municipal bureau in handling Lu Hong's belongings. He placed all of Lu Hong's possessions into a storage box and handed it over. A police officer inquired, "Is that everything? Nothing else?" Lin Yi nodded. Indeed, the studio is quite cluttered, and old Lu rarely left personal items here aside from a few changes of clothes. There are only some small trinkets. All right then. Thank you for your efforts. Well, take these items with us. Subsequently, the 2 accompanying officers swiftly departed with Lu Hong's belongings. Once they were gone, Lin Yi stood alone in the empty office. Sighing here, he could still vividly recall old Liu's visage from the previous day. The studio had secured 2 significant contracts yesterday, prompting Lu Hong to come over and treat everyone to a meal. Yet, he never anticipated that life could extinguish so swiftly, so unexpectedly. The once venerable elder brother now had not even a body left behind. What on earth is happening in this world? After his lament, Lin Yi returned to his desk, powered on his computer, and skillfully opened several of the most popular games and bot scripts on the market, commencing his work. Though the other members of the studio were absent that day, as one of the studio's owners, he needed to swiftly convert the previous day's gaming achievements into profit. After all, the in-game gold and precious equipment fluctuated in value. Daily time was of the essence. After a flurry of activity, several thousand yuan were added to his bank account, and Lin Yi prepared to pour himself a glass of water. However, at that moment, he suddenly discovered a golden envelope inexplicably nestled in his drawer. The envelope was made of fine material, emblazoned with the bold characters Apocalypse. Apocalypse? What is this? A look of confusion crossed Lin Yi's face as he opened the envelope, revealing several lines of text inside. Dear Trialist, congratulations on obtaining the qualification for the Apocalypse game. Trial, please log into the website 3 Tianqi and enter the activation code ERSFAKESFHL. Apocalypse game? A jolt surged through Lin Yi's heart for reasons unknown. He felt an uncanny sense that this game was extraordinary, perhaps even related to Lu Hong's bizarre demise in reality. With a mindset of experimentation, Lin Yi entered the website into his computer's browser. As the screen flickered, a profound game interface materialized, followed by a game trailer. The trailer commenced with a black backdrop, displaying the game title Apocalypse. The camera then transitioned to a dilapidated mountain village, its architecture haphazardly arranged, emanating an ancient aura. A cloaked and armored figure approached from the distance, wielding a shimmering sword. This individual, weapon in hand, slowly exited the village. Beyond the village lay an abyss of darkness, with emerald eyes lurking in the shadows of the trees and mournful wails echoing through the forest. It seemed as if this person was embarking on a journey from which there would be no return. The camera swiftly shifted, showcasing various scenes from the game. There were ancient ruins, blood-soaked villages, mysterious altars, treacherous mountains, and vast, snowy peaks. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The graphics were undeniably exceptional. It must be said that despite having played numerous games of all kinds available on the market, Lin Yi could not help but marvel at the exquisite visuals of this game named Apocalypse, especially the dark, terrifying forest and the haunting cries that reverberated, creating an immersive experience that felt all too real. After the trailer in the browser concluded, a button for entering the activation code appeared. Lin Yi furrowed his brows in contemplation, hesitated not at all, and proceeded to input the activation code from the envelope. Subsequently, the screen on the computer jolted, revealing a grand proclamation. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully activated the game. Now, let us commence the creation of your game character. The black font flickered thrice before suddenly transforming into a swirling black hole that engulfed Lin Yi completely. What on earth? Accompanied by a gasp, Lin Yi vanished from the studio. After a considerable time, the sound of the studio door lock turning signaled the entrance of several gold farming members. The horrifying scene of Brother Hong's death last night had left me restless, causing a night plagued with nightmares. Oh, you think Brother Hong was poisoned? The deceased deserve our respect. Brother Hong treated us well, so let us refrain from speculation. Indeed, we must focus on work. I still owe a mountain of debts. Although Yi granted us a holiday, we cannot afford to neglect our earning opportunities. One member approached Lin Yi's workstation, surprised. Hey, why is Yi's computer still on, and the game is running? Did he forget to shut it down last night? No. Did you not notice the water heater is still on? It seems Yi arrived early and might have stepped out. Enough chatter, let us get to work and take advantage of the current favorable game market to earn some extra cash. Meanwhile, Lin Yi felt himself enveloped in a dizzying sensation for what seemed like 3 eternal seconds before finding himself in an ancient wooden hall. Beneath his feet lay a simple wooden floor, and above him 2 stout beams stretched across the ceiling. The hall was filled with wisps of azure smoke that floated gracefully in the air. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, the fragrance delicate and ethereal, invigorating his very soul. What an astonishingly vivid sensation! As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized his vision was obscured by the smoke, rendering him unable to discern details just 3 meters away. Am I truly within a game? What kind of game is this? Despite his earlier skepticism regarding this game, Lin Yi was still taken aback. He had somehow traversed through his computer into another realm. Could this be the world of the Apocalypse game? And did Brother Lu's death have something to do with it? Just as Lin Yi was engulfed in confusion, a resounding voice echoed in his ear. Ding! The player has activated the game using a special invitation code, granting the qualification to draw a talent. Please complete character registration within 3 minutes. Failure to do so will result in expulsion from the Apocalypse world. Draw a talent. Before Lin Yi could ponder further, another voice resonated in his ear. Player talent has been matched, and you have acquired the universal talent. This talent possesses a repository of 10,000 talent materials, including 4,734 white talents, 200 green talents, 1,019 blue talents, 856 purple talents, 102 golden talents, and 88 red talents. Universal talent. Red talent quality, allowing the holder to randomly draw a talent from the talent repository every 24 hours. The drawn talent can be solidified or forfeited. Note: after using the solidification ability, the player cannot solidify talents again for 3 days. Talent level. LV1 can solidify 1 talent slot. Universal talent, a red quality talent nonetheless. Lin Yi's heart raced with astonishment. As a seasoned player with over a decade of experience, he understood the significance of top-tier talents in games. This universal talent seemed to be a premier red talent, its function allowing for a daily random selection of any talent. Should the randomly selected talent possess favorable attributes, it could be solidified into a permanent talent. However, solidifying a talent incurs the cost of being unable to use the solidification ability for 3 days, implying that if a superior talent appears during that duration, it would be a wasted opportunity. Most importantly, this universal talent appeared to be only at level 1, currently possessing just 1 solidification slot. Should it level up, perhaps multiple solidification slots would become available at that point. With a high level, if multiple red talents could be solidified, he would likely become unstoppable in the game. Despite acquiring such a remarkable talent, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at Lin, that he was still unaware of the true nature of this apocalypse game. But considering Lu Hong's bizarre death in reality, it was evident that this game harbored significant dangers. Even with a supreme talent, one must not let their guard down. Next, Lin Yi swiftly established his game name and selected his initial attire. There was little to deliberate on regarding the game name. It could not be his real name, and he opted not to use his usual gaming alias, instead casually choosing the name Qingshan Bulio, AS for the game attire. The options were limited to ordinary gear made of animal skins or coarse linen. Lacking any attributes, he settled on the coarse linen clothing. Curiously, there was no process for customizing his appearance or selecting a profession. Before long, Lin Yi completed the character creation, and a flashing white light manifested a data panel before him. Player, Qingshan Bulo status. Normal ID, 007 gender. Male level, 1 experience points. 0-100 hunger level, 8100 strength. 6. Normal male maximum is 10, affecting physical damage and the weight of wieldable weapons. Constitution, 8. Normal male maximum is 10, influencing maximum health, health recovery rate, and base resilience. Agility, 7. Normal male maximum is 10, affecting movement and reaction speed. Stamina, 11. Normal male maximum is 10, affecting maximum stamina, recovery rate, carrying capacity, and resistance to negative emotions. Profession, none advanced attributes. Currently unavailable spirit. Unknown inner strength. Unknown faith. Unknown spiritual power. Unknown initial talent. Universal talent. Red, LV1. The attributes list was extensive, and Lin Yi took his time to comprehend his statistics. Evidently, his foundational four-dimensional attributes seemed to correlate with reality. After all, his prolonged idleness in gaming left his strength and constitution far below that of an average person. His only advantage lay in his stamina, enabling him to endure 2 days and nights in grind-heavy games. As for advanced attributes, they appeared to be locked due to his lack of profession. It seemed that in this apocalypse game, aside from leveling up, one's profession was also a focal point. At this moment, as if 3 minutes had elapsed, Lin Yi felt the thick fog enveloping him, akin to a colossal hand pushing him out of the wooden hall. Ding! Player is randomly spawning. The player is spawned in Guten Village. The scene shifted, and when Lin Yi opened his eyes again, he found himself at the entrance of an ancient village. Before him lay a low, endless earthen wall stretching several dozen meters, flanked by numerous armed militia. Though referred to as a wall, it was merely a compacted earthen slope. Offering limited defensive capabilities that at the entrance of the wall stood a half-meter tall stone tablet inscribed with the words Guten Village. Notably, the characters were written in Chinese, elegantly crafted, and imbued with an impressive aura. Another newcomer has arrived. It seems the number of newcomers in the village has been steadily increasing. The more, the better. A little increase in numbers can ease our burdens. Indeed, the nights have been rather unsafe lately. 2 militia members conversed quietly nearby, their voices low yet clear to Lin Yi, silently. Lin Yi ran his fingers over his coarse linen attire, feeling its roughness and prickliness. The ground beneath his feet was also hard and unyielding. Is this game truly so realistic? Is this a genuine world or merely a game world? Lin Yi scanned his surroundings, noting the absence of the typical NPCs found in ordinary games, before approaching the nearest militia member clad in coarse linen. Mimicking the tone of the 2 men from earlier, Lin Yi clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask, gentlemen, as a newcomer to Guten Village, what exactly is this place?" One of the militia members glanced at Lin Yi, nodding. "You are quite the polite individual, much better than the previous newcomer. However, we are merely common folk and do not possess much knowledge. You might want to seek out the village chief or the elder. They can answer your questions. Also, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Take your time to explore the village first. Do not rush outside, claiming you wish to hunt monsters and level up. Otherwise, you might find yourself dead before you know it, and we have to go out and collect your remains. Thank you, gentlemen." Lin Yi expressed his heartfelt gratitude solemnly, then followed the directions provided by the two individuals as he ventured into the village. Gutan village appeared to be modest in size. As Lin Yi meandered along a narrow path, he could vaguely discern the overall layout of the village. The houses within the village were scattered, predominantly constructed from yellow earth, with some featuring yards where chickens, ducks, and geese were raised, while others looked rather dilapidated. Along the way, he encountered several villagers. Being an experienced player, Lin Yi recognized the significance of gathering information. So he approached them for conversation. Regrettably, most seemed indifferent, choosing to distance themselves as he approached. A few beggar-like figures, however, were willing to answer his queries, though they requested food or money in return. Unfortunately, Lin Yi found himself empty-handed, unable to engage in any transactions. Undeterred, he continued until he reached the village's center. Here, the houses were mostly built from brick and tile, arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, surrounded by ancient trees casting shade, reminiscent of a thriving ancient village. After some inquiries, Lin Yi finally located an elder of the village. The man, in his 60s, wore a brown cloth robe, his eyes gleaming with vitality, exuding an exceptional demeanor. A mere glance from him caused Lin Yi's eyes to sting. No wonder the temple had reacted earlier. An ascendant had arrived. Lin Yi, not daring to be negligent, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and asked, "May I inquire your name, esteemed elder, in the name of this place?" The elder, seemingly accustomed to receiving many ascendants, replied in a gentle tone, "I am called Gu He, and this is Gu Tan village on the continent of Tianqi. We have dwelled here for generations, while you are among the chosen ascendants from another world, selected by the temple. Each ascendant may remain for 3 hours. Exceeding this time will result in expulsion. Within Gu Tan village, you can acquire wealth and sustenance through trade or by completing tasks, or venture outside the village to hunt beasts and creatures for experience points. AS for further details. I cannot enlighten you, as I have never strayed far from Gu Tan village." After absorbing Gu He's words, Lin Yi nodded, appreciating the elder's thoroughness. After a moment contemplation, he bowed again and inquired, "So, it is Elder Gu He. I'm grateful for your guidance. I wish to ask, should I desire to leave this world voluntarily, how might I do so?" Gu He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yi and said, "You bear a symbol on your wrist. By sensing it, you may leave or enter this world of course. This symbol can also be concealed, as you desire." Lin Yi rolled up his sleeve and discovered a series of incomprehensible golden symbols shimmering brightly. This symbol resembled the invitation code he had filled out earlier. It was indeed text, albeit not in the English alphabet. Although he now knew how to return, Lin Yi did not rush to leave. Instead, he asked, "Elder Gu He, being new here, I am uncertain of my next steps that I hope you can offer additional guidance. Furthermore, I have heard of dangers beyond the village. What perils might await?" Gu He nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "You are quite the articulate and loquacious ascendant. Since I have no pressing matters, I shall share some insights with you as a newly arrived ascendant. Your strength is feeble. I advise against rashly venturing outside the village for the next few days. There are bloodthirsty, ferocious beasts, cunning venomous creatures, and deceptive spirits that prefer to roam under the cover of night. Currently, you would be ill-equipped to confront any of them. Although Gu Tan village may be small, it is well-furnished and possesses basic self-defense capabilities under the temple's protection, so you need not worry for your safety. In the early stages, I recommend you explore the village, and it would be wise to learn skills from certain individuals. There is a butcher in the east of the village. If you could apprentice under him, you might acquire some martial techniques. Tio the west, a woodcutter wields an axe with great skill and possesses martial knowledge as well." Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. After a moment's thought, he bowed again and expressed, "Thank you, Elder Gu He, for your guidance. Might I inquire if I could take you as my mentor?" Gu He let out a hearty laugh. "To take me as your mentor? Ha ha! Many have sought to apprentice under this old man in Gu He village. You have only just arrived in Gu Tan village. No one can ascertain your character or talent, so I cannot accept you. However, should you make significant contributions to the village, I may consider taking you as my disciple." It was evident that the elder had declined Lin Yi's request, yet Lin Yi was mentally prepared for such a response. At first glance, Gutan Village, while a novice's haven within the game, seemed to house an advanced NPC in Elder Gu He, undoubtedly of high level. Gaining his mentorship would require the completion of specific tasks. After parting ways with Gu He, Lin Yi began to meander through Gutan Village. With the knowledge of how to return, he was in no rush to leave. Instead, he wished to explore more, gathering information. However, after nearly half an hour of wandering, Lin Yi had yet to encounter another player. Could it be that the Tianqi game world contained numerous novice villages, or was the influx of players too sparse? After a couple of laps, Lin Yi had nearly familiarized himself with the village's layout when a wave of hunger struck him. Glancing at his status panel, he noted that his hunger level had dropped to 60 points. Clearly, he needed to eat. It seemed that, as Elder Gu He had suggested, his primary concern in the early stages would be how to earn a living within the village, while venturing out to fight monsters could wait. Subsequently, Lin Yi made his way to the butcher's vicinity in the east of the village. The butcher, surnamed Li, was said to have fled from another village over a decade ago to seek refuge in Gutan Village. He was robustly built, sporting a heavy beard, with a deep, powerful voice. Upon hearing Lin Yi's intentions, Butcher Li immediately shook his head. "You lad, look frail and weak, quite evidently lacking in strength." Even with Elder Gu He's recommendation, "I have no use for you." Lin Yi felt a chill in his heart, but remained undeterred, wishing to negotiate further. Butcher Li then tossed the black iron butcher knife onto the meat-strewn chopping block, declaring, "Try lifting it. If you can, I shall accept you." Lin Yi stepped forward, grasped the handle, and summoned all his strength to lift it, his veins bulging, yet the knife did not budge. In that moment, Lin Yi felt utterly defeated. The knife must have weighed at least 80 to 90 pounds, and being lodged on the block made it exceedingly difficult to lift. It was clear that his lack of strength was the issue. He had no idea how many points of strength would be required to raise this knife. "Thank you, Butcher Li. It seems I've been too presumptuous." Lin Yi clasped his hands, preparing to depart, only be halted by Butcher Li. "Wait a moment. Considering you were recommended by Elder Gu He, take this piece of wild boar meat as a token of goodwill." Butcher Li handed Lin Yi a chunk of pork still bearing some hair. "Thank you," with nothing to his name except a coarse robe gifted by the system. This piece of pork, while not worth much, would at least somewhat assuage his hunger. It was not entirely fruitless. Lin Yi then proceeded to a nearby haystack, gathering dry twigs and grass, and spent about 10 minutes roasting the pork. However, lacking salt or any seasoning, the wild boar meat, even when cooked, retained a strong gamey odor. Yet he had no choice. Not eating would mean facing hunger. It must be said that his sensory experiences in this Tianqi world mirrored those of reality. The sensation of hunger was quite uncomfortable. "Ding, you have consumed a small piece of roasted wild boar meat." Hunger level increased by 5, having raised his hunger level to above 90 points. Lin Yi chose not to eat further, placing the remaining half piece of pork into his character's designated inventory. The inventory had 10 slots, more than sufficient for half a piece of pork. Subsequently, Lin Yi touched the golden symbol on his wrist, his figure flickering before vanishing from the spot. Within the vast studio, Lin Yi suddenly reappeared at the location from which he had vanished. The hot water he had poured for himself earlier had long since turned cold. Lin Yi scanned the room, noticing that no one had taken note of his return. The team members who had come in early to work were engrossed in their computers, diligently focused, completely unaware of the additional presence in the room. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi suppressed the complex emotions that had surged moments before. Had he truly returned? The Tianqi game was indeed a new world. Who orchestrated this? A deity? Or perhaps extraterrestrials? Opening the drawer, Lin Yi discovered that the golden envelope was missing. Had one of those individuals come and taken it? No, they wouldn't touch my belongings. Lin Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation, suspecting that whether it was the police who had interrogated him the previous night or those who had come for Lu Hong's belongings that morning, they were likely after the golden envelope, which contained the activation code for the Tianqi game. But how had the game activation code ended up in his desk drawer? Could have been left for him by old Lu? Lin Yi shook his head. Although he had a decent relationship with Lu Hong, he knew for certain that Lu Hong would never divulge anything about the extraordinary game that could transport him to another world. Furthermore, before leaving work yesterday, he had ensured that there was nothing inside that drawer to take tea that time. Lu Hong had come over to invite them for a meal, and Lin Yi had followed him the entire time, leaving Lu Hong no opportunity to conceal anything in his drawer. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled that this spot had once been Lu Hong's seat. However, Lu Hong had rarely come to the studio afterward, and since Lin Yi liked this position, he had moved to it. Perhaps Lu Hong had once placed the golden envelope here if it were true that a game character could die and an activation code would reappear. It would explain the presence of the golden envelope in that drawer. Oh, that was it. While Lin Yi was deep in thought, the employee across from him, named Wang Mao, suddenly looked up in a daze and noticed Lin Yi. Ito, when did you come back? I didn't even realize you were back. Observing the others in the studio, Lin Yi took a sip of cold water and smiled, saying, I just returned not long ago. I saw you all engrossed, so I didn't want to disturb you that it's almost noon. What would you like to eat? I'll order takeout for you. Thank you. In the afternoon, Lin Yi returned to his residence. It was a small talent apartment, not very spacious, only about 30 square meters, consisting of a narrow bathroom, a kitchen, and a bedroom. Although the place was small, it was well equipped, making it quite comfortable for a single occupant. After tidying up the room briefly, Lin Yi did not rush to enter the Apocalypse world, but instead opened his computer to search for information related to the game. Naturally, Lin Yi was not foolish enough to input keywords like Apocalypse World Invitation Code or Invitation Code Envelope, as searching for such specific terms online could attract the attention of certain organizations. After browsing, Lin Yi found a plethora of information related to Apocalypse, such as the Apocalypse Digital Company and the Ming Dynasty's Apocalypse era. But none of these were relevant to the bizarre world he had entered that morning. Just as Lin Yi was about to give up, he stumbled upon a post in a Baidu Tieba forum named Gathering Place for Horror Players. The poster, who went by I Love Games, wrote, selling special game activation codes at a bargain price of 3 million yuan. Those who understand, understand. Numerous comments followed, mocking the poster for being insane, questioning how a game activation code could be worth 3 million. Lin Yi did not respond, but read through the comments, finding no useful information, and subsequently left the forum. Lin Yi pondered that the 3 million yuan activation code might very well be the one required to enter the Apocalypse game he had experienced today. It was evident that many individuals in the real world had already come into contact with the Apocalypse world, and the activation codes necessary for entering were scarce and exorbitantly priced. Lin Yi stroked his chin, realizing why the police had repeatedly inquired if Lu Hong had left anything behind during the statement he had given at the station. The reason being the ancient village of Gutan in this Apocalypse continent. With a flash of light, Lin Yi's figure reappeared in the game world. Much like the time difference in reality, the sun in the game was positioned to the southwest, indicating it was around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Not far from his feet, the remnants of the fire he had extinguished before going offline still lingered in the haystack. Having spent 3 in-game hours, equivalent to 6 real hours, he had explored the entirety of Gutan village in the morning, which took him over 2 hours. Now, with less than 4 hours remaining, he could not afford to waste any time. Lin Yi glanced at his data panel and analyzed. It seems I did not bring any real-world tools with me. And my fullness from lunch has not synchronized either. Clearly, the game exists independently from reality. The two do not communicate. But how did old Lu die in the real world? Could it be unrelated to the game? Moreover, if one dies in the game, can they still resurrect? Lin Yi shook his head, realizing he knew too little about the Apocalypse game. No amount of speculation would be of any use. However, thinking back to the scene of Lu Hong's death before him, Lin Yi felt that it would be prudent to exercise utmost caution within this game. After all, one only has one life. Next, Lin Yi opened the versatile talent panel. He had been busy asking for directions and exploring Gutan village all morning and hadn't had the chance to study the talents. Since this versatile talent could only be drawn once a day, he decided to use it now. Draw talent. As the scene shifted, Lin Yi's consciousness seemed to enter an independent space. Before him lay a multifaceted die radiating a rainbow of colors. Ding! The day's talent had not yet solidified. Would he like to draw a talent? Draw with a flash of light. The multifaceted die spun rapidly, eventually coming to a slow stop after 2 or 3 seconds. Ding! He had drawn the white talent Bone Marvel. Bone Marvel. Lin Yi quickly clicked to view the detailed description of the talent. Bone Marvel. White talent, the owner can increase 1 point in strength, 1 point in constitution, and 1 point in agility, and gains a 20 proficiency bonus for learning external skills. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Although it was a white talent, it appeared quite favorable. The additional points in strength, constitution, and agility were yet to reveal their excellence. However, the proficiency boost for learning external skills was certainly noteworthy. Thanks to the insights from the village elder, Lin Yi understood that external skills were the early game skills in the game. If he could learn external skills, he would have some means of self-defense in Gutin village. However, based on his experiences from the morning, not to mention external skills, acquiring any skill within the village proved to be a challenging endeavor. Lin Yi did not hastily solidify the bone marvel talent, but instead planned to continue exploring Gutan village. After all, he knew too little about this game and needed to gather more information. Lin Yi ventured westward through the surrounding wheat fields, making his way into the village. It was midday, with the sun blazing high, and he could see villagers working in Gutan village along the way. To Lin Yi, the newcomers, these villagers seemed unfazed. They merely cast a distant glance before resuming their agricultural tasks. After wandering around, Lin Yi found the social structure of Gutan village quite intriguing. The outermost ring consisted of farmers cultivating crops or beggars living off alms. The scattered thatch cottages were unevenly distributed. In contrast, the core area of the village was occupied by residents like Li the butcher, who possessed a skill leading to slightly better living conditions. Overall, this not-so-populous Gutan village exhibited a clear class distinction, reminiscent of a small ancient county town. Without the character data panel, Lin Yi would genuinely struggle to discern whether this place was an alternate world or merely a game. However, even if it were a game, the apocalypse world was far from ordinary. Roar! At that moment, a chilling scream suddenly erupted from a nearby thatched cottage, the sound piercing and startling Lin Yi. What the hell is that? Peering through the cottage window, Lin Yi could barely make out a shadow moving inside. He intended to approach and investigate the situation, but upon turning his head, he noticed that the villagers who had heard the earlier scream were frantically fleeing. "It's a demon! Run! A demon has entered the village. Quickly notify the village elder." A demon? Lin Yi was taken aback. Just then, with a thunderous crash, the wooden door of the cottage was smashed apart by the shadow. Splintering into pieces, the shadow stood about 2 meters tall, with a robust physique, bulging muscles, sharp teeth, and blood oozing from the corners of its mouth. Its eyes glowed green as it greedily scanned its surroundings. Clearly, everyone had fled, leaving only Lin Yi, who was a beat too slow to react. Damn it, run. Lin Yi was not foolish. His hair stood on end as he immediately turned and fled. Roar! The creature known as the demon let out a deafening roar and charged at Lin Yi. He sprinted desperately, feeling the ground tremble beneath him as the massive beast closed in. After running for several dozen meters, sensing the monster drawing ever nearer, Lin Yi's heart raced to his throat. This won't do. I definitely can't outrun this thing. Gazing ahead at the open grove, Lin Yi abruptly shifted direction and sprinted towards the scattered villagers within the village. In such dire circumstances, fleeing alone would only lead to certain demise. Blending into the throng might offer a glimmer of hope. However, the speed of the malevolent spirit was astonishing, its limbs clawing at the ground as it pursued Lin Yi like a vengeful specter. Within a mere 5 seconds, the demon had caught up to him. This critical moment, Lin Yi suddenly recalled his bone marvel talent had yet to be activated, with no time to ponder. He could only solidify his chances of survival. Instantly, a faint warmth surged through his body, bolstering his strength, constitution, and agility. Lin Yi felt his running speed increase dramatically in an instant. Swish! The demon swung its razor-sharp claws, narrowly grazing Lin Yi's back. Had he been moments slower, he would have perished beneath those lethal talons. After evading the attack, Lin Yi, propelled by his newfound speed, finally surpassed a sluggish villager. "Wait for me," cried the villager, a farmer in his 40s with dark skin, who, upon seeing Lin Yi barreling towards him with a monstrous fiend in pursuit, was filled with terror. "Don't leave me behind." Apologies escaped Lin Yi's lips. But before he could finish, a blood-curdling scream echoed from behind. Turning back, he beheld the dark-skinned farmer ensnared in the demon's grasp, torn asunder like a mere chick. Scalding blood splattered onto the muddy earth. Lin Yi had no time to feel remorse as he witnessed the towering demon rip off the farmer's head and shove it into its jagged maw. crunching it with horrifying ease. In mere bites, the head was reduced to fragments and swallowed whole. Lin Yi was left in shock, realizing he had narrowly escaped death. If he had been even slightly slower, it would have been him meeting his end. Damn it, this ancient village is perilously dangerous, he thought, feeling the weight of a situation as a mere level 1 encountering such a beast. With no time to dwell on thoughts, Lin Yi continued to flee frantically. It was evident that the demon, having consumed one victim, was still hungry and sought another. Just then, a furious shout resonated from afar. "Damn you, vile creature, your end is nigh," a robust man wielding a long sword, with a physique like a bear, charged towards them. The man's speed was remarkable. Although he was still hundreds of meters away, he closed the distance in mere seconds. The demon sensed the threat posed by the man and abandoned its pursuit of Lin Yi and the villagers, rushing towards him instead. "How dare you? Prepare to meet your demise," the man bellowed, swinging his long sword, which glimmered with a reddish-brown hue as it struck the demon. The collision produced a thunderous sound, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the air as the two forces separated. Seeming evenly matched, the demon, crouching low with its claws poised, let out a furious roar, its bloodthirsty green eyes fixed intently on the M. And oh wonder, it had infiltrated the village. It was an 8th-level demon. Yet, meeting me spells your misfortune. The man swung his sword again, engaging the demon in a fierce clash. The sword met the demon's claws with sparks flying, and many villagers who had been fleeing alongside Lin Yi paused to watch. Lin Yi among them, panting heavily. "Thank goodness, it's Guman, the militia captain. We are saved," Lin Yi thought, though regret washed over him for the unfortunate old Chu, who had lagged behind and met a grisly fate. Had I not run quickly, it could have been me, Guman, the captain of the militia. Lin Yi pondered, realizing that to confront an 8th-level demon, Guman must possess significant strength. However, the game's features were woefully inadequate, lacking even the ability to query NPCs or monsters levels. At that moment, some villagers turned their gaze towards Lin Yi, blaming him that it's all this newcomer's fault. Had he not attracted the demon, old Chu would still be alive. The villagers murmured amongst themselves, some casting hostile glances at Lin Yi. Feeling embarrassed, he rubbed his nose, fully aware that it was indeed his actions that had drawn the monster. He could not argue against that. Yet in that life-or-death situation, he had no choice but to prioritize his own survival. After all, life was paramount. Dying in this game could very well mean his end in reality. As for the fallen villager, all he could offer was a silent apology. Ahead, Guman engaged the demon with relentless strikes, his swordplay imbued with explosive power. In mere minutes, the demon was driven back, its towering black form marred by crimson gashes. The demon howled in agony. "Damn it, causing trouble on my patrol day. I'll make sure to dismember you." As he spoke, Guman's sword fell decisively, severing the demon's foreclaw. Noticing its pain, he thrust his sword into the demon, pinning it to the ground. The demon's foul blood seeped from the blade, saturating the earth beneath. Clearly, it was now at Guman's mercy. "Hey, you over there, come here," Guman beckoned Lin Yi from the crowd. "Me?" Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Guman glared, waving again. "Yes, you, the newcomer. While this foul creature still draws breath, do not dawdle. Come quickly." With no other option, Lin Yi approached the Guman, stepped forward, firmly planting his foot on the demon's chest, and handed Lin Yi the bloodstained sword. The weapon was hefty, and Lin Yi struggled to lift it with both hands. That moment, a notification appeared before him. Qingfeng Longsword Spirit Weapon, a treasured weapon inherited for over a century in Gutan Village. Though its surface is pitted and uneven, it grants the wielder a continuous surge of power. The longer the battle lasts, the greater the enhancement, up to a maximum of 20 points of strength. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. A spirit weapon? One that grows stronger with combat. What a splendid find. Guman clapped Lin Yi on the back, urging him, "Kid, don't hesitate. Finish off this foul creature." "I do the killing?" Lin Yi asked, realizing Guman was aware of his status as a newcomer. Guman elaborated. "Yes, you kill as a reborn. Your victory will yield valuable rewards." Understanding dawned upon Lin Yi, and he nodded, turning to face the writhing demon on the ground. the very creature that had so viciously pursued him. Roar! The demon, sensing Lin Yi's intent, bared its bloody fangs and howled. Yet now, the roles had reversed. Screw you, you dare glare at me. Lin Yi gripped the Qingfeng longsword firmly and plunged it into the demon's maw, silencing its roar forever. Ding, you have slain an 8th-level demon, earning 60 experience points. In an instant, the demon's form dissipated into radiant light, 2 items materializing in its wake. Demon Fong Green, a rare material that could be crafted into a spirit weapon by a skilled artisan. Low-level Demon Blood White, a substance dropped by low-level demons, containing chaotic and violent demon energy with versatile applications. Gu Senior, these 2 items. Don't call me Senior, call me Captain. You did well. You acted decisively, showing some courage. Gu Man remarked, picking up the 2 items dropped by the demon. Luck is on your side. A green quality material emerged. Though you didn't contribute much, according to the rules, you shall receive a share. Consider yourself fortunate. The demon blood is yours. With that, he nodded approvingly and tossed the low-level demon blood to Lin Yi. Thank you, Captain Gu. Lin Yi accepted it without hesitation. The low-level demon blood was a red, translucent crystal about the size of an egg, emitting a faint, foul odor when brought close to the nose. After a brief examination, Lin Yi placed it into his backpack, although unsure of its utility. Gu Man's words suggested it was not entirely worthless. Just then, a voice rang out from afar. Captain, I'm here. I'm here to help. Please don't hold back. A portly figure clad in leather armor hurried from the village, moving at a commendable pace until he stood before Lin Yi and his companions. Lin Yi squinted, scrutinizing the man's features, and surmised that he was likely a player, upon noticing the bloodstains on the ground. The rotund man immediately displayed a look of disappointment. Glancing at Gu Man, he cast another fleeting gaze at Lin Yi. Ah, I still arrived too late. Captain, why didn't you wait for me? Wait for you? I urged you to come sooner, yet you persist in slacking off. If it weren't for our team needing a new spawn, I would have kicked you out long ago, Gu Man retorted sharply. He then turned to Lin Yi and said, Listen well, young one, put in the effort. Once you reach level 5, come find me. Pass my test, and I shall accept you. Know this, in Gutan Village, the militia is the most suitable place for your kind. Thank you, Captain. Very well, I must take my leave. With that, Gu Man lifted his Qingfeng sword, waved his hand, and departed. The portly man, however, did not follow Gu Man, but instead turned to Lin Yi, inquiring, Brother, you must be a newcomer. When did you enter the game? Also, what did you drop just now? Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance at the man, but chose not to respond. The portly fellow, reluctant to relent, pressed on, Come on, brother, don't be like that. We are all players here. We should help one another. Tell me what you dropped, and I'll share some information you might find useful. Lin Yi shook his head firmly. Not interested, Now that's rather dull. There are hardly any players in Gutan Village. If you keep this up, you might find yourself isolated. The man attempted to issue another warning, but upon seeing Lin Yi's indifference, he vanished in a flash, logging off. How decisively he leaves. The portly man muttered a curse under his breath, recalling that he had yet to complete his patrol for the day, and reluctantly departed. In the reality of his apartment, Lin Yi materialized. Clenching his fist, he raised an eyebrow. As he had suspected, his strength had indeed increased. Clearly, this was related to the talents he had solidified. It appeared that abilities gained within the game could translate into real life, while items from the game could not be carried over. However, pondering the encounter with the portly player, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. If this game allowed one to acquire extraordinary powers, it implied that even among players from Earth, a competitive dynamic existed. Perhaps in addition to being wary of monsters, one must also be cautious of other players. With the game's inability to allow character customization, it seemed prudent to acquire a mask within the game. Otherwise, being recognized in reality could spell trouble at that moment. Lin Yi's mind raced with thoughts. After a considerable period, he logged back into the game and returned to Gutan Village. The vicinity was devoid of the portly player's presence, and after surveying the area, he noted the scarcity of villagers. Perhaps the recent incident involving the ghostly attack had spread fear. Contemplating his next move, he resolved to head westward to seek out the woodcutter spoken of by the village elder, Gu He. Currently, He possessed only a small piece of wild boar meat and some low-grade demon blood to survive in the village. He required a means of income and a deeper understanding of this world. The western side of Gutan village was bustling with villagers, and despite the afternoon hour, many were engaged in labor. Through inquiries, Lin Yi quickly located the woodcutter mentioned by Gu He. While there were numerous woodcutters in Gutan village, only one was renowned for his strength and proficiency in external arts. His name was Gu Yongxiang. It was said that this woodcutter had once vied for the position of captain of the militia. However, due to an injury to his right leg, he could no longer engage in martial pursuits and had to rely on chopping wood for a living. Upon learning of Lin Yi's intentions, Gu Yongxiang did not subject him to the same scrutiny as the butcher Li, but instead directly retrieved a rusty chopping knife from his back room and tossed it to Lin Yi. There's a small grove 300 meters behind the house. Chop me a bundle of dry wood, and I'll pay you 10 coins that I only need 3 bundles today. That moment. A system notification chimed. Ding! Gu Yongxiang from Gutan village has issued you a daily quest. Submit the dry wood to receive a monetary reward. Lin Yi nodded. The world was finally beginning to resemble a game, replete with quests to undertake. Yet this quest offered only monetary rewards. Was there no experience to be gained? With a hint of curiosity, Lin Yi asked, Thank you, Brother Gu. Besides dry wood, do you require anything else? Gu Yongxiang shook his head. What I need is beyond your capabilities. Now go, it's getting late. For a new spawn, chopping wood was no easy task. Understood. Lin Yi refrained from further questions and set off toward the small grove with the rusty knife in hand. Although termed a grove, it was in truth a densely vegetated and shadowy hillside. Frankly, had he not seen other villagers chopping wood in the area, Lin Yi would have hesitated to enter the thicket alone. After all, the recent ghostly attack was still fresh in his mind. Should similar monsters lurk within, it would be akin to courting death. Though the hillside was populated with trees, suitable dry wood was scarce. Lin Yi began his search for dry branches, resorting to chopping down dead trees with a knife when necessary. Time slipped away swiftly, and after approximately an hour, Lin Yi, drenched in sweat, finally managed to gather a bundle of dry wood. Upon returning to Gu Yongxiang's residence, he received his 10 coins. The copper coins in this world resembled those of ancient China, round with a square hole. Noticing his hunger level dropping below 60, Lin Yi opted not to rush back to woodcutting, but instead retrieved the wild boar meat from his backpack. As he dined, he engaged in conversation with Gu Yongxiang. Through their dialogue, he learned that the purchasing power of copper coins in Gutan village was limited. A simple flatbread required 3 coins, while well water was free but needed to be drawn from the village entrance. Lin Yi shook his head. Although he had earned 10 coins, his hunger level was diminishing rapidly. With the effort of entering and exiting, the coins he earned barely sufficed for his sustenance. After finishing the wild boar meat and resting for a while, Lin Yi prepared to chop wood once more. However, Gu Yongxiang cautioned, do not go chopping wood now. Dusk is approaching, and the woods are unsafe. If you wish to chop wood next time, come earlier. Unsafe, Brother Gu. Could there be monsters lurking in the woods? Gu Yongxiang shook his head. Who knows? Any number of monsters could appear. The later it gets, the more likely you are to encounter demons and spirits. Then, what places in the village are considered safe? At this, Gu Yongxiang let out a cold laugh. Safe? There is no such thing as a safe place in this world. Perhaps one day you'll awaken to find Gutan village laid to waste by some monstrous being. Given Gu Yongxiang's grave words, Lin Yi dared not gamble with his life. After all, he had previously learned that a considerable number of new spawns had perished in Gutan village over the past month, never to be seen again. This strongly suggested that dying in the game could very well lead to death in reality. Though he could not chop wood, Lin Yi made good use of the remaining time, heading to a nearby shop where he spent 9 coins on 3 flatbreads to keep in his backpack. He then explored the vicinity, hoping to take on another quest. Before long, the 6 hours of online time elapsed. And with minimal gains, Lin Yi found a secluded and secure spot in the village to log off and return to reality. While he had filled his belly in the game, he was still hungry in the real world. As soon as he returned, Lin Yi felt his stomach rumble, but he promptly made his way to the kitchen and prepared a simple meal. While eating, he contacted the employees of his studio to inquire about their earnings for the day. An employee named Zhou Hai messaged back, Brother, we had a stroke of luck today and completed a few orders, but why didn't TU come by in the afternoon? I had matters to attend to. Thank you for your hard work. I'll settle your commissions this weekend. Old Lou had an incident, so I'll likely be very busy during this time. Please keep an eye on the studio's tasks. After a brief exchange, Lin Yi began to reflect on his experiences in the game, piecing together the information he had gleaned. Firstly, the game was not an ordinary one. It could very well be a genuine alternate world. Secondly, dying in the game could likely result in death in reality. Lastly, the invitation code he had received was invaluable, and the government was actively seeking the activation codes for the game, unless absolutely necessary. The matter of how he obtained the activation code must remain undisclosed. Fourthly, the versatile talent he has acquired is exceedingly beneficial. If he wishes to survive in the apocalypse world, he may need to leverage the advantages of this talent. Fifthly, the apocalypse world is fraught with peril. Even within the confines of ancient Pool Village, unforeseen events may transpire. Thus, it is imperative to develop cautiously. Until one possesses the means for self-preservation, one cannot afford to be reckless. Having inscribed this information on paper, Lin Yi perused it several times before incinerating the sheet. That evening, Lin Yi first visited the studio, only to receive a call from the police station mid-journey, instructing him to retrieve Lu Hong's belongings. Upon arriving at the police station, he was greeted by the same two officers who had taken a statement the previous day. Their demeanor was relatively amiable. And after handing over the items taken from the studio earlier that morning, one of the officers inquired, "Lin Yi, why didn't you answer the call I made in the afternoon?" Lin Yi explained, "I apologize, Officer Wong. I was feeling unwell in the afternoon and decided to take a nap in my dormitory." Officer Wong seemed convinced, nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well. You may head back now." However, as Lin Yi exited the police station, he noticed a young man standing at the entrance, his eyes swollen from crying. Lu Hong's son, Lu Bo. The first words out of Lu Bo's mouth were a sob. "Ego, my father is gone." Lin Yi's heart sank, and he found himself at a loss for comforting words, merely placing a reassuring hand on Lu Bo's shoulder. "When did you return?" Lu Bo rubbed his red-rimmed eyes and replied, "I took leave as soon as you called me yesterday, and arrived in the early hours, then spent the day at the police station. Don't dwell too much on your father's situation. Xiao Bo, you haven't eaten a proper meal, have you? Come, I'll take you out for dinner." Meanwhile, on the second floor of the police station, Officer Zhang Baichuan observed Lin Yi and Lu Bo departing, asking, "Is that Lin Yi who is with Lu Bo?" "Yes, Captain. Is there an issue with him?" Zhang Baichuan shook his head. "Nothing apparent, but we have yet to locate Lu Hong's invitation code, that we must keep a close watch on those closely associated with him." The younger officer, Zhao Shuang, inquired in confusion, "Captain, as far as I know, a new batch of activation codes will be distributed soon at the end of the month. Is it truly urgent to find Lu Hong's invitation code? Shouldn't our focus be on the game itself?" Zhao Shuang, beside Zhang Baichuan, was one of the two members of the Apocalypse Squad in Linha City who possessed an activation code. It was precisely due to this activation code that he had been specially recruited into the government's Apocalypse Squad. Zhang Baichuan chuckled, lighting a cigarette before asking, Zhao, according to our investigation, when did Lu Hong begin his foray into the apocalypse world?" Zhao Shuang responded, "Based on the inquiry records, we estimate it was around 3 weeks ago." Zhang Baichuan further probed, "Lu Hong succumbed to hidden poison after dealing with a bird serpent. What level do you think Lu Hong was?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Shuang replied, "If he soloed the bird serpent, he must be at least level 8. If he was in a team, it becomes harder to determine. Let us assume he was soloing 0.3 weeks, or 21 days, with 6 hours of gameplay each day. Can one truly progress from novice to a level 8 elite in such a short span?" Zhao Shuang suddenly understood, recalling that he had been playing for nearly a month. Even with access to the Apocalypse Squad's internal guides, leveling up felt akin to a snail's crawl in a month. He had barely reached level 5, while Lu Hong had achieved level 8 in just 3 weeks, which was evidently abnormal. "Captain, didn't we discover that the Blackheart Alliance had contact with Lu Hong? Could it be that he advanced so rapidly with their assistance?" Zhang Baichuan flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied, "No, you don't understand the nature of the Blackheart Alliance. They won't engage in unprofitable ventures. Moreover, the bank cards found in Lu Hong's home were all payments from the Blackheart Alliance to him, indicating they had a need for Lu Hong. hence the financial transactions. Thus, I surmise Lu Hong received a relatively early activation code, possibly among the first batch issued after the launch of the Apocalypse game. Zhao Shuang's eyes widened in surprise. The first batch of activation codes. No wonder. He quickly added, Captain, during my training in the capital, I heard that the first batch of activation codes was limited in quantity, and each one possessed unique abilities. Our training commander, Captain Yo, is a member of that first batch, and I believe he recently advanced to a professional level. Zhang Baichua nodded. Indeed, that batch of activation codes is distinct from ordinary ones. Each is immensely valuable. Lu Bo's rapid leveling up is likely due to the advantages conferred by the activation code. Hence, we must locate Lu Hong's activation code swiftly, and the Black Heart Alliance may also be in pursuit. We need to stay ahead of them. At that moment, Zhao Shuang expressed concern, but Captain, given Lu Bo's numerous transactions with the Black Heart Alliance, do you think his activation code might have already fallen into their hands? There is a possibility, but the odds are slim. Lu Hong's cause of death stemmed from his ignorance of the hidden poison carried by the bird serpent. The toxicity can transfer from the apocalypse world to reality. Such a sudden and untimely demise would not have allowed the Black Heart Alliance prior knowledge. That I understand, Captain. However, our squad's core members are just the two of us. The workload is quite taxing. When the next batch of activation codes is distributed, could we recruit more members? At this, Zhang Baichuan smiled wryly. I too wish to recruit more personnel, but activation codes are precious. It's not something I can simply apply for. Nevertheless, you should focus on leveling up in the apocalypse world. When new members arrive, you'll need to guide them. On another note, Lin Yi had taken Lu Bo to a quiet home-style restaurant, where they sat in silence, eating their meal. After dining, Lu Bo's tears began to flow again, and Lin Yi could only offer futile comfort. Xiao Bo, your father's death is suspicious. While you were at the police station today, did those investigating officers say anything to you? Lu Bo wiped his tears, replying, they didn't say much. It was mostly them asking me about any unusual occurrences with my father recently, and whether he left anything for me. But I've been busy with exams, and he knew that, so we didn't talk much. Suddenly, Lu Bo looked up, his eyes ablaze with emotion. What do you think caused my father's death? I watched the surveillance footage from the hot pot restaurant. How could a living person suddenly turn into poison? It's too unnatural. I sense that the officers taking statements know something, yet whenever I ask, they remain tight-lipped. Lin Yi nodded, sighed, and then inquired, Xiao Bo, what are your plans moving forward? If you wish to continue your studies, do not worry. Your father was like a mentor to me, and I can support you financially for your education. Additionally, regarding your father's investments in studio, you can either take over or liquidate them. I don't want to continue my studies. With my father gone, there's no point in it. As the topic of education arose, Lu Bo suddenly recalled something and abruptly halted his tears. Right, Ego? Once after I returned from evening study sessions, my father mentioned he was preparing something for me. He also said I didn't need to push myself so hard. Whether I excelled academically was not important. But I was too tired at the time to inquire further. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Did your father actually say that? It was indeed puzzling for Lin Yi, who knew Lu Hong well. Lu Hong worked tirelessly and strived for success solely for the sake of his son, Lu Bo. Furthermore, he had invested significantly to send Lu Bo to what was reputed to be the key high school in neighboring Qing City. Lu Hong placed immense importance on Lu Bo's academic performance. Once, when Lu Bo's grades had plummeted, Lu Hong had nearly beaten him senseless. Lin Yi had been present during that incident. Thus, the notion that academic performance was inconsequential clearly did not align with Lu Hong's character. Lin Yi pondered before asking, Xiao Bo, have you mentioned this to the police? Lu Bo frowned. No, I forgot to go. Could you take me home? I want to search for anything my father might have left behind. It could be related to the cause of his death. All right, I will take you back. After escorting Lu Bo home, Lin Yi did not linger. However, the following morning, Lin Yi received a call from Lu Bo. Hurry over. I think I found something. In the early hours of the morning, Lin Yi initially intended to head to the studio before venturing into the world of Apocalypse for exploration. However, with his plans now disrupted, he decided to first pay a visit to Lu Bo upon arriving at Lu Bo's residence. Lin Yi was taken aback by the disarray that greeted him. Numerous pieces of furniture and books had been displaced, bearing the marks of a thorough search. Just then, Lu Bo emerged from a room, cradling a black box in his arms. I've discovered how my father met his demise. Lu Bo's eyes were reddened, clearly indicating he had already seen the contents of the box. Lin Yi stepped closer to examine the black box, which contained only a few items, a white envelope and a pristine notebook. His gaze sharpened upon the white envelope, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the activation code envelope he had acquired the previous day. The distinction lay in the fact that his was crafted from a unique golden material, while the envelope before him appeared unremarkable, fashioned from ordinary white paper, exuding an aura of mediocrity. "Xiao Bo, what exactly is going on?" Lin Yi inquired. "I'm not entirely sure, but if you take a look at the diary my father left behind, you will understand," Lu Bo replied, evidently placing a great deal of trust in Lin Yi as he handed over the pristine notebook. As Lin Yi opened the notebook, he found only a few pages inscribed with Lu Hong's handwriting. "Initially, I had no intention of keeping a diary. After all, who in their right mind would? Yet upon receiving the activation code that grants entry into the Apocalypse game, I realized I might not even be considered a proper person anymore. I do not know who will read this diary, but I feel compelled to document my experiences within the Apocalypse game, to preserve a fragment of memory. It would be inaccurate to label it merely a game. It is more akin to a realm brimming with the extraordinary. On the first day in the Apocalypse world, I found myself reborn in a place called the U Village. The village was modest in size, home to only a few thousand inhabitants, and the locals welcomed us, the newly arrived, with open arms. Yet on merely the first day, I witnessed monsters invade the village, attacking the villagers, suggesting that this world was far from safe. Through several days of exploration, I came to understand that to level up, one must slay monsters, with higher-level creatures yielding greater experience points. Meanwhile, quests available within the village only rewarded copper coins and items. As I had surmised, leveling up in the Apocalypse world indeed grants attributes that carry over to reality. With each level gained, I could augment my character with 5 additional attribute points by the time I reached level 2. I could lift weights that had previously been beyond my capability, and my sprinting speed had become comparable to that of professional athletes. On the 5th day in the Apocalypse world, I endured a life-threatening crisis, coming perilously close to death in a realm where no one would retrieve my body. Fortunately, the militia arrived just in time to save my life. I must admit, the nights in the Apocalypse world are exceedingly perilous. I have resolved never to enter during those hours again. After all, the darkness harbors not only monsters but also malevolent spirits akin to vengeful ghosts. The new player arrived, his temperament quite foul. Perhaps he is a wealthy heir in reality. After a brief encounter, I chose not to engage further, believing that such arrogant individuals would not survive more than 3 days in the Apocalypse. Upon seeing him, I thought of Xiao Bo, grateful that he is a sensible child, sparing me from worry. Speaking of which, I ought to prepare an invitation code for Xiao Bo. While this world is fraught with danger, it also presents unparalleled opportunities. Tragedy struck today as a level 10 pig-horn demon stormed into the village, claiming the lives of several villagers and 2 players, one of whom was that arrogant newcomer, Zhu Myukin, the son of the wealthiest man in Nanhai City. I wonder how his father would feel upon learning of his son's demise on the 12th day in the Apocalypse world. A momentous occasion unfolded. With the green materials gifted by the village chief, I successfully forged a spiritual weapon. I understand it. Spiritual weapons are rare in the Apocalypse world, exceedingly difficult to produce. Upon learning of my accomplishment, the village chief, recognizing my exceptional talent, offered to take me on as his apprentice. Upon becoming the village chief's disciple, even the militia captain regarded me with newfound respect. Indeed, even in an alternate realm, one's background holds significance. Furthermore, the village chief informed me that level 10 marks a critical threshold. Beyond that lies the professional tier, and only by attaining that status can one leave the village and traverse the treacherous wilderness. I grew curious about the professional tier, and over the past 2 days I diligently inquired about its details. It turns out that the character panel's advancement attributes correspond to 4 primary professions. This is the progression path within the Apocalypse world. My unique talent seems to render me suitable for all 4 professions. With the village chief's assistance, I joined the militia, and through accrued experience, I rapidly advanced to level 7. I prepared to forge my 3rd spiritual weapon, one meant for my personal use. However, I lacked several green quality materials, one of which could only be obtained from the bird serpents outside the village. Once again, the Black Card Alliance reached out to me. Their persistence akin to an unshakable affliction. Employing both coercion and temptation, I found myself compelled to engage in a transaction with them. Forging spiritual weapons for their benefit. It was my own fault for failing to disguise my appearance upon entering the game. Today, the Black Card Alliance delivered an activation code, serving as compensation for my previous forging of a spiritual weapon that I intended to reserve this for Xiaobo, though I might consider it for myself as well. After all, in this world, one cannot thrive alone. Assistance is paramount. On the 20th day in the apocalypse world, I logged in to an ominous development. Last night, malevolent spirits had attacked the village, injuring several militia leaders and village elders. It seems I cannot venture outside the village in search of bird serpents for the time being. As Lin Yi immersed himself in the diary's contents, he abruptly noted that the entries ceased at this point, indicating that Lu Hong must have encountered trouble shortly after penning these words. Nonetheless, the information gleaned from the diary proved invaluable, dispelling many of Lin Yi's uncertainties. It appeared that his elder brother had indeed contemplated bringing him into the apocalypse world. Lin Yi felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for Lu Hong's unfortunate fate, he might never have had the opportunity to engage with Apocalypse. With that thought, Lin Yi looked up and asked, "Xiaobo, where did you find this diary and envelope?" Lu Bo replied, "Iga, these items were hidden beneath the floorboards of my father's wardrobe at his bedroom. He had mentioned them to me once before, but I nearly forgot about them until now. He concealed them well, ensuring the police did not discover them. But Iga, if the apocalypse world described in my father's diary is indeed real, a realm akin to a game, should we not report this to the authorities?" Lin Yi regarded Lu Bo thoughtfully. "What are your own thoughts on the matter?" Lu Bo hesitated. I am not sure. I think the diary is fine, but the activation code within that envelope might be quite valuable, and I do not wish to share it with others." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi said, "Then keep it. It is a gift from your father, and you should decide how to use it. However, from your father's account, it appears that the world of Apocalypse is perilous. Death within that realm is final. You must consider your decision carefully before utilizing the activation code." Lu Bo nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Iga, I understand the gravity of this. But Iga, aren't you the least bit tempted by this activation code?" As he asked this, Lu Bo glanced at Lin Yi's expression. Lin Yi chuckled, patting Lu Bo's shoulder. "This is your father's legacy, and I have no means of claiming it for myself. Furthermore, if what your father said holds true, that world is fraught with danger. I doubt the activation code is anything beneficial." Seeing that Lin Yi genuinely did not covet the white activation code, Lu Bo's face brightened. "Do not worry, go. If I manage to thrive in that world, I will secure an activation code for you as well, that we can embark on our adventures there together." Lin Yi smiled back, agreed. "However, should you encounter any perilous situations in that world, you must inform me that your ego, am an experienced player, well-versed in various types of games, and ready to offer you assistance that I know. Ego, I will undoubtedly rely on you," Lu Bo replied. After parting ways with Lu Bo, Lin Yi suppressed his swirling thoughts and made his way to the studio. Today, the number of members present was greater than usual. After a brief tour and assigning tasks for the day, he concocted an excuse to return home. The diary left behind by Lu Hong proved immensely useful, and Lin Yi gleaned a wealth of information from it. First, the Apocalypse game indeed features numerous novice villages, with new players born into these villages at regular intervals. However, villages like Inendu seem to be quite distant from one another, and it appears that communication between them is impossible until one reaches the professional tier. Second, leveling up within the game is of paramount importance, as each level gain provides a substantial boost in attribute points. However, at present, relying solely on undertaking tasks is insufficient for leveling up. Only by slaying monsters can one achieve this. In Lu Hong's diary, two types of monsters are primarily documented. One is the Yao category, and the other is the Gue Ling category, which prefers to roam at night. The former possesses a physical form, exhibiting bloodthirsty and brutal tendencies, delighting in feasting upon humans, while the latter is largely ethereal and elusive, akin to phantoms, capable of killing without a trace. Lin Yi suspects that the ghostly demon he encountered yesterday was indeed a type of Yao. Thirdly, after reaching level 10, one enters the professional tier. However, the diary provides no description of what the professional tier entails or the professions available for selection. That it is likely that Lu Hong refrained from recording such critical information in his diary. Nevertheless, since Lu Hong acquired information regarding the professional tier from the village chief of their Yu village, it indicates that attaining a certain status in the novice village could facilitate access to relevant information from the village's higher-ups. Of course, Lin Yi is not in a hurry regarding professional tier information at this moment, as he's currently only at level 1 and far from level 10. Fourthly, in reality, one must not easily expose their identity. Lu Hong's exposure led to his being targeted by the Black Card Alliance, culminating in threats and forced dealings. Fifthly, from Lu Hong's diary, it appears he possesses a unique forging talent, which enabled him to craft spiritual tools and become an apprentice to the village chief. Lin Yi reflects on his own universal talent. If he and Lu Hong share the same activation code, could it be that Lu Hong possesses a similar talent? Perhaps Lu Hong's forging talent is a rare ability randomly acquired from the universal talent and then solidified. If that is indeed the case, it suggests that invitation codes are tiered. Lu Hong's gold invitation code might be exceedingly precious, while the ordinary activation code he left for his son Lu Bo is of lesser value. Consequently, Lin Yi must ensure that the information regarding Lu Hong's invitation code remains undisclosed. Otherwise, not only might the authorities pursue him, but the Black Card Alliance could also come after him. With this in mind, Lin Yi realizes he cannot afford to spend prolonged periods within the apocalypse world recently. If he remains absent from reality for too long, and others are unable to contact him, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. As for his development within the apocalypse world, Lin Yi feels there is no need for haste. His universal talent is currently solidified as a white talent. While this talent saved his life yesterday, a white talent ultimately offers limited room for growth. Given sufficient time, Lin Yi believes he need not rush into the so-called monster hunting for leveling up. As long as his upcoming universal talent solidifies into an excellent ability, he need not worry about his progress in the apocalypse world. Naturally, he will not squander the 6 hours he can spend each day in the apocalypse world. He simply must ensure that his online time is not too concentrated, to avoid drawing attention. With this thought, Lin Yi does not hastily re-enter the apocalypse world, but instead returns to his studio to supervise his employees in gold farming. During lunchtime, he finds an excuse to briefly enter the apocalypse world. After appearing near the home of the lumberjack Gu Yongxiang, Lin Yi accepts a woodcutting task from him and proceeds to chop wood in the small forest behind the mountain. The labor of woodcutting is exhausting. Even with his attributes enhanced by the bizarre skeleton talent, he struggles to endure prolonged work. Fortunately, drawing on yesterday's experience with collecting firewood, Lin Yi manages to gather a bundle of firewood in just over an hour. After submitting the task, he receives 10 coins and finds a shaded spot to eat a pancake with well water. During his free time, Lin Yi attempts to draw from his universal talent. The universal talent refreshes daily at dawn, and each refresh randomly grants a talent from the talent material pool. However, since the bizarre skeleton talent has already been solidified for the next 3 days, even if he draws a superior talent, he can only enjoy the view without the ability to solidify it. Ding! He draws the white talent weak, but fortunate. Weak, but fortunate. White talent the holder will permanently reduce their constitution attribute by 3 points. But the probability of experiencing good luck will increase. Upon seeing this talent, Lin Yi raises an eyebrow. This white talent is indeed a mixed blessing, reducing attributes while enhancing luck. Fortunately, the talent he drew yesterday was not this weak, but fortunate. Otherwise, he might have perished at the claws of that ghostly demon. After drawing the talent, Lin Yi does not linger, but promptly logs off. This moment, beneath the crumbling city wall outside Gutan village. Blood stains the soil and grass, and on the ground lie 2 corpses resembling azure wolves, along with 3 militiamen moaning in agony. It is evident that a fierce battle occurred here not long ago. A team member examines the injuries of the wounded and frowns, saying, "Captain, Gu Hai is fine, his injuries are not severe, but Gu Yuan and Gu Qing have been grievously injured by the bloodthirsty wolf. Without medical treatment, they may not survive the night. The man referred to as captain is a young man in his 30s, with well-defined features and an upright stature, exuding a resolute demeanor. His name is Gu Qinghu, the second captain of the Gu Tan village militia, primarily responsible for defending the east and west city walls of the village, due to the recent surge of monsters infiltrating the village. He had specifically arranged for today's defense outside the city, intending to clear the surrounding smaller monsters. However, unexpectedly, just past noon, two level 9 bloodthirsty wolves breached the traps outside the city and charged directly at their militia team. A level 9 bloodthirsty wolf is something he could only confront with all his might using a spiritual tool, let alone two of them, which can coordinate and possess a fair level of intelligence. Fortunately, the strength of their militia team is considerable, with several members being level 7 or 8 warriors. Thanks to the diversion created by his team, he finally managed to slay one of the bloodthirsty wolves, and together with the others, they dispatched the remaining beast. Though they emerged victorious, their militia team suffered significant losses. Yu Qinghu glanced at the others and spoke in a deep, powerful voice. "Do not worry. I will take them back for treatment shortly." With 3 village elders present, their lives are not in danger. One team member expressed concern. "Captain, this cannot continue. The frequency of monster attacks on the village has been increasing. I have heard that not only our second team, but the first, third, and fourth teams have also suffered heavy losses at this rate. We will not have enough personnel to defend the city walls." As this team member spoke, the others, who had just experienced a life-and-death battle, echoed in agreement. "Indeed, Captain, our second team was already the smallest, and now with the loss of Gu Qing and Gu Yuan, how can we continue to fend off those monsters outside the village? Besides patrolling the city walls during the day, we also have to light fires to guard the streets at night. I haven't had a good night's sleep in half a month. Captain, should we recruit some new members?" Gu Qinghu sighed slightly. "Where can we find so many new recruits, apart from you young folks? The village is left with only children. Moreover, without a level 5 realm, joining our militia would be tantamount to seeking death. Gu Tan village is not large, only a small settlement of over 3,000 people. The resources within the village limit the population, and in previous years, monster attacks on the village were infrequent. The militia team barely maintained a balance in population thanks to the village's youth and the occasional escapees from the outside world. However, in the past 6 months, since the temple issued its decree and the emergence of the reborn, monsters and nocturnal spirits have visibly increased, launching attacks on the village at regular intervals, compared to 6 months ago. Their militia team has already lost 30% of its personnel, making the defense of the entire village increasingly arduous. At this moment, a team member proposed, "Captain, why don't we recruit a few reborn individuals? I've heard that several promising reborn have recently arrived in the village. If we can train them." Upon hearing the suggestion to recruit reborn individuals, another team member immediately retorted, "Reborn? Lao Shan, have you lost your mind? Our second team is firmly against recruiting reborn individuals. Have you forgotten that it was the reborn named Long Haixin from our team who caused chaos in the village, leading to a nighttime attack that nearly cost the village elders their lives? After that incident, our entire second team was punished with a month of blood food. If it weren't for this blood food, I might have already advanced to level 7 and awakened my physical talent." The proposer Gu Shan glared. "Hey, Gu Xiaolu, don't lump everyone together. There are good and bad reborn individuals. Besides, reborn individuals are different from us. They can level up by slaying monsters, allowing for rapid cultivation, and the slain monsters often drop high-quality materials that I have heard that the captain of the third team, Gu Man, enjoys taking the descended ones to hunt demons. Within the span of just 1 week, he has managed to gather a considerable amount of materials for forging spiritual artifact through the descended ones. It is feared that before long, he will possess a second spiritual artifact, thereby usurping our second team." Jiu Xiao Lu scoffed and remarked, "Usurp the second team? Gu Shan, do not think I am unaware of your schemes. A descended one has recently arrived near your residence. Doesn't he wish to join the militia? I suspect you have accepted some favors from him." Upon hearing this, Gu Shan retorted angrily, "Damn you, Gu Xiao Lu, you are slandering me." Sensing the escalating tension between the two, Gu Chenghu furrowed his brow and shouted, "Silence! Stop arguing." Gu Chenghu's authority within the militia was formidable, At the sound of his fury, the team members dared not respond and promptly closed their mouths. Only Gu Shan and Gu Xiaolu remained, their faces flushed, glaring at each other defiantly. Ji Yu Cheng, who sighed inwardly, fully aware of the advantages and benefits that the Descended Ones could bring. However, their second team had previously recruited a few Descended Ones, most of whom proved to be unruly and resistant to discipline, often acting independently. More often than not, before they could be adequately trained, they would cause significant trouble. Particularly, there was that Long Xian Hai, who recklessly conducted research on eerie spirits within the village, resulting in a professional-grade eerie spirit attacking Gutan village. That night, the death toll was unimaginable. Not only did the militia suffer severe losses, but 2 of the 3 village elders were also gravely injured. The recollection of that incident fills him with dread. Were it not for the intervention of the village elder from Guhi Township, who utilized the temple to subdue that eerie spirit, Gutan village might have been obliterated, becoming a desolate ghost town shrouded in despair. It was precisely due to this incident that Gu Cheng, who opposed the recruitment of Descended Ones into the militia. However, it now appeared that their second team indeed required new personnel, and the number of eligible youths in the village was limited. Consequently, selecting Descended Ones for the militia was indeed a viable option. As evening fell, Lin Yi returned to the apartment from his workshop and once again logged into the world of Apocalypse. Today, he had taken advantage of his free time to log in multiple times, completing 2 woodcutting tasks. Perhaps due to the frequency of his task submissions, Gu Yongxiang had developed a favorable impression of him and assigned Lin Yi a new task. You currently lack accommodation in Gutan village. The woodshed in the yard will be your residence. However, as I have mobility issues, you will need to fetch 2 buckets of well water for me from the east of the village each morning. Ding! Gu Yongxiang has issued you a daily task. Completing the water fetching task will grant you residence rights in the woodshed. From Lu Hong's diary, Lin Yi understood the dangers of the Apocalypse world at night. If he chose to log in after dark, he would certainly require a place to stay. He had inspected the woodshed Gu Yongxiang mentioned. Though small and dirty, it did have a wooden bed for resting, making it a suitable refuge. Thank you, Brother Gu. Rest assured, I will fetch the water first thing tomorrow morning. The Jiyu Yongxiang nodded, satisfied with Lin Yi's attitude, and subsequently provided him with some clean bedding and sheets. The bedding appeared almost faded, clearly having been in use for over a decade, yet it looked clean and retained a faint scent of soap. Lin Yi could not help but nod. This Brother Gu was indeed a kind-hearted individual. However, his presence beside Gu Yongxiang was not solely to gradually explore the Apocalypse world, but primarily for the external skills that Gu Yongxiang possessed. In Lin Yi's understanding, external skills in the Apocalypse world were akin to abilities within the game. According to Lin Yi, the sword techniques employed by the militia captain Gu Man against the demon were external skill sets. That moment, Gu Man and the demon appeared evenly matched, but as Gu Man utilized a spiritual artifact to unleash his external skills, the demon was swiftly overwhelmed and captured after just a few moves. This clearly demonstrated the enhancement that external skills provided to one's abilities. Moreover, Lu Hong's diary also mentioned external skills, stating that they were rare and could be utilized in reality. Wielding immense power once learned, darkness gradually enveloped the sky. Lin Yi tidied up the small woodshed bedroom, and, noticing that his online time was limited, prepared to log off. However, at that moment, footsteps echoed in the dark yard, followed by the sound of conversation from Gu Yongxiang's room. Yongxiang, Captain, do not call me Captain. I am lame and have long ceased to be your captain. But why have you come here when you fail to manage your second team properly? It was evident that the visitor was Gu Cheng, the captain of the second militia team. The conversation gradually faded into the background, and Lin Yi could no longer hear anything, so he shook his head and logged off. Inside, the discussion continued. Jiyu Cheng, who inquired, Brother Yongxiang, I have heard that a Descended One has come to your home. Was he recommended by the elder from Guhi Township? Gu Yongxiang nodded. That old man frequently engages in such matters. I have grown accustomed to it. This month marks the 3rd one. What is the character and talent of this Descended One? Gu Yongxiang expressed surprise. Why? Is your militia so short-staffed that you require even a new Descended One? Furthermore, did I not hear that your second team does not want Descended Ones? Alas, Brother Yongxiang, I speak the truth. Today our second team suffered losses outside the city, losing 2 members for the time being. They are unable to patrol or fulfill duties. Some team members mentioned that a few descended ones have recently arrived in the village, so I thought I would come see if there are any suitable candidates. If they are unsuitable, he has only been here for 2 days. Joining your militia would lead to certain death. As for whether he becomes suitable later, I shall observe for a while longer. On the 3rd day in the apocalypse world, Lin Yi logged in early, taking advantage of the pre-dawn hours to fetch 2 buckets of well water for Gu Yongxiang from the east of the village. Before accepting another woodcutting task and heading to the back mountain of the yard to chop wood. During this time, Lin Yi also drew a universal talent. However, this time the talent remained a white tier talent. Destined Lone Star, white talent possessing this talent means that you will encounter dangerous events several times more than an average person, and the probability of those who are close to you suffering a tragic end increases. Yet, crisis accompanies fortune. You have a certain chance of receiving rewards from fate amidst the misfortune. Undoubtedly, this is yet another talent where the detrimental effects outweigh the beneficial ones, rendering it utterly worthless. Such a talent is something Lin Yi would never consider solidifying. Nevertheless, judging by the continuous drawing of white tier talents over the past 3 days, it would seem that acquiring a good talent would require both time and a stroke of luck. That day, Lin Yi maintained his routine, continuing to work in the workshop, converting the gold coins and equipment earned over the past few days into cash, and subsequently settling the wages for the workshop members. During this period, he also sent some messages to Lu Bo. However, the responses from this fellow were rather delayed. Lin Yi speculated that Lu Bo might have already activated his code and entered the apocalypse world. This lad was indeed decisive, and Lin Yi could only wish him good fortune in the apocalypse world. Thus, for 3 consecutive days, Lin Yi spent his daytime handling workshop affairs, utilizing any spare moments to explore the world of apocalypse. The longer he stayed in Gutan village, the more information he gathered. Moreover, it seemed that Lin Yi had impressed Gu Yongxiang favorably over the past few days. That very morning, upon logging in, he received a new task from Gu Yongxiang. Inside, Gu Yongxiang looked at Lin Yi and spoke, "In Gutan village, merely chopping wood cannot guarantee your safety. As you are a descended one, you require training. I have observed your patience in wood chopping these past few days. You are a level-headed individual. Would you be willing to assist the militia?" "Assist the militia?" Lin Yi was taken aback, then inquired. "Brother Gu, isn't the militia only recruiting members above level 5? Gu Yongxiang shook his head patiently, saying it's not about joining the militia. Rather, it's about assisting them. You know that descended ones are special by slaying demons and eerie spirits. You can obtain unique items. Helping the militia means aiding them in defeating demons and eerie spirits, and you will gain valuable experience in the process." Seeing Lin Yi appear contemplative and not immediately agreeing, Gu Yongxiang added, "Rest assured, given your current low strength, you will only be assisting in slaying, not leading the charge. Furthermore, the militia will dispatch personnel to protect you, ensuring you do not come to harm." Though such words were spoken, Lin Yi still felt a measure of hesitation at present. The opportunity to gain experience by mingling with the militia, without the necessity of reaching level 5, was indeed an appealing prospect. However, Lin Yi possessed an innate gift of versatility. As long as he developed steadily, a fortuitous talent could pave a broad avenue for him. Moreover, although Gu Yongxiang claimed that the militia would provide him with protection, the perilous nature of the apocalypse world meant that even the militia members could not guarantee their own safety. Should danger arise that even the militia could not contend with, it was likely that no one would care for him. The newly born, Lin Yi fell into silence. Observing his prolonged silence, Gu Yongxiang furrowed his brow slightly. Currently only at level 1, Lin Yi lacked any means to counter the monsters and wraiths, and Gu Yongxiang did not actually advise him to assist the militia. However, just yesterday, the captain of the militia's 3rd team, Gu Man, had successfully forged a defensive spirit artifact using materials dropped by the newly born, significantly enhancing his strength, and had slain a level 10 wraith, attempting to infiltrate the village, earning the village elder's reward. Such a feat had prompted the other militia captains to feel envious, and they all sought to emulate Gu Man's approach, bringing the newly born along to hunt monsters for materials. Last night, the captain of the second team, Gu Qinghu, approached him with a plan to assist the newly born in their growth while collectively farming for materials, provided the newly born met the standards of character and quality, making them worthy of investment. Lin Yi's performance during his time with him had been commendable. He had always acted with caution and composure. Thus, Gu Yongxiang recommended Lin Yi to Gu Qinghu. Yet unexpectedly, it seemed Lin Yi was reluctant to take risks. Gu Yongxiang raised an eyebrow. This newly born, known as Qingshan Bulo, appeared to be overly prudent, contrary to his understanding of newly born individuals. It was worth noting that he had encountered numerous newly born during this time, and all of them, upon learning that their abilities could be transferred to their original world, acted with great fervor. They not only implored him to teach them external martial arts techniques, but also sought to leverage his connections to join the militia in monster hunting. Why was this newly born so different? After pondering, Gu Yongxiang spoke. If you're willing to join, I could consider teaching you my external martial arts. External martial arts? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's thoughts stirred. If the benefits were substantial enough, he could indeed opt for a slightly riskier path. Brother Gu, what external martial arts do you possess? The Yang blade technique, which I learned 10 years ago in Tianshui City, is immensely powerful. However, I once promised my master that I would not teach it to anyone lacking exceptional talents, that if you can advance to level 4 within half a month, I will teach you the Yang blade technique. All right, Brother Gu, I agree to assist the militia. Seeing Lin Yi's decisive response, Gu Yongxiang shook his head with a smile. He had initially thought Lin Yi was a steady and resilient newly born, but it now appeared that he was someone who would not act until he saw tangible results. Whether recommending him to Gu Qinghu was right or wrong remained uncertain. That noon, under Gu Yongxiang's guidance, Lin Yi arrived for the first time at the encampment of the second militia team. That IT was a compound of tiled houses with numerous yang trees planted within the courtyard. The yang tree is a unique species native to the Apocalypse continent, characterized by its pale red bark and rare blood-red branches. Lin Yi noticed many scratches on the bark of the yang trees, unsure of their origin. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, Gu Yongxiang explained, the yang tree is a special species. Applying its sap to one's eyes enables one to see the presence of wraiths at night. Several militia encampments in Gutan village have yang trees, which are used for patrolling every night. Furthermore, the scent of the yang tree sap can repel certain wraiths. Lin Yi nodded, understanding now. Brother Yongxiang. At that moment, several individuals emerged from within the house, led by Gu Qinghu, the captain of the second team. It was evident that the members of the second militia team held Gu Yongxiang in high regard. That Gu Yongxiang nodded and said, I've brought him over. It's now your responsibility to protect the village. Do not let me down. After giving his instructions, Gu Yongxiang departed. That Gu Qinghu scrutinized Lin Yi from head to toe and inquired, Are you the one known as Qingshan Bulo? What a peculiar name you've chosen. Lin Yi rubbed his nose. This game name was something he had chosen casually and was indeed ill-suited for a village where surnames held significance. Captain Gu, you may simply call me Qingshan. Very well, Qingshan. Come with me. Gu Qinghu said no more and led Lin Yi inside the encampment. Upon entering, Lin Yi discovered that aside from himself, there was another player present. This player bore a distinctly different aura from the villagers of Gutan. Even though they wore similar attire, he was easily recognizable. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, donned ordinary clothing and had a cowhide bow slung at his waist. His eyes squinted slightly, suggesting he likely wore glasses in reality. He stepped forward, extending his hand with a smile. Hello, young brother. What level are you? Are you here to assist the militia? My name is Dugu Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Yi, undaunted, extended his hand in return. Qingshan Bulo, a newcomer to Gutan village. Dugu Feng laughed heartily. Ha, newcomers aren't typically qualified to be here. It seems Brother Qingshan, you have struck it lucky. Oh, you flatter me. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. He maintained a great deal of wariness towards players in the Apocalypse world. Before coming, he had deliberately concealed his features with a piece of brown linen, but Gu Yongxiang had pulled it off midway, stating that in Gutan village, anyone attempting to hide their appearance would either be a wanted rogue or a monster infiltrating the village, and militia members would attack without hesitation upon encountering such individuals. Thus, without any effective means of concealment, Lin Yi had no choice but to show his true face like a tea that moment. Gu Chenghu approached the two, saying, "All right, you both have been recommended here, and your characters have been recognized, so I won't conduct any assessments. From now on, you two will be reserve members of our second militia team, though your strengths are lacking. One of you is at level 4, and the other is at level 1. Upon hearing level 1, Dugu Feng turned to glance at Lin, somewhat surprised to find that the player before him was indeed a newcomer. This newcomer was quite fortunate to join the militia at such a low level. It was known that the quickest way to level up in the newbie village of the Apocalypse continent was to team up with the militia for experience. Gu Qinghu continued, "Our second team is currently on duty every month on a single day, either defending outside the village during the day or patrolling within the village at night. Of course, given your current low levels, encountering wraiths would mean certain death, and you won't be assigned night duties. However, during the day, as long as you are in Gutan village, you are to accompany our second militia team. My expectations of you are not high. Obey, be diligent, and refrain from actions that could harm Gutan village." Previously, there was a newly born named Long Haixin who, in an attempt to strengthen himself, raised wraiths and was ultimately slain by me. If either of you were to engage in similar actions, I assure you, you would meet a gruesome end. After delivering his stern warning, Gu Qinghu's tone softened. "Of course, I am not a bloodthirsty individual. As long as you both listen and do not act recklessly during dangerous encounters with monsters and wraiths, I will not impose unnecessary punishments. Becoming a reserve member of our second team comes with numerous benefits, including daily monetary rewards and shares from slaying monsters and wraiths that, if you perform exceptionally, you will also receive a portion of the blood food distributed monthly in the village." Blood food. Upon hearing this, Dugu Feng's face lit up with excitement. Lin Yi was also somewhat taken aback. According to the information he had gathered from Gu Yongxiang, blood food was a unique reward in Gutan village. Consuming it could enhance one's attributes, regardless of whether one was a newly born or an indigenous inhabitant of the Apocalypse continent. There were bottlenecks during the transition from level 4 to level 5, and the attributes gained from consuming blood food could assist in breaking through these bottlenecks. Dugu Feng could not restrain his curiosity, asking, "Captain, is there really blood food? What are the performance requirements to obtain it?" Requirements? Gu Qinghu pondered for a moment before responding. "It's not difficult. Assisting in the slaying of 5 monsters or wraiths each month will suffice." "All right. Thank you, Captain." Dugu Feng was overjoyed. He had already spent a month in the Apocalypse world. Due to his excessively low vitality and blood attributes, he remained stuck at level 4, unable to ascend to level 5. During this time, he utilized various means to bribe Gu Shan, a member of the militia, in hopes of gaining blood food rewards by joining the militia. At present, with Gu Qinghu promising blood food, how could he not feel exhilarated? Gu Qinghu was a man of decisive action. After explaining the rules of the militia to Lin Yi and his companion, he led them to familiarize themselves with the patrol routes. Today was a dual day, with the first and third teams on duty. The captain of the first team was Gu Laihai, the strongest among the elders of Gutan village, while the second team was led by Gu Chenghu himself. As he guided them along the path, Gu Qinghu elaborated on the situation of the militia. Currently, Gutan village boasted 4 major militia teams, each consisting of approximately 20 members. The captain must be a level 10 expert with a weapon spirit, while the members are all at least level 5, with the majority being seasoned practitioners at levels 7 or 8. Arriving at the outer city walls of Gutan village, gazing at the distant wilderness and forests, Gu Qinghu continued his introduction. The nearest village to Gutan is called Hexian village, separated by 3 towering mountains and roughly 50 li away. Despite the seemingly short distance, the journey is fraught with countless monsters and hidden dangers. In the past, we maintained contact with Hexian village, but since the frequent emergence of you-born ones, the increase in monsters has severed our ties with them. Surrounding Gutan village, the most abundant monsters are the heart-devouring wolves, which typically appear in packs and are known for their cunning nature. If spotted, it is imperative to alert the main forces. Additionally, there are the elusive ghost demons and the Shenyas, adept at infiltrating the village. Gu Chenghu spoke with fervor, detailing 7 or 8 varieties of dangerous monsters in the vicinity of Gutan village. He meticulously described their appearances, characteristics, and vulnerabilities. Lin Yi could not help but acknowledge the wealth of information he was acquiring. Indeed, joining the militia offered numerous advantages, allowing for a more rapid understanding of this apocalyptic continent. After conveying all necessary information, Gu Qinghu turned to Lin Yi and his companion. "Do you have any further inquiries?" Curious, Lin Yi asked. Captain, I previously heard Brother Gu mention Tianshui City. Did I wonder what kind of place that is?" Du Gufeng also leaned in, intrigued. Having lingered in Gutan village for so long, he had never heard of Tianshui City. Tianshui City? Brother Yongxiang actually spoke of this to you. It seems he is preparing to teach you the Yangyan sword technique. Gu Qinghu replied with a smile. Tianshui City is a grand city where humans gather, representing our true bastion. All militia captains must journey to Tianshui City before taking up their positions. However, the road to Tianshui City is perilous and fraught with danger. Each expedition requires considerable manpower and must be undertaken under the protection of the village chief and the elders. If you born ones can attain a professional level, you may have a chance to approach Tianshui City. But for now, do not dwell on it too much. At this moment, Du Gufeng interjected. Professional level? Captain, how does one become a professional? Gu Qinghu shot him a glance, saying, "Do not aim too high. I'm not even at the professional level yet." "Why are you asking so many questions? Focus on reaching level 10 first before contemplating the professional level." After being reprimanded, Du Gufeng refrained from asking further. Lin Yi had many questions swirling in his mind as well. But seeing Gu Qinghu's impatience, he chose silence. Consequently, Gu Qinghu led the two back to their dwelling. "Here are your uniforms. Tomorrow, our second team will be on duty outside the city. You two should discuss how to report for duty and come to the city gate to find me." He tossed 2 sets of militia uniforms and departed, leaving Lin Yi and Du Gufeng alone in the room. Du Gufeng curiously looked at Lin Yi and asked, "Brother Qing Shan, are you really a newcomer?" "I am level 1. How could that be false?" Lin Yi replied, glancing at the militia uniforms distributed by Gu Qinghu, nodding in approval. The quality of these uniforms far surpasses novice attire, devoid of the rough texture. Noticing Lin Yi's reluctance to delve further into the topic, Du Gufeng cheerfully remarked, "It seems Brother Qing Shan is no ordinary individual. We will be members of the same militia team. Let us support one another and grow together." "Agreed," Lin Yi responded. Although their time together was brief, he found Du Gufeng to be rather agreeable. Fostering good relations could prove beneficial in the future. After establishing the time for their duty the next day, Lin Yi parted ways with Du Gufeng and made his way to a secluded willow tree by a pond within Gutan village. Seeing that the area was deserted, Lin Yi retrieved a shovel from his spatial backpack and began to dig in the muddy ground beneath the willow tree. The shovel had been borrowed from Gu Yongxiang before his outing today. The reason for his presence here was that Lin Yi had fortuitously awakened a new talent today, one associated with treasure hunting, a green talent. Treasure sensing, green talent, you possess a unique ability to sense undiscovered treasures within a 10-mile radius. Once activated, this ability can be used again after 3 days, to be honest, since solidifying the white talent. Bone surprise, Lin Yi had only encountered white quality talents in the talent space. It was only today that he finally unlocked a green talent. Considering its capabilities, Lin Yi decided to replace Bone Surprise with treasure sensing. This was his first time utilizing the treasure sensing talent, and he felt a strong pull towards something beneath the willow tree, prompting him to investigate. The soil beneath the willow was difficult to excavate, filled with roots, and Lin Yi was cautious not to make too much noise to avoid drawing attention. After digging a pit about half a meter deep, he suddenly unearthed a wooden box. The box was adorned with intricate patterns, yet its surface had decayed from years of being buried in damp earth. Lin Yi did not rush to open the box. Instead, he stowed it in his spatial inventory, filled in the pit, and quietly departed. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Yi finally opened the box to reveal its contents. Inside was a cool, smooth, red jade stone. Eerie Stone Growth Soul Artifact, a type of soul artifact crafted from the heart of a special eerie spirit doll. Capable of sensing nearby eerie spirits. When placed at the user's heart, it can permanently bind to the eerie stone. Note: this item is a permanent growth soul artifact when it absorbs sufficient eerie spirit ashes. It can enhance its sensing range. After reading the description of the red jade stone, Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. A soul artifact. Moreover, a growth-type soul artifact, it appeared to be distinct from spirit artifacts. However, according to the system's description, this red jade stone was undoubtedly a treasure, capable of sensing eerie spirits. It was worth noting that earlier, while Gu Chenghu was detailing the dangers surrounding Gutan village, he emphasized the existence of eerie spirits. Eerie spirits differ from monsters. They are peculiar entities that can transform between physical form and soul, making them particularly dangerous. The peril of eerie spirits lies in their ability to conceal themselves and parasitize various objects, rendering them difficult to detect. Should this eerie stone soul artifact indeed be capable of sensing nearby eerie spirits, it would significantly enhance safety against encounters with eerie spirits within Gutan village. Nonetheless, Lin Yi was not in a rush to bind this eerie stone. After all, the world was fraught with danger, and many aspects remained unknown, until he fully understood what a soul artifact entailed. He was not willing to experiment recklessly with himself. Currently, the two most valuable items Lin Yi possessed were the recently acquired eerie stone and the white monster blood material previously given to him by Guman. The former required clarity on the nature of soul artifacts before it could be utilized. As for the latter, Lin Yi was already aware of its application after becoming a reserve member of the militia. In Gutan village, there exists a dedicated treasure repository for the militia, overseen by one of the 3 elders of Gutan village, Gu Yuan. Within this repository, extraordinary items can be exchanged for contribution points, which can then be traded for other desired extraordinary goods. Now that Lin Yi was considered a semi-member of the militia, he was naturally permitted to visit the treasure repository to redeem the items he needed. Before going, Lin Yi had already learned that his low-grade monster blood, though merely of white quality, was dropped only by a few high-level monsters and had wide-ranging applications. Thus, the value of the low-grade demon blood, known as Bai, remains quite significant, capable of being exchanged for 30 contribution points. However, Lin Yi was uncertain about what these 30 points could actually be redeemed for. Subsequently, following the directions provided by Captain Gu Chenghu, Lin Yi arrived at the core area of Gutan village. Here, the temple, the heritage site, and the treasury of Gutan village were all located, making this the most strictly guarded area within the village. Upon his arrival at Gutan village, Lin Yi had encountered the elder from Gu He township nearby. The treasury of Gutan village was guarded by 2 militia members, whose stern expressions suggested that their levels were likely not low. After learning of Lin Yi's purpose, the 2 verified his identity and granted him passage. It was surprising to see the second team starting to recruit those who had been reborn, especially a newcomer. It seemed like the sun had risen from the west. Clearly, the news of Brother Man forging spiritual artifacts had stirred the captain of the second team. Point 1 could only speculate that the reborn would soon become a coveted asset within the village. Indeed, the reborn were exceptionally unique. Their kills of demon creatures and eerie spirits could yield finished materials. If the militia were to slay such creatures, even with specialists handling the demon corpses, they would lose a significant amount of the material spiritual essence. The 2 men openly criticized this in front of Lin Yi, seemingly unconcerned by his presence. Lin Yi simply touched his nose and proceeded into the treasury. The treasury of Gutan village was constructed underground. Upon entering, Lin Yi followed a dark passageway for several meters before arriving at a brightly lit cellar. The cellar was spacious, furnished with various pieces of furniture, such as beds, wardrobes, and wooden tables, resembling someone's living quarters. Just as Lin Yi pondered this, an elderly man with graying hair gradually rose from a dark corner and approached him. "Reborn, what do you seek in the treasury?" The old man, hunched over and pale, appeared to have been injured not long ago, which explained the herbal scent lingering in the cellar. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback before inquiring, "Are you the elder of Gu Yuan?" The elder responded, "Indeed, I am. Reborn, what is your name?" Lin Yi stated his purpose directly. "I am called Qingshan Bulo, here to exchange demon blood for contribution points, and subsequently redeem some useful items." Upon seeing Lin, he produced the somewhat foul-smelling low-grade demon blood. The elder nodded slightly and retrieved a parchment. Given the scent, it appears to be blood from a ghostly demon. It possesses ample spiritual essence, albeit with slightly inferior quality, redeemable for 33 contribution points. This parchment contains a catalog of items available for exchange in the treasury. Examine it carefully. Should you wish to redeem any treasures, let me know. If not, The contribution points can be recorded under your name for future use. Lin Yi accepted the parchment and began to scrutinize it. The information was abundant, and the variety of treasures left him feeling dazzled. Among the items listed were full-body armor made from the pelt of a heart-eating wolf, renowned for its toughness and resistance to blades, including a helmet and armor. Though not classified as a spiritual artifact, it is valued at 100 contribution points. Spirit fire candle, a candle imbued with divine essence, capable of dispelling darkness when lit, particularly effective against eerie spirits. Due to the rarity of its raw materials, it is valued at 150 contribution points. Copper coins, currency used in the Tianshui City region. Also accepted in Gutan Village, where 1 contribution point can be exchanged for 101. Diamond sword, a sword forged from unique mineral metals, its blade sharp enough to slice through most demon creatures' hides. Although not a spiritual artifact, it holds a value of 350 contribution points. Red heart fruit, a rare spiritual fruit that requires long-term infusion with demon blood to sprout and bear fruit. Consuming 1 grants a slight increase in strength. Reborn individuals may gain 1 point of strength. This fruit is difficult to obtain, only available outside Gutan Village, with a current stock of 3, each requiring 300 contribution points for exchange. Eerie Spirit Ash, a fundamental material dropped upon the demise of an eerie spirit, redeemable at 50 contribution points for 1 gram. The catalog was extensive, with many items of significant utility to Lin Yi. Aside from the full-body armor and diamond sword, which were weapons and defenses, Lin Yi's greatest desire was the red heart fruit to enhance his strength. Unfortunately, acquiring it required 300 contribution points, a sum he was far from attaining. The treasures redeemable for 33 contribution points were rather limited. As Lin Yi continued to peruse, he finally discovered several appealing items, all of which were talismans. Defensive talisman, divine talisman crafted by the village chief. Shattering the parchment activates a protective barrier lasting 2 seconds, capable of withstanding attacks from level 8 or lower demon creatures. However, it is ineffective against certain level 8 and above demons and eerie spirits. Due to the need for demon blood in its creation, this talisman requires 80 contribution points for exchange. Eerie Spirit Detection Talisman, also crafted by the village chief. Burning this talisman allows the user to sense eerie spirits within a 100-meter radius. Note: this talisman can only sense 1 eerie spirit at a time, and its activation may incite the spirit's aggressive tendencies. Redeeming this talisman costs 50 contribution points. Strengthening Talisman, a divine talisman made by the village chief that, when activated, grants the user a minor boost in strength. Reborn individuals may gain 5 strength points. This talisman lasts for 1 minute, after which the user will experience a period of weakness that it costs 30 contribution points to redeem. Speed Enhancement Talisman, also crafted by the village chief. Activating this talisman grants a minor increase in speed. Reborn individuals may gain 5 agility points for 1 minute, followed by a period of weakness. It also requires 30 contribution points for exchange. There were 4 types of talismans available. Naturally, Lin Yi could not afford the first 2. However, with his contribution points, he could purchase either the Strengthening Talisman or the Speed Enhancement Talisman. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi decisively chose the Speed Enhancement Talisman. Given the nature of the demons and eerie spirits he faced, an increase of 5 strength points would be of little use to him. However, if he could run faster, that would make a significant difference. After all, during his last encounter with a ghostly demon, it was only due to his slightly quicker pace that he managed to escape danger, as a villager had taken his place. After redeeming the Speed Enhancement Talisman, Lin Yi exchanged his remaining 3 contribution points for copper coins. During this period, he had diligently completed the firewood gathering tasks assigned by Gu Yongqiang, accumulating over 21 through strenuous labor. To his surprise, 1 contribution point could be exchanged for 100 W, and it was indeed a bargain to trade contribution points for copper coins. With these 301, Lin Yi would no longer need to rely on firewood gathering to earn money in the game, but he could finally afford some decent food instead of the hard, bland pancakes and slightly bitter well water. Of course, 301 would not sustain him for long. However, after joining the militia, he would receive a daily stipend of 21 and a share of any loot, alleviating his financial concerns. Before leaving the cellar treasury, Lin Yi casually inquired about soul artifact from Elder Gu Yuan. The elder looked surprised and regarded Lin Yi with curiosity. Soul artifacts? How do you know about them? They are akin to spiritual artifacts but exist on a higher tier. Soul artifacts can merge with one's soul, capable of combating demons and, in some cases, specifically countering eerie spirits. However, they are exceedingly rare and extraordinarily valuable. Should you possess a soul artifact, you may come to me for exchange, and the items on the parchment will be yours to choose from. You jest. How could I possibly possess a soul artifact? I merely heard others mention it, which piqued my curiosity. Lin Yi replied, his heart stirred by the elder's words. He had not anticipated the immense value of soul artifacts. After all, he had just perused the parchment and noted that while many items were rare, not a single one was even a spiritual artifact. Considering that the captains of the 4 militia teams in Gutan village each possessed only one spiritual artifact, it was clear how precious they were. The fact that soul artifacts were an even rarer category above spiritual artifacts underscored the extraordinary nature of what he had unearthed. The green treasure hunting talent was indeed remarkable, suppressing his excitement. Lin Yi returned to Gu Yongxiang's firewood shed and logged out of the game. After Lin Yi's departure, a figure emerged from the grass outside the courtyard, none other than Elder Gu Yuan, who had followed him all along. The elder squinted his eyes, pondering. Nothing noteworthy, but did this lad truly encounter a soul artifact, or has he merely heard of it from others? At that moment, Gu Yongxiang appeared, his expression filled with anger. Gu Yuan, what brings you here? Gu Yuan frowned, not bothering to conceal himself as he stepped out from the grass. What's the matter? You are so rude as to not even call me uncle? Still holding on to past grievances? Gu Yongxiang scoffed. If you hadn't hoarded the treasury and refused to provide medicine for my injury back then, my leg wouldn't be crippled to this day. With a sigh, Gu Yuan remarked, that medicine is the lifeblood of our village. Unless the village chief and the 3 esteemed elders are gravely injured or perish, none have the right to utilize it. Even if I had consented back then, the village chief would have never permitted it. I believe that after all these years of cultivating your character, you would have long since let go of your grievances. I never anticipated such lingering resentment. Resentment? I no longer harbor hatred. I merely wish to teach you a harsh lesson. Gu Yongxiang, disinterested in further discourse, flicked his wrist, causing a machete to materialize, and aimed a strike at Gu Yuan. How audacious of you to raise your hand against your own uncle. You unfilial child! Gu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he hastily crushed the protective talisman on him. Though he transcended the 10th level, his path was one of divinity, and his close combat skills were evidently inferior to Gu Yongxiang, who had once vied for the position of militia captain. In the next moment, a golden light erupted, sending Gu Yongxiang flying 3 meters away. Shaking his numbed arm, Gu Yongxiang gritted his teeth. Old man, you dare to retaliate? If you do not allow me to vent my anger with a couple of strikes today, I shall pursue you relentlessly in the future. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's eyebrows shot up in indignation. This is outrageous, you reckless little brat. Lin Yi was oblivious to the fact that his indiscreet inquiry about the soul device had inadvertently drawn him into a minor conflict, even igniting a fierce battle between the uncle and nephew. However, the following morning, after logging in, Lin Yi discovered that his original storage shed had vanished. It appeared that the shed had been torn down, 3 walls destroyed, and firewood scattered across the ground, leaving a scene of utter disarray. What has transpired? Has another beast entered the village? Lin Yi pondered, just as Gu Yongxiang limped out from within the remnants of the shed. Chenghu has arranged a place for you to stay. Now that you've joined the militia, you shall reside there henceforth. Lin Yi intended to inquire about the events that had unfolded, but seeing the dark expression on Gu Yongxiang's face, he refrained. He could only clasp his fists and express, "Thank you, Brother Gu, for your care during this time. Shall I head over now? Go ahead. Once your level reaches 4, return to learn the Sunflower Blade technique from me." After departing from Gu Yongxiang's home, Lin Yi made his way directly to the city walls of Gutan village. That moment, the members of the 2nd militia team under Gu Qinghu were already stationed outside the village. Gu Qinghu was absent, and one of the 2nd team members greeted him with a smile. "Brother Qingshan, you have arrived." Lin Yi smiled back, "Indeed. Where is the captain?" he has gone to patrol the outer walls. The third team on village watch reported hearing the howls of hard-eating wolves nearby, and the captain, concerned, took several brothers to investigate. As they conversed, Gu Qinghu emerged from the desolate wilderness, several members of the second team in tow. Gu Qinghu held a blackened carcass in his hands, which upon closer inspection turned out not to be a hard-eating wolf, but an ordinary mountain goat from the wild. The goat's neck was oozing blood, indicating it had met its end by the blade. Qing Shan has arrived, splendidly on time, Gu Qinghu remarked, tossing the goat carcass to the ground. He directed the others to process it for a barbecue outside the city walls. You're in luck. Your first day here already brings roasted meat. Typically, we only have that opportunity every 10 days or so. The second team members handled the goat's carcass with remarkable skill, working in concert to remove the entrails and prepare a campfire. Seasoning the meat with spices, Lin Yi could not help but voice his concern. Captain, won't the blood and odor from the carcass attract nearby beasts? Beasts? I actually hope they come. However, ordinary animals do not draw them effectively. One must understand that these creatures only grow stronger by consuming human flesh and blood. The blood of regular animals merely fills their bellies. Moreover, the beasts around Gutan village are quite astute. In previous years, we attracted a horde of them using the blood of ordinary animals. But after that incident, such tactics only ensnare the lesser, less intelligent beasts. The clever ones become elusive. Gu Qinghu grilled the meat. He elucidated further. But just then, a member of the team, Gu Xiaolu, suddenly pointed towards the hillside. Captain, there are traces of heart-eating wolves. Everyone turned to look, spotting several gray-furred heart-eating wolves, towering at 2 meters high. Lurking on the slope, their blood-red eyes were strikingly noticeable, instilling a sense of dread from afar. Indeed, these wretched creatures have come, but they seem hesitant to approach. That's hard to say, if they dare to show themselves. They are likely fixated on us. Sooner or later, they will surely attack. Ji Yushan from the team had already armed himself and turned to ask, Captain, should we engage? Gu Qinghu, while tending to the meat, replied, Not yet. Let us wait. When dealing with wolves, one must possess greater patience than they. Before long, the pack of heart-eating wolves vanished from the opposite hillside. Ji Yuqinghu then instructed everyone to return to their respective posts. Remaining vigilant of the wolves' movements, the city walls of Gu Tan village featured small beacon towers every few hundred meters. Should any beasts invade, the militia members stationed at the towers would ignite the fires. Gu Qinghu explained to Lin Yi, heart-eating wolves are cunning. If they detect human flesh, they won't rush in immediately, but will seek weaknesses in our defenses, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. If I am not mistaken, those wolves that just showed themselves will not leave. They will likely linger around Gutan village in search of an opportunity to attack. For 2 hours that morning, Lin Yi enjoyed a feast of grilled mountain goat under Gu Qinghu's hospitality, and as nothing occurred, he logged off after Dugu Feng arrived to take over. Exiting the world of Apocalypse, it was already past 9 o'clock. While not too late to head to the studio, Lin Yi had no intention of doing so. Instead, today he planned to acquire a gym membership at a nearby fitness center. Upon logging in today, he noticed his strength attribute had risen from 6 points to 7. It was noteworthy that attributes in reality were tied to those in the game. Thus, an increase in game could be mirrored in real life. Lin Yi speculated that his recent vigorous woodcutting in Gutan village had provided ample exercise, contributing to this boost in strength. Recalling that his character's attributes upon entering the apocalypse world were based on his physical condition in reality. It suggested that improving one's physical fitness in real life could similarly enhance attributes in the game. This indicated that in the world of Apocalypse, leveling up was not the sole avenue for attribute growth. Physical training could equally foster attribute development. During the midday break, Lin Yi completed his tasks at the studio and logged in once more. Like the morning, he carefully approached the city walls guarded by the second militia team. However, upon arrival, he was met with the overwhelming scent of blood. Voices echoed from atop the city walls. Hey, Captain, be gentle with the bandage. Quit your whining. The wolf's claws are poisonous if I don't clean the poison properly. Don't come crying to me later if something goes wrong. Climbing to the top of the wall, Lin Yi beheld Gu Xiaolu and 2 other team members groaning in agony from abdominal wounds. While Captain Gu Qinghu was applying a green herbal liquid to their injuries, Bloodstains were scattered across the ground. "Captain, what happened?" Gu Qinghu glanced at Lin Yi and replied, "These boys were ambushed by the two hard-eating wolves this morning. But luckily I arrived in time. No fatalities at that moment." The bandaged Gu Xiaolu gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Damn it! Those two beasts were too clever today. They saw us having lunch on the wall and stealthily crept along the wall's edge." Gu Qinghu scolded, "No excuses. As veteran members, how could you let beasts outsmart you? You are courting death. That I warned you that hard-eating wolves wouldn't stray too far. How could you make such a blunder? You are even worse than the newcomers." The injured Gu Xiaolu and the others remained silent, cowed by the reprimand. Then, Gu Qinghu wiped the blood from his hands and approached Lin Qingshan. "You arrived just in time. Those two hard-eating wolves, having tasted blood, will likely become restless and may attempt to infiltrate the village this afternoon or evening. That I plan to take action against them immediately." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. "Understood, Captain. I will follow your lead." Yu Qinghu patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, satisfied. "Ah, good, you have some guts. Rest assured, I won't make you face the hard-eating wolves directly. I only need you to assist me in dispatching those two wretches at the crucial moment." "Captain, rest assured, I possess ample experience. I have heard of the time when Captain Gu Man vanquished a demon beast. To be frank, had it not been for your ability to slay a demon beast at the first level, even with Brother Yongxiang's recommendation, I would not have permitted you to join our team." Yu Qinghu refrained from further discussion, subsequently calling out a few members of the second team, instructing them to return to the village for certain supplies. He then led Lin Yi directly beyond the city walls, arriving at the desolate wilderness outside Gutan village. The wilderness lay barren and lonely, with the wind howling mournfully. Surrounding them were only scattered patches of sparse vegetation and numerous carcasses of animals, tinged with a sanguine hue, strewn about. As Lin Yi ventured away from Gutan village for the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity, as if unseen eyes were watching him from the shadows. Observing Lin Yi's unease, Gu Qinghu chuckled softly. "Do not worry. I recently cleared this area, and there is little danger during the day." After walking for more than 500 meters until the city walls vanished behind a high slope, Gu Qinghu finally halted. Before them lay a sunken marshland, the ground depressingly hollow, littered with the remains of numerous animals, swarming with flies. It was the height of noon, the sun blazing, and, as Lin Yi inhaled, he was assaulted by an overpowering stench of decay that invaded his lungs, lingering ominously. "Good heavens, it reeks terribly." Gu Qinghu surveyed the surroundings and explained, "This is an excellent location. The terrain is sunken and muddy. If we can lure the hard-eater wolves here, we can ambush them from all sides and ensure they do not escape." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi expressed his doubts. "Captain, the hard-eater wolves are cunning and not easily outwitted. I fear they may not be so easily lured. I plan to create a temptation that they cannot resist, although it may involve some risk." Just then, Gushan, who had returned to the village, hurried over, panting, carrying a package tightly wrapped in oil paper. "Captain, I have retrieved it. Gu Yunxiang advised you to exercise caution. Additionally, he provided me with a talisman just in case, stating that it would deduct contribution points from you." "That old coot," Gu Qinghu muttered under his breath as he accepted the two items handed to him by Gushan. The talisman was a vivid crimson, emanating a faint glow, indicating its value far surpassed that of the swift talisman Lin Yi had exchanged for yesterday. As for the item wrapped in oil paper, upon unwrapping it, they discovered a writhing mass of flesh. Lin Yi leaned closer, his gaze sharpening. This blood food? To be frank, the sight was somewhat revolting, appearing as though it had been sliced from a living creature. Blood food is vital for humans and equally precious for demon beasts. As Lin Yi understood, blood food could also be exchanged for contribution points, though it came at a steep price of 2 contribution points per gram, rendering it exceedingly expensive. The blood food in Gu Qinghu's possession weighed approximately 6 taels, necessitating around 600 contribution points for an equivalent exchange. It must be said, Gu Qinghu was indeed investing significantly to lure the heart-eater wolves. Subsequently, Gu Qinghu descended into the muddy pit with the blood food, meticulously setting the stage. Lin Yi was escorted by Gushan and other team members to a nearby pile of rocks. It turned out the area beneath the rocks had been excavated, providing ample concealment for several individuals. That Jiyushan handed Lin Yi a vial of potion, saying, "Use this to mask the scent. We cannot let the heart-eater wolves catch wind of our presence." "And what about the captain?" Lin Yi inquired. Jiyushan replied, "Do not concern yourself with him. The blood food is far too valuable. The captain must remain below to oversee things. Otherwise, if the local wildlife devours it, all will be for naught. If the captain is below, will the heart-eater wolves still take the bait? You need not worry about that. Our captain possesses a technique to hold his breath, rendering his presence undetectable. Akin to a corpse, once covered in dirt, the heart-eater wolves will be unable to detect him." Lin Yi posed several questions, all of which Gu Shan answered in turn soon. The cave entrance was sealed by Gu Shan, leaving only a small opening for ventilation. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, over half an hour had elapsed. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from outside. "What audacity! They have truly arrived! Gu Shan, come out and assist." Gu Shan, accompanied by 4 members of the militia, rushed out, leaving behind a 7th-level team member named Gu He to protect Lin Yi. Sounds of fierce combat erupted from outside, and Lin Yi attempted to peek out to assess the situation, only to be pulled back by Gu He. "Qing Shan, you're only at the 1st level. If the heart-eater wolves fixate on you, I cannot guarantee your safety. For the sake of caution, let's wait for the signal before emerging." Lin Yi concurred, gripping the only talisman that could save his life, the Swift Talisman, as he lay at the cave entrance, patiently awaiting the signal. In the low-lying marsh outside, Gu Qinghu wielded a seemingly spiritual black dagger, fiercely battling 2 heart-eater wolves. These 2 heart-eater wolves were both 9th-level demon beasts, possessing remarkable intelligence and the ability to coordinate their attacks. Realizing that their bait, the blood food, was being seized by Gu Qinghu, who had emerged from the marsh, they understood they had fallen into an ambush. They then launched a full-scale assault, intent on eliminating Gu Qinghu swiftly and reclaiming the blood food that had lured them. Roar, die! Gu Qinghu's blade flashed with lethal precision, the black dagger glowing with a fiery red light, as if it could cleave through flames. Even with their combined might, the 2 9th-level heart-eater wolves found it challenging to overpower him. "Captain, we are here." At that moment, Gu Shan and the others arrived, significantly alleviating Gu Qinghu's burden. "You entangle one while I take down the other." The 2 heart-eater wolves, sensing the dire situation, let out a screech and attempted to flee. However, the location Gu Qinghu had chosen was treacherously deceptive. The soil was sandy, the terrain sunken, and the bottom was a mire of foul water. The 2 heart-eater wolves clawed desperately at the pit's edge, but their paws slipped repeatedly, and they even became mired in the sludge. "I have endured this foul stench to lure you here. I will not allow you to escape so easily." Gu Qinghu sneered coldly, intensifying his assault, targeting the vulnerable belly of one of the heart-eater wolves. Within 2 minutes, Lin Yi, concealed within the cave, heard Gu Qinghu's call. "Qing Shan, hurry out and assist." Lin Yi scrambled out of the rock cavity, witnessing Gu Shan and the others struggling to restrain one heart-eater wolf trapped in the mud. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghu stood over the bloodied carcass of the other heart-eater wolf. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi slid down the sandy slope of the pit, rushing toward Gu Qinghu. "Take the dagger. Strike at the wolf's neck." Lin Yi nodded, receiving the bloodied black dagger. That moment, he felt the weight of the weapon. It was significantly heavier than the Qing Feng sword wielded by Gu Man, the Longing dagger, a spiritual weapon, an exquisite blade passed down through Gutan village for over a century, unmatched in sharpness, granting a strength bonus of 10. If tempered with dragon blood, the blade would become even more resilient, and its power would double. Lin Yi glanced at the dagger's attributes, then raised it with both hands, delivering a fierce strike. With a squelch, he aimed for a previously inflicted wound on the heart-eater wolf's neck, which had already been weakened by Gu Qinghu's attacks. Miraculously, he struck true, delivering a fatal blow that sent blood spraying a meter high. "Ding! You have slain a 9th-level heart-eater wolf, earning 70 experience points." The heart-eater wolf beneath Gu Qinghu's feet dissipated into light, revealing 2 items. Heart of the heart-eater wolf, green, a rare material imbued with rich vitality, likely to enhance physical attributes upon consumption. albeit with a slight chance of demonic transformation. Low-level demon blood. White. A drop from low-level demon beasts, containing chaotic and volatile demon power, with various applications. The two dropped items were fortuitous finds. Gu Qinghu picked up the two items with a pleased expression, then handed them to Lin Yi before charging toward the remaining Heart-Eater Wolf. The last Heart-Eater Wolf, witnessing its companion's demise, abandoned any thought of escape and instead launched a frenzied assault on Gu Shan and the others. Just as Gu Qinghu arrived, he witnessed the Heart-Eater Wolf sending several individuals flying and brutally mauling a 7th-level militia member. "You beast, daring to commit murder before my eyes!" Gu Qinghu roared in fury, his vital energy surging, causing the longing dagger to tremble slightly as it emitted a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Flame Sun Blade Technique. A 3-meter-long blade of fiery red energy erupted forth, striking the Heart-Eater Wolf's back with tremendous force. Ow! In an instant, the Heart-Eater Wolf was sent flying several meters, its flesh and blood scattering through the air. "Qing Shan, hurry over!" After subduing the last heart-eating wolf, Gu Qinghu urged Lin Yi to come over. Lin Yi, still immersed in Gu Qinghu's earlier swordplay, hurriedly responded and ran over. Taking the longing blade, Lin Yi took a deep breath and struck down fiercely once more. "Ding, you have slain a level 9 heart-eating wolf and gained 70 experience points." Subsequently, 2 items dropped that Heart-Eating Wolf Compendium White, a compendium detailing the species, habits, and weaknesses of the Heart-Eating Wolf, an exclusive item for the reincarnated, allowing permanent access to the status, health, and other attributes of the Heart-Eating Wolf upon use. Beast Leg Bone White, the leg bone of a certain low-level beast, which would be used to forge weapons or ground into powder for other purposes. Upon seeing the first dropped item, Lin Yi's eyes brightened. The Heart-Eating Wolf Compendium? This item seems to enable one to check the level and health attributes of the Heart-Eating Wolf, much like a game's identification skill. No wonder, as a gamer, he was unable to detect the monster's levels and statuses. It turns out one needed to obtain the corresponding monster compendium. However, Gu Qinghu raised an eyebrow at the dropped items. Both were of white quality, and one could only be used by the reincarnated, which undoubtedly left him somewhat disappointed. What a pity! If 2 green quality beast materials had dropped today, perhaps within a week, he could gather the materials needed to forge a spiritual weapon. Then he could flaunt it before that brat Guim and Gu Qinghu shook his head slightly and turned to Lin Yi, saying, "Qing Shan, as previously stated, if the drop is odd, I will compensate you with contribution points at AS for even drops. You can choose 1/2. Which 2 do you prefer? Which 2 do you prefer?" Lin Yi's gaze swept over the 4 dropped items. If he were to consider value, the green quality Heart-Eating Wolf Heart and the Heart-Eating Wolf Compendium were undoubtedly the most valuable. However, since Gu Qinghu had done most of the heavy lifting, Lin Yi, being a sensible person, would not take the most precious items. "Captain, I want the beast blood and the compendium." "All right." Seeing Lin Yi's thoughtfulness, Gu Qinghu smiled. Although the day's haul was not as substantial as he had imagined, the green quality Heart-Eating Wolf Heart was still a good item, sufficient to compensate for his losses today. Upon hearing that he could receive half, the other members of the militia gazed at Lin Yi with envy. The reincarnated are fortunate. They could obtain 2 dropped items with minimal effort, while they risked their lives and ended up with nothing. Yet without Lin Yi, even if they managed to acquire 2 complete Heart-Eating Wolf corpses, they would have no means to obtain materials from the wolf corpses. This is because monsters differ from ordinary animals. After a monster dies, the residual demonic energy quickly dissipates, leading to the contamination of the entire corpse, with its essence gradually lost. Unless there is a master who understands monster dissection on-site to kill and butcher it immediately, they might be able to preserve a couple of essential organ materials from the wolf's corpse. However, it is said that in the entire ancient Pool village, only the village chief possesses such skills. Without a reincarnated individual, the militia would likely obtain nothing despite their strenuous efforts to slay monsters. Therefore, the members of the militia bore no resentment towards Lin Yi for receiving 2 dropped treasures. Instead, they harbored the thought of teaming up with Lin Yi next time they encountered weaker monsters, so they could share the spoils. Gu Qinghu rewrapped the blood food that had not suffered much loss in oil paper, and seeing that the team member who had been injured earlier was already bandaged, he waved his hand and said, "All right, The wilderness isn't safe. Let's clean up and hurry back to the village. Lin Yi placed the obtained beast blood into his spatial backpack and held the heart-eating wolf compendium in his hand. Ding! Player Qingshan Bulo discovered the heart-eating wolf compendium. Would you like to unlock it? Unlocking will grant the player the ability to inquire about the attributes of a heart-eating wolf. Unlock. Subsequently, the compendium in Lin Yi's hand transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. After the compendium disappeared, Lin Yi felt nothing, and Gu Qinghu and the others around him appeared unfazed. After all, the reincarnated were different from them and were favored by the divine. However, just as Lin Yi and the others climbed out of the depression, they heard something rapidly approaching from the sky in the distance. Yu Qinghu looked up, and his expression suddenly changed. Not good. It's a Shenyang. He must have been attracted by the scent of the blood food I just took out. Shenyang. Lin Yi's heart trembled as well. This was a level 10 great monster. Although he had never seen a Shenyang, Gu Qinghu had introduced them earlier. Level 10 monsters were all formidable beasts with abundant demonic energy. And if one appeared, the entire militia would likely struggle to defeat it. Among them, the Shenyang was one of the most dangerous types of monsters lurking outside Ancient Pool Village. Lin Yi glanced up and saw a shadow diving down from the clouds. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi instinctively bolted forward. Just as he was about to use the speed talisman in his hand, he felt a large hand lift him up, wrapping around his waist. It was Gui beside him. Jiyu, he, being level 7, had invested many attribute points in agility and physique, thus was assigned to stay close to Lin Yi by Gu Cheng. Yu Qinghu had instructed him to take Lin Yi and run in case of danger. Therefore, upon hearing the appearance of a Shenyang, he immediately grabbed Lin Yi and dashed toward the village. Jiyu-He's speed was impressive. In just a few breaths, he had carried Lin Yi more than 50 meters away. Just then, a piercing quack-quack echoed across the sky. Upon hearing this sound, the fleeing members of the militia suddenly felt their heads pounding, their ears ringing, and many of them froze, collapsing to the ground. Gui was also affected by the Shenyang's call, and he threw Lin Yi harshly onto the ground ahead. Damn! Lin Yi rolled several times on the ground. Dust flew, and Lin Yi covered his ears as he got back up. When he touched his ears, he found both were bleeding, possibly with ruptured eardrums. That a glance at his attribute panel revealed that his health, originally at 97 points, had plummeted to 53 points. Lin Yi's face displayed shock. The Shenyang's call was terrifying. Its destructive power was immense, even from hundreds of meters away. If it happened 2 more times, his health at this level would likely be obliterated by the sound. Truly, it was worthy of being a level 10 great monster. Fortunately, at that moment, Gu Qinghu noticed the dire situation of the others and roared, wielding the longing blade as he charged at the Shenyang in the sky. Damn it! Hurry back to the village and call for help. I can't hold it off alone for long. Amidst Gu Qinghu's shout, everyone promptly scrambled to their feet and staggered towards Ancient Pool Village. Soon, Lin Yi and the others returned to the city wall. From a distance, they saw Gu Qinghu entangled with the Shenyang on a small hillside, but the Shenyang, utilizing its flying advantage, continuously forced Gu Qinghu to retreat. Furthermore, it seemed to target the blood food package behind Gu Qinghu, frequently attacking It.Jiushan. Witnessing this, shouted ahead, "Captain, just throw away the blood food." Although Gu Qinghu could hear him, he paid no heed. The package behind him contained not only the borrowed blood food, but also the heart of the heart-eating wolf he had just obtained. If he discarded everything, he would surely suffer significant losses today. However, the level 10 great monster was indeed difficult to deal with. He was a level 10 combatant himself, yet he could only rely on the longing blade and his exquisite swordplay to barely fend off the Shenyang's attacks. As time passed, the Shenyang's assaults grew increasingly fierce. It understood that it was in human territory, and lingering any longer could pose a risk. Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air reached Lin Yi's ears. He turned his head to see a tall man clad in armor, standing beside him, with long hair flowing and a 2-meter-long giant bow drawn into a crescent shape. Whoosh! Another arrow flew forth, and the Shenyang, startled, dodged, but a few feathers were clipped by the arrow. Captain Lin Yi of the Rift Sea Squad. The captain has arrived. Our captain is saved. The crowd cheered with joy. Lin Yi then realized that the person standing next to him was Gu Lin Yi. the captain of the first militia squad and the strongest among the villagers, second only to the village chief and the 3 village elders. Amidst the astonishment and excitement of the crowd, Gulai had already loosed 5 arrows. Each arrow flew as swiftly as lightning, targeting the Shenyang hundreds of meters away. One of the arrows struck the Shenyang, which let out a howl, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Gulai narrowed his eyes, drawing another arrow and stating, "Qinghu, hold it down. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Rest assured, this beast won't escape." After being relentlessly attacked by the Shinya for half a day, Gu Chenghu was seething with pent-up rage. He swiftly retrieved the blood-red talisman brought by Gu Shan and directed it towards the heavens. The talisman erupted in a brilliant radiance, resembling a miniature sun radiating crimson light. The Shunya, illuminated by this intense glow, let out a shriek as if scorched before plummeting from the sky. This was the Jinya talisman, one of the most potent talismans against monsters in Gutan village. Even the village elder, Gu Yuan, could only craft 2 of these in a month. Had it not been for Gu Laihai's timely arrival, the 2 of them, combined with the Jinya talisman, would have been capable of slaying the Shinya. Gu Qinghu had initially hesitated to use this powerful talisman. In the next moment, Gu Chenghu brandished his longing blade, channeling his strength for a decisive strike. With a sharp sound, the Shinya's dark brown feathers, as hard as steel, resisted his blow, the blade only penetrating halfway. At that moment, an arrow from Gu Laihai soared in from a distance, piercing through the Shinya's wing. "Kid, let me take you to slay the monster." Seeing that the Shinya was now a certain prey, bound to its fate, Gu Laihai seized Lin Yi and leaped downwards. Whoa! Lin Yi, caught unprepared, was suddenly thrust into the battlefield. At this point, the ground was stained with the Shinya's blood, and several deep gashes from Gu Qinghu's earlier strike marred its abdomen. Gu Laihai narrowed his eyes, and from close range, released an arrow that severed the Shinya's throat. After sustaining such grievous injuries, the once mighty Shinya now lay like a dead dog, barely clinging to life. Gu Qinghu finally exhaled in relief, saying, "Laihai, thankfully you arrived in time. Otherwise, I fear I would have met my end. You possess the Jinya talisman. If you hesitate to use it, who can you blame?" Gu Qinghu chuckled. "Hey, talismans are on credit. It's best to save them. However, today we've had quite a harvest. In addition to those 2 heart-sucking wolves, who would have thought we would also take down a great monster?" As he spoke, Gu Qinghu handed the longing blade to Lin. "Qingshan, today you've struck it rich. No other reincarnators have your fortune. Treat us to a meal another day." "Thank you, both captains. I will certainly oblige." Lin Yi beamed as he gazed at the Shinya, which was now barely alive. Although the day had been fraught with peril, the outcome was indeed favorable, and yet another monster lay slain. Moreover, it was a level 10 great monster. He couldn't help but wonder what treasures a level 10 great monster might yield. Raising the longing blade high, Lin Yi plunged it fiercely into the Shinya's neck, where the arrow had struck. "Ding, you have slain a level 10 Shinya. Earning 100 experience points, 100 experience points." Lin Yi mused, astonished at how much higher the experience from his great monster was compared to the level 9 heart-sucking wolf. Glancing at his attribute panel, he saw that his experience bar had accumulated to 300 points, enough to level up to either level 2 or 3 to. However, Lin Yi had no intention of upgrading just yet. As Lu Hong had once mentioned in his diary, that in the world of Apocalypse, slaying monsters of a higher level granted an experience boost. Currently, by merely assisting the militia team in dealing the final blow, he could earn experience, making it impractical to level up at this moment. Nevertheless, after nearly being killed by the Shinya's sound, he realized his health was alarmingly low. Continuing with the militia, he needed to develop more means of self-preservation. As he pondered, the deceased Shinya transformed into 3 items of loot. Shinya Iron Feather Green, a rare material, the hardest feather from the wings of the great monster Shinya, suitable for forging into a spiritual weapon. Intermediate Demon Blood Green, an item dropped by intermediate demon creatures, containing chaotic and violent demon energy with a wide array of uses. Shinya Sound Green, a record of the Shinya clan's magical techniques. Exceedingly rare, once learned, it allows the user to emit a sound that can stun the soul. The more proficient one becomes, the greater the power and range of Shinya's sound. upon mastering this technique. One could ensnare the targeted victim in an illusory realm. Note: should this technique be used in front of the Shinya clan, it may incite their unending wrath. Seeing the loot, Lin Yi's face lit up with joy. 3 green items, and a magical technique to boot. He had never heard of monsters dropping magical techniques before. He just wondered if reincarnators could learn them. However, according to the rules, with 3 items dropped, he was entitled to at least one up beside him. Gu Chenghu, upon seeing the 3 items, also expressed his delight, stating, "Not bad, we are quite fortunate. Since there are 3 of us, why not divide them equally?" He then looked towards Gu Laihai. However, Gu Laihai frowned, seemingly unsatisfied with the 1 item per person division. Gu Chenghu immediately furrowed his brow and said, "Laihai, don't go back on your word. I promised Qingshan a share beforehand." Ignoring Gu Chenghu, Gu Laihai turned to Lin Yi and suggested, "We all contributed to slaying the Shinya, so 1 item each is certainly fair. However, 2 of these items are essential for me. You're Qingshan, right? Could you relinquish your share to me? I would be willing to offer you compensation." Compensation? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, contemplating he desired all 3 items, particularly the magical technique Shinya sound, which appeared to hold significant value. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, Gu Laihai hesitated before asking, "Are you interested in the magical technique?" Lin Yi nodded. "Yes, Captain. What exactly is a magical technique? Can we reincarnators use it?" Gu Laihai replied, "You can, but the cost is considerable. Magical techniques are akin to our external skills, albeit exclusive to demons. For humans to activate a magical technique, it generally requires double the vitality, and excessive use may lead to gradual demonization, ultimately transforming one into something neither human nor demon. You are currently only level 1 and likely have not yet learned any external skills. How about this? If you forfeit your right to this distribution and join our team, I can directly teach you my external skills." Upon hearing this, Gu Chenghu could no longer remain silent. "Hey Laihai, don't try to poach my team member right in front of me. We only have 2 reincarnators in our squad. What will I do if you take one away? Besides, Brother Yongxiang had promised Qingshan that he would receive the yin-yang sword technique once he reached level 4. Listening to this, Gu Laihai gazed at Lin Yi and remarked, "The yin-yang sword technique is indeed excellent, but the external skills I offer are of green quality archery, surpassing the yin-yang sword technique in merit, compensating for the magical technique Shinya sound you desire." This, seeing Lin Yi still wavering, Gu Laihai raised the stakes, saying, "Additionally, I see you are in need of a weapon. I once possessed a bare muscle great bow. Though it does not qualify as a spiritual weapon, it is still a highly valuable armament. If you agree to my terms, I will provide you with a bare muscle great bow alongside my archery skills. Of course, whether you switch teams is entirely up to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt genuinely tempted. Green quality external skills, coupled with a fine bow, were enticing. If the magical technique truly bore the considerable cost Gu Laihai had mentioned, then trading with Gu Laihai would be a significant gain for him. After glancing at Gu Chenghu, Lin Yi contemplated and finally said, "Captain, I agree to the exchange, but about the external skills, teaching external skills requires a considerable amount of time. I do not have the means to instruct you. However, I possess the original text for the external skills, which can be directly utilized by reincarnators." Gu Chenghu was astonished, exclaiming, "The original text for external skills? Why, how could you possibly part with the original? If Qingshan learns it, the original will vanish." Gu Laihai merely smiled and replied, "This magical technique Shinya sound is also an original. It's a fair exchange, and no one will be at a loss." After reaching an agreement with Lin Yi, Gu Laihai promptly collected the Shinya Iron Feather Green and Shinya Sound Green, leaving the intermediate Demon Blood Green for Gu Chenghu. Upon returning to the militia's lodging area, Lin Yi spread out his bedding and belongings, then retrieved the green external skill that Gu Laihai had given him. That it was a tome with an air of antiquity, suggesting it had been around for many years. The writing on the cover appeared to be painstakingly inscribed. Tianxing Archery Green, a rare external skill for humans, created through the comprehension of celestial stars, allowing one to infuse vitality into arrows, thereby proportionally enhancing their damage. Upon firing the 7th arrow consecutively, the 7th arrow can detonate the accumulated percentage damage of the preceding 6 arrows. After thoroughly reviewing this external archery skill, Lin Yi did not hesitate and immediately opted to learn it. Teaching archery green has been learned. The original has vanished. Ding! You have learned an external skill. Your vitality has been activated. Player, Qingshan Bulow status. Slight internal injury ID. 007 gender. Male level. 1 health points. 83 experience points. 300100 hunger level. 78 100 strength. 7 normal male. 10 affects physical damage and the weight limit of usable weapons. Constitution. 8 normal male. 10 affects health point limit, health recovery speed, and basic resilience. Agility. 7 normal male. 10 affects movement and reaction speed. Stamina. 11 normal male. 10 affects stamina limit, stamina recovery speed, and carrying capacity. Vitality. 8.5 external skill. Teaching archery technique green. LV1. 500 each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases its damage by 2. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional 12 damage. Initial talent. Universal talent, red, LV1 treasure, sensing Lin Yi has been accumulating experience points without leveling up. Consequently, only his strength has slightly increased due to recent physical labor, while other attributes remain largely unchanged. Notably, Lin Yi's vitality attribute has been unlocked due to his learning of external skills. However, since vitality is linked to the character's 4 primary attributes, Lin Yi's vitality is rather low at only 8. 5 points. If he were to utilize this vitality to activate the teaching archery technique, he could manage to shoot approximately 8 arrows. It seems he must enhance his vitality significantly in the future, especially considering that breaking through to level 5 requires meeting vitality standards. Subsequently, Lin Yi retrieved the bare muscle longbow gifted by Lin Yi. The bow is entirely black and approximately 1.5 meters long. Bare muscle longbow, crafted from black bear sinew and ironwood. This weapon requires significant strength to draw and is not classified as a spiritual tool. Lin Yi attempted to draw the bare muscle longbow, but could only bend the bowstring slightly, unable to pull it even a third of the way. It appears that to wield this great bow, one must at least reach level 4 or 5. Focusing attribute points on strength. For now, such aspirations are futile. After organizing his belongings, Lin Yi logged off following his handover with Dugufeng. However, upon logging in, Dugufeng, upon learning that Lin Yi had just helped slay 3 monsters, was rendered speechless with envy. 3 monsters. What immense rewards could that yield? How exhilarating! Alas, why didn't the captain lure the heart wolf while I was online? Upon returning to his residence, Lin Yi glanced in the mirror and noticed a slight abrasion on his forehead, likely a result of being thrown by the ancient crane. For his 2 bleeding ears. Fortunately, when Lin Yi had bestowed the teaching archery technique upon him, he had also conveniently provided a healing talisman. The talisman, valued at 30 contribution points, allows for targeted healing of an injured area. Under the talisman's influence, his ears have nearly healed. Yet, if he were to rub them, a slight pain would still be felt. Finding a duckbill cap in his wardrobe to conceal his forehead injury, Lin Yi donned it and proceeded towards the studio. In recent days, although Lin Yi had taken time to monitor the studio's progress, his focus had shifted to the world of Apocalypse, resulting in a notable decline in daily earnings for the studio that he needed to oversee matters. Approximately 2 to 3 hours later, as dusk settled, Lin Yi enjoyed a simple bowl of beef noodles at a nearby eatery before returning to the gym close to his apartment. The gym he frequented boasts a plethora of sports facilities, spanning 3 levels of a shopping mall, including a swimming pool, an ice skating training hall, and an archery range. After a brief workout, Lin Yi visited the archery range downstairs to acquire a quarterly membership card. Initially, he had intended to learn sword techniques in the Apocalypse world. However, now that Lin Yi had imparted archery techniques to him, he decided to concentrate his efforts on archery. After all, with his current attributes being relatively low, engaging in close combat with monsters carries significant risk. If he could eliminate monsters from a distance with a bow, his safety would be greatly enhanced. Yet, with no one to instruct him in archery within the Apocalypse world, he had no choice but to learn in reality. After securing his membership, he was soon approached by a coach named Zhang. The coach, a youthful man in his 40s with robust arms, greeted Lin Yi with a smile. "Brother, you're new here. Have you practiced archery before? Lin Yi shook his head. No, I'm just starting. All right then, I'll first teach you some fundamental shooting techniques, and then we'll find a suitable bow for you to try out. First, let us discuss the shooting methods. There are generally two types of traditional archery techniques. The Mediterranean method, also known as the three-finger draw, which is the most instinctive for ordinary individuals. The second method is the thumb draw, also referred to as the traditional thumb ring method, which requires specific training and different thumb rings. It must be noted that the archery coach at this facility is quite responsible, providing comprehensive and foundational instruction. After grasping the basic knowledge of archery, Lin Yi selected a 40-pound bow for practice. Initially, he refrained from attempting the teeming archery technique he had learned in the apocalypse world, instead diligently practicing his shooting technique and accuracy. After practicing for about an hour, as Lin Yi became somewhat familiar with the bow, he began to draw and nock an arrow, channeling his vitality into it. Whoosh, an arrow was released, its tail seemingly trailing with a glimmer. The first arrow was unremarkable. The enhancement of 2 was minimal and barely noticeable. Then came the second arrow, followed by the third, and continuing up to the 7th arrow, which Lin Yi's arrow zipped forth, embedding deeply into the wooden target. Lin Yi shook his head slightly. Although the 7th arrow had an enhanced attack power of 12, due to his inherently low strength and the use of a low-poundage bow, the overall impact appeared rather feeble. However, Coach Zhang approached, astonished by the depth at which the arrows had penetrated the target. Lin, your arm strength is impressive, if you can shoot this deep with a 40-pound bow. With more practice, you'll be able to handle higher poundage bows. Lin Yi smiled and remained silent, continuing to focus on his archery practice. The next day, upon logging in, Lin Yi found Yifeng waiting for him outside his room. Today, Team 2 was on break, so there was no need to guard the city. Yifeng, his face alight with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, I heard you traded for an external archery technique from the captain. Have you learned it? I'll pay a handsome price, either in RMB or in-game items. I guarantee your satisfaction." "Sorry, I've already learned it. What a pity." Yifeng sighed deeply. After Lin Yi logged off yesterday, he had tried to inquire about what Lin Yi had acquired. Upon learning that Lin Yi had traded for a green-quality external archery technique from Gulai, he became restless and could hardly sleep. Eager to obtain that technique for himself, he never expected Lin Yi to learn it so quickly. Using it on the very same day, it is worth noting that he also practiced archery and had originally aimed for the external archery technique of Team 1. However, the recruitment for Team 1 was quite stringent. And despite his efforts, he could not gain entry. He ultimately bribed Gu Xiaolu from Team 2 and managed to join Team 2 like Lin Yi. Although he could learn external archery techniques in Team 2, it was rumored that the technique traded between Gulai and Lin Yi was of green quality, extremely rare. Initially, Yifeng had looked down on Lin Yi, considering him merely a new player who got lucky joining the militia. Yet now, with Lin Yi having acquired a green-quality technique, he recognized Lin Yi as a potential asset, realizing he should foster a good relationship with him. "Qingshan, I suspect you've accumulated over 100 experience points yesterday. Yet it seems you haven't T-leveled up?" Lin Yi chuckled. "No rush. I've heard that defeating monsters at a lower level yields more experience. Lower levels have experience bonuses?" Yifeng was somewhat taken aback, as he was unaware of this fact. "Brother, this information is crucial for me. But I won't let you be a loss either. I have a lead for you as well. The southwest of our Argutin village lies a valley inhabited by level 5 corpse monsters, most of whom are militia members that if you defeat them, they may drop external techniques they once learned." Yifeng paused before adding, "I currently possess a lightness technique called Swift Steps, which I obtained from there." Lin Yi, slightly surprised, inquired, "A lightness technique? What quality is it?" Yifeng curled his lips in disdain, saying, "Brother, what quality are we talking about? Naturally, it's the white quality. You think green external skills are something extraordinary? They're as common as watermelons, easily encountered." Lin Yi rubbed his nose. Yesterday, in reality, he had tested the green quality of the teeming archery technique, but found it lacking in power. Of course, the arrows he shot were not particularly powerful, which might be attributed to his current low level and external skills. Lin Yi inquired, "Dugu, my esteemed brother, the area outside Argutin village is perilously dangerous, teeming with monsters that aren't you afraid of encountering any on the way to that valley?" Or do we have a militia team to escort us? The militia would not engage with those corpse monsters, as they only lingered outside the valley and posed no threat to the village. However, the valley was merely 3 kilometers away from our village in a straight line, not too far, especially with a big shot leading the way. A big shot, Dugufeng replied with a hint of pride. Laughing, one of my team members is already at level 8 and possesses 3 external skills that, if necessary, we can prepare some charms and potions. Generally, we shouldn't encounter much danger. Lin Yi asked again, are you sharing this information with me because you believe I could join your team? Certainly, my younger brother. With your green external skill as a foundation, I may very well need to rely on you in the future. However, your current level is rather low if you reach level 4 or 5. I assure you, you can join our team, and obtaining several external skills will not be an issue. Thank you. I will come find you when my level is sufficient. Lin Yi did not commit to a definitive answer. After all, in the world of Revelation, external skills were a rarity, and the corpse monsters in the valley that could drop such skills were undoubtedly valuable resources and no problem. Finally, Dugufeng said, brother, this information I shared is quite significant. Rest assured, I promise not to speak carelessly about it. After Dugufeng departed, Lin Yi began to organize the items in his backpack. First, he examined the Guisher Gross Soul Tool, a treasure he unearthed 2 days ago thanks to his innate talent. It was of great value, capable of detecting nearby eerie spirits. Lin Yi planned to bind it today. Next was the low-level demon blood white he obtained yesterday, worth around 30 contribution points in the treasury. He intended to exchange it today for some life-saving charms. Lastly, there was the bare muscle longbow, a swift charm, and several hundred copper coins. Thanks to the cooperation of his team members yesterday, he had managed to hunt down 3 monsters in succession. Thus, he planned to treat the entire militia team to a hearty meal at noon, wondering if the copper coins would suffice. If not, he could always use contribution points to exchange for more. Especially since, without the protection of Gu He, he might have perished yesterday due to his slow escape from the call of the Mirage Crow. Therefore, maintaining a good relationship with the militia was imperative. Lin Yi was not stingy with his finances. Subsequently, he made his way to the treasury at the center of Guten village. The custodian was still the village elder, Gu Yuan, but Lin Yi noticed something peculiar. A patch of Gu Yuan's white hair seemed to have been cut away, and the corner of his eye was slightly swollen. Had he been in a fight? Who would dare to confront the village elder in Guten village? Without dwelling on it, Lin Yi exchanged the low-level demon blood white. Perhaps due to the higher level of the bloodthirsty wolf, the quality of this demon blood was significantly better than that dropped by ghost demons, and Lin Yi received 41 contribution points in exchange. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze lingering on his swollen eye, Gu Yuan snapped, Kid, what do you want to exchange? Stop staring. Village Elder Gu Yuan, I would like to exchange for some copper coins, starting with 500 copper coins. And I shall save the remaining contribution point for later. For Lin Yi, what he truly lacked was a sense of security. Currently, his greatest desire was to acquire a defensive charm from the treasury, which could withstand attacks from monsters below level 8 and eerie spirits. Unfortunately, the price for such charms was steep, requiring 80 contribution points, so he would have to save up more before making an exchange. All right, this time, Gu Yuan handed him not a large bag of copper coins, but rather 5 taels of silver. In Guten village, the ratio of silver to copper coins was not 1,000, but rather 100, so 500 copper coins were equivalent to 5 taels of silver. Lin Yi finished exchanging and turned to leave. Gu Yuan suddenly recalled something and cautioned, Kid, I forgot to mention last time that soul tools can be both good and bad. Some soul tools are adept at manipulating the heart. Should you encounter one, be sure to remain vigilant. Manipulating the heart. Do soul tools possess consciousness? The village elder was surely jesting. Such a precious item was something Lin Yi could hardly possess. Gu Yuan, tired of the conversation, wave him off. It's best if you don't have one. Seeing you annoys me. Now be gone. Lin Yi wore an innocent expression. He had only met Gu Yuan a couple of times. So why the impatience? The young man took his leave. After exiting the treasury, Lin Yi headed straight for Gu Yongxiang's home. He remembered that Gu Yongxiang had an unused bow and arrow set, which, though ordinary and not of exceptional quality, was suitable for his current strength. Now that he had acquired the external skill of Tianqing archery, Lin Yi aimed to hone his proficiency during his time in the game. At this early hour, Gu Yongqiang was indeed at home. Upon learning of Lin Yi's purpose, Gu Yongqiang wasted no time and tossed the dusty bow and arrow from the wall to Lin Yi. I heard about yesterday's events. You performed admirably. For this bow and arrow. It's merely a decoration to me, so take it and use it. Although you've learned the teeming bow technique, once you reach level 4, you should come back and learn my yang blade technique. While my technique may not be of the same quality as teeming's, it is one of the few external skills capable of inflicting damage on eerie spirits in all of Gyutan Village. Can it also inflict damage on eerie spirits? Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. He had not intended to abandon the study of the yang blade technique, but hearing of its value only heightened his interest. Thank you, Brother Yongqiang. Gu Yongqiang nodded seriously. But I do not possess the original manuscript of the yang blade technique. When the time comes, I'll need to teach you step by step, so I hope your aptitude for learning the technique isn't too poor. Rest assured, Brother Yongqiang, I promise to study diligently. Since the emergence of the reincarnators in Gyutan Village, Gu Yongqiang had encountered all sorts of them. Frankly speaking, among all the reincarnators, he had the most favorable impression of Lin. He believed that once Lin Yi matured, he would greatly safeguard their Gyutan Village. Thus, he was willing to offer assistance whenever possible. After departing from Gu Yongqiang, Lin Yi noticed a newcomer player from the back mountain carrying a bundle of firewood. Hey, brother, wait a moment. Are you also a player from Earth? Upon seeing Lin Yi, the newcomer exhibited considerable excitement and hurried over. The new player was named Wang Zilong, an ordinary employee in a foreign enterprise in reality. A couple of days ago, he had stumbled upon a mysterious activation code and subsequently entered the world of revelation. This game world had completely shattered Wang Zilong's perceptions, but what delighted him even more was the sheer authenticity of it all. However, upon entering the world of revelation, he quickly discovered that this so-called game world was vastly different from any game he had ever played. It was far too realistic. There were no beginner guides, no fixed NPCs, and no opportunities to grind monsters in the wild, as the militia warned that venturing out would lead to death. After being recommended to Gu Yongqiang by the village elder, he had spent the last few days chopping wood, barely surviving on the copper coins earned from the woodcutting tasks. He felt utterly miserable, working 2 jobs a day, when he saw Lin Yi dressed in militia attire and carrying a bow and arrow. It was clear that Lin Yi was an experienced player, which only fueled his excitement. Brother, are you an Earth player? Don't call me brother. I'm an extraterrestrial. Lin Yi cast a glance at him and turned to leave. Extraterrestrial? Wang Zilong was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to utter a word, he witnessed Lin Yi turn around and vanish at the alley's entrance. Subsequently, Lin Yi arrived at the dormitory allocated to him within the militia. Although referred to as a dormitory, it seemed he was the sole inhabitant, as the other members of the militia typically utilized this space merely as a resting area. Today, being a day off, there were few people present. Only Gu He and Gu Shan were practicing external martial arts in the outer courtyard. Within the militia, nearly every member had some form of external martial arts at their disposal, with some honing their swordplay, while others practiced their techniques with blades. As Lin Yi understood, once one formally joined the militia, they could spend a modest amount of contribution points to exchange for lessons in external martial arts. However, according to Gu Feng, the quality of the external martial arts offered by the militia was rather mediocre. To learn superior techniques, one would still need to seek instruction from the village's experts, such as Gu Yihai's unique archery technique, the teeming archery, or Gu Yongqiang's fiery yang blade technique, which was effective against the eerie spirits. Noticing the others engage in their martial training, Lin Yi opted not to disturb them. Instead, he sought a vacant spot in the corner of the outer courtyard, set up a wooden target, and prepared to practice the bow and arrows he had recently acquired. However, upon opening his attribute panel, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had accrued 2 points of proficiency in the teeming archery. It was worth noting that after learning the technique the previous day, he had only practiced it briefly in reality and had never executed it in the game. Could it be that practicing external martial arts in the real world could also enhance one's proficiency? Lin Yi was utterly astonished, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. The notion that one could cultivate external martial arts in reality was astonishing. It appeared that once his 6-hour online time in the world of Tianqi was exhausted, he would not be idle in the real world. De Gufeng had failed to disclose this secret to him yesterday, yet he had been aware of external martial arts for some time now. After some contemplation, Lin Yi settled down, drew his bow, and began practicing his archery technique. However, the bow and arrows he held were vastly different from the powerful bow he had used at the archery hall, resulting in a significant difference in feel that it took Lin Yi some time to gradually acclimate to the new equipment. An hour later, from a distance of nearly 10 meters, Lin Yi was able to hit the wooden target with almost every arrow. While he was capable of hitting the target, the accuracy was quite erratic, with some arrows landing on the outskirts while others struck the center. Lin Yi realized that his talent for archery was rather average. If only he could draw an archery talent through his universal talent. Unfortunately, the universal talent was too random, making it uncertain when he might obtain an archery talent. Furthermore, he had only recently solidified his treasure-sensing ability, and it would take at least a day or two to solidify a new talent. After practicing for a considerable duration, Lin Yi depleted his vitality points, and the proficiency of the teeming archery had risen to 5 points. He discerned that the limiting factor for his proficiency growth was not anything else but his vitality points. With only 8.5 vitality points, after shooting a round of 7 arrows, he found his vitality nearly exhausted. He would then have to wait for his vitality to recover before attempting the teeming archery again. The recovery of vitality was notably slow, even when resting properly and replenishing food and water. It would take about 10 minutes to gradually restore 1 to 2 points that, in the 2 hours of practice that morning, he had only managed to perform 2 rounds of the teeming archery. Lin Yi speculated that even if he could practice the teeming archery in reality, with the double time between the game and reality, he could only expect to increase his proficiency by around 12 points in a day. To elevate the teeming archery to level 2 would require at least a month or more. A month's time felt excessively long. Afterward, Lin Yi approached the recently resting Gu He to inquire about recovering vitality points. Gu He thought for a moment and replied, "To recover vitality points? The best method is to increase your vitality cap. Currently, you're only at level 1, so your vitality points are naturally low. You could either level up to enhance your attributes, which would increase both your vitality and recovery speed, or consume more items like blood food that can provide extra vitality." Having overheard Lin Yi's conversation, Gu Shan, who was practicing with a blade nearby, chimed in, "Qing Shan, didn't you receive some loot yesterday? Go seek out old Gu Yunxiang. He is skilled in concocting potions and has one that can restore vitality points. Vitality restoring potions? Why didn't I see any in the treasury?" Lin Yi inquired. It is said that old Gu Yunxiang and old Gu Yunxiang have always been at odds. Thus, the potions crafted by old Gu Yunxiang are never placed in the treasury. However, if you approach him directly for an exchange, it should be fine. All right, Lin Yi nodded. Although he was aware that there were potions to restore vitality, he had no intention of making an exchange. After all, he was not extravagant enough to use contribution points for practicing the teeming archery. It simply wasn't cost-effective. As time passed, Lin Yi decided it was nearly time to log off and check on the studio that moment. Gu Qinghu strode into the courtyard, grumbling. Gu Shan approached him and asked, "Captain, what's wrong?" Gu Qinghu replied, "Didn't I ask you to borrow some blood food worth 6 taels from that old curmudgeon Gu Yuan yesterday? I went to return the blood food today, only for that old fool to claim it was dirty and insisted I buy it instead. Damn it, considering that I used the Jinyao charm yesterday, I ended up losing quite a bit in the back and forth." "Forget about that old fool." Gu Qinghu waved his hand dismissively, then gestured for everyone in the courtyard to gather around. "I can't finish this blood food by myself. Brothers, everyone get to share. Take a small piece each." Upon hearing this, the faces of those present lit up with delight. "Thank you, Captain," they exclaimed. "The captain is generous. I often say that among our militia leaders, our second team's captain is the most loyal." Despite the fact that everyone received a monthly ration of blood food in the militia, such treasures not only enhanced vitality points, but also improved attributes with prolonged use. For anyone, having more of such a treasure was undoubtedly beneficial. "Enough flattery. I merely noticed you all training diligently on your day off. This is your reward. Now, go on and practice hard, and protect our village well. Don't embarrass me." Gu Qinghu that moment. Lin Yi stepped forward and received a piece of blood food the size of his thumb. This blood food weighed approximately 10 grams, and if one were to exchange it for contribution points, it would require at least 20 points. Eat it quickly. This was just harvested yesterday and won't last long. Gu Qinghu urged, leading by example as he devoured his fist-sized piece of blood food in just a few bites. Lin Yi followed suit, finding the blood food to have a slightly gamey, earthy taste, but no other peculiar flavors. The texture was acceptable. That it was said that blood food was derived from a plant known as teeming, as it resembled writhing flesh. After consuming the blood food, Lin Yi noticed a tangible increase in his vitality points, which rose by 2, bringing his total to 10.5. Not bad. The vitality gained from the blood food is quite substantial. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, contemplating the idea of using his stored contribution points to exchange for more blood food, as it was something he would eventually need to consume. However, those with poorer constitutions could consume less blood food daily, requiring time for digestion. The benefits of blood food were most effective with prolonged use. Subsequently, Lin Yi prepared to leave. Before logging off, he informed everyone that he would be going to the village's only tavern for a gathering at noon. The group responded with great enthusiasm, exclaiming that Lin Yi was quite generous. As the appointed time arrived, Lin Yi logged on early and made his way to the only tavern in Guten Village, the Fufeng Building. Fufeng Building was situated in the heart of Guten Village. Notable for its 2-story structure and being one of the few high-end establishments in the area, it was said that the owner of Fufeng Building had moved from Tianshui City due to a disrupted trade caravan and subsequently settled in Guten Village. Upon his arrival, Lin Yi observed that there were few patrons dining at Fufeng Building. Even those present were primarily from wealthy silk-clad families. This sight revealed that there were indeed not many affluent households in Guten Village. Given the constant threats from monsters and eerie spirits, coupled with the isolation from the outside world, it was no surprise that there were so few wealthy families. Noticing Lin Yi in his militia uniform, the young waiter approached him with a smile. "You seem a bit unfamiliar, sir. May I inquire what you would like to eat? I'll take a look first." After inquiring with the waiter, Lin Yi found that the prices of the dishes here were not excessively high. Having the means to afford it, he reserved a spacious private room on the 2nd floor. Subsequently, he ordered over 20 dishes in one go, a delightful mix of both meat and vegetables. Lin Yi then assessed the coins in his possession, noting a substantial remainder, and decided to order several jars of liquor. Although the militia typically refrained from indulging in alcohol, today being a day off, a little drink should pose no issue. Before long, Gu Qinghu and the other members of the 2nd team arrived sequentially at Fufeng Tower. With the addition of Lin Yi and Du Gufeng, the 2 new arrivals, the militia's 2nd team comprised a total of 23 individuals. Except for a few severely injured members recuperating at home, nearly everyone was present as the group settled in. Gu Qinghu naturally took the seat of honor, with Lin Yi and Du Gufeng sitting beside him. "Brothers, it has been quite some time since our 2nd team gathered. Today, since we've finally come together, let us first toast to Qing Shan, as this meal is courtesy of him." During the meal, Du Gufeng leaned closer to Lin Yi and inquired about the blood food distributed by Gu Qinghu that day. Upon confirming its authenticity, he slapped his thigh several times, seemingly regretting his absence at that moment. "Qing Shan, my younger brother, remember to inform me of any good fortune in the future. Together, we shall enhance our standing within the militia. With your external prowess and the blood food, your gains are substantial, while I have yet to make any progress." "Sure." Lin Yi chuckled lightly, offering a few casual replies. In the afternoon, Lin Yi returned to the courtyard to practice archery and took the opportunity to bind the eerie stone to his growth soul weapon upon returning to the dormitory. The binding process was straightforward. He simply needed to place the stone near his chest. The stone then transformed into a beam of light, shooting into Lin Yi's torso. "Ding! You have successfully bound the growth soul weapon Eerie Stone." Gaining 1 to spirit, that a surge of excitement coursed through Lin Yi at the mention of a 1 to spirit, a special attribute linked not to the 4 basic attributes but to advanced professions. He hadn't anticipated that binding the Eerie Stone would yield such a benefit. He wondered if the stone would continue to enhance his spirit attribute as it grew. Time swiftly passed, and soon 2 days had elapsed. During these days, Lin Yi accompanied the militia's 2nd team on patrol, guarding the city wall for an entire day. Fortunately, the day was calm, with no dangers arising. However, On one afternoon, when Lin Yi was absent, De Gufeng and several militia members managed to slay a lone monster, the Haiju. The Haiju was merely a level 6 minor monster, having fallen into the militia's trap, making it an easy target. Unfortunately, it only dropped a single white quality material, leaving De Gufeng with nothing but a small compensation in contribution points, a stroke of bad luck indeed. Aside from his duties with the militia, Lin Yi dedicated his time in the game to practicing the teeming archery technique. Notably, he chose to spend all his contribution points, originally intended for a talisman, on blood food. However, the remaining 36 contribution points could only be exchanged for 15 grams of blood food. After consuming it over 2 days, he managed to increase his health by 3 points, bringing his total health value to 13.5. That on a particular morning, as the 3-day cooldown period refreshed, Lin Yi, eager to draw his talent, could hardly contain his excitement. However, before doing so, he decided to utilize the sensing ability of his treasure once more. After all, the 3-day cooldown for this talent had reset, and he intended to make the most of it. Subsequently, Lin Yi activated the treasure sensing ability to search for treasures within Gutan village. Mysteriously, a force seemed to guide him, suggesting that following this path would lead to something valuable. The capability of this talent was indeed remarkable. Following the instinct within him, Lin Yi ventured westward. Upon reaching the farthest point, he arrived at the western city wall of Gutan village, where dense shrubs and various low-lying plants flourished. Eventually, his gaze was drawn to a cluster of red fruits on a plant. Xiaohongwo Bai, a special fruit that grows in the wild. Ground into liquid, it can detoxify and stop bleeding, like a healing-type fruit. He wondered about its potential value. Nevertheless, Lin Yi did not hesitate and promptly collected 3 Xiaohongwo from the plant. Satisfied, he nodded. He would keep one for himself and trade the other 2 for contribution points, as he was in dire need of blood food to enhance his health. Afterward, Lin Yi returned to his residence to draw his talent for the day. As the dice on the talent page spun, a flash of blue light appeared. Ding! You have drawn the blue talent blood extraction, a blue talent. Lin Yi's heart raced. This was a talent of superior quality compared to green talents, and it was his first encounter with such. His luck today was undeniably favorable, first discovering 3 white quality spiritual fruits and then drawing a blue talent. Eagerly, Lin Yi examined the description of blood extraction. Blood extraction, a blue talent that allows the user to gain blood energy by slaying creatures that carry blood, automatically converting the blood energy into health points. Note, this talent is blue and can be activated up to 1,000 times. Upgrading the talent level increases the number of activations. After reading the talent description, Lin Yi was filled with excitement. This talent appeared to be extraordinary, a growth talent capable of stacking attributes. He pondered how much health could be extracted in one activation. If he could gain 1 health point per activation, that would total 1,000 health points over 1,000 activations. However, today was a duty day, and Lin Yi was scheduled to guard the city with the 2nd militia team, leaving him no time to test the talent's capability. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin Yi made his way to the city wall, where most of the 2nd team members were already gathered. Jiyu Chenghu waved his hand, instructing, "Go on, take your positions at your respective lines, and ensure no monsters slip into the village." Lin Yi, without a designated line, naturally followed Gu Qinghu. The duty of guarding the city was rather monotonous. No monsters roamed outside the walls, and none had infiltrated the village. After more than 2 hours, Lin Yi's shift came to an end, and he handed over his responsibilities to De Gufeng. However, Lin Yi did not rush to log off. Instead, he went to Fufeng Tower to purchase a live chicken and a live duck from the kitchen that he wanted to test whether killing chickens and ducks would yield health points. Ding! You have killed a common chicken. No experience bonus. Ding! Your blue talent blood extraction has been activated, granting you a permanent health point increase of 0.8. A live chicken yields a health point increase of 0.8. Lin Yi then attempted to slay the live duck in his possession. Ding! You have killed a common duck. No experience bonus. Ding! Your blue talent blood extraction has been activated, granting you a permanent health point increase of 0.8. Again, a health point increase of 0.8. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in contemplation. It seemed that the health point gained from slaying creatures was likely proportional to their size. Since the chicken and duck were a similar size, their health content was comparable, resulting in the same increase of 0. Lin Yi considered that he should test other living creatures as well. Next, he sought out the butcher Li in the east of the village, asking if he could personally kill a pig. Kill a pig? And you'd even pay me? Li the butcher eyed Lin Yi with curiosity. I've seen many newcomers, but it's the first time someone has come to my place to kill a pig and offer me money. However, noting Lin Yi's militia attire, Li the butcher displayed a hint of intrigue. If he recalled correctly, about a week ago, this young man had merely been a newcomer to Gutan village, and now, within such a short span, he had joined the militia. This lad had some skills. Unaware that his militia uniform had enhanced his charm, Lin Yi only heard Li the butcher say, "All right, since you're offering, you can do as you please." I then led Lin Yi to the backyard, which served as the slaughtering area. Several pig carcasses had already been processed, hanging on the wall, while the ground was littered with various bloody entrails. A pungent odor of blood permeated the entire yard. The butcher called out into the house, "Changsheng, come out and get to work. Go fetch a live pig from the pen." At that moment, a young man emerged from inside, wielding a bone-cutting knife, his outer garment stained with red pig's blood. "Master, didn't we just slaughter a pig this morning? Why another one? Is the day not passing? Quit your nonsense. Just go quickly when I ask you to." Under Li the butcher's insistence, the young man, named Changsheng, sighed and proceeded to fetch a pig. Before exiting, he cast a glance at Lin Yi but said nothing. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. Judging by the young man's demeanor and attire, Changsheng was indeed a player. Another player? He had been in the world of Apocalypse for approximately a week, including the corpulent member of the militia, the solitary wind, the newcomer he had encountered a few days ago, and the individual before him. There were a total of 4 players. It seemed that the number of players born in Gutan village was quite substantial. Soon, Changsheng led a large, pitch-black domestic pig into the yard, a hefty creature weighing over 300 gene. Sensing the aura of death, the black pig entered the courtyard and began to bellow frantically. At that moment, Butcher Li strode forward, one hand pressing down on the roaring pig, while the other swiftly brandished a black iron cleaver. In an instant, the massive black pig collapsed with a thunderous crash. A gaping wound opened in its throat. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. This Butcher Li was indeed a hidden expert. "Young man, although I'm unaware of your reasons for slaughtering the pig, it is barely clinging to life. If you intend to finish it off, do so quickly." "Thank you, Butcher Li." Without hesitation, Lin Yi seized a nearby cleaver and struck the pig's wound 3 times, ultimately bringing the creature to its end. "Ding, you have slain an ordinary domestic pig. No experience bonus. Ding, your blue talent, Blood Drain, has been activated, granting you a permanent life point increase of 1.4. A life point increase of 1.4. This far surpassed the bonuses gained from slaughtering chickens or ducks. Indeed, the proper application of this Blood Drain talent was to eliminate larger creatures. However, to his knowledge, the number of livestock raised within Gutan village was limited. Not to mention the black pigs, even the domesticated animals such as chickens, ducks, and geese would not amount to 1,000 in total. "Brother, I see you wear the militia's uniform. Do you not know that this game offers no experience for killing pigs or ducks?" Noticing Lin Yi lost in thought after finishing off the pig, Changsheng approached and extended his hand. "I am Qin Changsheng, an experienced player. What is your name?" Lin Yi stepped forward and shook his hand. "I am called Qin Shan Bulo." Qin Changsheng nodded. "A fine name. I have resided in Gutan village for 3 to 4 months that I have encountered many skill players from the militia, but you seem quite unfamiliar." "Brother Qin Shan, indeed, I have not been in Gutan village for long." Lin Yi replied, then asked in surprise, 3 to 4 months? What level are you now, brother?" Qin Changsheng chuckled me. "I am only at level 1. After learning that this game can lead to death. I have not left the village. I spend my days learning to slaughter pigs with my master." Lin Yi was at a loss for words. This player was remarkably prudent, having been in this world of Apocalypse for so long. He had only achieved level 1, and had spent 3 to 4 months slaughtering pigs. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Qin Changsheng understood his thoughts and chuckled. "I am not like you all, who strive to level up by battling monsters in this extraordinary world. There are not only monsters but also sinister entities. This world is perilous, and why life is singular, and any risk is not worth it to me." Lin Yi remarked, "If this place is so dangerous, Then you need not remain here. You do not understand. I am here to make money, to become a game merchant. Qin Changsheng turned with a smile and retrieved a note from his backpack. It bore a string of bank account numbers. Brother Qin Shan, this is my overseas remittance account number. I sell various apocalypse game items, information, silver, and external skills. As long as you can afford it, I can procure anything in the game for you. Lin Yi's interest was piqued. You sell everything? What is the price for external skills? External skills. These are akin to skill books in the game, and their availability is exceedingly scarce. That I possess two types of external skills. One is a recorded technique that can be learned without time investment, called Xian Gui Gong, which increases life points and constitution, priced at 3 million RMB. The other, the butcher's knife technique I learned from my master, is a hands-on teaching that guarantees mastery, costing 5 million RMB. Hearing the prices starting in the millions, Lin Yi gasped. Brother Changsheng, 5 million RMB? Why is this butcher's knife technique so expensive? Furthermore, if Butcherly discovers you're teaching external skills to others, would he not be enraged? Qin Changsheng explained, the quality of external skills varies. The butcher's knife technique I acquired is among the top techniques in Guten Village. Though it is merely of white quality, it possesses damage bonuses against monsters. The price of 5 million is reasonable. As for my master, you need not worry. A portion of my earnings goes to him. Impressive, this method of earning money alongside indigenous NPCs is quite clever. Lin Yi mused. It appeared that the butcher's knife technique and Gu Yongxiang's Yin Yang blade technique were both exceptional among the white-quality external skills, one offering damage bonuses against monsters and the other effective against sinister entities. No wonder the village elder had recommended he seek out Butcher Li and Gu Yongxiang upon his arrival. They truly considered the needs of the newcomers. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment before inquiring further. Brother Changsheng, what are the prices for silver, items, and game information? Qin Changsheng pulled Lin Yi aside. Silver is inexpensive. Currently, one tael of silver is 10,000 RMB. I buy and sell at this price. As for items, it depends on your needs. Naturally, a deposit is required. Regarding information, the price is determined by the significance of the information. You have any spiritual artifact for sale? What are their prices? Upon hearing about spiritual artifacts, Qin Changsheng glanced at Lin Yi. Spiritual artifacts? Brother, do not jest. Such items are exceedingly rare. There are hardly any in Guten Village. I do not have any for sale, but I can help you acquire ordinary weapons. I can procure ordinary weapons myself. What about information? Do you have any significant news? Let me share some free information to befriend you. For instance, the Apocalypse game emerged approximately half a year ago and has undergone several activations. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Nothing more. Ahem. Let me add a bit more. Our country has formed dedicated player teams, with relevant agencies established in nearly every prefecture-level city. Thus, it is advisable to conceal your identity in the game, lest you attract unwanted attention. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. It seemed that those handling Lu Hong's death incident were likely from an official agency. Lin Yi continued to inquire, what are the consequences of being investigated? Qin Changsheng shrugged. Well, there is nothing particularly wrong, but it compromises your freedom. You will be monitored, that if you are discovered to have committed murder in the game, you will likely end up in jail. However, I have heard that the authorities are currently short-staffed, so if you pass the political review, there's a good chance of being recruited. After listening, Lin Yi nodded. What about Guten Village? Do you have any significant news? Also, what is the situation regarding career levels after level 10? Qin Changsheng sighed helplessly. Brother Qin Shan, I am not a walking encyclopedia. How could I possibly know everything? Logically speaking, you are part of the militia and should have more information than I do. Lin Yi decided not to press further. Sensing that Qin Changsheng's intelligence was limited, he then asked directly, forget it. Can you procure blood food? What is the price? Qin Changsheng shook his head once more. I cannot obtain it. Blood food is a controlled resource in Guten Village, and only militia members can exchange for it. I was going to say, if you could acquire it, I would buy it at a high price. Lin Yi's face fell in disappointment. Brother, it seems you have nothing of value. Ahem. Not that I have nothing. It is merely that the items you seek are too advanced. Seeing Lin Yi about to leave, Qin Changsheng could not help but say, Brother, I know of a map resource outside the village that can yield original external skills. Not many people are aware of this information yet. Would you be interested? If so, I will sell it to you at a discount. Lin Yi waved his hand, indicating he did not need ITIS at the valley to the southwest. That news has become quite common. Subsequently, Lin Yi handed over the scant silver he possessed to the butcher, Li, to procure funds for the slaughter of pigs, and departed without a backward glance. Although Qin Changsheng referred to himself as a game merchant, the truth was that his knowledge of information and resources was exceedingly limited. Nonetheless, Lin Yi felt quite satisfied to have gleaned some information for free. After leaving the butcher's premises, Lin Yi contemplated how to maximize the benefits of his blood extraction talent. Firstly, it was evidently unrealistic to kill 1,000 creatures within the world of the apocalypse. However, Lin Yi had another notion: to slay large creatures in reality. That he recalled that when he first solidified his talent, Bone Marvel, he managed to transfer a slight enhancement of that talent's attributes into the real world, indicating that talent capabilities could indeed be brought into reality. If he could trigger the blood extraction talent by killing creatures in the real world, he might very well reach the upper limit required for that talent within a few days. Subsequently, Lin Yi logged off and made his way to a nearby market, where he purchased a live duck to slaughter. After the act, he felt little sensation, but whether his health points had increased would need to be verified in the game by checking his attribute panel. Upon returning to his dormitory and entering the apocalypse world, he examined his attributes. Player, Qingshan Bulow status, normal ID, 007 gender, male level, 1 health points, 101.8 experience points, 300 satiation, 98 strength, 7, normal male limit, 10. Affecting physical damage and the weight of weapons you can wield, constitution, 8, normal male limit, 10. Affecting health point limits, recovery speed, and base resilience, agility, 7, normal male limit, 10. Affecting movement and reaction speed, stamina, 11, normal male limit, 10. Affecting stamina limits, recovery speed, and carrying capacity, vitality, 13.5 external skill, celestial star archery green, LV1, 9,500. Each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases the damage of 2 arrows. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional 12 damage. Initial talent, universal talent, red, LV1 blood extraction. Upon seeing the increase in his health points, Lin Yi's expression brightened. Indeed, they had risen. He recalled that before logging off, his health was at 101 points, and now it had increased by 0.8. Indicating that killing creatures in reality was still beneficial and that the health point increase mirrored that gained in the apocalypse world. That evening, Lin Yi scoured the internet for slaughterhouses near Lin Yi City, focusing primarily on those dealing with cattle, sheep, and pigs. The following day, Lin Yi did not log into the apocalypse world at his usual time. Instead, he chartered a vehicle to visit slaughterhouses near Lin Yi City for an on-site investigation. Given the immense number of creatures he intended to slaughter, a typical small factory would likely be insufficient. However, most large slaughterhouses operated with strict machinery and management. Even if he could bribe his way in, it was improbable that he would be allowed to slaughter the animals himself. After an entire day of visiting around 10 slaughterhouses without finding a suitable partner, Lin Yi was fortunate that the detailed strategy he prepared the previous night led him to a rural slaughterhouse in the evening, primarily focused on slaughtering live cattle and pigs. After negotiating a price, the owner expressed his delight at Lin Yi's request. The notion of slaughtering 1,000 animals was unprecedented for him, but it mattered little as long as he was compensated. That night, Lin Yi conducted a brief trial, slaughtering around 20 live cattle. Due to the significantly larger size and greater vitality of the cattle compared to pigs, Lin Yi had tested and found that each live cow under the blood extraction talent could augment health points by 1. 6. If he slaughtered 1,000 cows, the health point increase would exceed that of pigs by 200 points. Thus, Lin Yi resolved to focus solely on cattle moving forward. After a long day of work, Lin Yi was utterly exhausted. Rather than return to Lin Yi City, he opted to find lodging at a nearby inn. After ensuring that no hidden recording devices were present, Lin Yi entered the apocalypse world. To be honest, it was his first time playing the game at night. Aware of the lurking specters, he had no intention of venturing outside, instead preparing to practice archery in the yard. After all, he had missed a whole day of playtime, and he couldn't afford to waste the 6 hours of login time available each day. Having eaten to replenish his satiation, Lin Yi exited the militia's dormitory. Upon looking up, he noticed the sky was pitch black, yet a peculiar red light illuminated the expanse above. It was said that this red light emanated from the temple of Guten village, serving as a protective glow that could repel some of the dark specters. Lin Yi had heard of this before, so he was not surprised. The entire dormitory was deserted, cloaked in darkness. Lin Yi ignited some candles and proceeded to practice celestial star archery in the yard. 1 arrow, 2 arrows. Lin Yi diligently honed his archery skills. 2 hours later, a piercing sound suddenly echoed from a distance, seemingly originating from the southern side of Guten village. Soon after, a brilliant firework exploded in that direction. Lin Yi frowned. The firework was a signal from the militia, indicating an invasion by specters. Under normal circumstances, all members of the militia would rush to provide support. However, without hesitation, Lin Yi stowed his arrows and decisively logged off. Vanishing from the apocalypse world, specters differed from other creatures. They could kill without a trace, and once ensnared, survival was nearly impossible. 2 previous militia leaders had fallen to specters, and Lin Yi deemed his own frail physique unnecessary in the fray. Even if he joined, he would merely be a burden. This was not cowardice, but rather wisdom. The following morning, the sun shone brightly, but Lin Yi was anxious about the specter attack that had transpired the previous night in Guten village. He logged into the game early. Within Guten village, a dozen corpses were laid out in an open space to the east, with 4 members of the militia gathered there, their expressions grim. The bodies were emaciated and bore signs of a tragic death. Some exhibiting bleeding from multiple orifices, their faces frozen in terror, as if they had witnessed something horrifying before their demise. Lin Yi rushed to join Gu Chenghu and Gu He. "Captain, what is the situation?" Gu Chenghu remained silent, but Gu He whispered, "Last night, a specter invaded the village, resulting in the tragic deaths of several villagers, and one of our militia members from the 3rd team also perished." "Did we capture the specter?" Gu He shook his head. "No, we didn't catch it. Rather, we couldn't locate it. The village elder, Gu He, mentioned that specters can conceal themselves in shadows and are exceptionally adept at hiding. Our 4 militia teams searched throughout the night, but found no trace of the specter. What shall we do?" Gu He replied, "I don't know. The village elders should have some ideas that I suspect there will be significant action tonight." Before long, the corpses of the villagers were cremated and buried. The village elder, Gu He, conducted a simple ritual, then gathered the 4 militia leaders and dispersed the crowd. During the day, Lin Yi continued his duties on the city wall with the 2nd team. However, the entire militia, including the recently returned Gu Chenghu, wore anxious expressions, likely preoccupied with the intruding specter. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the 2nd team. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Yi asked, "Captain, can the external skills we learned inflict damage on specters?" Gu Chenghu sighed. "Most external skills won't work. Only a few can, such as the Flame Sun Blade technique, Spirit Binding technique, and the village chief's unique external skill. Of course, talismans crafted from ancient sources can also harm specters." Afterward, Gu Chenghu turned to Lin Yi and said, "I've heard that Brother Yongxiang intends to teach you the Flame Sun Blade technique. Since you've already unlocked your vitality, it would be wise to learn it as soon as possible. If you encounter a specter in the future, you'll have some means of self-defense. However, if your vitality is too low, the Flame Sun Blade technique won't wield much power, so keep that in mind." Lin Yi nodded. "I understand, Captain." Previously, Gu Yongxiang had informed him that the reason he needed to reach level 4 before being taught the Flame Sun Blade technique was that its effectiveness depended on the level of vitality. If his vitality was too low, he might not even be able to use the technique. Yet the specter invasion incident from the previous night instilled a sense of urgency within Lin Yi. Currently, he was only at level 1. Hardly distinguishable from an ordinary person. Whether facing dangerous creatures or specters, he had no means of self-defense, and he realized he needed to use his experience points to level up. He could not afford to hoard them. In the unfortunate event of encountering a sudden calamity that leads to a tragic demise, one would certainly have no opportunity for regret. Having made up his mind, Lin Yi sees an opportunity to upgrade his experience. Ding! You have consumed 100 experience points, your level has increased, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have consumed 200 experience points, your level has increased, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Ascending 2 levels in one go, Lin Yi acquired a total of 10 free attribute points. The 4 fundamental attributes are strength, constitution, agility, and endurance. Among these, constitution is primarily linked to health points. And Lin Yi believes that blood absorption could grant him at least over 1,000 health points. Thus, he currently refrains from allocating points to constitution. Strength correlates with attack power, and Lin Yi intends to focus on enhancing his strength attribute. Agility, intertwined with reflexes and speed, is also crucial for timely escapes in the face of danger, warranting an increase as well as for endurance. Lin Yi's endurance attribute currently stands at a maximum of 11 points, allowing him to take his time before allocating further points. After careful consideration, Lin Yi allocated 7 points to strength and 3 points to agility. With the allocations complete, Lin Yi's attributes and health points are now as follows. Strength, 14, normal male limit, 10 points. Influences physical damage and a maximum weight of wieldable weapons. Constitution, 8, normal male limit, 10 points. Influences maximum health points, health recovery speed, and basic resilience. Agility, 10, normal male limit, 10 points. Influences movement and reaction speed. Endurance, 11, normal male limit, 10 points. Influences stamina limit, stamina recovery speed, and carrying capacity. Health points, 16, 6 points derived from blood food. Regarding health, he had slaughtered 23 domesticated cattle last night, resulting in a health point increase of 36.8, and combined with the 40 health points gained from leveling up, his total health points currently stand at 178.6 compared to level 1. Lin Yi has essentially doubled his health points, significantly enhancing his sense of security. However, after leveling up, the experience gained from defeating monsters may be diminished. Nonetheless, Lin Yi is unconcerned about this minor loss of experience, with the malevolent spirits invading the village. Safety is of utmost importance, and any additional capacity for self-preservation holds greater value. Exiting the apocalypse world, Lin Yi proceeded to the factory to slaughter live cattle, perhaps due to the recent upgrade in point allocation. Lin Yi felt invigorated, his arms and abdomen exhibiting newfound muscle definition. That a brief test of his speed revealed a marked improvement, as he could now sprint 100 meters in approximately 10 seconds. In the factory, Lin Yi continued to slaughter over 100 live cattle. Only pausing for lunch at noon, he consumed a standard boxed meal, opting only for rice and vegetables, lacking the appetite for meat. At this moment, Lin Yi received a message from Lubo Igu. I need to step out for a while. I expect to return in about half a month, so please refrain from contacting me during this period. A smiley face was appended to the message, a coded signal between Lu Bo and Lin Yi, indicating no danger and confirming the message's authenticity. After reading the message, Lin Yi felt no concern for Lu Bo's safety. They had been in regular contact, and Lu Bo often reassured him. Lin Yi speculated that Lu Bo had likely come under the official's radar, and as Qin Changsheng had mentioned, Lu Bo would probably be recruited as an official member. In front of the police station in Lin Yi City, a vehicle contained 3 individuals. The leader was Zhao Shuang, a formal member of the Apocalypse team in Lin Yi City and subordinate to Zhang Baichuan. The other 2 included Lu Bo, who had just sent Lin Yi a message, carrying a black backpack and a suitcase, appearing to be relocating. The remaining individual was a stranger named Zhou Huaiwen, appearing to be in his 40s with a very honest demeanor. As the vehicle set in motion, Lu Bo could not help but inquire, Brother Shuang, what kind of training will we undergo at the Beijing headquarters? Will we not meet the standards? Zhao Shuang adeptly shifted gears and replied, Rest assured, your assessments are unlikely to pose any issues. The purpose of your visit is merely to undergo relevant training, and the evaluations will simply be a formality. That's good to hear. Lu Bo finally felt reassured. Ever since he entered the apocalypse world with a common activation code, he had been following Lin Yi's advice, developing discreetly and gradually exploring the realm. However, he had not anticipated that due to Lu Hong's elusive special activation code, the officials had continuously monitored him. After several days of entering the apocalypse world, Lu Bo's actions quickly attracted official attention. Subsequently, Zhang Baichuan arranged for Zhao Shuang to make contact with Lu Bo and facilitate his recruitment. However, as per protocol, Lu Bo needed to attend training at the Beijing headquarters to uncover more mysteries of the apocalypse game. Lu Bo couldn't resist asking, Brother Shuang, with our departure, won't the team be left with only Captain Zhang? What if a special incident occurs? No need to worry. Special incidents are quite rare, and Linha City has not experienced any thus far. Furthermore, after I escort you to Beijing, I will return promptly, Zhao Shuang reassured him. Throughout the journey, Zhao Shuang engaged Lu Bo in light conversation, while Zhou Huaiwen in the back seat quietly gazed out the window. Remaining silent, Zhao Shuang glanced at him through the rearview mirror and remarked, "Old Zhou, don't be so glum. I assure you that the headquarters has relevant information regarding your son's case, that we will definitely find the perpetrator responsible for your son's demise." Zhou Huaiwen slowly lifted his head, and in a raspy voice, he uttered a single word, "Good." Silence enveloped the vehicle thereafter. Lu Bo turned to glance at Zhou Huaiwen, whom he was seeing for the first time. According to Zhao Shuang, Zhou Huaiwen's son was among the earliest entrants into the apocalypse world. However, it seemed that within the game, he had been slain by fellow human players. Upon discovering his son's information, Zhou Huaiwen proactively sought out the government, hoping to obtain information on the murderer and seek vengeance that, this Uncle Zhou seems quite similar to me. He lost his son, while I lost my father, and both tragedies are intertwined with the apocalypse world. Lu Bo sighed softly, feeling a sense of empathy for the loss of a loved one that although he learned from Zhao Shuang that his father, Lu Hong, had died from a hidden poison, Lu Bo still found the situation perplexing. In his father's diary, it was noted that Lu Hong possessed the ability to forge spiritual artifacts and was an apprentice to the village head. Logically, he should have had protection from the militia during his travels. How then could he have fallen victim to a level 6 beast and lost his life so needlessly? He sensed that there was more to the story. His journey to Beijing for training was motivated by the knowledge that a certain instructor there was a native of Dayu village, and he wished to connect with this instructor to uncover the truth behind his father's death. The vehicle sped along, kicking up clouds of dust on the highway. Meanwhile, Lin Yi took advantage of the afternoon to log on for duty before returning to the factory to continue his work of slaughtering cattle. He toiled until after 7 in the evening, his slaughtering apron drenched in the crimson blood of cattle. The owner of the slaughterhouse, surnamed Zhu, was in his 30s, somewhat portly, and wore a pair of scholarly glasses. Observing Lin Yi deftly dispatching one cow after another, he couldn't help but comment, "Brother, you won't accidentally harm yourself doing this, will you? If the pressure becomes too much, you ought to see a doctor." "Haha, Brother Zhu, you jest," Lin Yi casually replied, aware that his unusual demeanor might lead others to speculate. After returning to the dormitory for dinner and cleaning up, it was already 10 at night. Lin Yi had half an hour left to log on. Originally, he planned to practice archery in the apocalypse world. However, considering the presence of malevolent spirits wandering in Gyutan village, he abandoned that idea. During the dull moments, Lin Yi did not idle. Instead, he logged on to various gaming websites to seek information related to the apocalypse game. However, after browsing extensively, he found little of significance. Moreover, he noted that a previous forum post selling game activation codes had been deleted, leaving him uncertain about whether those codes had been sold. Subsequently, Lin Yi contacted several employees from his studio, learning that many were still awake, preparing to pull an all-nighter to fulfill orders for gold farming. Lin Yi offered some words of encouragement, advising them to balance work and rest, and even sent them a night snack bonus. In the realm of gaming and gold farming, working through the night was customary, and Lin Yi had once been in a similar position when he first entered this line of work. Just as Lin Yi was preparing to sleep, a sudden cacophony of wild boar cries erupted outside the tranquil village in a mountainous village. The appearance of wild boars was not unusual. Lin Yi paid it no mind, turning over to resume his slumber. Yet moments later, faint screams of terror echoed from outside the inn. "Help! A wild boar has descended from the mountains and is attacking people." A voice suddenly pierced the stillness, jolting Lin Yi from his reverie as he swiftly descended the stairs. "Boss, what is happening?" he inquired. "I have no idea. I just woke up," the owner of the guest house mumbled. Shuffling out in his slippers, clearly roused by the commotion, nearby residents flicked on their house lights and emerged in clusters. Lin Yi accepted the shovel handed to him by the guest house owner and joined the throng. "What is going on? Who shouted for help just now?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. "I think it was old Jiang. Doesn't he enjoy fishing?" The noise seemed to come from a pond by the road. "Why has it gone quiet now? Could he have fallen in?" One villager called out into the darkness, "Old Jiang, are you there?" Yet, no sound echoed back from the shadowy road. "Let us go. There are so many of us. We should check it out together." Many carried shovels and wooden sticks as they marched toward the scene, Lin Yi and the guest house owner trailing behind. However, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Lin Yi's heart. After walking a few dozen meters, they reached a dimly lit stretch of cement road where a massive wild boar, caked in mud, was voraciously gnawing on something. The sound of its feeding was jarring against the night. Gathering their courage, the front line shone their flashlights upon the creature, only to discover its imposing size. My goodness, how could a wild boar be this large? Did it come down from the mountains? Wild boar. Lin Yi stepped forward, peering into the flashlight's beam, and his pupils constricted in shock as his heart momentarily faltered. This wild boar stood nearly 2 meters tall, but the most alarming detail was its blood-red eyes. It is known that while animals' eyes reflect light at night, no amount of flashlight could render the boar's eyes crimson. This could only mean that its eyes were inherently red. Lin Yi recalled the militia captain Gu Qinghu's warning, stating that the distinguishing feature of a supernatural creature was its unusual eye color, often manifesting in eerie greens and bloody reds. But how could such a creature from the apocalypse world manifest here in reality? Is this wild boar a haiju? He pondered, recalling the terrifying creature that Dugu Feng had once slain. Though he had not witnessed it firsthand, he had heard that haiju were massive beasts with red eyes, known for their taste for human flesh. Just as Lin Yi was grappling with his astonishment, a voice broke through the tension. "Damn, it looks like this wild boar is feasting on a person." Isn't that old Jiang lying there? Under the harsh beam of the flashlight, the crowd finally noticed 2 dark shapes at the boar's feet, one of which clutched a fishing rod. The monstrous boar had its snout buried in one of the bodies, devouring its entrails. Suddenly, it lifted its head, locking eyes with the crowd, its sharp white tusks and blood-smeared snout dripping crimson. Its scarlet gaze seemed to regard all present as mere prey. The onlookers were nearly paralyzed with terror at this horrifying sight. What in the world is this creature? Call the police. We need them here. This is bizarre. I've never seen such a large wild boar in the mountains, especially one with red eyes. The IT must be mutated. Run, run. If it charges at us, we can't stop it. An older gentleman, maintaining his composure, declared, "Don't panic. Let us strike together with our shovels. This beast might think twice facing such numbers." Clang, clang, under the elder's guidance. The crowd began to group together, striking the ground with their tools while cautiously retreating. The wild boar appeared momentarily deterred by the noise, refraining from advancing. Only when it dragged the 2 bodies into the underbrush did the crowd finally exhale in relief. "Let us head back to the courtyard, call our families to stay inside, and quickly report to the police. Inform them that a giant, red-eyed wild boar has entered the village and is attacking people." "Old Lin, I've already called the police," came a response. "Call again, and insist they bring firearms. We can't use tranquilizers. This wild boar is likely mutated and has already consumed 2 people that we must eliminate it." After the initial panic subsided, most of the men returned to their homes, while a few lingered in the guest house courtyard, awaiting the police's arrival. Lin Yi retreated to his room, contemplating the wild boar's sudden appearance. He was certain that the creature was a level 5 haiju from the apocalypse world. How had it crossed into reality? What if one day he encountered ghostly beings, ravenous wolves, or sinister spirits in the real world? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. It was evident that with the emergence of the apocalypse world, the safety of their reality was compromised. For the remainder of the night, Lin Yi remained on the upper floor of the guest house. Too afraid to venture down as a member of the militia, he understood the peril posed by such creatures. If that haiju were to invade the village, it was unlikely that anyone could escape its jaws. Not even himself. Despite possessing several hundred points of vitality and a strength attribute of 14, he knew he would be powerless against at least a level 5 supernatural being. Perhaps the reports of the gruesome scene had been particularly harrowing. For after approximately 20 minutes, Lin Yi heard the distant wail of police sirens. The sound grew louder as he peered from the upper floor. It seemed local armed police had mobilized. The police captain emerged, demanding, "Who called the police? What exactly transpired?" The elder who had previously spoken stepped forward to explain the events that had unfolded. A 2-meter-tall wild boar with red eyes, eating people in the street. The armed police exchanged skeptical glances, struggling to believe such an exaggerated account. They soon arrived at the scene to discover two large pools of blood on the ground. "Captain, it appears there were fatalities. The bodies have been dragged into the woods. Captain, we found the wild boar's tracks. They indeed seem abnormal, and this boar appears to have appeared out of thin air." The police captain's expression shifted as he recalled something. Abruptly halting the search for the boar and approaching the elder once more, "Sir, are you certain the wild boar had red eyes?" "Absolutely. We all saw it. Its eyes were blood red. It was terrifying," the elder affirmed. After questioning several witnesses, the police captain's demeanor changed drastically. He swiftly contacted the city's armed police headquarters. By the early hours of the morning, the Lin Yi City Police Department received reports of a suspected supernatural creature sighting. Based on the eyewitness descriptions, it was highly likely the creature was a haiju. The captain promptly alerted the relevant departments to gather live ammunition and head toward the small village where Lin Yi resided. The following morning, after a sleepless night, Lin Yi descended to freshen up. Through inquiries, he learned that several waves of armed police had arrived from the city and were now scouring the mountains for the wild boar. A crowd of curious villagers had gathered at the village entrance, buzzing with speculation. "Hey, I heard they found old Zhang's body in the ravine. It's horrific. His insides were completely devoured by the wild boar indeed. And what about Xiao Lu? He must have been the first to hear the commotion and rush over. However, it was unexpected that he was bitten to death by a wild boar. Last night, I heard someone shouting for help, and I fear it was young Lu. Poor lad, he hasn't even married yet." At this moment, Lin Yi received a message from Boss Zhu of the slaughterhouse, stating that due to the wild boar attacking the village, nearby factories had temporarily halted operations. That, of course, if Lin Yi wished to go, he could enter through the back door, as the factory had received several live cattle today for him to slaughter. One must admit, Boss Zhu had considered the situation quite thoroughly. Yet, Lin Yi pondered, the savage beasts were not only greedy for human flesh and blood, but also particularly sensitive to the vitality of ordinary animals. The rich vitality of the slaughterhouse might indeed attract the attention of that ferocious boar. There was no need to take such risks today. He could only hope that the troops who ascended the mountain last night would be effective and resolve the threat posed by the wild boar swiftly. Around midday, Lin Yi, located at the inn, heard a series of gunshots echoing from the nearby mountains. Simultaneously, on a densely vegetated hillside, the massive wild boar lay in a pool of blood. The ground beneath the boar was riddled with bullet holes, all reeking of gunpowder. It was evident that this level 5 wild boar had endured an entire round of fierce gunfire before finally succumbing. Zhang Baichuan held a walkie-talkie, instructing the various squads to approach in an orderly manner. He reiterated the need to confirm whether the mutated wild boar was truly dead. "Captain Zhang, it is confirmed dead." "Excellent." Only at this moment did Zhang Baichuan, who had been busy for most of the night, finally let out a sigh of relief. During his training in the capital, he had encountered instances of monsters from the apocalypse world invading reality, which had caused considerable casualties at the time. Fortunately, this wild boar appeared in the mountains outside the city, resulting in minimal fatalities and few witnesses. Had it occurred within Lin Yi City, countless lives would have been lost. Moreover, without the use of heavy weaponry, he alone would not have been sufficient to take down this wild boar. This incident marked the first occurrence of an invasion by apocalypse monsters in Lin Yi City, providing ample reason to report to headquarters and request additional formal personnel. Furthermore, the corpse of this wild boar was indeed a valuable asset. Subsequently, Zhang Baichuan approached the boar's carcass and waved his hand, instructing everyone to transport the body back. By evening, the villagers, including Lin Yi, received an announcement from the government stating that the mutated wild boar had been eliminated, allowing everyone to venture out with peace of mind. It was only then that Lin Yi felt emboldened to return to the slaughterhouse and continue his work with the cattle. Later that night, Lin Yi logged into the apocalypse world to check his attribute panel. Player: Qingshan Bulo status, normal ID, 007 gender. Male level, 3 health points, 578 experience points, 400 food level, 67100 strength, 14. Normal male limit 10 points. Affecting physical damage and a maximum weight of weapons that can be wielded. Constitution, 8. Normal male limit 10 points. Affecting maximum health, health recovery speed, and basic resilience. Agility, 10, normal male limit 10 points. Affecting movement and reaction speed, stamina, 11, normal male limit 10 points, affecting maximum stamina, stamina recovery speed, and load-bearing capacity, vitality. 16, 6 points derived from blood food, external skill. Teeming archery green, LV1, 14,500 each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases its damage by 2. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional 12 damage. Initial talent. Universal talent, red, LV1 blood absorption in recent days. Lin Yi had successively slaughtered over 200 cattle, finally raising his health points to over 500. Compared to the 97 health points at level 1, this 5-fold increase provided Lin Yi with a profound sense of security. However, since Lin Yi had exhausted his contribution points, he could no longer exchange for vitality. As a result, his vitality remained stagnant at 16 points. The inadequacy of his vitality led to a low efficiency in practicing teeming archery. Despite dedicating his spare time to practice archery in the second squad's courtyard within the Apocalypse world, his proficiency in teeming archery progressed at a sluggish pace. Now that the wild boar in reality had been dealt with, Lin Yi felt an urgent sense of impending danger that he feared that one day the monsters from the Apocalypse world would manifest in reality. The only solution was to rapidly enhance his own strength to confront the unknown threats ahead in the dim twilight of the Apocalypse world. The temple's crimson glow illuminated half of the sky in the courtyard of the second militia squad. Lin Yi was diligently shooting arrows at a wooden target when Dugu Feng hurriedly entered. Qing Shan, I knew you would be here. I have good news to share. Our Guten village is preparing to establish the 5th militia squad. Moreover, all members of this squad will be composed of us reborn individuals. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Dugu, where did you hear such news? One of my brothers from the first squad heard it directly from Captain Gu Laihai. Lin Yi nodded. The brother Dugu mentioned was named Chang Konkwa, reputed to be a level 9 expert and one of the earliest players to enter Guten village. The information he provided was likely accurate. Lin Yi contemplated and said, Brother, you are currently at level 4. And I am at level 3. Even if the 5th militia squad is formed, we might not qualify to join, right? Strictly speaking, neither Lin Yi nor Dugu Feng could be considered formal members of the militia squad. They were merely reserve members. While that was indeed the case, the proposal for this militia squad's formation was a decision made by the village chief along with the 3 elders. Furthermore, this militia squad, composed of reborn individuals, would receive focused training from the village. Focused training? Lin Yi thought to himself, chuckling. Training is indeed possible, but they might also be treated as cannon fodder. After all, as the casualties among the militia squad increased, if there were no outstanding young individuals to step up, maintaining the safety of Guten village would have to rely on the rapidly maturing reborn individuals. However, every situation has its pros and cons. As long as sufficient benefits are present, taking some risks is worth it. Brother Dugu, how do we join this 5th militia squad? And what will the training entail? Dugu Feng replied. It is said that any reborn individual with high potential, good character, and exceptional qualities will qualify. Moreover, all of us reborn individuals from the 4 militia squads, including us 2, are eligible for direct selection.as for the training. It seems that the village elders will personally lead us in hunting monsters and leveling up. Impressive. To have the village elders lead us in leveling up is quite a grand gesture. Lin Yi was somewhat astonished, as the 3 elders of Guten village were said to be experts far exceeding level 10. Even if they were not of professional caliber, they were likely no different from one. If they personally guided players in leveling up, it was likely that players could reach level 10 in a short time. Dugu Feng smiled and said, Are you interested now, little brother? To be honest, I was quite surprised to hear this news as well. However, high rewards come with high risks. If we're trained, we will also have to contribute to the village, as Guten village does not support idlers. That is indeed the case. It seems you are prepared to join this 5th militia squad, brother. Dugu Feng nodded. Yes, although we have a means to level up by hunting monsters in the 2nd squad. The speed is too slow. Moreover, the higher the level, the more experience points are required. I have been in Guten village for over a month now, yet I'm still only at level 4. I cannot imagine how long it would take to reach level 10. Given the opportunity for rapid leveling, I naturally cannot let it slip by. All right, count me in as well. The next day, Lin Yi inquired about the upcoming formation of the 5th Militia Squad from Gu Qinghu. Surprised by Lin Yi's keen awareness of the news, Gu Qinghu generously informed him, "Qingshan, if you wish to join the 5th Squad, you certainly can. However, the 5th Squad will not simply have the elders lead you to level 10. Firstly, the reborn individuals who join the 5th Squad will be uniformly managed by the elders, who will impart knowledge on dealing with monsters, eerie spirits, and even how to survive in the wilderness. Once the training is sufficiently completed, the elders will select reborn individuals from the 5th Squad with suitable talent to teach them skills such as drawing divine talismans or concocting witchcraft potions." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi could not help but ask, "Captain, do these divine talismans and witchcraft potions relate to the professional level that comes after reaching level 10? Gu Qinghu glanced at Lin Yi and replied, "You are quite astute. Normally, I shouldn't casually disclose certain secrets to you reborn individuals. However, since you've been performing well in our 2nd Squad recently, I will share some information. Once you reach level 10, you will encounter a bottleneck. At that point, your physical attributes will have essentially reached the human limit, and the next step will be to break through a certain threshold and enter the professional level. As far as I know, there are 4 primary professions in the Apocalypse continent: warrior, sorcerer, priest, and sequencer. The thought suddenly struck Lin Yi that the attribute panel contains 4 advanced attributes: spirit, inner strength, faith, and spiritual power. It seems that these 4 attributes are indeed linked to the 4 professions. Captain, if that is the case, then the elder of Gu Yuan village in Gu Tan should be a priest who can craft talismans, right? And what about the elder of Gu Yun? He can concoct potions. Could he be a sorcerer? Gu Qinghu nodded. You are correct in your assumptions. Each of the 4 professions possesses its own uniqueness. Utilizing the power of faith allows for the creation of divine talismans. While sorcerers can brew various potions using their mystical energy, then, Captain, what about the unique traits of warriors and sequencers? At this moment, Gu Qinghu shook his head with a wry smile. I am uncertain. Our village lacks the heritage of these 2 professions. To be precise, we do not even have the lineage of sorcerers. We only have the legacy of priests. As for the elder of Gu Yun, he became a sorcerer by chance during his travels a decade ago, which has no connection to Gu Tan village. Lin Yi continued to inquire, Captain, is there a hierarchy among these 4 professions? Which one is considered superior? I cannot say for certain, but I once heard Brother Yongxiang mention that the origins of the 4 professions are shrouded in mystery, having been passed down for thousands of years in the Apocalypse continent. Among them, the sequencer is the most enigmatic and the hardest to transition into, while becoming a warrior is the easiest. One merely needs a martial arts skill to make the transition to that point. One's vitality will transform into inner strength, enhancing the effectiveness of external martial techniques. Noticing the yearning expression on Gu Qinghu's face, Lin Yi remarked, Captain, it seems you have a fondness for warriors? Gu Qinghu sighed. Indeed, I have devoted my life to martial arts, and my childhood aspiration has always been to become a warrior. Not only I, but the other captains of our militia, Gu Man and Gu Lai Hai, likely share the same ambition of transitioning into warriors. Lin Yi scratched his head, somewhat perplexed, and asked, Captain, although our village lacks the heritage of sorcerers, we do have the legacy of priests, since you have already reached level 10. Why not become a priest? Gu Qinghu shook his head. You do not understand. Transitioning into one of the 4 professions is not as simple as you might think. Everyone in Gu Tan village must be raised in the temple for a period after birth. If one possesses the talent for priesthood, the temple will respond. If not, one will never be able to become a priest in their lifetime. Given such requirements for priests, it stands to reason that sorcerers must also have similar restrictions. However, there are no such prerequisites for the warrior profession, as long as one has sufficient vitality and can comprehend the martial arts skill, they may become a warrior. Unfortunately, the martial arts skill is only located in Tianshui City, and the road to Tianshui City has been severed, leaving us with no means to advance as warriors. After hearing Gu Qinghu's explanation, Lin Yi realized that advancing to a higher profession was not a simple matter. However, with only the priest profession available in Gu Tan village, it seemed that if he wished to transition into another profession, he would need to devise alternative methods. It appeared that they had digressed from the topic. As Gu Qinghu furrowed his brow and said, All right, didn't you want to ask about the 5th militia? How do we end up discussing professions? if you truly wish to join the 5th Militia. The most critical concern is whether you can accept the contract required for joining. Lin Yi was taken aback. A contract? Captain, is there a contract to join the 5th Militia? Naturally, once the training is complete. All newborns in the 5th Militia will venture out under the guidance of the village elder to hunt the scattered monsters in the wilderness, aiding the newborns in leveling up swiftly. However, this expedition will consume the resources accumulated by Gutan village over several years for combating monsters and malevolent spirits. Therefore, all participating newborns must sign a contract to remain in Gutan village for 1 year. At our disposal. Upon hearing the terms of the contract, Lin Yi frowned. A year's commitment to stay in Gutan village was clearly beyond his expectations. Captain, is it absolutely necessary to sign this contract? Gu Qinghu patiently explained. Indeed, Qingshan, you newborns must slay monsters and malevolent spirits to level up quickly. However, our Gutan village is protected by the temple. Although monsters occasionally enter the village, they are few and far between. To elevate you newborns to level 10, it is imperative to venture into the wilderness and seek out abundant monsters, which entails a substantial resource expenditure. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. Captain, in light of this, I will not join the 5th Militia. Lin Yi shook his head, having changed his mind after hearing Gu Qinghu's words. While the 5th Militia has its merits, the conditions of the contract were unacceptable to him. With his universal talent, Lin Yi believed he could reach level 10 in no time. Thus, signing a 6-month contract was not a worthwhile endeavor for him. Gu Qinghu patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "Good, I also believe the 5th Militia is not suitable for you. Joining them would mean venturing out into perilous adventures, risking life and limb, whereas in our 2nd Militia, all we need to do is guard the city gate and eliminate the occasional straggling monster. The efficiency of Gutan village is quite high, and the formation of the 5th Militia was swiftly undertaken. With selections conducted throughout the village, the next day, nearly all the newborns in the village received a task. Ding! Gutan village is establishing the 5th Militia. All newborns may register, and through selection, they can join the 5th Militia. Although Lin Yi had been in Gutan village for a week or two, he was still unaware of how many newborns there were in the village. This time, all the newborns registering for the 5th Militia gathered in the eastern playground of the village, providing him a chance to gain clarity. 18 noon, under the scorching sun, the spacious playground was sparsely populated, with only about a dozen individuals present. Most of these individuals had short hair, clearly indicating they were players. Some wielded swords and bows, while others were empty-handed and donned the beginner's fur clothing. Seemingly having just arrived in Gutan village, that moment, a figure approached from the crowd. Qingshan, brother, with such favorable conditions in the 5th Militia, why haven't you joined? This person was none other than Qin Changsheng, the apprentice of the butcherly. You haven't joined either? Qin Changsheng shrugged. I'm not capable. My level is too low, and I possess no specialties or talents. Even if I registered, I wouldn't last until the end. Unlike you, brother, as a reserve member of the militia, you'll surely become a core member once you reach level 5. Lin Yi smiled and remarked, have you inquired about me? Hey, look at how you phrase that. I am a game merchant. There are not many players in Gutan village, and I know most of the high-level players, so it's easy to find out. Qin Changsheng flattered. However, in my time here, I've yet to see anyone able to join the 5th Militia at level 1. Brother Qingshan, you will undoubtedly become a great expert in the future. Thank you. Speaking of which, do you know many players in our village? It wouldn't be entirely accurate to say I know them all. Primarily, my master is a butcher, and I've been in Gutan village long enough to have encountered most of the players here. But I'm not familiar with the newly arrived newborns. Qin Changsheng pointed. Look at the players in the back row of the playground. I haven't seen them before, so they must have recently been born in Gutan village. Curious, Lin Yi asked, how many players are there in Gutan village? Qin Changsheng replied. Including those present, there are fewer than 50. Some, like me, are afraid of monsters and malevolent spirits, only logging in occasionally to experience life, remaining level 1 forever. There are also lone wolves who rarely interact with other players, and a group of high-level players in a militia or those who haven't joined. There are about 5 or 6 of them, all above level 8. You know how many villages similar to Gutan village exist in the Apocalypse continent? Who can say? To my knowledge, even the officials are unclear about that. Just then, as Lin Yi and Qin Changsheng were chatting, Gu He appeared, spoke a few words, and took the dozen or so newborns away. Qin Changsheng was puzzled. Hey, where are they going? I wanted to see how the selection process works. Lin Yi, having learned the procedure from Gu Qinghu, explained, they are heading to the temple, where the first round of screening will take place. Qin Changsheng expressed envy. That's impressive. If these newcomers are truly selected, they might make a meteoric rise. Perhaps it is indeed possible to ascend to great heights in a single leap. Within the temple of Gyutan village, after a simple selection process, only 4 out of the original dozen players who had come from the playground remained. Among them was a newcomer named Wang Zilong, who had previously crossed paths with Lin Yi while chopping wood in front of Gu Yongxiang's house. Wang Zilong believed that the legendary militia team 5 consisted solely of these 4 players, only to be surprised when several more players clad in militia uniforms arrived shortly thereafter. These individuals were already members of the militia, thus requiring no further selection to join Militia Team 5. Having been in Gyutan village for several days, Wang Zilong was aware that players eligible to join the militia were all adept, boasting levels above 5, which caused him to exhibit an expression of envy. Hey there, I'm Wang Zilong. Are you also from Earth? De Gufeng glanced at the newcomer who had approached and nodded. Although joining Militia Team 5 necessitated signing a contract to serve the village for 6 months, the allure of an instant level increase was too tempting for De Gufeng to resist. Apart from De Gufeng, another player named Zhu Chong from Team 1 and a hefty player named Qian Duo from Team 3, both at level 5, also decided to join Militia Team 5. Outside the Temple's hall, Gu He addressed the assembled crowd solemnly. Welcome, new arrivals, to Militia Team 5. That this team has been specifically established for you, the newcomers. Here, you shall experience rapid growth. Meanwhile, Lin Yi arrived at the treasure vault of Gyutan village with 3 Shaohong fruits in hand. This moment, he urgently needed blood food to enhance his health points. And since the only valuable items he possessed were the 3 Shaohong fruits, he contemplated exchanging them for contribution points to procure blood food. Yet he was uncertain of the fruit's worth, considering they were white-quality spiritual fruits rather than ordinary produce. So they should hold some value. Today, the militia station outside the treasure vault was Team 1, and Gu Laihai happened to be on guard at the entrance. Lin Yi was somewhat familiar with this militia captain and explained his purpose. Gu Laihai responded, You have healing Shaohong fruits? Show them to me. Lin Yi produced the fresh Shaohong fruits he had harvested a few days prior, having kept them in his spatial backpack. Indeed, these are Shaohong fruits. Quite impressive. Gu Laihai nodded with satisfaction before turning to Lin Yi. Qingshan, you are fortunate to have discovered such spiritual fruits within the village. In that case, you need not enter the vault for an exchange. I have blood food available. Lin Yi hesitated. Captain, this do not worry about me deceiving you that I will give you 2 liang of blood food for each fruit. Let me have all 3 if you were to exchange them in the vault. You might not even receive 1 liang of blood food for all 3. Goodness, 2 liang of blood food for each fruit. The amount to 6 liang, or 300 grams of blood food. Lin Yi had initially intended to keep 1 fruit as a reserve, but it seemed more prudent to exchange them all for blood food. Captain, I will trade with you. Excellent, Gu Laihai replied joyfully, not delaying further as he turned and entered the vault, returning shortly with a fist-sized, fresh, wriggling mass of blood food, which he handed to Lin Yi. In the future, should any materials or rare treasures drop from monsters, feel free to come to me for exchanges. I guarantee you will receive better deals than for Gu Yuan. That old miser who relishes in swindling newcomers. Was there another layer to this? Lin Yi understood. Goodness, he had exchanged items at the vault twice, which meant Gu Yuan had already taken advantage of him on 2 occasions. Gu Laihai, you rascal, stop spinning tales about me. Gu Yuan, who had just exited the vault, heard Gu Laihai's words and his face darkened like coal. Although he was one of the elders of Gyutan village, it seemed few respected him, with many muttering disparagingly behind his back. Elder, you must be mistaken. Gu Laihai, caught red-handed, showed no embarrassment as he produced a wooden box from seemingly nowhere and placed the 3 Shaohong fruits inside. Having received the blood food, Lin Yi was ready to make his exit, but Gu Yuan called out to him. You young man are called Qingshan, correct? Blood food is useful only in the early stages. Its effectiveness diminishes later on. In Guten Village, the truly valuable treasures are in my possession, including various life-saving professional-grade talismans. Should you come across any genuine treasures, you may exchange them here. With that, Gu Yuan shot a glare at Gu Lai Hai and retreated back into the vault. Lin Yi could not help but inquire, "Captain, what are professional-grade talismans? Are they the ones listed on the vault exchange scrolls?" Gu Lai Hai shook his head. "No, the talismans on the scrolls are ordinary items, typically only useful against monsters and spirits below level 10. The professional-grade talismans Gu Yuan mentioned are capable of truly defeating level 10 or even higher monsters and spirits. The demon-suppressing talisman we used outside the city last time was a semi-finished product of a professional-grade talisman. You witnessed its power at close range. Even a formidable demon like the Shenyao had little resistance in a short time. However, these items are highly valuable, and even I have yet to use one. That old man Gu Yuan is likely just trying to entice you." Lin Yi scratched his head. "All right then." However, Lin Yi sensed that Gu Yuan's words were likely hinting at something, possibly related to the soul artifacts he had previously mentioned. Thus, Gu Yuan seemed to imply that if he possessed a soul artifact, he could exchange it for a professional-grade talisman. Unfortunately, he had already used the eerie stone soul artifact. After completing his affairs in the world of Qianquan, Lin Yi consumed a small piece of blood food before logging off to go slaughter cattle. However, the slaughterhouse Lin Yi found was ultimately a small factory, according to Boss Zhu of the factory. In just 3 days, Lin Yi had already exhausted the factory's monthly beef quota that if he wished to continue slaughtering cattle, he would need to pay extra. Lin Yi felt helpless. He needed to fully maximize the benefits of his blood absorption talent within a short time. Otherwise, if he were to acquire a new useful talent in the game, he would need to replace it promptly. With no other option, Lin Yi added an additional 150,000 to the previously agreed price, urging Boss Zhu to procure more cattle. Fortunately, as the owner of a gold farming studio, he had some savings. Otherwise, he would have struggled to produce that amount. With the allure of money, Boss Zhu proved to be reliable, swiftly reallocating hundreds of live cattle from other factories for Lin Yi to slaughter. In just 2 days, Lin Yi finally reached the limit of 1,000 living beings for his blood absorption. At this point, his health points in the game had reached 1714.1. Could say that Lin Yi's current health points far exceeded those of a level 10 player and even surpassed professional levels. Of course, merely having a high health pool was insufficient. It needed to be matched with corresponding combat power. However, gazing at his health points exceeding 1,700, Lin Yi felt a surge of security. If he were to encounter the formidable demon Shenyao again, he could withstand dozens of its wailing attacks without perishing. On this day, Lin Yi logged into the world of Qianquan as usual. In the morning, after a brief hand wash, he began to draw his talent for the day. Ding! You have drawn the green talent Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. A green talent that increases the holder's damage to monsters by 20. However, this talent will also attract the attention and animosity of the monsters. Upon seeing this green talent, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. It was indeed a commendable talent, particularly for slaying monsters. Unfortunately, it also bore negative effects, as it would additionally draw the ire of the monsters. Should he equip this talent, the likelihood of being attacked by monsters would significantly rise. Even though Lin Yi currently possessed robust health points, he did not wish to place himself in danger. Challenging his only vulnerability, it was a pity that the talents he had drawn in the past few days had all been white, and now that he finally obtained a green talent, he could not utilize it. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh, before gathering his belongings and heading to the second team's duty. It was worth mentioning that the eerie spirit that had invaded Guten Village had yet to be spotted, leaving its whereabouts a mystery. It was said that although this eerie spirit excelled at hiding, it had not yet reached professional level and could not appear in daylight under the sun. Therefore, patrolling within Guten Village during the day posed minimal danger. Today, Lin Yi's task was not to defend the city, but to accompany Gu Chenghu and others to guard several core buildings within Guten Village. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, and the air was so sweltering it felt as if it might roast a person alive. It was indeed peculiar. Ever since arriving at Guten Village, Lin Yi had never witnessed a single drop of rain. Each day was filled with clear skies and bright sunshine. Outside the temple, beneath the shade of a tree, Gu Chenghu and Lin Yi were feeling unbearably hot. "Qingshan, Do you still have any water? Due to Lin Yi possessing a spatial backpack, Gu Qinghu took a liking to placing trivial items upon him. With the captain absent and the drinks consumed, I shall fetch some well water. Do not take a detour. Head to Fufeng Tower, where we can acquire well water for our militia team, and it would be best to procure some ice cubes as well. All right, Fufeng Tower is not far from here. Lin Yi snapped off a dense branch to shield himself from the scorching sun and jogged toward the destination. At this hour, the Fufeng Tower was devoid of patrons. Lin Yi located a waiter and explained his purpose. Please have a seat and wait a moment. I will fetch the water right away. Perhaps due to the unique architecture of Fufeng Tower, Lin Yi immediately felt a significant drop in temperature upon arrival, with cool breezes occasionally wafting through the windows. Just as Lin Yi contemplated finding a chair to rest, he suddenly felt a violently rapid heartbeat. Is this a warning from the curse stone? Could it be that a curse lurks within Fufeng Tower? Has that malevolent spirit, which once wreaked havoc in Gutenkun, been hiding here all along? Alarm surged within Lin Yi. It was his first experience sensing the cursed stone's disturbance. Although the cool breeze caressed his face, Lin Yi felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Suppressing his shock, Lin Yi collected the water and a few ice cubes from the waiter and hurried back to where Gu Qinghu was. Seeing Lin Yi rush in a flurry, Gu Qinghu raised an eyebrow. Captain, I sensed something amiss at Fufeng Tower. There was an unbearable chill. Did you not mention that if a cursed spirit were to appear, the surrounding temperature might drop? Hence Fufeng Tower should be safe? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Gu Qinghu had yet to respond when his comrades, Gu Shan and others, burst into laughter. Qing Shan, you're being overly dramatic. Fufeng Tower was strategically chosen for its geomantic advantages that it is said to be warm in winter and cool in summer, and there is an ice cellar beneath it. When opened, the cold air naturally escapes. How could a cursed spirit possibly conceal itself there? Indeed, Qing Shan, the temple has a restraining effect on cursed spirits. There should be none lurking in this vicinity. Lin Yi glanced at Gu Qinghu and said, Captain, Gu Qinghu understood that Lin Yi typically did not overreact and must have discovered something. So he inquired, Qing Shan, please elaborate. However, Lin Yi could not articulate it plainly, as he had only sensed the presence of the cursed spirit through the soul device. Yet if the cursed spirit was indeed hiding in Fufeng Tower, who could predict when it might emerge? If left unspoken, the entire Gutenkun could be plunged into crisis. After some contemplation, Lin Yi leaned closer to Gu Qinghu's ear and whispered, Captain, there truly is a curse. I can sense the presence of a cursed spirit from a close distance. Upon entering Fufeng Tower, I initially felt nothing unusual, but as I approached the southwest corner window on the first floor, I sensed something was off. Gu Qinghu's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that so? Indeed, there is no reason for me to deceive you. Although Gu Qinghu was surprised that Lin Yi could sense the cursed spirit, he acknowledged that beings of his kind possess unique abilities, making it plausible for Lin Yi to sense the cursed spirit up close. Well done, my boy. You've given me quite the surprise. Gu Qinghu slapped Lin Yi on the shoulder and then instructed Gu Shan and the others to disperse and notify others. While I believe what you say, to confirm whether a cursed spirit truly resides in Fufeng Tower, we will need the divine talismans crafted by old Gu Yuan. Let us proceed to the treasury. Gu Qinghu then led Lin Yi to the treasury, where Gu Yuan was located. Inside the treasury, Gu Qinghu refrained from disclosing Lin Yi's ability to sense cursed spirits, instead claiming he might have found the cursed spirit's hiding place and needed the divine talismans to ascertain it. Awakened from his afternoon nap, Gu Yuan did not dare to delay upon hearing about the lurking cursed spirit in the village. He hurriedly retrieved over 10 cursed tracking talismans, each worth 50 contribution points. However, after some consideration, Gu Yuan also produced a red talisman, which appeared to be an upgraded version of the tracking talisman. Previously, Gu He and I used numerous tracking talismans to search for the hidden cursed spirits in the village. Yet we found no trace. Perhaps the quality of the tracking talismans was inadequate to uncover the elusive cursed spirits. Here, take this demigod talisman and use it. It was evident that the upgraded tracking talisman seemed to be of the same caliber as the demon-suppressing talisman, and Gu Yuan exhibited a slight reluctance when presenting it. Once outside the treasury, Gu Qinghu remarked with a smile, that old miser usually pinches pennies. Yet when it comes to critical matters, he is willing to part with something valuable. Lin Yi followed Gu Chenghu to the exterior of Fufeng Tower. Upon arriving, he noticed that a militia team led by Gu Laihai and another from Gu Man had gathered here, bringing together nearly 30 militia members, including the level 9 player, Chong Konkwa. Clad in militia attire, with a bow and a long knife at his waist, his demeanor was cold and stern. Acknowledging Lin Yi with a nod, Chong Konkwa offered a brief greeting. Gu Chenghu scanned the area and asked, "Where is old Gu He? He went to the temple and will arrive shortly." Jiu Man could not help but interject, "Chenghu, how are you so certain that Fufeng Tower harbors a curse?" Gu Chenghu, not intending to divulge Lin Yi's situation, redirected the conversation. "I have my methods. I just acquired a batch of tracking talismans from the old man, though we will divide them and surround Fufeng Tower in groups to prevent the cursed spirit from escaping." Perhaps due to the commotion caused by the gathering of the militia, several daring villagers from Yutenkun approached from a distance to observe, heeding Gu Chenghu's advice to keep a safe distance during the impending conflict. Lin Yi mingled among the crowd of villagers. After all, with so many people, it would be easier for him to slip away should the cursed spirit break through the militia's encirclement. However, Lin Yi's militia uniform made him rather conspicuous, causing many villagers to instinctively distance themselves from him, as if he were a source of danger. Feeling awkward, Lin Yi scratched his nose and returned to the militia team. Da Jiu Chenghu chuckled at Lin Yi's actions and then approached him, offering an 80 contribution point defense talisman. "This is for you. Remember to keep yourself safe during the battle." Knowing Lin, he could sense the cursed spirit elevated his regard for him. When dealing with cursed spirits, besides utilizing the talismans crafted by Gu Yuan, certain special external skills could also inflict damage. However, only a handful of militia members possessed the privilege to learn such rare external skills. Subsequently, Gu Laihai, Gu Chenghu, and others divided the militia into 2 teams, with those capable of inflicting damage to the cursed spirit taking the front lines, while the remaining members formed a perimeter to protect the villagers. Lin Yi, possessing only the Qianxing arrow technique, which was ineffective against the cursed spirits, naturally took his position at the rear. At this moment, the waiter, chef, and manager of Fufeng Tower had already been escorted out and examined with the talismans, confirming that no cursed spirits were parasitizing them. But if there were indeed cursed spirits within Fufeng Tower, they could only be concealed within the structure itself. Soon, the militia, having finalized their attack strategy, began to mobilize. 4 individuals stepped out from the militia team, encircling the 4 corners of Fufeng Tower, activating their ordinary tracking talismans. The talismans ignited swiftly, emitting wisps of blue smoke that spiraled in the air, lingering for 3 or 4 breaths before dissipating. Jiu Man, witnessing this scene, licked his lips, his expression one of excitement. Interesting, there really is something. It should be noted that the tracking talismans, when used, typically transmute into blue smoke to trace the nearby cursed spirits. If no cursed spirits were present, the smoke would quickly dissipate. Conversely, if they were, the smoke would naturally pursue the cursed spirits. However, in either case, the smoke should not behave as it did now, swirling aimlessly in the air before vanishing. This place was evidently peculiar. Then, Gu Chenghu, wielding the upgraded tracking talisman, activated it, transforming it into a massive blue smoke that spiraled in the air before vanishing into Fufeng Tower. Indeed, let us proceed inside to investigate. You all remain here to set up defenses. Gu Chenghu felt a surge of joy. If no cursed spirits were present in Fufeng Tower, he would certainly lose face today. Thankfully, after some effort, they had finally uncovered the cursed spirit lurking within the village. Subsequently, Gu Chenghu led a few individuals deeper into Fufeng Tower, tracking it until they halted in front of the ice cellar in the basement. Though the ice cellar was locked, a faint chill emanated from within. "You filthy entity, caught in the act yet still daring to hide. Let us see where you can run." Gu Chenghu signaled for everyone to disperse, and then, gripping the Lin Yi knife, kicked open the door to the ice cellar. Creak! The wooden door shattered into fragments, swirling the I in an instant. A dark shadow glided across the ground, then erupted in an explosion, transforming into numerous smaller shadows that surged forth from the ice cellar. The militia members trailing behind Gu Chenghu felt as though they were facing a formidable foe. Meanwhile, the radiant blade of the Lin Yi knife in Gu Qinghu's hand blazed forth, humming as it cleaved towards the largest mass of shadows. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from within the darkness. Yet, the shadows did not dissipate. Their hue merely dulled, shifting from an inky black to a translucent shade. Gu Qinghu furrowed his brow and commanded, "Everyone, take action. Do not let these vile entities escape." Subsequently, the group united in their assault, primarily employing the yin-yang sword technique to unleash their attacks upon the scattering shadows. Outside Fufeng Tower, Guman and Gulai, among others, also sensed the commotion, bracing themselves for a confrontation. Suddenly, several shadows darted out from the basement of Fufeng Tower, frantically fleeing along the areas where shadows lingered. Jiu Man was the first to act. He bit his finger, drawing an intricate symbol upon the Qingfeng sword, then struck out, extinguishing a nearby small shadow. Was this the spirit binding technique? Lin Yi observed from the periphery, keenly aware that this technique was specifically designed to combat malevolent spirits. It required the user to draw a pattern with their own blood upon their weapon prior to USEI. In many respects, the spirit binding technique was better suited for confronting malevolent spirits than the yin-yang sword technique. The battle within the basement was fierce, but Gu Qinghu's group was ultimately small, allowing many shadows to slip away on the ground. Some shadows were cornered by the militia into the darkest recesses, only to traverse directly into the sunlight. However, under the scorching sun, all shadows exposed to the light sizzled and emitted anguished howls, as though they were being seared by an inferno. Do not hesitate to use your talismans. We cannot allow these shadows to escape. Gulai, with a lithe physique, leapt over a tall tree, drawing back his massive bow to unleash a flurry of arrows. Several arrows pinned the shadows in place, akin to thumbtacks securing a sheet of paper to a wall, rendering it incapable of breaking free no matter how it struggled. Following this, militia members delivered finishing blows, systematically eliminating the immobilized shadows. In the span of a mere minute, over 30 shadows were dispatched. Yet, dozens of shadows still lurked in the vicinity of shadowy areas. Lin Yi noticed that Chang Kongqua had also joined the fray. His agile movements allowed him to lock onto a shadow, swiftly catching up and drawing his long knife to shatter it. He too employed the yin-yang sword technique. One by one, the shadows were eradicated, leaving behind nothing but ashes. These remnants were known as malevolent spirit ashes, widely regarded for their utility. Lin Yi sought them to enhance the monitoring range of his soul device, that a valuable resource indeed. Yet regrettably, he had not participated in the battle and therefore had no claim to it. Just as the crowd believed the malevolent spirit capable of manifesting multiple shadows was on the verge of annihilation, a sudden scream pierced the air from the outskirts. "Ah, save me!" A shadow had, unbeknownst to them, infiltrated the ranks of the outer militia, climbing into the shadow of one of the members. The shadow ferociously tore at the militia's shadow, swiftly devouring the man's arm. As the shadow vanished, the militia's real arm inexplicably disappeared without a trace, as though it had been savagely gnawed away by a beast, having consumed a shadowy limb. The dark entity instantly solidified and grew in size. "What the hell?" Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Was this the peculiar ability of malevolent spirits? No wonder the villagers of Guten dared to hunt monsters occasionally, yet recoiled from malevolent spirits. That it became evident that the capabilities of malevolent spirits were exceedingly troublesome. Without knowledge of their attack methods, one could easily fall prey to their tricks. Identify the main body. Surround and rescue. Gulai, witnessing the scene, was equally taken aback. Previously, this shadowy entity had wreaked havoc in Guten village, hiding within shadows to drain the essence of several individuals. Now, it was clear that this shadow could not only consume vitality, but also devour shadows to regain strength. A rare ability among malevolent spirits. Should this spirit escape, capturing it again would prove exceedingly difficult. With a resolute demeanor, Gulai drew back his longbow and released a trio of arrows that soared through the air. The shadowy entity, sensing danger, swiftly fled from the shadow it had occupied and bolted into the distance. Despite sizzling under the sunlight, it seemed capable of withstanding the searing damage. Not good. We cannot let this thing escape. Where do you think you're going? At that moment, a divine talisman shot forth from afar, transforming into a bolt of 3-foot lightning. Crack! The blue lightning illuminated the clear sky, striking the shadowy entity with precision. In its place, a dark pit remained, as though the fleeing shadow had been obliterated completely. The talisman, old Gu He has arrived. A wave of relief washed over the crowd. The thunderous divine talisman would surely reduce the malevolent spirit to ashes. After all, even a professional-grade malevolent spirit could not withstand the force of lightning. Everyone was elated. Lin Yi turned to see Gu He approaching solemnly from a distance. Truth be told, this was the first time he had witnessed the old man take action. Typically, Gu He bore a harmonious countenance, smiling at everyone. But it was surprising how formidable he could be in a critical moment. With the main body of the malevolent spirit vanquished, the remaining scattered shadows quickly fell to the combined efforts of the group. Meanwhile, the shadows in the ice cellar had also been eradicated. Upon exiting, Gu Qinghu learned of Gu He's decisive strike against the malevolent spirit's main body and could not help but express his delight. With the malevolent spirit gone, he could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. However, as he approached Gu He found the elder crouched solemnly at the site where the malevolent spirit had been defeated. Elder, why the long face? Most professional-grade malevolent spirits cannot withstand your lightning talisman. Do you fear that this shadow was not truly vanquished? Gu Man, having gathered the ashes from the malevolent spirits he had slain, joined in. Indeed, this shadow fears sunlight, indicating it has not yet reached professional grade. Below that level, a single bolt of lightning should suffice to eliminate it. Upon hearing their words, Gu He stood and shook his head. The main body of the shadow was indeed destroyed, but I suspect there may be other entities at play. It is possible that the one lurking within Fufeng Tower is merely another manifestation of the shadow. Gu Man expressed his astonishment. How could that be? Even the most powerful malevolent spirits cannot possess multiple bodies. Gu He shook his head, offering no further explanation. He had learned from the village chief that the shadow was not an ordinary malevolent spirit. Due to the loosening of its seal, this entity, which had existed since ancient times, had found its way to Guten village for reasons unknown. Even if Gu He personally obliterated the shadow, he remained convinced that it harbored further schemes, that it had not perished completely. Regardless of whether the shadow is truly dead or not, the immediate threat to our Guten village has been resolved. However, the militia must remain vigilant, patrol diligently each day to prevent monsters and malevolent spirits from infiltrating the village once more. Gu He then turned to Gu Qinghu. Little tiger, you did well to locate the hiding place of the malevolent spirit today. Consider it a significant achievement. Gu Qinghu laughed heartily, aware that today's discovery of the shadow was largely due to Lin Yi's efforts. Yet in front of so many, he would not divulge Lin Yi's abilities. After all, both Gu Hai and Gu Man required capable individuals, especially those who could sense malevolent spirits. With the departure of their second team's Dugu Feng to the fifth team, if Lin Yi were to be taken by someone else, Gu Qinghu would surely regret it. Although Gu He remained uncertain about the complete extermination of the shadow, he still proclaimed to the outside world that the malevolent spirit had been eliminated, reassuring everyone. After tidying up the chaos outside Fufeng Tower, Gu Qinghu took Lin Yi aside. Qingshan, you have achieved great merit today. What do you wish for, a blood offering or an external technique? Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, he had become a coveted asset in Gu Qinghu's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he replied, Captain, I noticed you collected quite a bit of malevolent spirit ashes. Could you spare me some? Currently, Lin Yi possesses the blood food obtained from exchanging with Gu Hai. And by consuming a small piece daily, it is estimated that it will last for about 1 to 2 weeks. For external cultivation. Lin Yi's vital energy is limited, and he has devoted all available time to practicing the teeming archery technique, rendering the pursuit of new external skills unnecessary. Moreover, Gu Yongxiang is awaiting his opportunity to learn the yin-yang sword technique. Today, numerous militiamen have employed the yin-yang sword technique against the shadow, trick doppelgangers. And it appears that this sword technique possesses considerable power, proving quite lethal even against the deceitful spirits. With the long-range capability of the teeming archery technique and the close combat prowess of the yin-yang sword technique, Acquiring a method of movement as an external skill would nearly grant him a commendable level of combat strength. Therefore, Lin Yi finds himself unencumbered in terms of blood food and external skills. He, however, desires some Spectre Ashes to test the growth limits of the Spectre Soul artifact. Spectre Ashes? Gu Qinghu, upon hearing Lin Yi's request, expressed a momentary surprise, but without hesitation handed over a small pouch of ashes he had collected from the cellar. Here, I've given this to you, and keep the talisman I previously provided for your protection. The pouch of Spectre Ashes in Gu Qinghu's hand weighed approximately 10 grams, valued at 500 contribution points based on a rate of 50 points per gram. Lin Yi hastily expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Captain. Gu Qinghu then firmly patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, saying, take good care of yourself. Your ability to sense specters is incredibly vital, so do not take any risks. Since the resolution of a shadow trick incident, the frequency of patrols within the entire Gu Tan village has considerably relaxed, no longer as stringent as before Point 1 day, while on duty atop the city wall. Gu Qinghu spotted a few wild boars wandering outside the wilderness and voluntarily led Lin Yi and the others out to hunt boars. They encountered 3 wild boars, seemingly a mature female accompanied by 2 young ones. The female boar stood 2 meters tall and was of level 6, while the young boars appear to be merely a few months old, standing half a meter tall and only level 3. The trio of wild boars posed little threat. Gu Qinghu stepped forward, swiftly dispatching the 3 with a few decisive strikes, leaving the final blow for Lin Yi to deliver. Subsequently, Gu Qinghu squinted at Lin Yi and beckoned. Qingshan, I hear you have been practicing archery for quite some time. Step back a bit and give it a try. All right, Lin Yi replied, positioning himself at a distance, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow while channeling a portion of his vital energy into the projectile before releasing it. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air, striking precisely at the forehead of the female wild boar. Unfortunately, the boar's hide was too tough, and Lin Yi's arrow was deflected away. Observing this, the members of the second team burst into laughter. Qingshan, your strength seems insufficient. You should aim for the neck. The boar's head is exceedingly hard. Indeed, Qingshan, aim for the neck or the heart. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi reflected that if this were reality, his 14 points of strength would easily allow the arrow to penetrate a human. Yet, against the monstrous wild boar, he almost failed to pierce its skin, recalling the appearance of wild boars in reality a few days prior. He realized that without firearms, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to slay such a fierce creature. Undeterred, Lin Yi continued to employ the teeming archery technique that on his 7th shot, as the damage accumulated, he finally managed to embed the arrow into the neck wound of the female wild boar. Ding! You have slain a level 6 wild boar, earning 30 experience points. Regrettably, he noted that the experience gained was significantly less than he had hoped. He then replicated the method to kill the 2 young boars. The 3 wild boars, consisting of 1 adult and 2 younglings, yielded a total of 4 items. Wild Boar Compendium White, a compendium documenting the species, habits, and weaknesses of wild boars, a unique item for the born, allowing permanent access to view the status and attributes of wild boars. Wild Boar Meat White, flesh infused with the power of the monstrous creature, consumable by those with robust physiques, capable of slightly enhancing attributes, though excessive consumption may lead to demonic transformation. Both of these items were dropped by the level 6 female wild boar. The 2 young boars each dropped a piece of low-level demon blood white. Though the 4 items were of white quality, both Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu were quite satisfied with the haul. Upon learning that the wild boar meat was beneficial to Gu Qinghu, Lin Yi opted for the wild boar compendium and a piece of low-level demon blood. He now possessed the compendiums for both wild boars and heart-eating wolves, finally gaining the ability to investigate the attributes and status of these 2 types of monsters. In the following days, while on patrol atop the city wall, Lin Yi was consistently accompanied by Gu Qinghu, who guided him in hunting solitary monsters in the wilderness below. Lin Yi sensed that Gu Qinghu was quite eager to elevate his level. On one occasion, when Lin Yi inquired about this, Gu Qinghu replied, I've heard that the members of Team 5 have begun attempting to venture out to slay monsters. You, however, have chosen to remain with our Team 2 instead of seizing the opportunity to directly advance to level 10. As your captain, I cannot let you suffer a loss. I will ensure you reach level 10. Lin Yi was naturally skeptical of this claim. He believed that Gu Qinghu's assistance was likely related to his ability to sense specters. Of course, Lin Yi refrained from voicing this suspicion. After all, it would be foolish not to take advantage of such a situation. Having a skilled expert slaying monsters while he merely delivered the finishing blow was quite exhilarating. For 3 or 4 consecutive days, even when it was not Team 2's duty, Gu Qinghu would still take Lin Yi along to hunt monsters. Unfortunately, Gutan Village was protected by a temple, making it a restricted area for most monsters, with only a few solitary ones wandering nearby. Over several days, neither Gu Qinghu nor Lin Yi encountered any high-level monsters, only 3 level 5 wild boars and 1 level 7 heart-eating wolf. Naturally, the items dropped by these monsters were evenly shared between Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu. Finally, Lin Yi's experience points accumulated to over 100, yet he still lagged far behind the 400 points required to level up to level 4. At this rate, it would likely take him half a year or even longer to reach the so-called level 10, and that assumption was based on holding back his experience points from leveling up. If only there were a steady source of monsters to defeat. Then, Lin Yi recalled the valley to the southwest that Lonely Wind had mentioned, a place that once served as a burial ground for militiamen. Filled with numerous corpse monsters, primarily of low levels, mostly around level 5, the key was that corpse monsters had a chance to drop the external skills they possessed in life. If Gu Qinghu could take him to that valley for monster hunting, it would be perfect. However, considering that the valley was a burial site for militiamen, it was likely that the remains interred there belonged to the ancestors of Gutan Village. Lin Yi felt a bit hesitant to broach the subject. Nonetheless, Lin Yi eventually mustered the courage to bring it up during a patrol day with Gu Qinghu. Gu Qinghu was well acquainted with the valley. It turned out that this valley was called the Ancient Tomb Valley, the resting place for the fallen militia warriors of Gutan Village throughout the ages. However, ever since the valley was haunted by a specter, leading to the corpses therein undergoing mutations, Gutan Village ceased to inter their militiamen's remains there. Gu Qinghu appeared contemplative. You wish to level up in the Ancient Tomb Valley? It's not entirely out of the question. Lin Yi had merely intended to inquire, yet he was surprised by Gu Qinghu's agreement and immediately pressed. Captain, really? Gu Qinghu nodded. Yes, you must have heard about this from the members of Team 5. They're currently training in the Ancient Tomb Valley. Training in the Ancient Tomb Valley? Lin Yi shook his head. Captain, I genuinely wasn't aware of this. I just feel that the speed of leveling up is too slow. All right, since the members of Team 5 can go, I can take you as well. However, Qingshan, should you reach level 10, I will need you to assist me with a favor. During this period, Gu Qinghu had been unreserved in helping Lin Yi level up, which was certainly a request. Lin Yi was not surprised and promptly replied. Captain, please tell me. Gu Qinghu stated directly. I have been stuck at level 10 for several years, but in order to advance as a martial artist, I must travel to Tianshui City to seek the martial arts stone tablet. Tianshui City is quite far from our Gutan village, and along the way, we will encounter both monsters and specters. Monsters are tangible and easier to defend against, but specters employ diverse attacks and are exceedingly difficult to guard against. I need you to join us when the time comes and accompany us to Tianshui City. Tianshui City. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. If one were to liken Gutan Village to a novice village within the game, then Tianshui City must be considered a map beyond that realm. Once he reached level 10, even if Gu Qinghu did not suggest it, Lin Yi would seek a way to venture into Tianshui City. With Gu Qinghu assisting him in leveling up and merely accompanying him to Tianshui City, Lin Yi was naturally inclined to agree. Captain, do you think there will be many people by then? Gu Qinghu replied, naturally. Unless something goes awry, Gu Man and I will take charge of leading the team, along with a few members from the militia's 5th Squad. Lin Yi inquired, so is the training of the 5th Squad also aimed at seeking Tianshui City? There is indeed that aspect to consider. Gu Qinghu nodded and added, well, although the Gufan Valley poses little danger to me, it remains exceedingly perilous for you. Take a good rest today. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to the Gufan Valley for leveling up. Understood, Captain. Upon returning from the Apocalypse world, dusk had already settled. Lin Yi glanced at the western horizon, where the sunset painted the sky in brilliant hues of red. He checked the weather forecast on his phone and discovered that Lin Yi City was expected to be struck by an 8th-grade typhoon accompanied by torrential rain within the week. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi had been engaged with the apocalypse world for nearly 3 weeks. Regrettably, his level had only risen to 3. However, should the trip to Goofin Valley go smoothly, he anticipated a swift increase in his level. Moreover, since Lu Bo's last visit to the capital, he had not received any messages from him. Leaving Lin Yi curious about the young man's current circumstances, it would be advantageous if he could glean some official information from him. Standing by the apartment window, Lin Yi became lost in thought. While gazing at the evening glow that moment, he heard the sound of luggage being dragged from the adjacent room, along with a girl's voice on the phone. "Mom, don't worry. I just arrived at the apartment. The room is quite spacious, and the rent is affordable." Lin Yi found it peculiar, as it seemed that no one had occupied the neighboring room previously. Had a new tenant moved in? It was plausible. Given the affordability of the Talon apartment he resided in, it often attracted a wave of freshly graduated students during the graduation and employment seasons. Lin Yi dismissed his curiosity and was about to return to his room when he noticed a girl from next door bringing a pile of clothes to the balcony to hang them up. This girl was quite tall, approximately 170 centimeters, with snug blue jeans that accentuated the curves of her legs, presenting a tall and slender figure. She wore a simple yet elegant white long-sleeved shirt, which appeared immaculate. A quick glance at her face revealed a fair complexion and striking features, suggesting she had recently graduated from university, adorned with a hint of youthful innocence. Indeed, she was a beautiful girl. Lin Yi did not linger, turning back to enter his room. "Hey, hello, I'm Lu Yuqian." Lu Yuqian attempted to greet her new neighbor, but noticed that he had already turned away, leaving without a word. What a peculiar person, Lu Yuqian thought, not dwelling on it further. After checking the balcony-esque drying rack, she began to hang her clothes one by one. It was only after 7 or 8 in the evening that she managed to tidy up her entire apartment. "Phew, I'm truly exhausted, but at last, the work is done. Now it's time to eat and fill my little belly." She planned to take the elevator downstairs for dinner when she spotted that peculiar neighbor emerging from the elevator. Drenched in sweat, seemingly just returning from a workout. Oh, this strange neighbor, isn't half bad-looking. "Hello, I'm Lu Yuqian. I live next door and just moved in today." Lin Yi, who had just stepped out of the elevator, paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Hello, I'm Lin. Nice to meet you, Lindigo. Please take care of me in the future." Imichum. Lin Yi's first impression was that this Lu Yuqian was quite extroverted, talkative, and full of youthful vigor. However, his thoughts were consumed by the apocalypse world, leaving him little interest in pursuing a romantic relationship. After all, dating was a considerable drain on both energy and time. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Yi performed a brief evening routine before turning on his computer and launching a VPN to access an international gaming forum. Since his introduction to the apocalypse world, he had not ceased his online quest for relevant information, and only yesterday did he finally stumble upon something significant. The foreign gaming forum before him was a relatively new site, primarily filled with posts discussing games on Steam. Yet Lin Yi discerned that these posts served merely as a FAAD. Numerous deeply hidden encrypted game threads existed within this small website, all discussing matters related to the apocalypse world. AS for the encryption password. It was the English translation of Apocalypse World. Upon entering the encrypted hidden thread page, Lin Yi found a strikingly bold post in crimson letters. Tokyo anomaly. Hundreds dead. Government chooses to conceal the truth. The comment section was brimming with responses, amounting to hundreds. Another case of supernatural entities invading reality has emerged. I recall the last incident occurred in North America, resulting in a dozen fatalities. Not so fast. This situation is different. It has said that this time the entities are professional grade, beyond the local government's capacity to resolve. The issue remains unresolved to this day. I'm in Tokyo, and I've observed from a distance. That area has turned into a death zone. Anyone who enters does not return. The government has already sealed off the region. It feels as though the apocalypse is upon us. The emergence of the apocalypse game is an omen. Quickly develop within the game. I'll take this opportunity to advertise. Willing to pay a premium for resources from the apocalypse world. Transactions via BT coins, safe and secure. Feel free to message me. Thankfully, I'm in China, It's a beautiful country and currently quite safe that I'm in France, having just participated in the Olympics, also very safe. Within the encrypted site, this particular post garnered the most views, with its comments ranging widely, many of which were nonsensical. Commenters appear to hail from various regions. Yet Lin Yi had an inkling that the majority were likely fellow countrymen. Aside from the trending post regarding the Tokyo anomaly, Lin Yi began to sift through older threads, gradually uncovering some vital information. There were speculations that whether it was supernatural entities or monsters invading reality, it could potentially be linked to players dying in the game, causing a temporary opening of the portal between reality and the apocalypse world. Lin Yi contemplated. If this were the case, then the appearance of the terrifying pig in the village outside Lin Yi City indicated that a player must have perished in the game that day, subsequently bringing the creature into reality. With this thought, Lin Yi sent a message to Boss Zhu at the slaughterhouse, inquiring whether there had been any other deaths reported in the village. Boss Zhu replied promptly, stating that a young man had gone missing from the village. This young man, as parents were away working, and he was known to spend much of his time gaming at home. It was only after the terrifying pig incident, during a population check by the police, that the young man's disappearance came to light. Lin Yi sighed internally. It was as he suspected. This meant that the invasion of monsters from the apocalypse world could indeed be traced. Lin Yi then remembered the activation code that the young man had dropped upon his demise, but according to official procedures, that code would have likely been confiscated by the authorities long ago. Having perused the encrypted site for quite some time without discovering any further valuable posts, Lin Yi shut down his computer, preparing to rest. After all, he needed to be well rested for the upcoming expedition to Gufuan Valley to battle the undead. At that moment, he heard the sound of water from the adjacent dormitory, likely Lu Yuqian taking a shower. The apartment's sound insulation was poor, and the water ran for over half an hour. Only after this did Lin Yi gradually drift into slumber. The following morning, after finishing his breakfast and before logging into the apocalypse game, Lin Yi noticed flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. With dark clouds rolling in, soon, a torrential downpour ensued. Standing by the window, he observed the beautiful girl from yesterday, Lu Yuqian, anxiously gathering her clothes from the balcony. The rain was heavy, and it was likely that all her freshly hung garments were thoroughly soaked. However, Lin Yi felt no inclination to intervene. Seeing that the time was approaching, he gently touched the activation code on his wrist and then vanished from his room in a flash. Half an hour later, a knock sounded at his door. It was Lu Yuqian, who had intended to borrow an umbrella before heading out. However, after knocking for quite some time, there was no response from within. Strange, is no one home? However, I did not hear the sound of Brother Lin opening the door to go outside. In reality, the wind howled and rain poured, while in the apocalypse world, it remained a bright sunny day. To the east, a radiant sun slowly ascended, casting a gentle glow. Lin Yi was inside the dormitory of the second squad, diligently packing all the prepared items into a spatial backpack. Though the player's backpack was not large, it was sufficient for storing a modest amount of supplies. This marked his first departure from Gutan village. So Lin Yi was naturally well prepared, bringing along provisions and water sufficient for 3 to 4 days, as well as a substantial quantity of arrows. Considering the need for close combat, Lin Yi also borrowed a regular long knife from Guhi, although weapons could be exchanged for contribution points in the treasury. Ever since learning that Gu Yuan would exploit the contribution points of the Born, Lin Yi had not set foot in the treasury again in the future if he required blood food or charms. He would ask Gu Qinghu to assist him with the exchange. This minor request should not be a burden for his captain. Noticing that it was nearly time, Lin Yi prepared to meet Gu Qinghu at the southern gate of the village. However, before that, he needed to draw a talent. Since drawing the blood drain talent last time, Lin Yi had not solidified a new talent. During this period, he had drawn a green talent called Aquatic Master, which allowed him to breathe underwater for half an hour and increased his speed in water by 100. To be honest, this talent was quite useful, but he had never encountered any large rivers or lakes near Gutan village. Therefore, it held no value for him, and he chose not to solidify it. Today, as he prepared to draw a talent, Lin Yi washed his hands as usual within the universal talent page as the talent dice emitted a glow. A sudden surge of purple light filled Lin Yi's vision. What the hell? A purple talent. Lin Yi was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. White, green, blue, and now purple. This was a talent of higher quality than blood drain. As the light gradually dissipated, Lin Yi finally discerned the rare talent he had drawn, innate blade master, a rare purple talent. Possessing this talent grants you acute perception and learning ability in swordsmanship. You are a natural blade wielder. With a blade in hand, it becomes an extension of your own being, easily maneuvered at will. You can master any sword technique rapidly and achieve a state of transcendence. After reading the talent description, Lin Yi could only exclaim in astonishment, "Awesome!" Fortunately, he had not solidified the aquatic master talent just the day before. Otherwise, even if he had drawn the innate blade master talent today, he would have been unable to solidify it. Without hesitation, Lin Yi solidified the innate blade master talent in his talent slot. After solidifying the talent, he casually retrieved the ordinary long knife from his backpack. The knife was approximately half a meter long, with an ancient-looking blade and some spots of rust. Though the weapon was ordinary, Lin Yi felt an immediate difference upon gripping it. The knife seemed to come alive in his hands. He then recalled knife dancing videos he had watched in the past and began to reminisce and learn frame by frame. Soon, Lin Yi transitioned from a brief awkwardness to fluidity, gradually becoming immersed in the captivating experience of dancing with the knife. Meanwhile, Gu Chenghu had been waiting at the southern gate for a while, and upon noticing Lin Yi's delay, he headed to the dormitory of the second squad. As he pushed open the door, he saw a young man clad in militia attire performing with a long knife in the center of the room. The fluid and powerful movements traced silver arcs in the moonlight, resembling the most dazzling shooting stars in the night sky, pulsating with vitality and rhythm. This kid's swordsmanship is surprisingly proficient. Gu Chenghu was taken aback, but chose not to interrupt Lin Yi, who was absorbed in his own world. Lin Yi's posture was agile, as if he had merged with the knife. Each swing appeared so natural, so effortless, as he delved deeper into the technique. Lin Yi adjusted his breathing, synchronizing it with the rhythm of his movements. Eventually, he slowly sheathed the knife, his actions gentle, and the entire training ground seemed to quiet down in response. Good swordsmanship, though somewhat flashy and lacking in lethality. Gu Chenghu praised as he approached. "Captain." Lin Yi was startled, suddenly emerging from his reverie, realizing he had likely missed the rendezvous time. "I apologize, Captain. I became so engrossed in practicing the knife that I lost track of time." "No worries. However, Qingshan, with your remarkable swordsmanship, why do you carry that broken bow and arrow for practice every day?" Lin Yi scratched his head. He wished it were different. If only he had drawn this purple talent sooner, he would have likely started practicing with a knife much earlier. Judging by his recent practice, with the enhancement of the innate blade master talent, he could probably master any sword technique swiftly. Gu Chenghu inquired, "Well then, the sky is clear now. Shall we proceed to the ancient tomb valley?" Yet Lin Yi hesitated, contemplating, "Captain, may I first visit Brother Yongxiang to learn the yin-yang sword technique?" Gu Chenghu chuckled, "Learning the yin-yang sword technique? Qingshan, the yin-yang sword technique is quite different from the swordplay you just practiced. It is difficult to learn and refine, even with your talent in swordsmanship. Mastering it today seems unlikely. Let's give it a try, Captain. If I can't learn it today, I'll set it aside and focus on leveling up." For some reason, Lin Yi felt a strong confidence in his swordsmanship talent. He sensed that no sword technique in the world could truly challenge him. Perhaps this confidence stemmed from the talent he had just solidified. Subsequently, Gu Chenghu led Lin Yi to Gu Yongxiang's residence. Upon learning that Lin Yi wished to study the yin-yang sword technique, Gu Yongxiang did not refuse. Although he had previously suggested that Lin Yi come over at level 4 to learn swordsmanship, it was to ensure that Lin Yi had sufficient vitality to execute the yin-yang sword technique. Now, after over a week of consuming blood food, Lin Yi's vitality had increased to 22 points. This level of vitality was adequate to unleash the initial power of the yin-yang sword technique. Ji Yongxiang then took out his former sword and approached the open space in the courtyard, saying, "The yin-yang sword technique mainly consists of the execution of the technique and the application of vitality. Both need to be learned separately, but the difficulty is considerable. I previously taught a talented born, and it took him half a month to master the yin-yang sword technique. I hope you don't take too long." Otherwise, it would suggest that you are not suited for wielding a sword. Lin Yi nodded solemnly. Gu Yongxiang continued earnestly. All right, next I will impart to you the complete yin-yang sword technique. First, regarding the basics of holding the knife and posture, practice with your feet shoulder-width apart, your body slightly leaning forward, and your knees slightly bent. Next, focus on posture and breathing. Through practice, find the perfect coordination between your body and the sword, allowing for natural breathing in sync with your movements. Avoiding holding your breath to maintain stability and continuity in your actions. Ding, you are learning Gu Yongxiang's yin-yang sword technique. Current learning progress. 5. It must be said that Gu Yongxiang's explanation of the sword technique was very fundamental. Besides the yin-yang sword technique, there were numerous basic knife handling skills. Although Lin Yi possessed the innate blade master talent, aspects like breathing and grip were reliant on instinctive talent, inevitably leading to minor flaws. At this moment, Gu Yongxiang's elucidation of knife handling techniques proved extremely beneficial to him, allowing him to compensate for his knowledge deficits. Lin Yi felt like a sponge, voraciously absorbing information. Then, Gu Yongxiang began to demonstrate the sword technique. Lin Yi watched intently. A few minutes later, Gu Yongxiang, panting heavily, said, "All right, I just demonstrated a small section of the yin-yang sword technique. Now, you follow the techniques I've taught you and showcase a segment." All right. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the weapon, tracing the trajectory of the knife's tip as he practiced each cut. The entire set of movements flowed seamlessly, the sword's force appearing elusive yet subtly effective. Gu Yongxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Beside them, Gu Chenghu, who had been watching the scene unfold, also gaped in disbelief. Previously, he had witnessed Lin Yi practicing in the dormitory, while his swordsmanship was undeniably proficient. He had assumed Lin Yi had been training for a long time. Yet now, he was witnessing Lin Yi start from scratch, learning the yin-yang sword technique, and after just one demonstration from Gu Yongxiang, Lin Yi was able to perfectly replicate the technique, with certain moves seemingly enhanced, executed even more precisely than Gu Yongxiang himself. A genius. A once-in-a-lifetime talent with the sword. Once Lin Yi finished his demonstration, Gu Yongxiang exclaimed with exhilaration, "Excellent, Qingshan, I never anticipated that you possessed such remarkable talent for mastering the blade. I shall now proceed to elucidate the subsequent techniques of the yin-yang sword play. So please pay close attention. The morning sunlight gradually shifts, and time passes imperceptibly. Within the courtyard, Lin Yi diligently immerses himself in the study of the yin-yang sword play, in a mere 2 hours. His progress in mastering the technique has reached an astonishing 90. This exceptional learning rate has utterly astounded Gu Yongxiang, and Gu Yongxiang harbors no doubts. Had Lin Yi practiced even more swiftly, his learning curve would have soared even higher. He has encountered numerous reincarnators, and without question, Lin Yi stands out as the fastest learner among them. Historically, within Gutan village, no one has ever grasped the yin-yang swordplay with such remarkable speed. Another half-hour passes, and Lin Yi successfully learns the technique for channeling vitality into the swordplay, only to hear the system prompt. Ding! You are currently learning Gu Yongxiang's yin-yang swordplay. Learning progress 100. You have successfully mastered the yin-yang swordplay. Upon opening his attributes panel, Lin Yi discovers that the yin-yang swordplay has appeared in the external skills section. External skill: Tianxing Archery Green. LV1. 56,500. Each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases its damage by 2. The 7th consecutive shot can unleash an additional 12 damage. Yin-yang swordplay white. LV2. 343,800. Infusing a minimum of 10 points of vitality into the blade enhances its damage by 8. If the vitality infused is doubled, the damage also doubles. Note: the yin-yang swordplay can inflict damage on malevolent spirits. Upon reviewing the damage attributes of the yin-yang swordplay, Lin Yi realizes that its white quality likely stems from its significant consumption of vitality. With his current 24 points of vitality, he can only execute 2 strikes. However, the additional damage is indeed far superior to that of Tianxing Archery. Remarkably, Lin Yi did not expect to elevate the yin-yang swordplay directly to level 2. It seems his talent is truly extraordinary. Merely mastering an external skill has granted him an automatic comprehension of it at level 2. Subsequently, Lin Yi practices the yin-yang swordplay a few more times, and the skill's proficiency skyrockets. The proficiency increases by 10, then another 10 with Gu Yongxiang and Gu Qinghu, both proficient in the yin-yang swordplay, providing guidance nearby. Lin Yi's swordplay astonishingly reaches level 3 within half an hour. Yin-yang swordplay white, LV3, 891,100, infusing a minimum of 10 points of vitality into the blade increases its damage by 16. That if the vitality infused is doubled, the damage also doubles. Lin Yi is elated. With the yin-yang swordplay at level 3, the power of each strike has effectively doubled. It can be said that even the cumulative damage from 7 consecutive shots of Tianxing archery is comparable to a single strike of the yin-yang swordplay. It appears that the higher the level of external skills, the more formidable the damage output. Having perfected the yin-yang swordplay, Gu Qinghu leads Lin Yi to the Gufan Valley. The valley is not far from Gutan village, merely a few miles of wild mountain paths. However, upon leaving the village's protective walls, both Gu Qinghu and Lin Yi adopt a more cautious demeanor. In the wilderness, the likelihood of encountering monstrous entities is high, especially the further one ventures from the village's temple, where encounters with formidable level 10 demons become increasingly probable. Should they truly face such a demon, Gu Qinghu may have no choice but to flee with Lin Yi. As they watch the walls of Gutan village recede into the distance, Lin Yi cannot help but inquire, "Captain, how is the training of the 5th militia team progressing?" "I am not entirely certain. It has been led by Gu Laosi. However, I have heard that several reincarnators are clamoring to withdraw, perhaps due to the hazardous training environment." Gu Qinghu replies. Gu Laosi, mentioned by Gu Qinghu, is the captain of the 4th militia team, reputed to be at odds with Gu Qinghu and known for his solitary, eccentric nature. Lin Yi presses further. "Isn't there protection from the village elders? How can it be dangerous?" Gu Qinghu clears a path through the underbrush with his longing blade and responds casually, "You do not understand the temperament of Gu Laosi. He relishes oppressing and berating others. It is not only the reincarnators who find him unbearable. Even his own militia brothers cannot tolerate him. Although the elders provide protection, they cannot oversee everything, and for the majority of the time, Gu Laosi is in charge. It is only natural that the reincarnators struggle to endure him. Meanwhile, within Gufan Valley, Gu Laosi is mercilessly berating the members of the 5th militia team. "Wang Zilong, wasn't it? The corpse monster has already been lured out. Why are you hiding in the back? Get out there and coordinate with the others to slay the monster. Cowering like that, you are nothing but a coward. And you, Qian Duo, do not rush to stash the dropped items in your bag. According to the contract, those items belong to everyone. If you dare to hoard even a single piece, I will have your hand." Feng Wuwudi, a name that sounds bold, yet you are merely whining. "What? You were just scratched, right? If you manage to lure all the corpse monsters from the valley, I assure you I will leave you behind and escape with the others. Damn it, you are nothing but a rabble. I cannot fathom why the elders are training you reincarnators. If it were up to me, I would select only the capable and the bold." The entire morning passes with Gu Laosi's incessant tirade, and his subordinates from the 4th militia team have grown accustomed to it. However, the newly assigned reincarnators of the 5th militia team find it intolerable. They came to enhance their strength, not to be insulted. The newcomer, Feng Wuwudi, steps forward and exclaims angrily, "Gu Laosi, if you keep berating us, I swear I will withdraw from the militia." "Withdraw, you insolent brat," Gu Laosi retorts with a fierce glare. "Having signed a contract, you are now part of Gutan village. If you dare to withdraw, I will hunt you down mercilessly until I have killed you." Gu Laosi's threats are not mere bluster. Many seasoned players present have heard of his relentless pursuit of reincarnators within the village. As the atmosphere grows tense, Dugafeng from the team quickly steps in to pull Feng Wuwudi back. "Enough! This is not an ordinary game. If an NPC truly hunts us down, there is no place to report it. Just wait until you level up, and then seek your revenge." Feng Wuwudi regains his composure, his face flushed as he concedes, "Then I will let it slide for now." Seeing that Feng Wuwudi dares not continue the argument, Gu Laosi sneers, "Coward!" At that moment, Gu Qinghu and Lin Yi emerge from the underbrush ahead. "Gu Laosi, I can hear you shouting from afar. That I see the corpse monsters in the valley have not yet been lured out. You should first draw on the monsters from outside. Noticing Gu Chenghu's arrival, Gu Laoxi's expression darkens as he stands up. Gu Chenghu, why are you here instead of guarding the village? Just passing the time, bringing our team members out to hunt some monsters. Gu Chenghu replies. Gu Laoxi glances at Lin Yi beside Gu Chenghu and remarks, bringing a reincarnator to hunt monsters. When did you become so benevolent, Gu Chenghu? Do you not remember the lesson learned from that previous reincarnator? Gu Chenghu scoffs in response. What do you care? If you can even manage to lead the 5th militia team out, it would be a miracle. Don't be surprised if, once the members are trained, they come looking for you instead of demons and malevolent spirits. You need not worry about that. If they truly have that capability, I would be delighted for them. After a brief pause, Gu Laoxi glances at Lin Yi and asks, Reincarnator, what is your name? Lin Yi first looks at Gu Chenghu before replying, I am called Qingshan Bulo, another peculiar name. Are you here to slay the corpse monsters in the valley? Indeed. Excellent. You have spirit. Do you dare to compete with the members of the 5th militia team? If you win, this external skill will be yours. Gu Laoxi produces a tome, which is none other than the swift footwork technique previously dropped by Dugu Feng. A white-quality external skill. Just as Lin Yi is about to speak, he is stopped by Gu Chenghu. Gu Laoxi, what game are you playing? It's no game. I merely wish to test the courage and skill of your second team of reincarnators. Gu Chenghu, I ask you this. Are you willing to compete? What shall we compete in? Gu Laoxi states, naturally, a test of whether one can single-handedly slay a corpse monster. If Gu Chenghu can personally come out to assist a reincarnator in leveling up, then surely this reincarnator must possess some skill that I will not make it difficult for you. Dugu Feng, step forward. Dugu Feng, amidst the crowd, appears somewhat bewildered, pointing at himself. Me? Gu Laoxi scolds, yes, you. Stop dawdling. I have fed you so much experience. It is time for you to show what you are made of. Dugu Feng naturally perceived the situation on the field. Originally a reserve member of the second team, he realized that Laoxi had summoned him for the trial. Evidently intending to embarrass Gu Chenghu, he hurriedly said, Captain Laoxi, I can't possibly do this. I've only just reached level 6. Dealing with a level 5 corpse monster would be a stretch. What are you afraid of? The challenger is likely not even at level 5, Laoxi reassured him. Moreover, if you win, this external skill shall be yours as a reward. Upon hearing this, Dugu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had acquired the Rapid Steps external skill, he had paid a hefty price to obtain it from his friend, Chong Conquet. It is important to note that in the current world of Tianqi, the value of any external skill easily reaches several million yuan. Learning that Laoxi was offering their hard-earned Rapid Steps as a reward, Dugu Feng felt an uncontrollable urge. Selling it would allow him to recoup his costs instantly. Dugu Feng glanced at Gu Chenghu, then at Lin Yi, and muttered an apology to himself before declaring, Captain Laoxi, I am willing to give it a try. Excellent, Laoxi replied with a grin, looking at Gu Chenghu. What do you say? Your former teammate has agreed. Are you too afraid to accept the challenge? Rather than responding immediately, Gu Chenghu quietly consulted with Lin Yi. Qingshan, do you have confidence? Lin Yi remained silent. He had yet to encounter a level 5 corpse monster. However, he reasoned that it should not differ much from a level 5 terrifying boar. With his current attributes at level 3, could he handle the corpse monster? He believed it was feasible. Lin Yi's health had surpassed 1,000 points, and his swordsmanship was exceptional, significantly enhanced by the innate abilities of a born swordsman. Regardless of whether he could contend with the corpse monster, Lin Yi was assured that his combat prowess surpassed that of Dugu Feng. Gu Chenghu chuckled. All right, if you feel confident, then I shall accept the challenge as well. However, the stakes seem a bit low. I shall raise them. He turned to Laoxi and said, Laoxi, I've heard you possess many valuable items. Let us adhere to the previous wager, but let us put a little more on the line that I will wager 2 pieces of green quality beast materials. If I lose, they will be yours. With a bit more, you might craft a spiritual weapon. If I win, you'll hand over the divine water. Laoxi raised an eyebrow. Divine water, so that is what you covet. Within Gu Tan village, divine water is truly a treasure. Whether for ordinary folk or born beings, consuming divine water enhances their attributes. However, the supply of divine water in Gu Tan village has always been limited, primarily reserved for the village chief and the 3 elders. The divine water in Lao Si's possession had been bestowed upon him by the village chief earlier. Undecided, Lao Si summoned Dugu Feng. Dugu Feng, do you feel confident in your victory? Dugu Feng grimaced. Captain Lao Si, if I were to say I lack confidence, would you cancel the wager? Truthfully, although Dugu Feng was aware of his higher level compared to Lin Yi, he also knew that Lin Yi had previously acquired a green external skill in archery. He was uncertain of the damage potential of a green external skill, but he certainly did not underestimate it. Hence, Dugu Feng found himself lacking in confidence. Lao Si, uninterested in further discussion, retorted, "Enough. Regardless, you must win this duel. If you lose my divine water, you shall work off your debt for me in the future." Then, Lao Si stepped forward. "Very well, Gu Qinghu, if you have faith in your teammate, then I too shall not falter. Let us proceed with this wager." The wager commenced. Lao Si instructed his militia to draw out 2 corpse monsters. Curiously, Qian Duo, Wang Zilong, and several other born beings gathered around to watch. The rotund Qian Duo remarked, "Brother, I saw you last time. You were quite impressive. What gives you the audacity to challenge Brother Dugu? His archery is unparalleled in our team, hitting every mark." Ignoring the chubby fellow, Lin Yi merely glanced at him without engaging. Wang Zilong approached, whispering, "Qingshan, do your best that we all wish to see Lao Si take a fall. Also, corpse monsters are formed from the bodies of militia corrupted by some eerie energy. Their weakness lies in the neck. Additionally, they are incredibly fast when they charge." "Thank you, brother." Lin Yi nodded. He had never faced a corpse monster before, and this information was quite invaluable. Soon, the first corpse monster was brought forth. Its body comprised broken limbs and incomplete bones, covered in rotting flesh and writhing maggots. Logically, the blood and flesh of the corpse monster should have been decomposed by microorganisms long ago. Yet the monster before him still bore considerable flesh, albeit in a grotesque and horrifying state. As the corpse monster approached, a pungent stench enveloped the air, reminiscent of a mixture of a millennium-old excrement and decaying rodents. Lin Yi's complexion paled as he glanced at Dugu Feng, Wang Zilong, and the others. Despite their days of battling corpse monsters, their reactions were not much better. They all pinched their noses, retreating several steps. Lao Si announced, "All right, who shall go first?" Gu Qinghu, seemingly brimming with confidence, chuckled, "Let Dugu Feng take the lead. If Qingshan steps in, I fear you all would concede immediately." Lao Si scoffed, "Nonsense, would I concede, since your teammate has yet to encounter a corpse monster? Let us commence. Dugu Feng, you go first and show your former captain what you've got. By the way, neither of you is permitted to use charms or potions in this trial." "Understood." Dugu Feng stepped forward, rolling his wrist to reveal a bow and arrows in his hand. Lao Si commanded, "Release the corpse monster." The 2 corpse monsters, bound by chains by the members of the 4th team, were brought forth, and one was released, charging directly at Dugu Feng, lured by the scent of flesh. The corpse monster surged forward like a zombie from a post-apocalyptic film, its speed astonishing as it covered several meters in an instant. Dugu Feng held his breath, his expression grave as he swiftly knocked arrow after arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, arrows flew, many embedding themselves in the corpse monster, yet they failed to halt its relentless advance. Dugu Feng was not surprised. Seeing the monster approach, he quickly stowed his bow and arrows in his backpack. Retrieving a shield and a long knife, assuming a defensive stance, with a thunderous crash, the ground erupted as the corpse monster collided with him, pushing the shield-wielding Dugu Feng back 3 meters. What immense strength! Lin Yi, observing from a distance, could not help but exclaim. Though he was oblivious to how Dugu Feng had allocated his attributes, the fact that a level 5 corpse monster nearly knocked him off his feet indicated the creature's strength surpassed that of Dugu Feng. As the battle unfolded, it became apparent that Dugu Feng was indeed struggling. The corpse monster relentlessly battered his shield, forcing Dugu Feng to retreat repeatedly. Ultimately, the shield's defenses were limited within a mere minute. Numerous claw marks marred Dugu Feng's body. However, Dugu Feng's agility was commendable, enabling him to evade the barrage of attacks from the corpse monster. Occasionally, he seized openings to deliver a slash at the monster's neck. Given the circumstances, one might expect the mindless corpse monster to lose. Yet this depended on whether Dugu Feng's endurance could withstand the prolonged assault. Observing the unfolding situation, Wang Zilong could not contain his admiration. Impressive. Brother Feng is truly the second strongest in our team. Curious, Lin Yi inquired if he asked the second strongest, who holds the first position, to which Wang Zilong narcissistically replied, naturally, that would be me in the future. Once I level up, I shall be the best. Lin Yi chuckled, shaking his head, and asked, what about that chubby fellow in your team? Oh, you mean Xingu? He ranks third. When our team was first established, he was already at level 5. However, we have all since advanced a level, and he remains at level 5. Laosi berates him for being cowardly and unwilling to slay monsters. Suddenly, Qian Duo approached, visibly displeased. Wang Zilong, keep your voice down. I'm not deaf. Wang Zilong quickly apologized, my bad. Xingu, I'll be more mindful next time. Qian Duo did not hold a grudge against Wang Zilong, but shot a glare at Lin Yi. And you, stop referring to me as the chubby one. It's disrespectful. I am Qian Duo. All right, chubby, Lin Yi retorted playfully. Qian Duo. On the other side, as time passed, Dugu Feng, entangled in a fierce battle with the corpse monster, appeared to be somewhat fatigued. Just as the corpse monster launched another claw attack, a sudden flash of green light enveloped Dugu Feng's feet, and his entire body twisted at an incredible angle, allowing him to appear behind the creature. Die for me. Seizing the opportunity while the corpse monster lunged forward, Dugu Feng executed 3 swift slashes at the back of its neck, finally severing its head completely. The members of Team 5 erupted in cheers. We won. Amazing, Dugu Feng. Brother Feng, you're incredible, managing to take down a corpse monster one-on-one. Witnessing this scene, Gu Laosi displayed a hint of smugness as he approached Gu Qinghu, saying, what do you think? Your team member has transformed under my guidance, hasn't he? He certainly possesses some skill. Gu Qinghu nodded, adding, however, this merely indicates that my team member had high potential to begin with. You merely benefited from it. Enough with the verbal sparring. Let that fellow named Qing Shan take the stage. I wish to see what he is capable of at that moment. Gu Qinghu approached Lin Yi and inquired, do you need a shield? One cannot deny that combining a shield with a long blade is indeed an excellent combat strategy. With a shield in hand, Lin Yi, who is at a disadvantage in attributes, should have greater room for maneuver. No need. Captain, a single blade suffices for me. Lin Yi was not being arrogant. The sensation of wielding a blade felt remarkably empowering, as if the reach of the long knife defined both his offensive and defensive range. Moreover, his health was substantial, so even if the corpse monster managed to claw him a few times, it would not pose a significant problem. He had observed the creature's attack patterns, which primarily involved lunging and clawing. As long as he utilized his swordsmanship effectively, the corpse monster would be unable to inflict harm upon him. Seeing Lin Yi so confident, Gu Qinghu refrained from saying more, as he too held great faith in Lin Yi. The recently learned yin-yang sword technique was particularly effective against the corpse monster. Being a product of some malevolent spirit, the yin-yang sword technique could inflict damage on such entities, naturally granting additional damage against the corpse monster. Since you don't want a shield, then let us not linger. Step into the arena. With Gu Laoxi's command, the restrained corpse monster charged forward. Among the observing teams, Wang Zilong handed a bottle of healing potion to Dugu Feng, curiously asking, Brother Feng, you and Brother Qingshan were in the same team before. What weapon does he usually use? About he should be capable of engaging the corpse monster from a distance. Just like I do. Before Dugu Feng could finish his sentence, he noticed that Lin Yi had not drawn a bow, but was instead charging directly at the corpse monster with a simple long knife in hand. His eyes widened in astonishment, and the pain from his own wounds seemed to dissipate at that moment. What the hell? Is Qingshan really this reckless? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lin Yi boldly approached the oncoming corpse monster. The stench of its claws rushed towards him, yet Lin Yi remained unfazed, raising the back of his blade to block the creature's attack. Bang! A tremendous force surged along the blade, causing Lin Yi to momentarily stagger. Feeling a bit strained, in the next instant, a flash of light emanated from Lin Yi's blade as its edge sliced through the monster's arms, landing on the relatively softer area of its neck. The strike removed a significant chunk of rotten flesh but failed to damage the vertebrae. Damn, it's tougher than I imagined. After landing his blow, Lin Yi swiftly retreated, using the blade to fend off the creature's claw attacks. Bang, bang! The corpse monster's successive strikes were all thwarted by Lin Yi's blade. This moment. Not only were the spectators astonished by Lin Yi's deft swordsmanship, but even the corpse monster roared in fury as it charged forward. Nevertheless, Lin Yi's technique was executed with such precision that he successfully blocked all of the corpse monster's claw attacks. Jiu Laoxi's face lit up with admiration as he remarked, "This young man wields his blade with remarkable skill." "Impressive, Brother Qin Shan." Dugu Feng watched in awe, feeling a sense of impending defeat on the battlefield. Lin Yi, armed solely with a long knife, effortlessly dealt with the relentless advances of the corpse monster. However, he also realized that his strength attributes were ultimately inferior to Dugu Feng's, making it difficult to sever the monster's neck in a short span of time. In that case, let me test the power of the yin-yang sword technique. Lin Yi glanced at his attribute panel and discovered that his proficiency in the yin-yang sword technique had increased by over 100 points. Wow, it seems that even my breathing contributes to my proficiency. Unless he encountered a more formidable talent in the future, he had no intention of relinquishing his innate talent as a blade wielder. Swish, with all his might, Lin Yi unleashed a powerful strike, channeling 10 points of health into the blow aimed at the corpse monster's head. The simple long knife radiated a faint golden light, and with a resounding crack, the creature's head seemed to be knocked askew. Particularly, the area where the blade met its decaying flesh began to sizzle under the assault of the yin-yang sword technique. The corpse monster's movements became somewhat rigid, its reaction slowed by a fraction. Jiu Laoxi gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Yin-yang sword technique." He glared at Gu Qinghu. "You clever strategist, had I known this young man had already mastered the yin-yang sword technique, I would never have wagered with you. You were the one who proposed the bet. Can you truly blame me? Gu Laoxi, do not try to weasel out of this. Humph, this young man is of such low level. I doubt he can execute more than a few strikes. One blow alone cannot slay the corpse monster." Jiu Qinghu was aware that Lin Yi had been consuming blood food daily, resulting in a significant increase in his health. If one strike was insufficient, perhaps two would suffice. And no sooner had he spoken than Lin Yi prepared to unleash his second strike. This blow gathered all of Lin Yi's health, its power exceeding that of the previous attack. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as the corpse monster before Lin Yi collapsed, its head flying off. Ding! You have slain a level 5 corpse monster, earning 25 experience points. Subsequently, the remains of the creature dissipated, transforming into a loot item that appeared on the ground. Lin Yi approached to collect it, discovering it to be a rather worthless drop. Corpse oil. The essence of the oils condensed from the corpse monster's body. It can be used to ignite candles and emits a scent that can repel certain scent-sensitive monsters. This chunk of corpse oil, roughly the size of a fist and milky white in color, exuded a foul odor even when held. Although the item was repulsive, Lin Yi nonetheless placed it into his backpack. In the world of apocalypse, even the most worthless drops possess value. Upon seeing Lin Yi return unscathed, Gu Qinghu marveled, "Good lad, you truly did not disappoint me." Prior to the wager, he had surmised that Lin Yi, with his adept swordsmanship and the corpse monster's fear of the yin-yang sword technique, had a 70 to 80% chance of winning. However, he had not anticipated Lin Yi's victory to come so effortlessly, appearing completely unharmed. Before him stood Lin Yi, undoubtedly a rare talent for combat in Gutan village over the past few centuries. With proper cultivation, it was a foregone conclusion that Lin Yi would advance to level 108T that moment. Gu Laoxi altered his perception of Lin Yi and approached him, saying, "Qin Shan, why not join our malicious 4th team? I shall offer you the position of deputy captain, and upon my retirement, you shall become the captain." Lin Yi shook his head. "I apologize, but I am with Team 2 and currently have no intention of switching teams." Gu Qinghu quickly added, "Qin Shan, do not pay attention to this fellow. Jiu Laoxi speaks few truths. Even if you joined the 4th team, you would merely be working for him." Lin Yi looked at him and replied, "Rest assured, Captain, both my brothers in Team 2 and you have treated me well. I will remain with Team 2 unless they no longer want me." This heartfelt declaration moved Gu Qinghu, who beamed with joy, promptly thumping his chest in assurance. "Very well. Unless I perish, you shall forever be a member of Team 2. Witnessing their camaraderie, Gu Laoxi felt a pang of annoyance and remarked, Boring, T then tossed the swift steps technique to Lin Yi. Gu Qinghu raised an eyebrow. Gu Lao Si. What about my divine water? That item is not something I can carry with me. We'll discuss it when we return to the village. You shall receive your due. After that, Gu Lao Si no longer engaged with Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu, instead approaching Dugu Feng, stating, Dugu Feng, you have lost. Thus, all debts incurred from today's wager fall upon you. Captain Lao Si this? Dugu Feng protested. Feeling wronged. He had not wished to gamble in the first place. It was Gu Lao Si who had pressured him into it. Now, having lost, all blame was placed squarely on him. The "oh not" were such a woeful expression. As long as you listen well and diligently level up, repaying my debts in the future will be quite easy. Having concluded his remarks, Gu Lao Si turned to the assembled reincarnators and said, And you lot of weaklings, make sure to put in some effort, that if I catch you slacking off again, I will truly toss you into the corpse pit. It was evident to all present that Gu Lao Si was not particularly concerned with the so-called divine water or the bet. He merely sought to temper the fifth team's reincarnators in this manner. However, the reincarnators harbored no feelings of gratitude towards Gu Lao Si, primarily due to his foul language. Not only did he insult them, but he also frequently made derogatory remarks about their families. Many of the fifth team's reincarnators were seething with determination, thinking to themselves that once they reached level 10, they'd show him a lesson. Gu Lao Si was well aware of their sentiments, yet he remained unfazed. The village chief had assigned him to lead this batch of reincarnators to serve as the villain and a sharpening stone. Without a degree of strictness, how could these reincarnators possibly grow in such a short span of time? The ancient Tomb Valley, sprawling in size, boasted ample space beyond the small plain leading into it. Gu Qinghu had no intention of lingering with Gu Lao Si. After the gambling match concluded, he took Lin Yi deeper into the ancient Tomb Valley. Qingshan, I initially intended to lure out the corpse monsters and leave them for you to slay. However, given your recent performance, you seem more than capable of handling them on your own. So, Lin Yi understood what Gu Qinghu was implying but quickly interjected, Captain, I exhausted all my vitality using the Sunblade technique twice to slay the corpse monster. If you expect me to kill now, we likely won't manage more than a few in a day. You brought me here to level up, and efficiency is key. I believe we should adhere to your original plan. Gu Qinghu nodded, acknowledging the sentiment, and chose not to elaborate further. As they continued, neither of them encountered any corpse monsters, and even living creatures were scarce. They pressed on cautiously. Suddenly, Lin Yi observed a foraging squirrel being ensnared by a claw emerging from the earth, followed closely by a corpse monster that rose from the ground to devour it whole. Lin Yi comprehended the situation. It was no wonder the valley was lush with vegetation, yet devoid of wildlife. The corpse monsters reigned as the apex predators here. Gu Qinghu remarked, This place was once occupied by malevolent spirits, hence the scarcity of nearby monsters. Over time, it has transformed into a domain for corpse monsters, while I find them easy to deal with. Should 5 or more appear, we must flee without hesitation. Do you understand? Understood, Captain, Lin Yi replied. Good, as long as you remember, Gu Qinghu affirmed, and with that he wielded his longing blade and dashed forward like a shadow. The corpse monster, still savoring its squirrel meal, had not a moment to react before Gu Qinghu cleaved it in two at the waist, its severed body writhing on the ground, still clinging to life. It should still have some breath left. Let us finish it off, Gu Qinghu instructed. Lin Yi wasted no time and advanced with his blade, delivering several swift strikes. If he could dispatch a living corpse monster, how much easier would it be to eliminate one that was already in 2 pieces? Within moments, Lin Yi succeeded in slaying the creature, earning himself 25 experience points. However, the monster dropped only corpse oil. Captain, is this corpse oil valuable? How much blood food can it be exchanged for? Lin Yi pondered aloud, considering that if they continued to hunt corpse monsters in the valley, he might accumulate quite a bit of it. Gu Qinghu explained, corpse oil is a vital ingredient for crafting spiritual fire candles that we will need numerous spiritual fire candles when we head to Tianshui City. So keep this corpse oil for now. It will be of great use later. All right, I will keep it all. Lin Yi nodded and continued to follow Gu Qinghu in search of more corpse monsters. According to Gu Qinghu, they were still merely at the periphery of the ancient Tomb Valley. where most encountered corpse monsters were solitary and only level 5. However, in the core area of the valley, the corpse monsters gathered in packs, with levels varying, including the possibility of encountering level 10 monsters, which could be referred to as corpse monster kings, powerful beings that had once been militia captains, possessing significant intelligence and cunning, making them formidable even for him. Considering the danger, Gu Qinghu did not plan to take Lin Yi deeper into the heart of the valley. Instead, he intended to hunt along the outskirts. As time passed, 2 hours later, Gu Qinghu led Lin Yi to encounter 12 level 5 corpse monsters, leaving one breath remaining for Lin Yi to slay. The 12 monsters yielded 12 pieces of white-quality corpse oil. Beyond that, nothing else dropped. No monster compendium and no external martial arts. Lin Yi then realized that while corpse monsters had a chance to drop external martial skills, the probability was exceedingly low. It seemed that the rapid movement technique Gu Lao Si had previously mentioned was indeed quite precious. He recalled Wang Zilong mentioning that it took them over 3 days to farm the skill, confirming its rarity. Although the continuous slaying of corpse monsters did not yield any surprises in terms of loot, the 12 monsters granted Lin Yi a total of 300 experience points. With this, Lin Yi was poised to reach level 4. However, he was not in a hurry. With his current low level, he received a slight experience boost and thought it prudent to accumulate enough experience before leveling up and distributing points. Having logged on early that day, Lin Yi noted that his 6 hours of online time were nearly exhausted. After defeating 2 more corpse monsters, he discovered that his Sunblade technique had advanced to level 4 and suggested returning to the village. Gu Qinghu was also feeling fatigued, and after foraging for some edible wild fruits in the valley, he took Lin Yi back. By the time Lin Yi logged out, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. He glanced outside the window. The sky remained overcast and heavy with clouds, though the downpour had ceased. After preparing some food, Lin Yi headed to the gym to work out. A couple of hours later, he visited the archery range to practice with the bow. Although he had shifted his focus from archery to swordplay, Lin Yi still held a fondness for bows. Had he not drawn the purple knife wielder talent today, he might have continued honing his archery skills. Nonetheless, he recognized the importance of maintaining a ranged attack option and did not intend to abandon archery practice. He merely found sword training more efficient at present. The Sunblade technique, unlike the starbow archery technique, emphasized the concept of blade momentum. As long as one grasped the technique, proficiency could be gained at a day of practice with the blade might elevate the Sunblade technique's level. Upon exiting the archery range, Lin Yi purchased a wooden toy knife from the mall and returned to his dormitory practice. Although the toy knife was light, after a while of practice, he entered the awakening world to check his data panel and found that his proficiency in the Sunblade technique was steadily rising. At this rate, he would likely master the technique at level 10 in just a few days. He could not help but marvel at how remarkable the purple talent was, transforming him from an ordinary individual into an extraordinary swordsman. That if he were to ever draw a golden or red talent, it would surely be even more impressive. Only now did Lin Yi realize the significance of the golden activation code left to him by Lu Hong, that if it were to be revealed that he used the golden activation code to enter the awakening world, not only the officials but also various private and underground forces would likely covet him. After all, if a person died, the activation code would drop. Thus, he needed to swiftly enhance his strength to prepare for potential future crises. The following day, Lin Yi logged into the awakening world early. Glancing at his attribute panel, he noted that his Sunblade technique was nearing level 5. Sunblade technique white, LV4, 13-20-1400, infusing a minimum of 10 vitality points into the blade increases blade momentum damage by 32. If the infused vitality points are doubled, the damage also doubles. Lin Yi estimated that he would undoubtedly elevate the Sunblade technique to level 5 today, and if he remained diligent in the real world after logging out, perhaps he could elevate the technique to level 6 as well. Furthermore, he had ordered a Longquan metal knife online, which he expected to arrive today. Practicing with a real blade should expedite his proficiency gain. Today marked the duty day for the second team of militia, and Gu Qinghu could not take Lin Yi out to slay corpse monsters. Instead, they searched for isolated monsters near the city wall. Unfortunately, until Lin Yi's online time concluded, they encountered no monsters at all. Lin Yi was genuinely curious about how to extend his stay in the awakening world. After all, A day consists of merely 6 hours, which is undeniably too brief. Yet, whether it is the foreign forums he frequents or the players within Guten Village, none seem to possess the knowledge on how to extend their online duration. However, there are whispers on the foreign forums suggesting that once one attains a professional level, the time spent in the world of Apocalypse will no longer be constrained out of course. Lin Yi remains uncertain about the veracity of this information, for that forum is rife with dubious tales regarding the world of Apocalypse. Ultimately, the forum is a chaotic amalgamation of individuals from various nations, leading to considerable confusion as the day's patrol was nearing its end. Gu Qinghu approached Lin Yi, saying, "For the upcoming week, I will not be on duty. Prepare more supplies in your backpack. We shall venture to the ancient Tomb Valley, and we 1T return for a week." Lin Yi was taken aback. "Not returning? Captain, you wouldn't be doing this just for me." Gu Qinghu replied, "It has some relation to you, but not significantly. The village is dissatisfied with the training methods of the militia's 5th Squad and intends for me to go and assist. I will be alternating shifts with Gu Laosi, training the members of the 5th Squad." Now it made sense to Lin Yi, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Gu Qinghu had reported him for some reason. Otherwise, the village wouldn't have sent Gu Qinghu, given the limited combat strength within the village. Glancing at his online duration, Lin Yi noticed he had only 20 minutes left until he reached 6 hours, prompting him to hastily procure a batch of food and water to fill his backpack before following Gu Qinghu to the ancient Tomb Valley. Upon arriving at the plains outside the ancient Tomb Valley, the members of the 5th Squad were nowhere to be seen. Only Gu Laosi was seen leading his team in setting up camp. As night descended, the wilderness grew perilous, necessitating vigilance against both the nocturnal creatures and the wandering malevolent spirits. Gu Laosi first instructed his team to dig a trench, set traps and bells, and then apply the sap of the sun tree to ward off the malevolent spirits. When Gu Laosi spotted Gu Qinghu and Lin Yi approaching with their packs, he furrowed his brow and asked, "What brings you two here?" "The village head feared you might struggle alone, so he sent me to lend a hand and alleviate some of your burdens." Before Gu Qinghu could finish a sentence, Lin Yi observed Gu Laosi's expression darkening as he scolded, "You're talking nonsense. Gu Qinghu, you're reporting again, aren't you? Damn, a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. You've always been like this." Gu Qinghu nonchalantly scratched his ear, unfazed. "Enough with the insults, to be honest. I'd rather not be here. I'm mainly here to help Qing Shan level up. As for the members of the 5th Squad, take them if you wish, but if you don't, then don't as if recalling something." Gu Qinghu added, "By the way, I brought the divine water you left at home. It's mine now anyway." Seeing Gu Qinghu's shamelessness, Gu Laosi had lost the energy to scold him further, responding with a cold huff, "There's south no place for you here. I don't need your help. I brought my own tent." Considering safety, Gu Qinghu chose not to venture too far and set up his tent near Gu Laosi's camp. Before logging off, Lin Yi expressed his concern. "Captain, will you be all right here alone at night?" Gu Qinghu reassured him, "Don't worry. I have experience sleeping in the wilderness that if danger truly arises, with Gu Laosi and the others around, I'll be fine." The next day, upon logging in, Lin Yi found himself inside Gu Qinghu's tent. Gu Qinghu was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, polishing his longing blade. Upon noticing Lin Yi, he remarked, "I've prepared water and pancakes. Once you've eaten your fill, we shall set off." "All right, Captain." Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised by Gu Qinghu's efficiency and noted that no dangers had occurred the previous night that moment. He heard the sounds of training outside the tent, and, as he lifted the water and pancake to eat, he peeked outside that he saw the members of the 5th Squad beginning their drills under Gu Laosi's booming voice. This form of training resembled a formation drill, where the members stood in a line to count off before taking up defensive positions with their weapons, which appeared rather amusing. However, it was unfortunate for the newly minted members of the 5th Squad, who were being trained mercilessly. Lin Yi sensed that both the training of the 5th Squad members and the establishment of a camp in the wilderness at night were preparations for their journey to Tianshui City. It seemed that the higher-ups of Guten Village had resolved to leverage the strength of the newly minted members to forge a path between Guten Village and Tianshui City. After finishing breakfast and reaching a near-full state of satiation, Lin Yi tidied up and followed Gu Qinghu deeper into the valley. They continued their search for solitary corpse monsters along the outskirts of the valley, adhering to the previous day's strategy. However, perhaps due to the recent excessive slaying by both them and the militia, Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu found no corpse monsters after searching the outer jungle for half an hour. "Let us venture a bit deeper," suggested Gu Qinghu, leading Lin Yi towards the core area of the ancient tomb valley, albeit without getting too close. Before long, they spotted 3 corpse monsters lurking beneath a large tree, while a flock of ordinary birds resembling sparrows chirped incessantly above. The corpse monsters had been drawn to the birds' calls, but alas, they could not fly and could only gaze up foolishly at the birds. Occasionally catching a droplet of white bird droppings. 3 corpse monsters. "Let us be cautious. Qing Shan, wait for me," Gu Qinghu said as he unsheathed his longing blade, preparing to engage the 3 corpse monsters. "Captain, let us attack together. I can't always hide behind you. Leave 1 corpse monster for me to practice on." After logging off the previous day, Lin Yi had received the Long Quan metal knife he ordered online. And after a night of practice, his proficiency in the yin-yang blade technique had soared, now reaching level 6. Yin-yang blade technique white, LV6, 108, 2000, infusing at least 10 points of health into the blade will increase blade damage by 128. If the infused health value is doubled, the damage will also double. With the 6th level of the yin-yang blade technique, the damage enhancement compared to the 5th level has effectively doubled, reaching 128. Now, Lin Yi could finally deal double damage with a single strike, and the blade's embedded yin-yang energy was particularly effective against corpse monsters, seeing Lin Yi eager to try. Gu Qinghu nodded. Very well. His intention in bringing Lin Yi along was to train him for rapid growth. Ji Yu Chenghu charged ahead, drawing the attention of 2 corpse monsters while leaving one behind. As the foul-smelling corpse monster rushed towards him, Lin Yi remained composed, flipping his long knife in his hands, gripping it tightly, and charged forward with a direct thrust of the blade. In this move, Lin Yi unleashed the yin-yang blade technique. The blade was enveloped in a golden light, reminiscent of the blazing sun descending. Boom! With a single strike, the approaching corpse monster was sent flying. Upon landing, its arms had been shattered and could no longer swing. "Good lad, how did your yin-yang blade technique progress so rapidly? You're nearly on par with me." Although Gu Qinghu was occupied with 2 corpse monsters, he kept a watchful eye on Lin Yi's actions, astonished by the latter's prowess. "Not bad. The level 6 yin-yang blade technique is quite powerful, but my inherent strength is still lacking." Lin Yi reflected with a hint of regret, then stepped forward to finish off the struggling corpse monster. "Ding! You have slain a level 5 corpse monster." Subsequently, Lin Yi joined Gu Qinghu, dispatching the 2 corpse monsters that Gu Qinghu had already incapacitated. As the loot shimmered with light, Lin Yi exclaimed in delight. It turned out that the final corpse monster had not only dropped a piece of corpse oil, but also a book-like item. Corpse Monster Compendium White. A compendium documenting the species, habits, and weaknesses of corpse monsters, an exclusive item for the newly minted members. Upon use, it allows permanent access to the status, health, and other attributes of corpse monsters. Excellent. This is indeed a useful item for him. Now, battling corpse monsters would grant him direct insights into their attributes. Lin Yi promptly used the Corpse Monster Compendium White, feeling a wealth of knowledge flooding his mind, including the level ranges of corpse monsters, their weaknesses, attack techniques, and more. Eagerly, Lin Yi pulled Gu Qinghu along to search for more corpse monsters to test their newfound knowledge. Before long, they discovered a solitary corpse monster. However, this particular corpse creature was notably larger than those previously encountered, evidently a high-level undead. As Lin Yi approached, information about the creature suddenly appeared before him. Ancient Tomb Valley mutated corpse creature, white health points, 260 status, hungry level, 7 skills, 18 staff techniques description. This is a nimble corpse creature with keen perception of its surroundings. As Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu drew near, the level 7 undead evidently sensed their presence, letting out a roar before charging towards them. "Captain, allow me to take a shot first." Blocking Gu Qinghu, who was eager to engage, Lin Yi stepped forward with his long knife. Boom! As the corpse creature sped towards him, Lin Yi opted to use the back of his knife as a shield. However, the force of the level 7 creature was astonishing. and Lin Yi was pushed back several steps before managing to dissipate the impact. This creature was far more formidable than the level 5 undead, exhibiting greater strength, yet it remained within my capacity to handle. Perhaps due to the innate prowess of a knife wielder, Lin Yi felt a transformation in his previously timid and cautious demeanor. Now, as long as he wielded a knife, he felt emboldened enough to confront even a level 10 monster. Executing a fiery blade technique, the level 7 undead attempted to block with its arm, but had its limbs severed by Lin Yi's strike. Health points -58. This blow reduced the creature's health by a fifth. Although the fiery blade technique inflicted considerable damage, it consumed a significant amount of vitality, leaving Lin Yi capable of delivering only 1.5 more strikes. He planned to gradually wear down the creature, waiting to deplete its health before delivering a final blow with the fiery blade technique. However, the level 7 undead surpassed the level 5 in strength, defense, and speed. Despite Lin Yi's adept and sharp knife skills, he was ultimately at a disadvantage in attributes and soon found himself caught off guard during a block, receiving a heavy claw strike. That single strike caused Lin Yi to lose 60 health points. Fortunately, thanks to his blood absorption talent, he had accumulated his health to over 1,700, so losing 60 points was not a significant concern. Meanwhile, Gu Chenghu, observing from the sidelines, felt a jolt of anxiety as he saw Lin Yi get clawed. He feared for Lin Yi's life, knowing the vast disparity in their attributes. Yet, seeing Lin Yi appear relatively unscathed, he felt a sense of relief that Qing Shan's level was still only 3. Both his health and other attributes were too low, making it exceedingly challenging for him to contend with a level 7 undead. To elevate his attributes in a short time, aside from leveling up the born ones, he would need certain rare treasures. I only have the divine water I just won. This could be of great benefit to Qing Shan. Watching Lin Yi engage the level 7 undead with back-and-forth exchanges, Gu Chenghu fell into contemplation, weighing whether to invest. -12-9. As the undead's health gradually diminished, Lin Yi's attack rhythm grew increasingly decisive and sharp, each cut striking against the creature's resilient bones. Within a mere 2 minutes, while defending with the back of his knife and attacking with the blade, he managed to wear the level 7 undead's health down to below 50 points. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi unleashed the remaining vitality to execute the fiery blade technique. Swoosh! A golden light cleaved towards the undead, instantly depleting its health. Ding! You have slain the level 7 undead, earning 40 experience points. Notably, the level 5 undead only granted 25 experience points, while the level 7 provided 40. Looking at the loot from the level 7, there were 2 items. One was a white-quality corpse oil chunk, and the other was a leg bone from the undead, a green-quality material. Essence of undead leg bone green. A leg bone formed from the essence of the undead's entire body, remarkably sturdy. Suitable for forging into weaponry. Lin Yi knew that Gu Chenghu had been collecting green materials to forge spiritual weapons, and he smiled, saying, "Captain, here's the green material you wanted. Qing Shan, you did all the work in taking down this undead, so you need not share your spoils with me. What are you saying, Captain? We set out as a team, and even if I did the killing, you deserve your share." For Lin Yi, he currently had no channel to forge spiritual weapons. This green-quality leg bone would only gather dust in his backpack, so it was better off in Gu Chenghu's hands. Firstly, it was a way to repay Gu Chenghu for his care, and secondly, with Gu Chenghu's increased strength, he could better protect Lin Yi. All right, then I shall accept it. Yu Qing nodded with a smile, increasingly convinced that his decision to bring Lin Yi into the people's malicious second team was indeed the right one. It was clear now that Lin Yi was not only exceptionally talented, but also grateful and of good character. The two continued to search for undead in the dense forest near the core area of the valley. After a busy morning, they had slain about 20 more undead, mostly level 5 and 6, with level 7s being quite rare. The loot consisted solely of corpse oil chunks, with no skill books dropping. However, as they prepared to leave, they encountered a level 6 undead along the way, which dropped a second copy of the Undead Compendium White. The Gu Chenghu said, "Qing Shan, you've already used the compendium, so just give it to me. I'll convert it into contribution points for you, of course, Captain." Lin Yi agreed. Gu Chenghu likely intended to use the Undead Compendium for the 5th team of the militia. After all, the drop rate for such compendiums was quite low. And there were still some born ones in the fifth team who hadn't received one. It must be noted that using the compendium allows for a more precise view of a monster's health and status, and displays the damage dealt with each strike. Akin to gaming mechanics, which provides a significant advantage to the born ones. Upon returning to their tent outside the valley, Lin Yi changed out of his clothes, stained with the foul stench and blood of the undead, into a fresh set, seeing that the time to log off was running short. Lin Yi was about to disconnect and return to reality when he noticed Gu Chenghu rummaging through his pack and pulling out a small white porcelain vial. Wait, Qingshan, your attributes are still too low. This should be beneficial for you. What is this? Lin Yi exclaimed as he took the vial, utterly astonished. Ancient Springs Sacred Water Blue. Water from the ancient spring village, nourished by the temple over many years, has the effect of cleansing the body and stimulating potential, granting born ones an increase in their attribute points upon consumption. Captain, is this for me? Lin Yi could hardly believe it. This was a blue-quality treasure, a first for him. Yu Chenghu chuckled. Consider an investment in you. When you become a professional-level expert, you must repay me with something even better. Lin Yi scratched his head. Don't be hasty in rejecting it. I owe you a debt of gratitude for acquiring the sacred water. And after some thought, I realized that for me, it's merely an embellishment. Drinking it would only mean taking a few extra steps on the path to level 10. But for you, it's different. You currently lack attribute points, and consuming it would ease my burden as well. Having spent some time with Lin, Gu Qinghu knew he was not an ungrateful person. Considering Lin Yi's talent in knife techniques, he deliberated and concluded that Lin Yi was a worthy investment, ultimately deciding to allow him to consume the sacred water. Thank you, Captain. May I accept it? Accept it. It's best if you drink it now. It's far too precious. As he spoke, Gu Qinghu felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He had rarely consumed sacred water in his lifetime. And if he were to drink this vial and forge a set of spiritual armor, he would likely surpass even the great Captain Gu Lihai. Drink it quickly. Don't linger. I might change my mind. Okay. Lin Yi hastily opened the small vial and took a sip. The ancient spring sacred water was incredibly sweet. Lin Yi felt a warm current flowing through his limbs after it entered his stomach. Ding! You have consumed the ancient spring sacred water. Strength attribute increased by 3. Wow. An increase of 3 in strength attributes. Lin Yi took another sip. Ding! You have consumed the ancient spring sacred water. Constitution attribute increased by 3. Constitution increased by 3 points. Were these attribute points randomized? Seeing the little remaining water in the vial, Lin Yi gulped it down in one go. Ding! You have consumed the ancient spring sacred water. Strength attribute increased by 4. Indeed, it was random. This time, the attribute increase was in strength. Excellent, Lin Yi thought to himself, as he currently needed strength and agility the most. Remarkably, this small vial of sacred water had granted him a total of 10 attribute points. Equivalent to a 2-level boost, the efficacy of this sacred water was truly extraordinary. Currently, Lin Yi's panel attributes are as follows. Player, Qingshan Bulow status. Excited and active ID. 007 gender. Male level. 3 health points. 1744 experience points. 116-5400 satiety. 77100 strength. 21. The normal limit for males is 10. Affecting physical damage and a maximum weight of wieldable weapons. Constitution. 11. The normal limit for males is 10, influencing the health point cap, recovery speed, and basic resilience. Agility. 10. The normal limit for males is 10, impacting movement and reaction speed. Stamina. 11. The normal limit for males is 10, affecting stamina cap, recovery speed, and load capacity. Vitality. 32. 12 points derived from blood food. External skills. Tianqing archery technique green. LV1. 57,500 each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases damage by 2. And the 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional 12 damage. Yin-Yang sword technique white. LV6. 490-2000 infusing at least 10 points of vitality into the blade increases damage by 128. And if the infused vitality is doubled, the damage is also doubled. Initial talent. Universal talent, red, LV1 innate blade user. After consuming the holy water, Lin Yi's strength increased by 7 points and constitution by 3 points, leading to a significant rise in his health and vitality. Of course, the increase in health was not particularly pronounced, considering Lin Yi currently possesses over 1,700 health points. However, he noticed a remarkable surge in vitality, which rose by 8 points to 32. It appears that strength and constitution are crucial factors in determining the increase in vitality. Presently, from the perspective of his attributes, he is not far from a level 5 player. Yet, when considering health points, level 5 players are far inferior in terms of vitality. Lin Yi estimates that the health points of level 5 players are likely around 200 naturally. This pertains to those who allocate points to constitution. If one does not invest in constitution, he suspects that some level 5 players might possess only a little over 100 health points and would perish tragically after being clawed by a level 7 zombie. It must be said, the effects of holy water are truly astonishing. If a few more bottles were to come his way, wouldn't he, at level 3, possess attributes akin to those of a level 10? Lin Yi promptly inquired, "Captain, can this holy water, this divine water, be exchanged for contribution points?" Gu Qinghu, upon observing Lin Yi's expression, understood that Lin Yi had reaped significant benefits from the divine water. He shook his head and replied, "Divine water is an exceedingly rare resource in Gutong village. Not only you, but even I cannot exchange for it, unless you can achieve great merits for Gutong village. There might be a possibility of receiving divine water as a reward. What constitutes a great merit? Only acts such as saving the village qualify. For now, do not entertain such thoughts." Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. Given his current situation, he saw no opportunity to procure Gutong's holy water again. Nevertheless, he was deeply touched by Gu Qinghu's willingness to bestow upon him such a precious blue resource. "Captain, thank you. I will surely repay you in the future." Gu Qinghu smiled and nodded. "Yes, just don't let me down." Then, Gu Qinghu uttered a phrase that Lin Yi found somewhat perplexing. "Qingshan, you reborn individuals are both hope and salvation for us natives of Qianchi continent. You are indeed the future." Since Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu moved to the outskirts of Gufan Valley, Lin Yi's growth, bolstered by his talents, has been remarkably rapid. On one hand, the proficiency of his yin-yang sword technique has surged dramatically, reaching level 8. On the other, Lin Yi's accumulated experience points have grown steadily. In merely a week's time, he has amassed nearly 2,500 experience points. Lin Yi learned from Dugufeng that players encounter a bottleneck at level 5 and again at level 7 to progress from level 3 to level 4. One requires 400 experience points, from level 4 to level 5,800 experience points, and from level 5 to level 6, only 1,000 experience points, indicating that the experience requirement does not double. However, from level 5 onwards, each upgrade necessitates certain conditions regarding vitality. Regarding the vitality bottleneck, Lin Yi feels no need for concern. After all, he consumes small pieces of blood food daily, leading to a gradual increase in his vitality. Since the last time he drank the holy water, his vitality has now reached 35 points to break through level 5. 25 points of vitality are required, a condition Lin Yi fully meets if Lin Yi were to utilize all his accumulated experience points. He should be able to ascend directly to level 6. Then comes the bottleneck at level 7. For both the reborn and the natives of Qianchi continent, level 7 is a particularly significant milestone. It is said that during the breakthrough to level 7, the individual's various current data will determine the awakening of a constitution talent. This opportunity is singular. If one is fortunate enough to awaken a special constitution talent, they can transform from an ordinary individual into an extraordinary genius. Lin Yi specifically inquired about the level 7 constitution awakening from Gu Qinghu. Gu Qinghu, during his breakthrough to level 7, possessed an impressive vitality of 100 points. Consequently, he awakened a talent of vitality surge green. By activating this talent, Gu Qinghu can double his vitality in combat. It can be said that with Gu Qinghu's adept use of the yin-yang sword technique combined with the vitality surge talent, he is virtually invincible in battle. According to Gu Qinghu's accounts, Lin Yi reflected upon his own attributes and concluded that his most notable feature is his 1,700 health points, should he choose to break through to level 7. He fears he will receive a constitution talent related to health points as for the quality of such a talent. It is likely to be at least green or blue. After all, his 1,700 health points are undoubtedly astonishing figures for most natives of Tianqi and reborn individuals alike. Even if a reborn player were to allocate all 45 attribute points gained from leveling up from 1 to 10 in a constitution, their health points would likely not exceed 1,000. However, Lin Yi is not content. After all, he possesses a red quality universal talent, and the awakened constitution talent should not be subpar. At the very least, it should be a purple quality talent. Once he reaches level 6, Lin Yi plans to remain for a period and then fervently refresh his universal talent, hoping to acquire another growth talent akin to Blood Drain. However, the LV1 universal talent only has one fixed slot. If a new talent is chosen, his innate blade user talent cannot be retained. Yet, the innate blade user purple talent is crucial. Lin Yi's current combat awareness and swordsmanship are closely tied to this talent's enhancement. Without the innate blade user, his combat power would likely be halved. Lin Yi pondered that if he could upgrade the universal talent and gain an additional fixed slot, it would be ideal. However, he remains uncertain about what materials are needed for talent upgrades. In the capital city, Lu Bo and Zhou Huaiwen, hailing from Lin Yi City, have finally concluded this training session. Over the past 2 weeks, they primarily engaged in political and cultural education along with various training related to the Tianqi world. Moreover, with the nation's resource allocation, this batch of trainees has generally attained level 5, each possessing an external skill that it can be said that with their current physical attributes and qualities, they are all considered martial arts experts in reality. Of course, the nation trains them to protect the populace and maintain safety across various regions. However, due to the tight training schedule, their original objectives have been delayed. Lu Bo did not manage to locate the reborn instructor from Dayu village. Nor did Zhou Huaiwen uncover any information regarding his son's death at this moment. Lu Shuang, who personally drove to pick them up, comforted them earnestly while driving. Do not fret, both of you, since you have joined the national structure. You are now one of us. Once you become experts in the Tianqi world, at the captain's level, it won't be difficult to uncover certain information. Furthermore, even if you find the perpetrator responsible for your loved one's deaths, if such a perpetrator exists, do you think your current strength is sufficient for revenge? In my opinion, focus on leveling up and developing within the Tianqi world. Sooner or later, you will find the answers you seek. Inside the vehicle, Lu Bo could not help but exclaim, Shuangge, I feel like you're just stringing me along. Zhou Huaiwen remained silent. After 2 weeks of training in the capital, he had learned many secrets about the Tianqi world, and he understood that the killer of his son was not a simple matter, as it likely involved a vast underground organization. Zhao Shuang, holding a toothpick, glanced at Lu Bo in the rearview mirror and said, What do you mean by stringing you along? Just tell me, do my words make sense? Indeed, it is true, yet I believe that certain matters, if not investigated promptly, may become irrevocably elusive in the future. Moreover, Brother Shuang, you previously mentioned that there was an instructor from Dayu village at the headquarters in the capital. After 2 weeks of training, I have yet to encounter any instructor from Dayu village, which leaves me with the impression that you are misleading me. Lu Bo felt a twinge of frustration. The post-2000 generation possesses their own thoughts and are not easily deceived. Xiao Bo, your brother Shuang is, after all, one of our own. There is no need for deceit. That I suspect the instructors who trained me were from a different batch, which is why you have not encountered them. In the car. The two engaged in a lively exchange. Suddenly, Lu Bo recalled something and hastily sent a message to Lin Yi. Go, I have returned. I anticipate arriving in Lin Yi City tonight. Let's find a place to dine together, and I shall regale you with tales from the capital. This moment. Lin Yi had yet to receive Lu Bo's message. He had been preoccupied with the affairs of his studio that morning and had not logged into the awakening world until midday. After spending a considerable part of the day hunting the undead creatures on the outskirts of Gufeng Valley, Lin Yi noticed the sky darkening and decided to return to the camp with Gu Qinghu. Following a week of construction, the camp had seen a notable increase in the number of tents, most of which were erected by the members of Team 5, led by Dugu Feng. They had even kindly built a tent for Lin Yi, situated beside Gu Qinghu's tent at this moment. Lao Si had just drawn out a level 9 undead creature from Gufeng Valley to give Team 5 a practical exercise. This undead creature was colossal, evidently having undergone some form of mutation. Standing a full 2 meters tall, and when it charged, the ground trembled beneath its weight. Among the members of Team 5, only Dugu Feng had reached level 6. The rest were primarily at levels 4 and 5. Faced with such a formidable undead creature, they found it exceedingly challenging to contend with. Under the creature's onslaught, their carefully arranged defensive formation was swiftly shattered, leading to a chaotic retreat. Wang Zilong was particularly vocal in his panic as he was pursued by the undead. Fortunately, Dugu Feng took the lead, skillfully distracting the level 9 creature and buying time for the others. Lao Si, maintaining his harsh demeanor, scolded from a distance. Maintain formation. Maintain formation. How many times must I repeat myself? When confronted with a foe far superior to you in strength, only through unity and cooperation can we hope to survive. Yet, the oppressive aura of the level 9 undead was overwhelming, its power and speed far surpassing that of ordinary beings. After nearly half a minute of evading, Dugu Feng made a misstep and was knocked to the ground by the creature's claws, leaving Qian Duoduo, Wang Zilong, and the others too intimidated to approach. Lao Si could no longer bear to watch. Alu, Xiaoba, you two, step up and bind the undead with chains. We shall attempt again tomorrow. Point 2, level 9 militia members from Team 4 swiftly advanced. Employing their expertise with chains to restrain the undead creature, once more Yu Qinghu observed the proceedings, frowning as he remarked, Old C. This method is flawed. The level disparity between the undead and Team 5 is too great. One miscalculation could result in casualties. Lao Si sighed, aware of the level gap, but his intention was to cultivate the cooperation and synergy among the reborn. He had not anticipated their performance would leave him so disheartened. The defense formation, painstakingly trained over the week, crumbled at the first sign of danger, with the reborn scattering like startled rabbits. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, Lin Yi empathized, while Lao Si's approach had merit. He had misjudged the players' bravery in the extraordinary realm of awakening. Lives are singular. Who would willingly risk their lives for training? The player's long-standing principle is to seize opportunities for gain while shunning perilous ventures. Gu Qinghu, understanding the nature of the reborn, suggested, perhaps we should first focus on developing their ability to operate individually. This method of yours is not effective. Very well, I shall continue training for 2 more days. And if progress remains stagnant, I will adopt your approach. Lao Si replied, shaking his head. He then glanced at Lin Yi, enviously remarking, You are fortunate, Gu Qinghu, to have promising talent come to your doorstep. If only you could send Qing Shan my way. I would go to the village chief and request a vial of divine water for you. Gu Qinghu quickly interjected, Old Si, do not covet my talents. We are still brothers, having camped and fortified their position outside Gufeng Valley with Lao Si. He had shared several drinks with him, which had eased their relationship significantly. However, it was also his own fault. In a drunken state, he had boasted to Lao Si about Lin Yi's exceptional swordsmanship and remarkable talent, which only intensified Lao Si's desire to recruit Lin Yi. Never mind, look at your miserly demeanor. Lao Si dismissed the topic, shouting for Team 5 to disband before retreating to his tent to rest. Dugu Feng, having suffered a few scratches from the undead, approached Lin Yi after applying healing salves. Qing Shan, the items have been sold. Here is the weapon you requested. Dugu Feng produced a gleaming silver long sword from his backpack. The blade was long and robust, exhibiting a unique luster, while the hilt was crafted from exquisite ivory, adorned with intricate and elaborate engravings. Clearly, this was a weapon of considerable quality. Lin Yi hefted the silver long sword, finding its weight just right. The entire weapon felt cohesive, composed of exceptionally durable material. While this sword may not qualify as a spiritual weapon, it was nonetheless a semi-spiritual one, capable of enhancing certain attributes when equipped, surpassing even the long swords he had encountered in the treasury that were valued at several hundred contribution points. Lin Yi expressed his satisfaction. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate your efforts. That IT was a small matter. I made a modest profit from this trip, so no need for concern. Dugu Feng chuckled, recalling that 3 days prior, Lin Yi had asked him to procure a suitable weapon after presenting a manual on the swift step technique. Despite being merely an ordinary white-grade external skill, However, the ability to temporarily displace oneself through external power remains quite rare. Coincidentally, apart from his vast knowledge of the skies, Dugufeng was also acquainted with several high-level players from Guten Village, and thus he swiftly exchanged his skills for the Zhan Yinlong knife, which could be considered a semi-spiritual weapon. In the eyes of those elite players, they naturally believed they had made a profitable trade. Yet, for Lin Yi, he did not find himself at a disadvantage. The rapid movement technique he acquired later had originally been won through gambling, and he had since mastered it. Moreover, over the course of the week, he and Gu Qinghu had successfully obtained numerous corpse monster illustrations and corpse oil chunks, a portion of which he traded to Gu Qinghu in exchange for equivalent contribution points. With these points, he not only acquired a substantial amount of blood food, but also exchanged for a complete set of defensive armor. With this armor in place, Lin Yi felt he was merely lacking a suitable weapon. While a complete spiritual weapon was currently beyond his reach, he could still consider the sharpness of a semi-spiritual weapon, due to his recent lack of time to return to the village. He took out the rapid movement technique he had obtained and asked Dugufeng to assist him in trading it. Consequently, he was pleased with the Zhan Yinlong knife he received in return. With his semi-spiritual weapon and the defensive armor, Lin Yi believed he could now contend with the level 9 corpse monster he had encountered earlier. Should Dugufeng learn that Lin Yi possessed the confidence to defeat the level 9 corpse monster, a foe they had struggled against as a team, he would surely feel a deep sense of shame. Currently, Lin Yi's character panel displayed the following data. Player, Qingshan Bulow status, Exhausted ID, 007 gender. Male level, 3 health points, 1744 experience points, 272-0400 satiation, 89100 strength, 21-3, normal male limit, 10 points. Affects physical damage and the maximum weight of weapons that can be wielded, constitution, 11, normal male limit, 10 points. Affects health points maximum, health recovery speed, and basic resilience, agility, 10, normal male limit, 10 points. Affects movement and reaction speed, stamina, 11, normal male limit, 10 points. Affects stamina maximum, recovery speed, and carrying capacity, vitality, 35, 15 points derived from blood food. External skills. Tinching arrow technique green, LV1, 100 to 2,500 each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases its damage by 2. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional damage of 12. Yin-Yang sword technique white, LV8, 512,600, infusing a minimum of 10 points of vitality into the blade can increase its damage by 512. If the infused vitality is doubled, the damage will also double. Rapid movement technique white, LV1, 22,300, consuming 5 points of vitality, allows for a brief high-speed displacement of half a meter. However, this technique places considerable strain on the legs. Infrequent use may likely result in ankle injuries. Equipment. Defensive armor, meticulously crafted from the hide of a black bull demon beast. This armor significantly mitigates damage from both sharp and blunt weapons, and does not qualify as a spiritual item. Zhan Yinlong knife, a long knife forged from meteorite iron, laced with precious secret silver. Its blade is sharp and elongated, and not only possesses the ability to penetrate armor, but also grants the wielder an additional 3 points of strength. Embodying some of the might of spiritual weapons. Initial talent. Universal talent. Red. LV1 Natural Blade Master equipped with his new gear. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to venture into the valley and practice against a corpse monster. His most formidable attack was undoubtedly the LV8 Yin-Yang sword technique, which had achieved a 5-fold increase in power. The golden sword energy he unleashed could extend up to 2 meters in length. According to Gu Qinghu, Lin Yi's proficiency in the Yin-Yang sword technique had far surpassed that of the villagers in Guten, even beyond Gu Qinghu himself. If Lin Yi were to wield the Zhan Yinlong knife against the level 7 corpse monster he encountered a week prior, he could likely defeat it with a single strike. The level 8 corpse monster might require 2 strikes, but his current vitality of 35 points was sufficient to execute 2 attacks AS for the level 9 corpse monster. It would likely necessitate a gradual depletion of health, sustaining minor injuries before he could vanquish it with the Yin-Yang sword technique. Point 1 could say that Lin Yi's combat prowess had drastically improved compared to just a week or 2 ago. He could now contend with level 9 corpse monsters and slay level 8 ones. The reason for this transformation lay in his newfound purple talent as a natural blade master. The significance of high-quality talents is self-evident. However, it seemed that the yin-yang sword technique at level 8 had encountered a bottleneck. Lin Yi discovered that even with his natural blade master talent, the rate of skill proficiency growth had begun to slow after reaching level 8. It appeared that the natural blade master talent also had its limitations. Upon logging out of the world of Apocalypse, Lin Yi checked his phone messages and noticed a gathering invitation from Lu Bo. Observing that night had already fallen, Lin Yi promptly replied to Lu Bo and hailed an hour later. The two enjoyed a hearty meal at a high-end barbecue restaurant. Do you know? On the first day, the instructor took us to the military camp. Not only did he immerse us in medicinal wine to enhance our physique, but he also taught us combat techniques and how to handle firearms. Furthermore, the headquarters, upon learning of my arrival in the Yulong village of the Apocalypse world, specifically arranged for a seasoned player from Yulong village to guide my development. In short, I'm busy on both ends every day. With only 4 hours of sleep. Lin Yi inquired, Xiaobo, so does this mean you've gained a lot during this time? Lu Bo finished his beer, burped a few times, and drunkenly replied, not just a lot. Iga, let me tell you, I'm practically a little superhero in reality now that I could probably take down a tiger with just 3 punches. Lin Yi chuckled and curiously asked about Lu Bo's specific experiences during his training in Beijing. Ordinarily, such training details are strictly confidential and not to be disclosed casually. Yet Lu Bo was unconcerned. To him, after the death of his father, Lin Yi had become his best elder brother, akin to family. He remembered how, whenever he faced his father's wrath for poor exam results, it was always Lin Yi who intervened to mediate and often took him out for late-night skewers that time. He had considered Igu to be the best person in the world. After all, the confidentiality agreement was merely a formality he had signed, carrying little weight in terms of restrictions. Since Igu had asked, what was there that he could not share? Our group consists of about 30 players, all selected from across the country. The instructor mentioned that we're already the 5th batch of members, indicating that the government has conducted 4 previous training sessions. By the way, I heard from Zhao Shuang, who brought me to Beijing, that our Captain Zhang in Lina's city is a high-level player from the 2nd batch. Currently, the government has identified approximately 150 novice villages. Some are in close proximity, while others are quite distant. In any case, Yulong village, where I am, is far from my father's Diyu village. Having summarized his experiences in Beijing, Lu Bo couldn't help but ask, by the way, Igu, have you managed to obtain an activation code? If not, I can arrange to get one from our city. I heard there are 2 unused activation codes in our squad. Lin Yi chuckled, half seriously. No need. After you left, I inquired about the Apocalypse game and, fortunately, spent a considerable sum to purchase an activation code. I believe my identity as a player will eventually be exposed, so it's better to disclose it to Lu Bo sooner rather than later. After all, Lu Bo is quite obedient and will not carelessly divulge information. Upon hearing that Lin Yi had also entered the world of Apocalypse, Lu Bo immediately became excited. Really? I didn't expect you to act so quickly. During my training, I heard there were people selling activation codes on the dark web. But the prices were exorbitant. Lin Yi nodded, as if affirming the truth of this statement. Indeed, the price was high. I had to exhaust my savings to acquire the activation code. Initially, I was worried that the seller might be a fraud. But thankfully the activation code turned out to be genuine. By the way, Xiaobo, I landed in Guten village on the Apocalypse continent. I'm not sure if you've heard of it? Lu Bo pondered for a moment. Guten village? I haven't heard of it. It seems the official sources have yet to provide any information about this novice village. Lin Yi also felt that there seemed to be no official personnel in their Gutan village at present. According to Lu Bo, as long as they are official personnel, they will not only focus on their own development in the game, but also prioritize socializing and making friends to remember the appearances of fellow villagers. Subsequently locating these individuals in reality through their portraits. Why employing this method of recruiting players, the officials can swiftly amass a large number of Apocalypse players, thereby establishing an extraordinary organization that can effectively cover the entire nation. However, the absence of official personnel in Gutan village does not imply that there will not be any in the future. With the increasing activity of the officials, Lin Yi estimates that the number of recruited players will continue to rise. After chatting for a while, Lubo curiously inquired. Ego, what level are you at now? Level 3. Lin Yi did not conceal this. He was indeed at level 3, but possessed combat capabilities comparable to levels 8 or 9. Level 3 is quite impressive. I have been training in Beijing so hard, and have only reached level 5 at Ego. You truly are a veteran player to be. By the way, I have a document here that the instructor gave us during training. I will send it to you shortly. The information on it should be quite useful to you. Their meal extended until around 10 in the evening. After thoroughly enjoying their time, Lin Yi first took a taxi to send Lubo home before returning to his own apartment. After a brief wash-up, Lin Yi opened the encrypted file sent by Lubo on his computer. The file contained a wealth of information, surprisingly encompassing all the supernatural entities currently discovered by the officials, including those surrounding Gutan village, such as the terrifying boar, heart-eating wolf, and mirage crow. IT detailed approximately 200 different types of supernatural beings, ranging from level 1 to 10. Regrettably, the file only contained descriptions of these entities and lacked any information regarding the specters. Moreover, the latter part of the file provided a comprehensive guide on how the reborn can level up, allocate points, and enhance their combat strength. According to the data we have currently researched, every time a reborn levels up, they receive 5 attribute points. However, bottlenecks occur at levels 5 and 7, with level 5 presenting a bottleneck in health points and level 7 in awakening physical talents. Comparatively, the bottleneck at level 7 is more crucial, requiring players to accumulate attribute points to obtain game-related physical talents. Based on existing studies, once players break through level 7, they are guaranteed at least 1 white physical talent. Here, we provide the data of Captain Hu Feng from Xiangnan City for reference. According to Captain Hu Feng, due to a unique opportunity and a special allocation method, he surpassed 50 points in agility at level 7 and subsequently acquired a green physical talent related to speed. From this, we deduce that any player whose 4-dimensional attributes exceed 50 points should be able to obtain a green or higher quality physical talent. Therefore, from an allocation standpoint, a single attribute focus is not without merit. Next, we analyze the impact of 4-dimensional attributes on characters that, in addition to the information provided by the system, we have discovered through extensive data that allocating points to vitality increases health points, with approximately 1 point of vitality corresponding to 10 health points, though individual player differences exist. Allocating points to strength, vitality, or agility will correspondingly increase health points, with strength yielding the greatest increase. From a gaming perspective, the 4-dimensional attributes shown by the system should be balanced. Some players believe that endurance is not worth investing in, but our research indicates that the endurance attribute not only enhances stamina and recovery, but also proves advantageous in extreme environments, such as high temperatures or cold. In such scenarios, the endurance attribute grants players resistance to harsh conditions, and when encountering certain specters, it enhances the ability to resist negative emotions. Upon reading this, Lin Yi could not help but marvel at the official's capacity for information gathering. Previously, he had considered the endurance attribute to be of little significance, but now, after reviewing this document, certain perspectives had evidently shifted. Continuing further, the documentation elaborates on external skills. External skills are a vital avenue for players to enhance their combat strength. However, increasing proficiency in external skills is notoriously challenging. The silver lining is that practicing external skills in the real world can also boost proficiency. Currently, we recommend that players specialize in one external skill, as attempting to learn too many can dilute their focus. In summary, a player's current combat strength is composed of level attributes, equipment, external skills, and combat awareness. Aside from upgrading level attributes, players can also seek rare materials within the apocalypse world to augment their attributes. This is particularly significant before reaching level 7, as gathering an ample supply of rare materials is essential to acquiring superior physical talents upon reaching that level. Equipment and external skills have been previously discussed and will not be elaborated upon here. Finally, in terms of combat awareness, players are advised to engage frequently with others in either the apocalypse or reality, as only through repeated combat can one sharpen their combat awareness. Having thoroughly reviewed the information Lubo sent, Lin Yi felt a lingering sense of fulfillment and recognized the wealth of insights gained. The depth of research conducted by the officials into the apocalypse world is evident from such comprehensive material. However, it is unfortunate that this document contains no information regarding occupation levels beyond 10. It appears that occupation level data is considered even more confidential and valuable by the officials. Lin wondered whether Lu Bo was aware of the occupation level information and resolved to inquire about it the next time they met. Furthermore, Lin Yi considered that his most pressing task at present is to discern how to elevate his talent level and secure a talent solidification slot. Today, he had drawn a remarkable blue talent, Earth Spirit, a rare blue talent that endows him. As a child of the Earth, with the ability to hear the voice of the land and receive its protection, as long as he stand upon the earth, he can sense the emotions of plants within a kilometer radius, allowing them to become his eyes and ears, subject to his command. Moreover, while standing on the earth, he would receive a permanent boost of 20 points to both strength and vitality attributes. Undoubtedly, if he could equip this talent, Lin Yi's attributes would soar dramatically, rivaling those of level 9 players, and he would no longer have to fear being ambushed by supernatural entities in the wilderness. As long as there are plants within a kilometer, he would be able to sense any creatures approaching him. Regrettably, despite the formidable nature of the Earth Spirit talent, Lin Yi found himself unable to forsake the Born Blade talent to solidify this new one. After all, when comparing a blue talent to a purple talent, any wise individual would know which to choose. It can only be said that, at present, the Born Blade talent is more suited to him. After finishing the document and taking a hot shower to alleviate fatigue, Lin Yi realized he was not particularly tired. Considering he still had over 20 minutes of online time left, he decided to practice the Sunfire Sword technique in the apocalypse world for a while. By 11 o'clock at night, it was already quite late, and Lin Yi presumed that Gu Chenghu and Gu Laosi in the camp had likely already gone to sleep. However, upon entering his tent, Lin Yi sensed that something was amiss. Peering outside, he was startled to find the camp shrouded in an eerie blanket of white mist. Under the cover of this thick fog, his visibility was severely impaired, with even objects just 2 meters away becoming invisible. Furthermore, the temperature within the fog was quite low, and Lin Yi noticed the grass beneath his feet and the extinguished campfire nearby were coated with a layer of frosty white frost. Could this mist be a tactic employed by the specters? Lin Yi had limited knowledge about specters, but his current Spectre Stone Soul artifact did not issue any warnings, indicating that no specters were near him. Now, with Gu Qinghu and the others absent from the camp, he was unaware of their current circumstances or whether they were in danger. However, both Gu Qinghu and Gu Laosi were seasoned leaders, well-versed in experience. Even if the night is besieged by malevolent spirits, it seems we can still promptly organize our forces to resist. Lin Yi advanced at a measured pace. He soon came upon a tent not far away, where 4 members of the militia, Gu Chenghu, Gu Laosi, Gu Ale, and Gu Xiaoba, had gathered. In their midst, a spirit flame candle flickered gently, its crimson glow dispelling the chill and warding off the biting white mist that encroached from outside the tent. However, as time elapsed, the spirit flame candle grew ever shorter, nearing its extinguishment. That moment, Gu Qinghu queried, "Laosi, do you hear footsteps? I could have sworn I heard something." Gu Laosi frowned in response. "That shouldn't be possible. Aside from us, the only other presence in the camp is that mist spirit, which has no feet." Gu Ale interjected, "Captain, could it be that the mist spirit is fabricating the sound of footsteps to lure us out?" This was indeed a possibility. The mist spirit was remarkably intelligent, certainly worthy of its near-professional classification. Yet, Gu Qinghu suddenly recalled something and furrowed his brow. "No, it might be Qing Shan. He sometimes comes by at night to practice his swordsmanship. This is not good." Meanwhile, Lin Yi was slowly navigating through the white mist, but after a short while he realized he had lost his sense of direction and could not find his way back. The surrounding mist thickened, and he felt as if he were trapped in a freezing cellar. "Forget it. I should return," he thought. When he attempted to log out, the system notified him. "Ding, you are currently within the ghostly lair of a malevolent spirit and cannot log out." Damn, I didn't expect to be unable to return after logging in. Yet Lin Yi felt a twinge of surprise. He had heard Gu Qinghu mention that the hallmark of a professional grade spirit was its ability to create such lairs. Could it be that the spirit releasing the white mist was indeed a professional-grade entity? With this thought in mind, Lin Yi swiftly grasped his defensive talisman and retrieved some yang water essence. Preparing himself further to make tea that moment, the white mist began to swirl ominously, and the temperature in the entire area plummeted, as if it had suddenly dropped to 20 or 30 degrees below zero. Thump, thump! In the next instant, Lin Yi's heart raced. The spirit stone soul device was sounding an alarm, signaling the approach of a malevolent spirit. Gripping his Zhan Yin longsword, Lin Yi's battle instincts were razor-sharp. He decisively sensed movement behind him, turned to look, and beheld a mass of white mist coalescing into a monstrous black face, roaring as it charged toward him, but a sense of peril enveloped Lin Yi. In that life-and-death moment, the silver blade in his hand erupted with golden radiance, Flame Sun sword technique. This strike harnessed all of Lin Yi's vitality, and the blade's light shone brilliantly, with a resounding crash. The massive black mist face was cleaved asunder, causing the surrounding mist to dim significantly. The residual force of the strike sliced through the frozen grass, leaving a 3-meter-long gash in its wake. Subsequently, the spirit stone ceased its alarm, indicating that he had temporarily repelled the ambushing spirit. However, footsteps echoed from behind. Lin Yi turned. "Who goes there?" "It is I," Gu Qinghu called out, swiftly pulling Lin Yi into the tent illuminated by the burning spirit flame candle. Lin Yi glanced at the others and noted their numbers remained unchanged. He inquired, "Captain Laosi, why are you all here?" Gu Laosi retorted, "Why do you ask? It's so late. What were you doing up here, delivering midnight snacks to the spirit?" Gu Qinghu interjected, "Enough with the shouting. That mist spirit was just struck down by Qingshan's blade. It likely harbors a grudge against us and will return." Upon hearing this, Gu Laosi expressed his astonishment. Looking at Lin Yi, to have dispersed a semi-professional mist spirit with a single blow, "Qingshan, you possess considerable strength. Not bad," Lin Yi replied, "but after that strike, my vitality is depleted and the mist spirit remains unharmed." He took out some blood food, chewing on a couple of pieces to replenish his vitality. Gu Laosi remarked, "You're only level 3. Managing to repel a mist spirit is already commendable. Look, Gu Qinghu and I are both level 10, and we couldn't inflict significant damage on the mist spirit. We can only barely hold on with the spirit flame candle." Lin Yi was aware of the candle's function. It could dispel darkness and exert a restraining effect on malevolent spirits. As long as the spirit flame candle remained lit, they were temporarily safe within the tent. "Captain, have you notified the village elders? Staying trapped like this isn't a solution." Lin Yi sensed the temperature within the tent beginning to drop, and the spirit flame candle's burning accelerated. Clearly, the mist spirit had realized their hiding place and began to manipulate the surrounding mist to sap the candle's energy. Gu Qinghu shook his head. "There's no way to notify anyone. This mist spirit is approaching professional grade. The mist it releases forms a ghostly layer that can isolate space that if we set off fireworks within the mist, the village would see nothing. What then? Wait until sunrise. Can the mist spirit even leave?" Generally speaking, spirits below professional grade were quite fearful of the SUN. Gu Qinghu replied, "No, we don't have many spirit flame candles left. We won't last until then. Besides, I'm worried that there might be players from the 5th team logging in at dawn that if the mist spirit hasn't left by then, they could be in grave danger." Lin Yi pondered this. Had he not possessed the ability to sense spirits and the level 8 Flame Sun sword technique, he would likely have perished in the mist spirit's ambush. The 5th team players, being weaker than him, would surely meet dire fates if they logged in before sunrise. Gu Laosi contemplated for a moment, then resolutely declared, "I originally planned to wait until the candle burned out and make a desperate last stand. Now that you're here, with the Flame Sun sword technique being particularly effective against spirits, I believe we can attempt to eliminate this mist spirit tonight." Gu Qinghu concurred. Indeed, this mist spirit was likely attracted by our presence. Since it is prowling nearby, it may attack the village sooner or later. That if we can resolve it tonight, we would eliminate a potential threat. However, Qingshan, can you engage in battle? The two turned their gazes toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at his attribute panel, nodded. "My vitality has mostly recovered. I can fight, but I don't have much time online today. If we're going to act, it should be soon, otherwise I don't know if I'll be forcibly logged out." "All right, You truly are not one to shy away from danger. You have guts, Gu Laosi remarked with a smile, then retrieved several red talismans from a box behind him. These were talismans designed to restrain the mist spirit, albeit in limited quantity, one for each of them. Since the mist spirit dares to attack us, I won't let it escape today, Gu Laosi declared fiercely. The binding spirit talisman, effective against malevolent spirits. It can also render the invisible spirits visible. Judging by its quality and color, this binding spirit talisman appeared to be of semi-professional grade. Lin Yi assumed these talismans were crafted by the village elder. But then Gu Qinghu remarked, "Well done, Laosi, finally willing to bring out the good stuff. That if you have any more exceptional talismans, don't hold back, bring them all out. None left. Semi-professional grade talismans are difficult to craft, and the materials are hard to come by. These are all I have." Lin Yi then realized that the talismans in his hand had been made by Gu Laosi. "Captain Laosi, you can actually create talismans?" Gu Laosi relished the astonished look Lin Yi gave him, pride evident in his demeanor as he replied, "What? Didn't your captain tell you? I am the next village chief of Gutan village, endowed with exceptional talent that few can rival. The reason your captain looked down on me before was out of jealousy to AS for crafting talismans. It's a simple task for me, effortless, if you're willing to join the 4th team. I could send you one every now and then." Gu Qinghu interjected hastily, "Don't listen to this guy's boasting. The village chief still has many years ahead of him. He won't be stepping down anytime soon. As for his talent in divination, it's just luck, a gift he was born with." Though Gu Qinghu spoke lightly, Lin Yi could still detect a hint of bitterness and envy in his tone. After all, while Gu Qinghu and Gu Man had to venture out in search of Tianshui City, facing life-and-death crises to advance as warriors, Gu Laosi merely had to remain in Gutan village and leverage the temple to attain professional-grade divination status. Among their generation, only Gu Laosi possessed such a talent, and when the current village chief passes, he would naturally ascend to the position. One cannot deny that those with talent are often favored from birth. However, the thought of the hot-headed, foul-mouthed Gu Laosi becoming the future village chief made Lin Yi feel a sense of despair for Gutan village. "You could see that moment?" Lin Yi inquired, "Captain Laosi, do you happen to have any spirit ashes? I would like to request some in advance." He was aware that ever since the ancient 4 set up camp in the ancient Tomb Valley, they had frequently hunted the scattered Yu in the nearby wilderness. And he must have accumulated quite a bit of Gu Ling who. Yu is a 3rd-tier spectral entity, classified as the lowest level of ghostly beings, often appearing in groups. These spectral beings lack a physical form and possess low aggression. As long as one applies the sap of the yang tree to their eyes, locating and dispatching them becomes remarkably easy. The Ancient 4 was puzzled. "You have it, but what do you intend to do with it?" The Gu Ling who has a myriad of uses. It is not only one of the materials for crafting spirit fire candles, but also serves as a raw material for certain talismans designed to combat spectral entities. Indeed, the Ancient 4 possessed a considerable amount of Gu Ling Hu, but it was a strategic resource of GTN Village, destined for significant future use. I possess a unique talent. As long as I absorb enough Gu Ling Hu, I can sense the nearby spectral entities. Thus, I wish to request an advance of some Gu Ling Hu, which would aid me in effectively dealing with the Gu. Sensing spectral entities, you say? The Ancient 4 turned to GCH, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Q-SH possesses such an ability. Recently, he was the one who discovered the Shadow Gu at FF Tower using his talent. I didn't expect you, young one, to possess not only the talent for combat with blades, but also the ability to sense spectral entities. Very well, I shall see for myself, with GCH as a witness. The Ancient 4 proceeded to open his treasure chest once more, retrieving a brown cloth bag. Upon opening the bag, it was filled with approximately half a gene of Gu Ling Hu. Goodness, one must realize that 1 gram of Gu Ling Hu requires 50 contribution points for exchange. Thus, this nearly 300 grams of Gu Ling Hu could be valued at over 10,000 contribution points. Had the Ancient 4 disturbed the nest of spectral entities? LNY was nearly drooling at the sight. Not envy. This has been a result of my arduous efforts accumulated over several weeks. While you reincarnators return to your own worlds to revel, I am left to hunt Yu in the nearby wilderness. Given the pressing time, the ancient four refrained from further chatter and directly inquired, "How much do you require?" "The more, the better." The ancient four furrowed his brow but decisively handed over the entire bag of Guel-ing, Hudel-ny. "Very well. I shall observe what makes your talents so remarkable." It was evident that the ancient four intended to witness firsthand how Lny would utilize this Guel-ing Hu. With no choice, Lny grasped a handful of Guel-ing Hu and placed it against his chest. Soon the Gu-sh, merging with Lny's heart, began to pulse with vigor, emanating a faint red glow. Subsequently, the Guel-ing Hu floated and merged into Lny's heart at a visible speed, resembling luminous blue quicksand. Witnessing this scene, GCH remained unfazed, yet the ancient four's expression changed. He recalled ancient texts he had previously perused within the village, which mentioned a type of soul artifact. This soul artifact was a legacy of GTN village, said to have been passed down since ancient times, capable of growing stronger by harnessing the power of spectral entities. Unfortunately, it was permanently lost during a tumultuous event in GTN village. The sight of Lny consuming Guel-ing Hu bore a striking resemblance to the usage of a soul artifact. Could it be that the lost artifact of the village has fallen into Lny's hands? The ancient four suppressed the tumult within his heart and ceased to lament the rapidly depleting Guel-ing Hu. As more and more Guel-ing Hu flowed into his being. Lny felt an ethereal sensation wash over him. Ding! The soul artifact Gu-sh is undergoing transformation. Spirit power 2. Ding! The soul artifact Gu-sh is undergoing transformation. Spirit power 3. Ding! The soul artifact Gu-sh is undergoing transformation. Spirit power 4. The system prompted several notifications, and the half a gene of Guel-ing Hu had enabled Lny's chest-bound Gu-sh to undergo 3 transformations, culminating in a total increase of 9 points in spirit power. Previously, Lny had requested 10 grams of Guel-ing Hu from GCH-ing, which he had also utilized. However, perhaps the quantity was too small, failing to trigger a transformation in the Gu-sh. Now, with the Gu-sh transformed thrice and a significant boost in spirit power, Lny not only felt his senses sharpen, but also experienced a refreshing clarity of mind. This half a gene of Guel-ing Hu was far from wasted. Once Lny finished absorbing it, the ancient four eagerly inquired, "How do you feel?" Lny took a moment to assess, and then replied, "Thank you, Captain Lao said, I feel quite well. It seems I can sense spectral entities from a greater distance now." "How much greater?" "Previously, I could sense the presence of spectral entities within a 10-meter radius. Now, I believe I could detect them within 100 meters. "Excellent. That should assist us in confronting the W-Gu." The ancient four nodded, growing increasingly convinced that Lny had acquired the village's ancestral soul artifact. However, he refrained from voicing this suspicion, recognizing the gravity of the matter, and intended to return to discuss it with the village elder. However, Captain Lao Si, having utilized such a vast quantity of resources at once, I fear I may not be able to repay you immediately. It may take some time before I can do so. Lny suddenly stammered. The ancient four chuckled, well aware of Lny's intentions, suspecting he was planning to delay repayment. When would that later be? It seemed likely that Lny had harbored thoughts of evading his debt from the moment he requested to absorb Guel-ing Hu. All this talk of an advance was merely a ruse. Indeed, reincarnators are often the shrewdest at taking advantage. The ancient four gazed at Lny with a smile, saying, "No rush. If you truly cannot repay, you might as well offer yourself as collateral." At that moment, GCH-ing intervened. "All right, it's just a bit of resources. Q-ing-shn cannot linger for long. Let us not dwell on this. The immediate priority is to swiftly locate and eliminate the W-Gu." "Q-ing-shn, can you sense the presence of the W-Gu now?" "Captain, let me give it a try." Lny then closed his eyes in concentration, using the ability of the Gu-sh on his chest to sense his surroundings. Perhaps due to the increase of 9 points in spirit power, he found his perception to be more acute. Soon, Lny discerned that surrounding their current tent was a dense, chilling white mist, emanating a malevolent aura. continuously swirling T, was evident that this was the true form of the W-goo concealed within the fog. Captain, the W-goo is just outside the tent. However, it appears to be a flowing mass of white mist, lacking a physical form. The W-goo's abilities were peculiar. The frigid mist it released not only concealed its tracks and obscured vision, but also allowed it to swiftly coalesce wherever the mist lingered. In other words, it could instantaneously shift and conceal itself within the fog's domain. However, with Lin Yi's enhanced goo-sh abilities, the W-goo's concealment tactics were rendered ineffective. Lin Yi pondered briefly. To completely eradicate this entity, we must draw out its true form, but I will make the first move, and you all should act when the opportunity arises. With that, Lin Yi unsheathed his dragon roar blade and stepped out of the tent. The moment he exited, Lin Yi was met with an attack, as a massive hand formed from the white mist came crashing down from above him. How bold! Lin Yi had been prepared and was not to be outdone. He raised his dragon roar blade and slashed downward. The golden blade light cleaved the misty hand in two, just as Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The white mist from the entire campsite began to converge towards him, manifesting numerous misty creatures. These creatures included Hazich, ghost demons, and heart-eating wolves, among others, in abundant numbers, common spectral entities surrounding GTN Village. Indeed, the spectral entities near GTN Village could mimic such lifelike apparitions. Yet they were merely facades. With a cold shout, Lin Yi charged into the misty creatures, engaging them with the flame's sun blade technique. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained seated inside the tent, relying on the goo-sh to sense the situation outside regarding the W-goo. The ancient four inquired, "What do you observe?" Lin Yi shook his head. "The main body of the W-goo has yet to appear. It continues to hover above our tent. Nonetheless, I can sense that it has dispersed much of its power to create doppelgangers, thereby weakening its true form." The ancient four turned to give orders. Shiobi, you two go outside to assist in eliminating the doppelgangers. That it seems this W-goo will not reveal itself until it has exhausted its tricks. That moment, the W-goo indeed resembled what Lin Yi described. A flowing mass of mist circling above the tent. Due to the spirit fire candle, it could not probe the situation within. However, it was aware that the ant that had just wounded it was hiding inside the tent. Yet it dared not reveal itself, for it recognized that these human ants possessed the means to slay it. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the misty creatures surrounding them were gradually exterminated by Lin Yi and the others. As a chilling breeze swept through, the surrounding mist began to coalesce, giving rise to new malevolent creatures. Qinghu immediately furrowed his brow and called out to those within the tent, "This won't do. Within the fog shroud, we cannot eradicate these fiends." Gu Laosi devise another strategy. Gu Laosi also raised an eyebrow, contemplating the exhaustion of the mist doppelganger's power before luring out the main entity. However, it appeared that the mist doppelgangers were nearly inexhaustible, and even if they succeeded in vanquishing them, they would be utterly spent. That moment, Lin Yi suggested, "Captain, why not try the binding spirit talisman? It might prove effective against the floating mist creatures." Although the binding spirit talisman was merely a semi-professional grade talisman, it had been reconstructed by Gu Laosi from ancient texts, with only a few encounters with malevolent spirits under his belt. Gu Laosi was uncertain whether the talisman could directly affect the incorporeal mist creatures, especially since these were semi-professional in nature. Thus, he had previously cautioned against using the binding spirit talisman until the main entity was located. Unexpectedly, Gu Laosi's thoughts leapt, and he suddenly inquired, "Hey, Qing Shan, did you just call me captain?" "Huh." Lin Yi's forehead twitched. He had merely misspoken. After all, among the 4 militia leaders, aside from Gu Qinghu, he had only been able to differentiate the others by adding prefixes to their names, which was also how the militia members addressed each other. "Very well, from now on, you shall call me that. It sounds pleasant to my ears." Gu Laosi paid no heed to Lin Yi's bewildered expression and resumed rummaging through his treasure chest. Lin Yi clearly saw that yet another red material talisman was drawn forth. However, this talisman exuded a rather ominous aura, as if it contained a malevolent spirit imprisoned within. What kind of talisman is this? Captain, it is also a semi-professional talisman, but this one was personally crafted by the village elder, possessing formidable power. Jiu Laosi initially intended to say little, but upon glancing at Lin Yi, he continued, "This talisman seals a slight essence of a professional-grade, malevolent spirit. Once activated, the white mist enveloping us will dissipate of its own accord, exploiting the trait that lower-grade spirits cannot accommodate higher-grade ones. Hence, this talisman is known as the Spirit-Breaking Talisman, a long-standing relic from our Guten village." Lin Yi expressed his astonishment. "Why didn't you use such a powerful talisman earlier?" Gu Laosi explained, "This talisman requires a professional-grade, malevolent spirit as its material, which is exceedingly rare. I possess only one. Were it not for the opportunity to eliminate this mist creature, I would not have brought it forth. Enough chatter. Once the mist dissipates, you must coordinate with Gu Qinghu and the others to swiftly slay the mist creature." With that, Gu Laosi crushed the talisman in his hand. In an instant, a massive plume of inky black energy surged forth from the talisman. Lin Yi, standing too close, inadvertently inhaled a wisp of the dark essence, and a sense of uncontrollable rage flooded his being. Fortunately, Gu Laosi pulled Lin Yi back and slapped him awake. The malevolent spirit within the talisman is called Rage Ghost, one of the 7 ghosts. If you inhale too much, you might truly become a fool. Lin Yi shot a resentful glance at Gu Laosi, suspecting he had done so on purpose, merely to witness his embarrassment while also attempting to slap him. "All right, fine. Don't expect to get that half a pound of ash." As a more powerful malevolent spirit emerged from the mist doppelganger. Sensing its presence, the mist creature stood on high alert, and the once all-encompassing white mist around the camp began to violently disperse. Gu Qinghu and the others quickly noticed this change and immediately deduced that it was the result of Gu Laosi's actions within the tent. "The mist is dispersing. Do not let the creature escape." At this moment, Lin Yi, wielding the Zhan Yin long knife, stepped out of the tent, having noticed that the mist creature was attempting to flee. "Captain, the mist creature is just 10 meters ahead in the fog. It's trying to run." "Good," Gu Qinghu replied, his figure flickering as he advanced, the longy knife in his hand radiating golden flames before he struck downwards. Within the increasingly thinning white mist, the mist creature was struck directly. Its form, composed entirely of mist, was cleaved in two before reassembling to the naked eye. It was evident that the mist creature had diminished in size. Clearly, Gu Qinghu's fiery slash had inflicted significant damage upon the creature that had tormented them for so long. "After troubling us for so long, you still wish to escape." Gu Qinghu tossed the binding spirit talisman, which transformed into a beam of white light, binding the mist creature in place. Jiu Ale and Gu Xiaoba seized the opportunity to deliver additional strikes. In less than 5 seconds, the mist creature, once the size of a small house, was cleaved into several segments, its volume shrinking by 1/3 as the surrounding white mist completely dissipated under the night sky, making the mist creature's form particularly conspicuous. Now, Lin Yi no longer needed reminders of the creature's whereabouts. Sensing its impending doom, the mist creature frantically struggled against its restraints as the energy of the first binding spirit talisman was exhausted. Guale threw out a second talisman. Jiu Qinghu and the others charged in to continue their assault. Lin Yi joined them, striking twice, since the mist creature was now akin to a fish on the chopping block. He was determined to seize the final opportunity to slay it and maximize his gains. After utilizing a third binding spirit talisman, the ensnared mist creature had shrunk to the size of a basketball, its essence waning, seemingly devoid of any means of attack. Jiu Qinghu sheathed his knife and said, "Qing Shan, it's up to you now." "Understood, Captain." Lin Yi concentrated, channeling all remaining 30 points of vitality into the fiery blade technique. The strike radiated like a vast sun, illuminating a 4 to 5 meter radius. Amidst the searing blade's glow, the mist creature emitted a final wail before dissolving into white mist. "Ding. You have slain a semi-professional mist creature." Earning 150 experience points upon the creature's disappearance, an abundance of malevolent spirit ashes erupted forth. In addition, 2 shimmering items caught Lin Yi's eye, a stone glowing with white light and another with black light. Death Stone White. contains a vast amount of deathly energy. Contact with a living may result in ailments or even death. This item greatly benefits malevolent spirits. Miss Spirit Stone Green, a core item dropped by semi-professional malevolent spirits, possessing numerous beneficial properties and considerable value. Lin Yi picked up the Black Death Stone, read its description, and promptly tossed it disdainfully to Gu Laosi. Just as Lin Yi bent to examine the Miss Spirit Stone, he suddenly vanished from sight. The IT turned out that his online time had expired, forcibly ejecting him from the world of Apocalypse. The remaining few exchanged bewildered glances, and then Gu Laosi, baring his teeth, expressed a look akin to a dog robbed of its food. Damn it, did that brat just make off with our spoils? Indeed, Lin Yi not only absconded with a Miss Spirit Stone, but also snatched away a binding spirit talisman. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, several players from the 5th Militia Squad logged on early, only to discover that their tents had vanished. The camp was in disarray, the ground marred with knife marks, as if it had endured a fierce battle. They learned that just hours earlier, a semi-professional malevolent spirit had invaded the camp, resulting in a violent confrontation, ultimately culminating in the spirit's demise at the hands of the militia. A malevolent spirit invasion. I've never encountered one before. Is it akin to the ghosts depicted in movies and novels? You should hope never to see one. I heard that not long ago, a malevolent spirit lurked within a village, taking many lives. As Dugu Feng logged in, the members of Squad 5 quickly surrounded him. Dugu, have you heard what happened last night? A malevolent spirit invaded our camp. Upon hearing the term malevolent spirit, he instinctively shuddered, but upon spotting Gu Chenghu nearby setting up tents, he breathed a sigh of relief. With the old captain around, it indicated that the threat had been neutralized. Brothers, what exactly transpired? Please elaborate. After listening to the various accounts, Dugu Feng finally grasped the events of the previous night and couldn't help but feel fortunate for not having logged in. The invader had been a semi-professional malevolent spirit. Furthermore, the spirit's white mist had enveloped the entire camp, leaving nowhere to escape. Ultimately, it was Lin Yi who had collaborated with Gu Qinghu and Gu Laosi to slay the spirit. Wait, when did my brother Qingshan become so formidable? Even his good friend, the 9th level Chang Kongqua, wouldn't dare confront a semi-professional malevolent spirit head-on. Did merely swapping to a semi-spiritual grade long knife grant him such power? If his memory serves him right. Lin Yi seemed to have consistently suppressed his experience points, remaining merely a level 3 player. The disparity between level 3 and semi-professional rank is quite significant, isn't it? To be frank, the impression that Dugu Feng held of Lin Yi was still that Lin Yi could kill level 5 corpse monsters without sustaining any injuries, which could be considered level 5 combat power. Yet, even if Lin Yi were to make substantial progress over the course of a week, it would be implausible for him to possess the capabilities to contend with semi-professional level specters. If he were aware that the Apocalypse game had no cheats, he would even begin to suspect that Lin Yi was cheating. Dugu Feng found himself perplexed, truly perplexed. As time passed, the members of Militia Team 5 gathered, and Gu Laosi had already begun their training at this moment. Gu Qinghu was waiting for Lin Yi to log in, but upon seeing Gu Laosi leading the members of Militia Team 5 deep into the valley to slay corpse monsters, he noted that Lin Yi had yet to come online. Qinghu found himself restless. How strange. Qingshan rarely ever arrived late. Could it be that he was delayed by some matter? Just as Gu Qinghu had conjectured, Lin Yi indeed encountered an unexpected situation in reality. After waking up early in the morning, Lin Yi had intended to log in promptly to examine the Fog Spectre stone he had acquired the previous day. However, while at the breakfast shop beneath his apartment, enjoying some steamed buns, Lin Yi, whose mental acuity had significantly increased, suddenly sensed someone observing him from a distance. For several minutes, the gaze of the hidden individual seemed to linger upon him. Lin Yi was certain that this person was tailing him. Could it be an official? Had Liu Bo disclosed to the authorities that he was a player in Apocalypse? Lin Yi's first thought was that Liu Bo had betrayed him, but upon further reflection, he deemed it unlikely. Even officials would need to act so swiftly, monitoring him so early in the morning. Furthermore, he held some confidence in Liu Bo. Given their relationship, Liu Bo had no reason to act in such a manner. If it was an official, then who could it be? Perhaps a member of the Black Card Alliance mentioned by Lu Hong in his journal? But how could anyone still be watching him after such a long time? Or had someone been tailing him all along, only for him to become aware of it due to his heightened perception from last night's surge in mental attributes within the apocalypse world? Though Lin Yi harbored numerous questions, he continued to eat his bun slowly, without raising his head to search for the one who was observing him. Once he finished, he canceled his plans to grind corpse monsters in the apocalypse world that morning and hailed a ride towards the studio. Meanwhile, on the second floor of a nearby shop, a man holding a telescope lowered his instrument and began to edit a message on his phone. Number 1. This individual seems quite ordinary. He finished breakfast and took a ride. Disappearing, it appears he is heading to his game studio. Soon, the person known as Number 1 replied. Keep observing for now. This Lin is not only closely related to Lu Hong, but also has a close association with Lu Bo. If Lu Hong's activation code was obtained by Lu Bo, this Lin might know something. Thus, Number 6, while he is out, go check his residence. Understood. Number 1, in a luxurious building by the Huangpu River in Donghai City. Zhao Yilong slowly set down his phone. He was indeed Number 1, a member of the Black Card Alliance. In his 40s, dressed in a light gray suit, he possessed an elegant visage complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Not only was he a prominent businessman in reality, but he was also an elite player in the apocalypse world. As one of the earliest entrants into the apocalypse world, Zhao Yilong had now attained professional rank. Months prior, with the backing of his vast financial empire, he established an underground organization in the country called the Black Card Alliance. The organization's mission was to unite unofficial players to explore the apocalypse world collaboratively, exchanging information and resources. Membership in the Black Card Alliance came with financial incentives in the real world, and there were no hierarchical divisions. All were considered members that, of course, to differentiate individuals, they referred to one another by their assigned numbers. Being the founder, Zhao Yilong was naturally dubbed Number 1, that although the Black Card Alliance ostensibly presented itself as a law-abiding organization, it was, after all, a private entity beyond official control. As the organizer, Zhao Yilong frequently found himself summoned for discussions by officials. Only after he ascended to professional rank did such occurrences gradually decrease. This time, he dispatched personnel from his organization to Lin Yi City, primarily to pursue Lu Hong's activation code, the one reportedly assigned a very high number. As one of the first players in the apocalypse world, Zhao Yilong was privy to many hidden secrets of the game, including the mystery surrounding activation codes. Half a year ago, the apocalypse world abruptly opened, and some force randomly selected 108 individuals from Earth to enter it. These 108 individuals comprised the first batch of players, each possessing an activation code, marked with a number ranging from 1 to 108. The activation codes number 1 to 10 were particularly special. Crafted from gold material that it was said that once activated, players would gain extraordinary powers. The codes numbered 11 to 108 were deemed second tier. Made of blue paper, providing various special rewards upon activation. Subsequent activation codes dispensed no longer bore numerical rankings and were merely ordinary white codes. Zhao Yilong's rapid ascent to professional rank, surpassing 99 other players in a mere 6 months, was due to the fact that he was among the first selected players, possessing the activation code, numbered 102. The reward associated with code 102 was immunity from 3 deaths within the apocalypse world. The ability to evade death 3 times was indeed enviable. This meant he essentially had 3 lives within the game. However, Zhao Yilong was aware that his activation code was not the best. The truly life-altering codes were those ranked within the top by chance. He learned of Lu Hong's information and discovered that Lu Hong's activation code was quite high as well. He was uncertain of the exact number, but began attempting to connect with Lu Hong, hoping to draw him into the Black Card Alliance. Unfortunately, over the past month and a half, he had been entangled in various mundane matters both in reality and within the apocalypse world. By the time he turned his attention back to Lu Hong, he found that Lu Hong had unexpectedly passed away in reality, and his activation code had gone missing. A week ago, Zhao Yilong began investigating Lu Hong's relatives and friends, including Lu Bo, Lin Yi, and Lu Hong's ex-wife, all of whom fell within the scope of his inquiry. Ultimately, he discovered that Lu Bo had become a player in the apocalypse world and had been dispatched for training at the official headquarters in the capital. At this point, he became about 70% sure that Lu Hong had left his activation code to his son. After all, he had interacted with Lu Hong within the game. Lu Hong was a man of traditional values, deeply caring for his son that if he possessed something valuable, Lu Hong would undoubtedly leave it for his son without a second thought. Upon learning that Lu Bo had completed his training and returned to Lin Yi, he hastily sent someone to Lin Yi City to make contact with Lu Bo, leading to today's events. Inside the building, standing before the expansive glass windows overlooking the river, Zhao Yilong retrieved a photograph of Lu Hong from his drawer. This photograph depicted Lu Bo in training attire, smiling as he stood outside Tiananmen. Clearly, Zhao Yilong wielded significant influence, capable of acquiring internal photos of training personnel. Little guy, you do bear some resemblance to your father, but I hope you don't inherit his lack of wisdom. Approximately half an hour later, Number 6 sent a message. Number 1, I searched Lin Yi's residence, but found nothing useful. The computer is completely clean. Aside from an unopened ornamental Longquan knife in the bedroom, there's nothing special that I believe Lin Yi doesn't seem like a player in Apocalypse. After reading the message, Zhao Yilong furrowed his brow. Very well, Number 6, let us shift our focus back to Lu Bo after all. This child has just come of age. See if you can make contact and invite him to join the Blackheart Alliance. Understood. Number 1 at this moment. Lin Yi was supervising the gold farming situation within the studio. Although he had not frequented the studio lately, the enthusiasm of his employees seemed undiminished, which brought him some comfort. After ordering a cup of coffee for each employee via his phone, Lin Yi suddenly received a message from Liu Yuqian. Liu Yuqian's WeChat contact was one he had added just a few days prior during a chance encounter. Brother Lin, are you home? I hear some noise coming from your room that I remember you seem to have left early this morning. Upon reading this message, Lin Yi immediately surmised that someone had entered his apartment. Likely the same individual who had been tailing him earlier. How brazen. Fortunately, Lin Yi always ensured that no information regarding Apocalypse was left behind at home. Anything written on paper would be instantly incinerated. Even the browsing history on the computer is deleted before every shutdown. That it's nothing. Perhaps it was just my friend. After replying to Liu Yuqian, Lin Yi pondered for a moment and decided to contact Lu Bo. Currently, he is uncertain as to who has been keeping an eye on him. However, to resolve this matter, it would be best to enlist the aid of official forces. At that moment, Lu Bo was attending a meeting at the Lin Yi City police station, where Captain Zhang Baichuan was training them on police protocols and emergency responses to special incidents. Upon seeing the message from Lin Yi, Lu Bo's expression gradually turned grave, and he hastily replied, "Ego, don't panic. Try not to display any unusual behavior. I will find time to come by at noon." "All right. Should you inform your team?" "No need. I should be able to handle this myself." Lin Yi nodded. He did not wish to alarm Zhang Baichuan. After all, this individual was not only an experienced official, but also a player of at least level 9. If his identity as an Apocalypse player were to be exposed before Zhang Baichuan, it would inevitably lead to excessive speculation, and he might discover the abnormalities in the source of his activation code. During the remaining time in the morning, Lin Yi took a moment to enter the Apocalypse world. He assured Gu Chenghu of his safety and postponed the task of slaying the corpse monsters for that day. Naturally, upon returning to his tent, he also took the opportunity to examine the Mist Phantom Spirit Stone he had acquired the previous day. Since Gu Chenghu had not inquired about it, and Old Four was absent from the camp, Lin Yi thought he might as well study it. Little did he know that as soon as he brought the Mist Phantom Spirit Stone close to his heart, he felt the eerie stone in his chest stir once more. Simultaneously, the eerie stone conveyed an overwhelming sense of longing, as if it yearned to devour the Mist Phantom Spirit Stone, a craving far more intense than that for the ashes of eerie spirits. Lin Yi hesitated. After all, this was a core item dropped by the Mist Phantom. Could he consume it? Especially since the distribution rights of this item had not yet been determined, it did not entirely belong to him. However, when Lin Yi placed the Mist Phantom Spirit Stone into his backpack, a sense of loss washed over him, as if he were about to miss out on a significant opportunity. Damn it. If I give it to you, don't let me down, Lin Yi resolved, slowly placing the Mist Phantom Spirit Stone against his chest. In the next moment, the Mist Phantom Spirit Stone fused with Lin Yi's heart like a wisp of white mist. Ding! The eerie stone absorbed the mist phantom spirit stone and is undergoing transformation. At noon, Lu Bo, having made some adjustments to his appearance, arrived at the foot of Lin Yi's apartment building to ascertain who had been following Ego. Lu Bo revealed his identity at the security office and requested access to the apartment surveillance footage. The footage displayed a young man clad in a black hoodie stealthily entering Lin Yi's room approximately 20 minutes after Lin Yi had departed. The black-clad individual lingered in the room for merely a few minutes, the nature of his actions unknown, before swiftly vanishing within the vicinity. Although numerous surveillance cameras had captured this individual, his head was bowed, obscuring his features. Do they really think this is a foreign country, where covering one's face makes one untraceable? Lu Bo scoffed, then left with the surveillance video. By the time Lin Yi received Lu Bo's message, it was already 2 in the afternoon. I found the person who was tailing you this morning, that he is a player from the Apocalypse world, affiliated with the Blackheart Alliance. The Blackheart Alliance? The organization related to your father? Yes, that's the one. They're likely after me, considering I just returned to Lin Yi City yesterday. They probably noticed that I had dinner with you last night. Xiao Bo, how do you plan to handle this? Do you need my assistance? No need. Ugh. The members of the Blackheart Alliance act without restraint. You lack official status and shouldn't get involved, and I will take care of this person. And I assure you he will leave Lin Yi City very soon. After their conversation, Lin Yi couldn't help but reflect on how death often tempers a person. Just over half a month ago, Lu Bo was merely a high school student grieving the loss of his father, someone who could only seek solace in Lin Yi's company. Yet remarkably, in just half a month, Lu Bo had undergone such a significant transformation, handling matters with remarkable composure, almost unrecognizable as a child. Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Yi conducted a brief search and found no additional surveillance devices in his room. Everything appeared unchanged since he had left. Had it not been for Lu Yuxian's reminder, Lin Yi would not have suspected that anyone had entered his room. The Blackheart Alliance, very well, that I will remember you. Subsequently, Lin Yi entered the Apocalypse world. Half an hour later, Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu's figures emerged at the outskirts of the core area of the ancient Tomb Valley. Captain, we've been searching for quite a while, and there isn't a single corpse monster in sight. Why not venture into the core area for hunting? That sounds good. Gu Qinghu nodded. Ever since their arrival in the valley with the 5th Militia, the number of corpse monsters in the surrounding areas had been visibly declining. Now, finding a solitary corpse monster was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Gu Qinghu added. As always, once we enter the core area, follow my lead and refrain from acting recklessly. The corpse monsters within are not the same as those outside. Understood. Lin Yi felt somewhat confident in his abilities. Now that he and Gu Qinghu were working together, even facing a level 10 corpse monster, they would stand a fighting chance. Moreover, with the Mist Phantom Spirit Stone recently integrated into him, he had acquired new capabilities. He was eager to test these new abilities within the valley and see how effective they were. In contrast to the outskirts, the vegetation in the core area of the ancient Tomb Valley was much denser. Towering ancient trees loomed above, and the ground was littered with unknown fragments of bones and withered yellow leaves. As sunlight struggled to penetrate, a miasma pervaded the entire inner valley. Just as Lin Yi stepped onto a patch of soft, decayed leaves, a shadow abruptly erupted from the ground. Ancient Tomb Valley mutated corpse monster level. 9 health. 510 status. Hunger skill. Diamond fist description. This is a corpse monster that has been buried for many years. It emerges to forage when external disturbances become too pronounced. A level 9 corpse monster with a physical skill. Quite impressive. Upon seeing the 2-meter-tall giant corpse monster, Lin Yi felt not fear, but exhilaration. Having hunted hundreds of corpse monsters, Lin Yi had gleaned some insights into the patterns of their drops. Generally, physical skills were only dropped by corpse monsters of level 7 and above, and the skills they possessed were those they had learned during their lives. Such corpse monsters with physical skills often had a higher drop rate. Captain, let me take the lead. It's just a level 9. I should be able to handle it. All right, I'll keep an eye on our surroundings. Gu Qinghu nodded, sheathing his dragon's roar blade and stepping back a few meters as the corpse monster roared and charged. Lin Yi flicked his wrist, and the shimmering silver-long blade appeared in his hand. Clang! A golden flash cleaved through the air, striking the corpse monster's right shoulder with great force. Health -220. With a single strike of the yin-yang blade technique, Lin Yi managed to deplete half of the health of a level 9 undead creature. One cannot help but marvel at the terrifying amplification of the level 8 yin-yang blade technique, which boasts a remarkable 512 enhancement. It is likely that no elite from the ancient militia of Gutan village throughout the generations could elevate the yin-yang blade technique to such heights. While Lin Yi could have dispatched the level 9 undead creature in 2 swift blows, he refrained, recognizing the creature's immense strength and size, which made it an excellent target for honing his blade technique proficiency. Instead of resorting to the yin-yang blade technique again, he engaged in a direct confrontation with the undead creature, executing each move with precision to AT that moment. The proficiency of the yin-yang blade technique on his attribute panel began to steadily increase. A few minutes later, with a decisive strike, Lin Yi severed the head of the level 9 undead creature. Subsequently, 2 items were dropped. One was a green quality piece of undead oil, while the other was a green quality material, the rib of the undead creature. Although Lin Yi did not obtain the external skill book he desired, the 2 green quality drops were still commendable. Over the next 2 hours, Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu cautiously roamed the core area of the valley, searching for undead to hunt. Although the undead here were more widely dispersed, they started at level 8. Moreover, due to the denser aura lingering in the core area, the undead here had evidently mutated, exhibiting larger sizes compared to their counterparts in the outer regions. Within this time frame, Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu encountered 3 level 8 undead creatures and 2 level 9 undead creatures, aside from 1 level 8 undead that ambushed from the shadows, which Gu Qinghu assisted in dispatching. Lin Yi personally beheaded the remaining 4. During this period, Lin Yi not only amassed a significant amount of experience points, but also saw the proficiency of the yin-yang blade technique rise by several points. The only regret was that no external skill book had dropped, yielding only 3 or 4 green quality materials. Lin Yi felt somewhat unlucky. Despite so many undead perishing his hands, he had only obtained a mediocre quality book on the swift step technique. He resolved that once he had more slots for talent solidification, he would certainly solidify a talent that could enhance his luck, thus improving the drop rates of items. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Yi, still unsated by the hunt, and with over an hour of playtime left, recognized the dangers of continuing to hunt undead at night and decided it was time to return. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed from a distant ridge. Both Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu immediately became alert and gazed in the direction of the blast. "Captain, it appears to be the mark of divine talisman," Gu Qinghu remarked with a furrowed brow. "Indeed, it is a divine talisman. At this hour, the only one remaining in the valley is the old man's sea. Let us go investigate," he continued, a few miles away on a small ridge. They witnessed a horde of undead erupting from the ground, including several level 8 and 9 creatures. These undead, draped in decaying flesh, moved with remarkable speed after shaking off their stiff skeletal forms, charging toward the old man's sea like ravenous hounds. The old man's sea, encircled by the undead, turned pale with fear. Which damned immortal did this? Curse that immortal! How could he bury so many militia corpses in the same hillside? Does he wish to see me dead? Had he known that such a multitude of undead lay buried beneath, he would never have employed such a powerful explosive divine talisman. The sheer number of undead was overwhelming. In his haste, the old man sea unleashed multiple defensive divine talismans, barely managing to fend off the assault. He fired off an emergency flare, praying for immediate rescue, lest the future leader of Gutan village perish in this valley. A minute later, the old man sea's defensive talismans began to dwindle, and the horde of undead drew ever closer. Suddenly, a dense white mist inexplicably spread, enveloping both the old man's sea and the undead horde. This white mist, feeling the bone-chilling frost emanating from the mist, the old man's sea's scalp prickled with dread. Could it be the fog specter from last night? Damn, did that fog specter not get eliminated? The white mist thickened rapidly within mere seconds, obscuring his vision completely. Without warning, a large hand reached out from behind, dragging the old man's sea away. He nearly lost his wits in terror, only to turn and find Gu Qinghu's grinning face. "What the hell, Gu Qinghu, why are you here? What? Are you not happy to see me? Should I toss you back?" Gu Qinghu teased. Happy, I'm overjoyed to see Brother Hu, the old man Si unabashedly called out to him. What is going on? Gu Qinghu. This white mist is... Gu Qinghu pointed toward Lin Yi, who was controlling the white mist nearby, and said, the white mist was conjured by Qingshan. I'm surprised myself that I'm unclear about the specifics. But his ability to generate the mist must be linked to his fusion with the Fog Spectre Spirit Stone. The old man Si gasped in astonishment. What? The Fog Spectre Spirit Stone dropped yesterday. That brat actually fused with it. It is worth mentioning that the Fog Spectre Spirit Stone is a manifestation of the rules of the Spectre. For the old man Si, acquiring this material was crucial for his breakthrough to divine status. In the 6 months since the Reincarnator appeared in Gutan village, although several professional great specters had perished in the village, the core spirit stones had never dropped a T that moment. The old man Si appeared as if he had just heard the news of winning $1 million jackpot, only to be crushed to learn that the ticket had expired. Gu Qinghu. I lost quite a few divine talismans while slaying the Fog Spectre last night. To be precise, that Fog Spectre Spirit Stone isn't rightfully his. Gu Qinghu understood the significance of core items dropped by semi-professional specters and could only attempt to console him. I know, but it's already fused. You old man Si have so many treasures. Do you really care about a single spirit core? Besides, if Qingshan hadn't summoned the white mist to trap the undead horde, you might have been torn to shreds by now. Though he spoke these words, the old man Si's heart seemed to bleed. He weakly retorted, Don't talk to me. You wouldn't be concerned if it wasn't yours. Tell me, since last night, how many of my things has that brat consumed? Old Si, have you forgotten what the village chief said? The Reincarnator is our future hope. Consider these treasures as an investment. Moreover, Qingshan did not say he wouldn't return them to you. Gu Qinghu replied. Just then, Lin Yi, who was conjuring the white mist, suddenly felt dizzy, realizing his mental energy was waning. It turned out that during the day, after the Spectre Stone in his chest absorbed the Fog Spectre Spirit Stone, Lin Yi awakened the ability to manipulate the white mist. However, due to his limited mental energy, his control over the mist was still weak, allowing him to manipulate only within a 20-meter radius, and the more mist he released, the greater the mental energy he expended. Nevertheless, the white mist he conjured bore a striking resemblance to that of the Fog Spectre, possessing unique abilities. Just as chilling and capable of influencing the perceptions of those ensnared, the undead creatures attacking the old man Si became trapped in the white mist Lin Yi created, losing their targets and wandering aimlessly that moment. Lin Yi appeared and said, Captains, I can't hold on much longer. We should make our escape. The Gu Qinghu and the old man Si dared not delay. Noticing the mist around them thinning, they hurriedly stood up and fled, with Lin Yi hastily following behind. After running several miles to a concealed massive rock, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, as Lin Yi lifted his head, he found the old man Si glaring at him with fury. You little brat, who gave you the right to use the Fog Spectre Spirit Stone without permission? Do you not know how valuable this item is to me? But since you did save my life just now, I suppose we are even. However, when will you return the half a pound of spectre ashes I lent you? Lin Yi was taken aback that, after saving someone, he was immediately confronted for repayment. Ahem, Captain Si, I am currently not in a position to repay. The old man Si dismissed him. No matter, I've heard you've killed quite a few undead recently. You must have received a fair share of undead oil and external skill books that I can take a little loss. You can use those items to settle your debt. Captain Si, is it really necessary to rush for repayment? Who demands repayment immediately after lending? Lin Yi protested. Just give me a few months, and I assure you I will gather the items. Faced with the old man Si's brazen demeanor, Lin Yi decided to stand his ground, resolutely refusing to repay at that moment. After all, his resources were limited, and if he were to hand everything over to the old man Si, he might struggle to secure even his most basic sustenance. Gu Qinghu intervened, attempting to mediate. All right, old Si, if it truly comes to it, I can cover for Qingshan. Which the old man Si scoffed disdainfully at Gu Qinghu, saying you cover for him? In the entirety of Gutan village. Who does not know that Gu Qinghu is the most impoverished? Aside from the somewhat valuable longing blade he possesses, he lacks even a wife or partner to speak of. What does he have left to repay? Upon hearing these words, Gu Qinghu fell silent. Lin Yi scratched his head, perplexed as to why Gu Laosi, who had seemed perfectly fine just yesterday, was suddenly so serious. Captain Laosi, you haven't been possessed by a malevolent spirit, have you? Gu Laosi chuckled bitterly, retorting, You little rascal, it's you who has been possessed. You have no idea how crucial the Mist Spirit Stone is to me. Had I known that what you acquired yesterday was the Mist Spirit Stone, I would have done everything in my power to prevent you from laying hands on it. With this thought, Gu Laosi smacked his forehead, aware that Lin Yi possessed a legacy soul artifact. Everything that fell from the malevolent spirit serves as nourishment for that legacy soul artifact. Had he known that the Mist Spirit Core had dropped yesterday, he should have awaited Lin Yi's return online. At that moment, Gu Qinghu leaned closer to Lin Yi and explained Gu Laosi has been stuck at level 10 for quite some time, but to break through to a professional level and transition into a divinity, it requires not only a sufficient supply of divine power, but also the core drops from a professional-grade malevolent spirit. Although the Mist Spirit Stone that dropped last night is merely a semi-professional grade core, it is akin to a professional-grade core in its ability to assist Gu Laosi in ascending to divinity. Upon hearing Gu Qinghu's explanation, Lin Yi finally understood why Gu Laosi had spoken to him so harshly upon their initial meeting. It was all for this reason. Just then, Gu Laosi suddenly smiled and said, Kid, I want to make it difficult for you that if you help me with one small task, I will consider this matter settled. And you want to even need to repay that half a gene of ash. Captain Laosi, please be direct. There is no need for circumlocution, Lin Yi replied, immediately grasping that Gu Laosi was quite shrewd. The earlier pressure to repay was likely a prelude to this very request. After all, Gu Laosi understood that the Mist Spirit Stone was already gone, and further quibbling would be futile. Gu Laosi narrowed his eyes and said, This task carries some danger for you, so do not rush to agree. What is it you wish me to do? Lin Yi inquired, I need you to log on after midnight tonight, and, using your unique abilities, take me into the core area of the Goofing Valley. There's a cave there. However, before Gu Laosi could finish his sentence, Gu Qinghu's expression changed dramatically. Laosi, have you lost your mind? That place has long been designated a forbidden zone. If you seek death, go alone. Do not drag others down with you. Gu Laosi ignored Gu Qinghu and fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, saying, Kid, will you go or not? Rest assured, even if I perish there, you'll be safe. Lin Yi frowned and replied, Captain Laosi, first tell me what this cave in the core area is all about, and what you intend to do there. As long as I can ensure there is not too much danger, I am willing to accompany you. Well, there is no harm in sharing this with you. Considering it's part of our village's dark history, Gu Laosi began, then nodded and asked, Qingshan, do you know the origin of the Goofing Valley? Lin Yi glanced at Gu Qinghu and said, I heard from the captain that this valley was originally the burial site for the heroes of the village's militia. However, it was later taken over by a malevolent spirit that possesses the ability to resurrect corpses. The malevolent spirit has long dwelled in the valley, saturating the remains with its aura, eventually transforming it into the Goofing Valley we know today. After Lin Yi finished speaking, Gu Laosi scoffed and said, What you said isn't entirely incorrect, but the true history is often embellished. Let me tell you plainly, the transformation of Goofing Valley into its current state is entirely the result of the sins committed by our ancestors. Finding a clean stone, Gu Laosi sat down and continued. Approximately 300 years ago, Guten Village experienced internal strife. One faction was the divinity that controlled the village's most vital resources, while the other was the lower-class spirit manipulators. Deemed heretical, the raging fires of war devastated the historically rich Guten Village, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of villagers. Ultimately, the faction represented by the divinities expelled the spirit manipulators. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi could not help but ask, Spirit manipulators? Are they those who can control malevolent spirits? Gu Laosi continued, Indeed, on the continent of Qianxi, there exist not only the 4 well-known professions you are aware of, but also countless unrecognized vocations, such as the spirit manipulators and beastmasters. The former relies on malevolent spirits, while the latter utilizes beasts to achieve breakthroughs. The spirit manipulators are a powerful profession centered around a single malevolent spirit. capable of accommodating multiple spirits within their bodies as they grow, that I have read in ancient texts that some spirit manipulators can attain professional-level combat power within mere months of training. At this moment, Gu Qinghu interjected, "Qingshan, do not heed Lao Si's nonsense. Ancient texts state that the spirit manipulator profession is notoriously short-lived. It is an evil vocation that exacts a toll on one's own life. Moreover, prolonged contact with malevolent spirits gradually distorts one's humanity, leading to a complete transformation of character." After listening to the two, Lin Yi finally understood. So, Captain Lao Si, what you're implying is that the spirit manipulators from back then did not perish entirely. Rather, they escaped into the Gufeng Valley and employed certain malevolent spirit techniques to transform the corpses underground into undead creatures. Gu Lao Si snapped his fingers and laughed. "Clever. Conversing with an intelligent person is truly refreshing. You're absolutely correct. Many of those spirit manipulators fled deep into the valley, and the cave I mentioned is where they hid." Lin Yi pressed further. "What lies within that cave? Why do you insist I go? Especially at such an hour?" Gu Lao Si pondered for a moment and said, "Let me tell you another thing. Before the turmoil, Guten Village possessed many inherited knowledge and treasures, one of which was a soul artifact passed down from ancient times, capable of sensing malevolent spirits and absorbing their power to grow." Lin Yi gasped, realizing that the ability to sense and absorb malevolent spirits was precisely what his bound soul artifact, the Spirit Stone, could do. It seemed Gu Lao Si was already aware of the soul artifact's existence. Noticing the slight panic in Lin Yi's expression, Gu Lao Si chuckled and said, "You needn't worry. You have already bonded with the soul artifact. Unless you're killed, even if your heart is removed, it cannot be separated from the Spirit Stone." Lin Yi couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Thank you for the reminder," the Gu Lao Si continued. "During the turmoil, many secret treasures and legacies were lost in Guten Village, and the Spirit Stone was among them. You ask why I wish to venture into the depths of the valley. Because there lies the legacy of the divinities that the spirit manipulators took with them. Furthermore, I wish to bring you along because you possess the Spirit Stone, a treasure that is revered by the spirit manipulators who fled during the rebellion. They may not harm you upon seeing you." Lin Yi's expression shifted. "Them? Could it be that those spirit manipulators still lived?" Gu Lao Si paused for a moment, a teasing glint in his eyes as he replied, "Oh, I meant it, referring to the malevolent spirits that have entered into contracts with the spirit manipulators. Years ago, my master, the village elder, ventured into that cave. He said that while the spirit manipulators had long since perished, most of the malevolent spirits they once commanded remained to guard the legacies. Even he was unable to retrieve those legacy items." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally understood Gu Lao Si's intentions and recognized the dangers that lay within the cave. "Captain Lao Si, if I am not mistaken, those malevolent spirits left behind by the spirit manipulators are likely of professional grade. Your claim that they might not attack me seems like a gamble with my life." Gu Lao Si, fatigued from sitting, stood up and shrugged his shoulders, saying, "Thus, I promise that you will receive half of the treasures found in that cave. What do you think?" "Not much at all." Lin Yi decisively shook his head. With his universal talent in hand, he believed that as long as he developed steadily, he could grow rapidly without risking his life. What good were treasures in the cave if he were to lose his life? "I knew you would not be trustworthy. Just a moment ago, you claimed you would help me, and now you backtrack, whining about wanting to preserve your life that I suppose it is not an insult to call you cowardly. However, I forgot to mention one thing. The Spirit Stone integrated into your heart possesses a life of its own that I do not deny that the more you feed it, the stronger it becomes. Yet, one day, it will awaken from your chest." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a mix of skepticism and concern. The Spirit Stone had been bound to him following system verification. According to the system's description, this growth-type soul artifact should pose no danger. However, in this extraordinary world, the system was not as omnipotent as it seemed. Thus, the veracity of the words spoken by the ancient fourth cannot truly be ascertained. Nevertheless, Lin Yi was resolute in not allowing Gu Lao Si to lead him astray. Clearly, this individual sought to deceive him into venturing deep into the valley's cave. Perhaps the next word from Gu Lao Si would be, "The solution to your soul artifact's shortcomings lies within the cave. All you need to do is accompany me there." Noticing Lin Yi's prolonged silence, Gu Lao Si remarked, Young man, resolving the issue with the enigmatic stone artifact is not particularly difficult. The enigmatic stone artifact is a treasured legacy of our Gutan village, with corresponding records on how to manipulate the stone and prevent its resurgence. These records were taken away by the Guizha long ago and now reside within the cave. Lin Yi chuckled. Indeed, Gu Laoxi's rhetoric mirrored his own thoughts precisely, leaving no room for doubt. It was evident that Gu Laoxi was likely attempting to swindle him. Captain Laoxi, if you must concoct a reason for me to go, at least make it somewhat believable. I am quite busy today and shall be logging off shortly. As for the half a pound of ashes I owe you from yesterday, if you are in a hurry for it, I shall sell my possessions to repay you tomorrow. The night is drawing near. Let us return for now. Having said that, Lin Yi disregarded Gu Laoxi and made his way back towards the camp. You insufferable brat. What do you mean by a fabricated reason? Seeing Lin Yi leave without a backward glance, Gu Laoxi felt a genuine sense of urgency. That moment, Gu Qinghu, who had been listening intently, interjected, Old four, Qing Shan is right. Your words indeed sounded improvised, and even I found them dubious. Gu Laoxi was momentarily at a loss, but upon seeing Lin Yi's figure fade from view, he hastily followed after him along with Gu Qinghu. As they swiftly made their way, Gu Laoxi turned to Gu Qinghu and said, Gu Qinghu, you are that young man's captain. Please persuade him. It has been nearly 300 years since that tumultuous event, and as you're aware, 300 years is a deadline that if we delay any further, we may find it impossible to reclaim those legacies. Gu Qinghu shook his head, replying, I cannot persuade him, but if you were familiar with Qing Shan, you would know he is not one to take risks. Even if those enigmatic spirits are sealed within the cave, it remains too perilous for the two of you. Unless what? Unless you bring the village chief out and have him personally guide you into the cave. Otherwise, I fear there is little hope. Impossible. That old man would never allow me to take such risks. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghu halted and glared at Gu Laoxi, saying, You speak of risks? I can foresee that even if you were to become village chief, Gutan village would eventually be squandered under your leadership. Gu Laoxi also stopped, speaking earnestly. I am considering the future of Gutan village. The lost legacies are not only related to the priest profession. They also encompass a complete lineage of the sequencer. Gu Qinghu truly wish to resign yourself to becoming a warrior. The four major professions are distinct. I have no aspirations for the sequencer. The warrior profession can cleave mountains and part seas, soar through the skies, and traverse the earth. That has been my dream since childhood. Gu Laoxi could not help but curse. Damn it, I cannot be bothered to argue with you. You blockhead. If Gu Laoxi were here, he would certainly join me in this venture. His yearning for the sequencer is not a recent development. Gu Qinghu, unwilling to back down, retorted, To be honest, if you two dare to go, that is not an adventure. It is akin to lighting a lamp in a toilet, a sure path to death. Thus, Lin Yi ran ahead while Gu Qinghu and Gu Laoxi continued their bickering, eventually teaming up to slay a level 7 corpse monster, though regrettably, Lin Yi was not present to reap the rewards. Upon returning to the camp, the two remained embroiled in their heated argument, neither conceding ground. I say, two captains, if you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. Although Lin Yi still had over half an hour of online time, staying would only invite further entanglement with Gu Laoxi. It seemed prudent to log off and allow Gu Laoxi some time to cool down. Furthermore, given that members of the Blackheart Alliance had infiltrated his apartment, Lin Yi felt compelled to take precautionary measures. After all, one cannot be overly passive. Proactive measures are sometimes necessary. I could see that moment. Gu Laoxi called out to Lin Yi, Young man, if I can guarantee your complete safety, would you be willing to accompany me on a journey? Lin Yi pondered seriously before responding. As long as safety is assured, I would be willing to assist. Very well, wait for me. With that, Gu Laoxi quickly tidied up his belongings within the tent and then vanished into the night. Captain, what is he doing? He is likely returning to the village to summon the village chief. Lin Yi was taken aback. Summon the village chief? Gu Qinghu nodded, explaining, In truth, much of what Gu Laoxi shared is indeed accurate. The legacy within that cave is of utmost importance to our village, and the sole artifact you possess is the key to obtaining that legacy. after you revealed that artifact before him last night. He became eager about the legacy within the cave, which is why he is so impatient today that I suspect he lingered in the valley this evening to scout ahead, only to coincidentally encounter us. Lin Yi nodded in understanding, but remained puzzled. Captain, did you not mention that Old Four only needs a single core from an enigmatic spirit to ascend to the priesthood? What significance does the legacy within the cave hold for him? Gu Qinghu explained, Qing Shan, you do not comprehend. For the four major professions, achieving professional rank is merely the beginning of the extraordinary path. The journey ahead is long and arduous. Ever since the upheaval 300 years ago, our Gutan village has lacked the path beyond the priesthood. Hence, the village's strength has never flourished, barely managing to survive through the temple's protection. For Gu Lao Si, while a half-professional core from an enigmatic spirit is indeed valuable, it pales in comparison to the future legacy within the cave. Only then did Lin Yi grasp the situation. I see. Thank you, Captain. Gu Qinghu smiled. No need to thank me. I have invested my entire fortune in you. So, I shall share whatever I know. Pausing for a moment, Gu Qinghu added, however, Qing Shan, should you truly accompany Gu Lao Si into the cave, remember to seek no other rewards. There lies a complete legacy of the sequencer within. You must obtain it. Captain, is the sequencer profession truly powerful? Lin Yi recalled that during a previous introduction to the four major professions, Gu Qinghu had held the sequencer in high regard. The Gu Qinghu replied, not only is it powerful, but it is also exceedingly rare. You know the origins of the four major professions? Lin Yi shook his head. Half a year ago, when you descenders first appeared in this land. The village chief lamented a few words, which I have since committed to memory. He said, in this ancient land, there have been 4 instances of descenders emerging, and thus the 4 major professions were born. At that moment, Lin Yi's heart trembled, and oh wonder the people of Gutan village were not at all unfamiliar with the descenders. It turned out that they had existed long before. But what connection did the descenders have with the 4 major professions? Did another profession emerge every time a descender appeared? Gu Qinghu, oblivious to Lin Yi's bewilderment, continued to elucidate the 4 major professions on the Tianqi continent. The most ancient profession is that of the warrior, the most common of all. Yet, the threshold for talent is not high. Anyone with a fighting spirit and sufficient vitality can transition to a warrior before the martial arts stone tablet. Qing Shan, your talent for swordsmanship is truly remarkable. The warrior profession would be a splendid choice for you. The second profession is the priest, as indicated by the title. This profession requires communion with the divine to acquire strength. Throughout the entire Tianqi continent, there are very few villages and cities possessing the legacy of the priest profession, and our Gutan village is one of them. As for the deity we worship in our village, I shall not disclose that. However, if you are observant, you may uncover something. After a pause, Gu Qinghu proceeded to discuss the profession of the wizard. Why knowledge of the wizard profession is limited, primarily derived from what I heard from old Gu Yunxiang. He mentioned that wizards do not rely on external forces. They're a group of individuals pursuing truth, using knowledge to manipulate the world. The most vital aspect of the wizard profession is mental strength. As long as one's mental fortitude surpasses that of ordinary individuals, they can transition to a wizard after reaching level 10 by expending certain resources. Should you hold an interest in wizards, you may inquire with Elder Gu Yun upon your return to the village. Finally, we have a most mysterious of the 4 major professions, the sequencer, which appeared last on the Tianqi continent and is the most enigmatic and powerful profession. Within the village, ancient texts recount that if divine beings bestow strength upon their worshippers, then the path of the seer is akin to ascending to divinity, representing the most expedient route to power. However, the seer profession is exceedingly rare, with whispers of a numerical limitation on their existence. Therefore, should you encounter a seer's legacy, it is imperative not to let this opportunity slip away. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude to the captain. Thank you, Captain, I understand. Upon hearing Gu Qinghu's words, Lin Yi felt his understanding of the 4 major professions sharpen considerably, particularly regarding the seer diff, as the ancient 4 indicated. There exists a complete legacy of the seer within the cave. He certainly could not afford to miss this chance. Pondering for a moment, Lin Yi inquired, Captain, should I log in tonight? Gu Qinghu replied, There's no rush. If the Ancient Four's endeavor proceeds smoothly, we may receive news by dawn. However, if it goes awry, the village chief may not grant him release. Let us do this. Qingshan, log in after midnight to check and prepare accordingly. Lin Yi acquiesced. All right, Ji Yuqing seemed to recall something and asked, by the way, Qingshan, you mentioned facing troubles in your own world today? Yes, but it's nothing significant, Ji Yuqing advised, as long as you can resolve it yourself. From my encounters with the descendants, your world possesses a commendable order, allowing the common folk to lead relatively stable lives. However, with the emergence of extraordinary powers, the existing order will inevitably be disrupted. So be mindful and prepare in advance. Lin Yi was taken aback by Gu Chenghu's perceptiveness, realizing that the inhabitants of Guten village had a certain understanding of their reality. Rest assured, Captain, I am quite safe at the moment. Subsequently, Lin Yi logged off and returned to the real world, where darkness had enveloped the exterior of his apartment. At that moment, he heard music emanating from a neighboring room. It was Liu Yuqian playing tunes. Lin Yi shook his head in resignation. The talent apartment he rented had its merits, but the soundproofing left much to be desired, reflecting on how effortlessly the Black Heart Alliance had infiltrated his home today. Lin Yi felt it was time to consider relocating. Over the years, he had amassed around 400,000 to 500,000 through his gold farming studio, yet he had recently given approximately 200,000 to the slaughterhouse owner to fully utilize his blood absorption talent. Although the remaining funds were insufficient for purchasing a home, renting a well-furnished apartment in a secure community was still feasible. Should he find himself in need of money, Lin Yi could also convert resources from the apocalypse world into RMB. Frankly speaking, he could easily exchange a portion of his resources for millions. However, as any bank transfer would leave a trace, Lin Yi refrained from revealing his real-world identity in the game unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, before logging off, Gu Chenghu's words lingered in Lin Yi's mind. The apocalypse world presented not only a perilous realm for Earth's inhabitants, but also an unparalleled opportunity, with the activation codes proliferating. The number of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities in reality would inevitably increase. It was evident that the order of this world would one day be disrupted and reshuffled. Currently, Lin Yi, like many others, found himself at the forefront. Additionally, possessing a red talent, it would be remiss not to leverage this advantage effectively. Due to a late lunch, Lin Yi first engaged in a brief workout before heading out for dinner. However, given his superior physical condition compared to ordinary individuals, he had to restrain his strength during workouts, which felt quite uncomfortable. Once he secured a larger residence in the future, he would certainly need to establish a dedicated space for martial arts and fitness. At the stroke of midnight, he recalled Gu Chenghu's advice and logged in to check. Yet outside the ancient Grave Valley, there was no sign of the Ancient Four. It appeared their external support plan had faltered. Lin Yi was unconcerned and logged off after greeting Gu Chenghu. Just then, he received a message from Lu Boige. Are you asleep? If not, let us go out for some skewers. The Black Heart Alliance matter has concluded. I also spoke with Zhao Yilong, the head of the Black Heart Alliance, who mentioned he is good friends with my dad. Clearly, Lu Bo was grappling with something uncertain and sought Lin Yi's insights. Upon seeing the message, Lin Yi found the name Zhao Yilong somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that Zhao Yilong was among the nation's younger and more ambitious tycoons, previously ranking over 50 on the domestic rich list. Just 6 months prior, numerous media outlets frequently covered the self-made Zhao Yilong. However, in recent months, reports about him had dwindled. To his surprise, Zhao Yilong was the founder of the Black Heart Alliance, which left Lin Yi quite astonished. Note: Lu Hong had mentioned the Black Heart Alliance in his diary, but did not mention Zhao Yilong. Therefore, Lin Yi was aware of the organization's existence, but was unaware of its founder. Subsequently, Lin Yi hurried to the dining venue where he had arranged to meet Lu Bo. It was a private room, and upon arrival, Lin Bo had already ordered an array of skewers and was awaiting Lin Yi's arrival. As they dined, Lu Bo recounted his interactions with the Black Heart Alliance in detail. After obtaining the footage, I consulted a friend I met during the training in Jingcheng. He informed me that while the Black Heart Alliance is not an official organization, all its members are registered with the authorities. The individual known as Number 16 was once Zhao Yilong's bodyguard, a retired soldier named Song Rand. after I shared this information with you in the afternoon. I tracked down Song Ren based on the registry. When he saw that I had discovered him, he was not at all surprised and directly asked if I wanted to join the Blackheart Alliance. Join? As if I've got my own position now. How could I possibly join them? I then pressed him about my dad, and Song Ren claimed he knew nothing, stating he was merely an errand worker. He then called his boss, which is Zhao Yilong, right in front of me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi asked, Zhao Yilong, so he sent someone to tell you, and that person ended up at my place? Yes, Zhao Yilong mentioned over the phone that he and my dad were once good friends. The reason for the surveillance was that he had lent a valuable item to my dad, which went missing after my dad's unexpected death. Lin Yi frowned and inquired, a valuable item? What exactly was it? It seems your dad's diary never mentioned this. Indeed, I asked Zhao Yilong what it was, and he said it was a spiritual artifact brought from the apocalypse world. A spiritual artifact from the apocalypse world. This revelation shocked Lin Yi. He had tested the boundaries between reality and the apocalypse world and knew that nothing could be transferred in or out. Could it be that Zhao Yilong possessed some unique method to extract items from the apocalypse world? Lin Yi quickly probed. Lu Bo, during your training in Jingcheng, did you hear any rumors about the ability to bring items out from the apocalypse world? Lu Bo shook his head. No. Although the training content was valuable, it was all basic information for the authorities. More precious information is considered a resource and is not freely shared with us. However, I believe Zhao Yilong is not deceiving me. This matter seems genuine. All right, what happened next? Lu Bo continued. Later, Zhao Yilong recounted how he came to know my deity. It turns out Zhao Yilong was born in the same Du village where my dad lived. He claimed my dad had exceptional talent, capable of forging spiritual artifacts even at a low level. They initially connected through trading spiritual artifacts and gradually became familiar with each other. In any case, that guy had a hypocritical air about him, seemingly eager to forge a connection with me. That I thought to myself, if my dad had a good relationship with him, he wouldn't have neglected to mention it in his diary. Lin Yi asked, did Zhao Yilong say anything about how your dad died? He did. He mentioned that just before my dad's incident, he happened to be away from the village, exploring the wilderness. Moreover, Zhao Yilong stated that the power dynamics in Du village are quite intricate. Apart from the indigenous NPCs, there are several factions of players, some of whom hail from abroad. After my dad's death, he investigated but found no leads. Lastly, Lu Bo added, however, he suggested that my dad was likely killed by the NPCs in the village, as he had taken the village chief as his master and had infringed upon the interests of certain individuals within the village. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was the NPC landscape in Du village truly so chaotic that they could eliminate a descendant player in comparison to Du village? Guten village appears to be significantly superior. The 4 militia captains and 2 village elders have all interacted with him, and their character is commendable. Additionally, the player community in Guten village is relatively small, resulting in minimal conflicts of interest. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, Xiao Bo, I suspect that Zhao Yilong's words are a mix of truth and falsehood. However, he does not seem like the perpetrator responsible for your father's demise. If you wish to uncover the truth behind your father's death, it may be necessary to reach the professional level and venture into Du village to investigate personally. Lu Bo sighed and replied, Indeed, but achieving the professional level is exceedingly challenging. To be frank, I am currently relying on the authority of our village's official leader and gaining experience by associating with him in the militia. Even so, the rate of experience accumulation is painfully slow. It may well take half a year to advance to the professional level. By then, everything may have changed. Lin Yi was acutely aware that leveling up in the apocalypse world is a formidable task for ordinary individuals. After all, most militia teams require a minimum level of 5 to enlist. Yet, many players struggle to progress from level 1 to level 2, let alone to advance independently to level 5. Thus, the most advantageous path for development in the apocalypse world is to join an organization where experienced players can provide guidance, allowing newcomers to flourish. It must be said that both he and Lu Bo were rather fortunate. Point 1 was fortunate enough to be selected by the authorities and become a beneficiary of the state, while the other encountered Gu Yongqiang and, due to his influence, was recommended to the second militia team. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi mentioned the corpse monsters outside Guten village, noting that they are easier to deal with compared to other creatures of the same level. He attributed his own rapid advancement to level 3 within a week or two to the experience provided by the corpse monsters. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo expressed his envy, saying, "Corpse monsters? Gah. Guten village truly is a treasure trove. Not only did you join the militia at level 1, but you also have these aggregative monsters providing experience. Unlike us who have to venture into the wilderness to hunt for creatures to gain experience. To be honest, I feel a sense of dread every time I log into the apocalypse world." Lin Yi nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, our captain is a decent person who takes good care of me and has shared some information regarding the professional level." Lu Bo was immediately intrigued, exclaiming, "Information about the professional level. Ego, please enlighten me. I am still unclear about what the professional level entails. Currently, the players who can attain the professional level are primarily those who were among the first or second batch to enter the apocalypse world. For most factions, information related to the professional level is highly valuable and is not shared lightly." Lu Bo was only aware that there are 4 professions at the professional level, one of which is the warrior. While he remained completely oblivious about the other 3, amused by Lu Bo's curiosity, Lin Yi smiled and shared the majority of what he knew about the professional level. In truth, Lin Yi was keen to impart some of this precious information to Lu Bo, as the latter had been completely open with him, and it was only fair to reciprocate. Upon hearing Lin Yi's introduction to the 4 primary professions, Lu Bo appeared visibly excited. "Go. If I can change professions, I absolutely want to become a wizard. I've loved magic since childhood, and the wizard profession should be able to cast spells, right?" Lin Yi was uncertain whether the wizard profession in the Apocalypse continent was akin to what he had gleaned from films and television. However, since Gu Qinghu had mentioned that wizards seek knowledge and study truth to gain power, it was reasonable to assume that they could indeed cast spells. "All right, if I come across any information related to the wizard profession, I will inform you." Subsequently, the two continued their conversation until the early hours of the morning, around 2 o'clock, before parting ways to return home. The following morning, Lin Yi logged on early to the camp. Gu Laosi had yet to return. Considering the newcomers of the 5th militia team, Gu Chenghu decided to lead them, along with Lin Yi, deeper into the valley to hunt for corpse monsters. Lin Yi had no objections, and neither did Dugu Feng and the others. After all, Gu Qinghu was more approachable than Gu Laosi and had never been one to scold others. Furthermore, since they had heard that Lin Yi could handle the eerie spirits face to face, they were eager to witness his prowess. That it was only natural that Lin Yi would showcase his abilities while hunting monsters alongside them. In the valley near the core area, dense thickets surrounded them as Gu Qinghu cleared the path ahead, with Lin Yi and Dugu Feng following closely behind. The corpse monsters here were primarily buried beneath the soil, yet they were highly sensitive to movement above ground, compelling the group to tread cautiously. At that moment, Wang Zilong was leading them to an exceptional monster hunting spot, reportedly discovered by Gu Laosi just the day before. As he pointed towards the direction ahead, he spoke, "Captain Qinghu, it was here that Captain Lao Si led us to hunt corpse monsters yesterday. The area is surrounded by towering rocks, with an exit at both the front and back. The front exit is spacious enough to lure the corpse monsters in, while the back valley has a recently excavated small cave. If we cannot handle the monsters we attract, we can escape through the small cave." When Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu arrived at the rocky stronghold, they found it to be precisely as Wang Zilong had described. A small valley, wide at the front and narrow at the back, an ideal location for leveling and monster hunting. That Gu Qinghu nodded, acknowledging, "Not bad. It is impressive that Gu Laosi was able to find such a place. He is indeed thoughtful, but he understood that leading one person to hunt monsters was different from leading a group. Given Lin Yi's formidable combat strength, he felt no pressure in taking him along for monster hunting. In contrast, Gu Laosi had to contend with the fact that the members of the 5th militia team were mostly novice players. Aside from Dugu Feng and a few others like Qian Duo, the majority lacked practical experience. Moreover, as the number of corpse monsters in the valley dwindled, Gu Laosi had specifically sought this location near the core area to ensure the safety of the 5th militia team while providing them with valuable training. It must be said that Gu Laosi was genuinely committed to the welfare of the 5th militia team members. Since players have limited online time, Upon reaching the monster hunting camp, Dugu Feng began organizing the members of the 5th Militia Team, assigning them various tasks. First, they dug numerous traps at the entrance and then sent several individuals with high agility to scout the nearby terrain in search of the corpse monster's tracks. After a flurry of activity, they aimed to lure in a low-level corpse monster to test their mettle. The 5th Militia Team consisted of 9 members, 4 of whom primarily allocated their attributes to strength and constitution. They wielded short blades and shields, responsible for drawing the corpse monsters, while Dugu Feng and the others provided range support with bows and arrows. That Jiyu Qinghu and Lin Yi refrained from intervening, watching as they executed their plan. Before long, the first level 7 corpse monster was lured in by Qian Duo, who was both plump and agile. In front, they could see Qian Duo's stout yet nimble figure darting back and forth, skillfully maneuvering around the entrance while evading the corpse monster. "Hurry and assist me. I can't hold on much longer. This thing is chasing me like a rabid dog." Seeing that Qian Duo was struggling, Dugu Feng quickly readied his bow to provide support. The corpse monster, now agitated by Dugu Feng's presence, charged forward, only to fall into the traps they had set earlier. Approximately 5 minutes later, the level 7 corpse monster succumbed to the combined assault of the group. "Phew, that nearly exhausted me," Qian Duo exclaimed excitedly as he approached to collect the dropped items, only to quickly become disheartened and curse. "What a shame. It only dropped a piece of white-quality corpse oil. What utter garbage!" Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu exchanged glances, both nodding slightly in agreement. Although Dugu Feng's team had taken over 20 minutes to defeat a single corpse monster, they had done so safely and with minimal risk. Moreover, it was undeniable that after a period of training, Gu Laosi had genuinely helped these newcomers develop their skills. Despite the varying levels of strength among the newcomers, they had already begun to exhibit a degree of coordination and teamwork. It seemed that even without supervision, they would be capable of hunting corpse monsters within this treacherous valley. Jiyu Qinghu was quite pleased and generously praised. "Excellent. It appears that Gu Laosi's efforts have not been in vain. You all truly embody the spirit of the militia team now." Following this, Dugu Feng and the others initiated another round of monster luring, while Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu exchanged a few quiet words before Lin Yi vanished into the small valley. Wang Zilong, observing Lin Yi's retreating figure, inquired in confusion, "Captain of the 2nd team, isn't Brother Qingshan joining us? Why did he leave?" Gu Qinghu chuckled and replied, "With his current strength, he can easily hunt corpse monsters on his own. There's no need for him to share the experience points with you all." Upon hearing this, the members of the 5th Militia Team exchanged glances, some believing it while others remained skeptical. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already begun his search for corpse monsters in the core area. For Lin Yi at this moment, defeating level 9 corpse monsters was a task he could accomplish with ease. Thus, as long as one does not encounter a level 10 zombie, there is little danger to be found out of course. If peril truly arises, Lin Yi can unleash the white mist to make his escape. The reason Gu Qinghu dares to let Lin Yi venture alone to hunt monsters is that he is aware of the white mist ability Lin Yi acquired from the fog wraith. This white mist power is exceptionally formidable. It can be instantaneously released, enveloping a 20-meter radius in mere seconds. Whether confronting zombies or other monstrous beings, this white mist serves as an excellent auxiliary means. Roar! At that moment, an 8th-level zombie appeared within Lin Yi's line of sight. The decaying eyes of the zombie flickered as it detected a moving, living creature and charged forward recklessly. Lin Yi drew the Silver Blossom long knife from his backpack and rushed towards the 8th-level zombie. This time, Lin Yi refrained from employing the Flame Sun Blade technique, instead engaging in combat with the zombie, using only basic swordsmanship to enhance his skill proficiency. After a fierce struggle, Lin Yi, panting heavily, managed to cleave the 8th-level zombie in two. However, due to not utilizing the Flame Sun Blade technique, he bore 7 or 8 claw marks from the zombie, and the defensive armor he wore had become tattered. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, lamenting, "Unfortunately, even with the 3-point strength attribute enhancement from the Silver Blossom long knife, my current strength still pales in comparison to that of the 8th-level zombie. Were it not for my swordsmanship skills, I would have been unable to withstand its attacks. Furthermore, this defensive armor is woefully inadequate, It not only fails to augment my attributes, but cannot even withstand the claws of a zombie. Once I return to the village, I must acquire a piece of equipment that can fully protect my body, that if necessary, a semi-spiritual item will suffice. Without delay, Lin Yi applied some antiseptic to his wounds and continued to search the forest. Given his limited vitality, currently at just over 36 points, he could execute 3 complete flame sun blade techniques. Therefore, when confronted with an 8th level zombie, he preferred to avoid using the flame sun blade technique, reserving it solely for encounters with 9th level zombies. Throughout, Lin Yi maintained over half of his vitality as a precaution. Thus, after 2 to 3 hours had passed, during which Gu Qinghu was absent, Lin Yi successfully hunted 4 zombies entirely on his own for the first time, one of which was a 9th level zombie. These zombies dropped 2 pieces of white quality zombie oil and 3 green materials, 2 zombie leg bones, and 1 zombie arm. Presently, apart from the zombie heads, the materials he had acquired were sufficient to assemble 2 or 3 zombies. However, it is worth noting that half of the materials in his backpack belonged to Gu Qinghu, thus not entirely his own. Nonetheless, even so, he had collected over 20 pieces of green bones and hundreds of white zombie oil blocks. Lin Yi was uncertain about the purpose of the zombie bones, but they were at least green quality materials. And exchanging 20 or so of them for a few pieces of spiritual equipment should be feasible. He had been contemplating the dragon roar knife in Gu Qinghu's possession for quite some time. He had tried it and found that it felt significantly better than the silver blossom long knife, increasing strength attributes by 10 points when held. Once he equipped a full set of spiritual gear, he believed he would be well prepared to face a level 10 zombie, at which point he could engage Gu Qinghu in a fair fight. Noticing that it was nearly time, Lin Yi resolved to return to the small valley to rest and log off. He typically spent 6 hours online each day, 3 hours in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. However, just as Lin Yi turned back, he noticed that the zombies, which had previously been difficult to find, suddenly emerged from the ground in succession. These zombies were all at levels 7 and 8, and despite being very close to Lin Yi and sensing his presence, they did not attack him. Instead, they seemed to be rushing towards the eastern side of the valley, as if something there was drawing their attention. Initially, Lin Yi dismissed this oddity, but after witnessing 5 or 6 zombies behaving the same way, his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to approach for a closer look. After all, with the white mist ability granted by the fog wraith, Lin Yi was capable of both offense and retreat. Along the way, he mused, could it be that the zombie king is summoning its minions to gather? Yet, I hear no roars from the zombies. Might it be that zombies communicate through telepathy? At that moment, Lin Yi caught a whiff of a decaying odor wafting through the forest, a scent distinct from the stench emitted by the zombies, resembling that of some trees withered and rotting. Suddenly, Lin Yi halted in his tracks. Before him, on a small hillside, was a dense gathering of zombies, numbering over 300. Judging by their size, most of these zombies were at least level 7, with a fair number being level 8 and 9, though the zombie king had yet to make an appearance. Even so, the sight of over 300 grotesque zombies was enough to strike fear into an ordinary person. Lin Yi noticed that in the midst of the horde stood a solitary tree, remarkably conspicuous, standing approximately 10 meters tall. Its leaves were a brownish green, and among its dense foliage were numerous milky white fruits resembling small dolls. Furthermore, the source of the decaying odor emanated from these milky white fruits. Could it be that a rare treasure of heaven and earth had matured? Lin Yi suddenly recalled what Gu Qinghu had mentioned before. He had said that many rare treasures of heaven and earth could be found in the wilderness. And when these treasures matured, they would attract nearby malevolent spirits and monsters. For instance, the Shaohong fruit Lin Yi had discovered in the village was one such treasure, albeit the most ordinary kind, possessing little allure for living beings. Otherwise, it would not have been left for Lin Yi to harvest. It would have long since been consumed by the village's cats and dogs. However, the milky white fruits that had drawn in the surrounding zombies must possess a significantly higher quality. They should be of at least blue quality. Lin Yi felt a rush of excitement. Even if these high-quality fruits were of no use to him, they could be exchanged for substantial resources. With his ability to manipulate the white mist, he believed he had an opportunity to dare and attempt a risky endeavor. Yet he knew he must not act hastily. He needed to wait until the milky white fruits were on the verge of ripening before making his move. Meanwhile, within the small valley, Dugu Feng and his companions were exhausted, panting heavily. After consecutively luring and slaying monsters several times, even with their enhanced physiques, they were beginning to feel the strain. Fortunately, their harvest for the day was commendable. Each of them had gained 70 to 80 experience points and acquired a considerable amount of white zombie oil blocks. However, the green materials they had collected were to be submitted to Gu Lao Si, who would then exchange them for growth resources suitable for them from the village treasury, ensuring they would not come out a loss. Yet, noticing Lin Yi had not yet returned, Dugu Feng and the others felt a twinge of regret. As they were eager to witness Lin Yi's prowess, they could not fathom how he had the audacity to delve so deeply into the valley alone. Could it be that he truly possessed combat, strength nearing level 10? However, after waiting for a while without Lin Yi's appearance, they gradually logged off. Gu Qinghu, upon realizing that Lin Yi had not returned within the stipulated time, surmised that he had likely encountered an unusual situation. Yet he did not worry for Lin Yi's safety. After all, even if faced with a swarm of zombies, Lin Yi could safely escape using his white mist manipulation. Nonetheless, after waiting for some time, Gu Qinghu felt a twinge of unease and decided to head in the direction Lin Yi had taken. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Gu Qinghu was searching for him as time passed. He remained hidden in the underbrush near the brownish-green peculiar tree for over an hour. During this time, he observed a continuous influx of zombies arriving from all directions. Currently, there were over 500 zombies gathered beneath that tree, densely packed together, reminiscent of a horde of zombies from a horror film. Yet, from the size of the zombies, it appeared that there was no level 10 zombie king among them. The highest-ranked ones were merely level 9. This moment, the decaying odor in the air grew more pronounced, and the milky white fruits on the brown tree began to glisten with an increasing luster. It seemed the milky white fruits were on the cusp of ripening, perhaps stirred by the scent of the fruit. The horde of undead beneath the tree began to stir restlessly, with some even engaging in fierce bites and tussles to secure a better position. This spectacle left Lin Yi in awe. It seemed that even these mindless creatures, driven solely by instinct, could turn on each other when tempted sufficiently. Time was of the essence. Lin Yi feared that if he delayed, he might miss his chance entirely. So he resolved to take action that he subsequently communicated with the enigmatic stone at his heart, and a swirling mist of white emanated from it, enveloping him entirely. This mist began to drift closer to the undead. It became apparent that to the creatures, anything devoid of life force was considered inanimate. Thus, Lin Yi, cloaked in a white fog, appeared to them merely as a moving cloud, posing no threat. However, the chilling aura of the mist made them feel uneasy. Consequently, as Lin Yi approached, the horde began to part, creating a path away from the fog. Cautiously, Lin Yi advanced through the gap, mindful not to rush, as revealing even a hint of living vitality might result in him being torn to shreds by the advancing undead. From a high vantage point, one could observe a white, misty entity weaving through a throng of undead heads, moving steadily. Within a few minutes, Lin Yi had traversed several hundred meters, reaching the heart of the undead horde. Here, the undead were even more densely packed, with little room for passage between them. At this moment, a level 7 undead creature blocked his path. Lin Yi waited patiently, observing this creature swaying absently. Not one to be overly accommodating. He expanded the white mist's reach slightly and delivered a swift kick. With a resounding thud, the level 7 undead was sent tumbling like a dog, crashing several meters away. In the next moment, the creature scrambled to its feet, glaring at the mist, momentarily dazed. Scanning its surroundings, it soon realized that all nearby undead were larger than itself, rendering it outmatched. Ultimately, it set its sights on another level 7 creature in the distance and charged towards it, growling, "So it was you who kicked me." Meanwhile, another level 7 undead, confused, thought, "But I'm so far away from you." The two level 7 undead soon clashed, their skirmish inciting chaos within the surrounding horde, presenting Lin Yi with an opportunity to advance rapidly. After all, controlling the white mist was a significant drain on his mental energy, and he needed to harvest the milky fruits within a limited time frame. After several more minutes of effort, Lin Yi finally squeezed his way to the base of the brown-green tree amidst the dense throng of undead. The creatures here stood shoulder to shoulder, their vacant gazes fixed on the milky fruits above, as if anticipating that the fruits would drop and crush them. However, the overwhelming stench of decay was nearly unbearable for Lin, despite covering his nose. He felt as if he might faint from the suffocating odor. There was no time to waste. If he delayed any longer, he risked succumbing to the noxious fumes before exhausting his mental energy. In an instant, Lin Yi expanded the mist's coverage. The fog spread out, enveloping a 20-meter radius around him and shrouding the entire tree. The surrounding undead were momentarily stunned, as if the delightful treasure they had been eyeing had been devoured by the clouds above. In the center, those undead wrapped within the mist began to howl, agitated and restless, some already lunging and biting at one another due to the limited visibility, with the expanded mist draining his energy. Lin Yi felt a sudden throb at his head, but he dared not delay. He swiftly climbed the brown-green ancient tree, beginning to harvest the milky fruits as soon as he grasped the first fruit. A notification from the system chimed in. Corrupted wood fruit blue, a rare fruit that grows in environments steeped in malevolent energy, requiring centuries to bear fruit. Upon ripening, it emits the scent of rotting wood. Consuming this fruit grants a substantial increase in attribute points to the consumer, but there is a high probability of body corruption and unknown mutations. Upon reading this description, Lin Yi realized his initial hunch had been correct. These milky fruits were indeed treasures of blue quality in the world of Apocalypse. Aside from the holy water gifted by Guqinghu, he had yet to encounter a second blue quality item. Fortune was on his side. There were 9 milky fruits on the tree, and Lin Yi dashed between the branches, feverishly gathering them. Within mere seconds, all 9 corrupted wood fruits were secured, after stowing the fruits in his spatial backpack. Lin Yi promptly descended from the tree and began to retract the mist-s coverage as he bolted towards the outskirts of the undead horde. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a cacophony of growls erupted as the undead realized not only had the fragrant aroma of the fruits vanished from the air, but upon looking up, they saw the tree stripped bare, igniting their fury. Anger aside, their limited intellect left them unable to comprehend that a thief had hidden within the mist. Lin Yi sprinted forward, feeling his mental energy dwindling, the mist that cloaked him gradually dimming, that he urged himself to move faster, dodging any obstacles in his path. After kicking aside another blocking undead, Lin Yi sensed he was nearing his limit and decided to enhance his abilities. This time, he leveled up twice in a row, allocating all 10 points to agility. Originally, Lin Yi had a base agility of 10 points, the limit for a normal human. With the enhancements, his agility doubled, allowing him to navigate through the throng of undead with newfound ease. Approximately half a minute later, Lin Yi finally burst forth from the mass of undead, the mist that surrounded him now nearly transparent. However, he could no longer afford to release even a wisp of fog, as his mental energy had been pushed to its limits, causing sharp pains to throb in his head if he would have forcefully released more mist. He risked losing consciousness entirely. Upon catching sight of a human, the undead encircling him erupted into a frenzy of excitement. Although the enticing fruits had vanished, the prospect of flesh was still an alluring prize. Lin Yi, now exposed without the mist concealment, was quickly spotted by the advancing undead. As numerous undead surged towards him, Lin Yi attempted to log out. Ding! Monitoring detects a large number of dangerous creatures nearby. Unable to log out. Damn, this terrible log-out mechanism. Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly stowed away his cumbersome armor into his backpack, leaving only the system's offered boots and undergarments as he bolted away. Now, it was a simple matter of survival. Run to safety and log out. With a boost of 20 agility points, Lin Yi's speed surged like a gust of wind, covering 100 meters in mere seconds. However, a relentless horde of undead pursued him closely, numbering over 300. Among them were numerous level 8 and 9 undead, sprinting with greater speed than Lin Yi's enhanced agility, with no other choice. Lin Yi grit his teeth and leveled up again, adding an additional 5 points to his agility. With this enhancement, his speed improved slightly once more. Glancing back, Lin Yi noticed that most of the level 7 undead had been left behind. Yet several level 8 and 9 creatures continued their relentless chase. Throughout his flight, Lin Yi repeatedly attempted to log out, but the system consistently informed him that he was not in a safe area. Damn it, it seems I can't rely on the system's log-out mechanism. Qingshan, over here. In the distance, a figure shouted, and Lin Yi squinted to see Gu Chenghu calling out to him. Upon realizing that Lin Yi was being pursued by a throng of undead, Gu Chenghu's eyes widened in astonishment. The last time Old C had used a talisman to explode a horde of undead, there had been barely 20, yet the swarm chasing Lin Yi now numbered in the hundreds. An overwhelming sight that, my goodness, did Qingshan disturb the undead's nest? Captain, you run ahead. I can still hold them off? Enough chatter. There are plenty of bushes and trees here to obstruct the undead horde. Come towards me. Although the horde of undead creatures was astonishing, Gu Chenghu would not abandon Lin Yi to flee alone. With no other option, Lin Yi had to escape in the direction of Gu Chenghu. The underbrush in the jungle was dense, filled with thorns and thick saplings. However, it seemed that a faint scent of decay still lingered on Lin Yi, drawing the undead horde towards him. Despite the thorns tearing away large patches of rotten flesh from the creatures, they seemed largely unaffected by pain, their speed of pursuit remaining undeterred. Qingshan, what on earth did you do to attract so many undead? Lin Yi gasped, Captain, we can discuss this later. For now, we must find a way to shake off these creatures. I fear the thorns cannot hold them back. Chenghu glanced back and indeed saw the horde still relentless in their pursuit. The foremost among them, several level 9 undead, were merely 30 meters away. Should they let their guard down for even a moment, the creatures would surely pounce. After running at high intensity for 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Yi began to feel the strain of fatigue. He hesitated, contemplating whether to upgrade his stamina and physique attributes once more. Suddenly, he saw Gu Chenghu draw the longing blade and plunge it into the side of a towering tree. In the next instant, Gu Chenghu leaped, using the blade's resilience to ascend the lofty tree. He then climbed like a monkey, swiftly reaching the treetop in just 2 seconds, a display of agility that left Lin Yi feeling somewhat embarrassed. Stop dawdling. Mimic what I just did and climb the tree. Understood that at that moment, the foul stench of the pursuing undead was alarmingly close. In a life-or-death situation, Lin Yi dared not hesitate. He leaped onto the longing blade, which bent slightly under his weight, propelling him to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Grasping the massive trunk, he laboriously maneuvered his limbs, eventually reaching the top of the tree after much effort. Gu Chenghu frowned. Qingshan, you climbed too slowly. You must practice more. Captain, enough of that. I promise I will train when I have the chance. For the first time, Lin Yi realized the significance of possessing tree-climbing skills in the wilderness. Peering down, he noticed the horde of undead had gathered beneath the tree, their numbers swelling. Fortunately, their limited intelligence did not allow them to utilize the longing blade to ascend, nor did they form a human ladder, proving even less capable than the zombies depicted in films. However, the undead did not disperse. They lingered beneath the tree, restlessly pacing. Seeing this, Gu Chenghu finally exhaled in relief. Qingshan, you look pale. Have you exhausted your mental energy? Yes, Captain. Otherwise, I would have escaped using the white mist long ago. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lin Yi retrieved the decayed wood fruit from his backpack, saying, Captain, I just snatched this fruit from the horde. The system identifies it as a blue-quality decayed wood fruit. You recognize it. Decayed wood fruit? A blue-quality fruit. Gu Chenghu examined the milky white fruit, realizing he had neither seen nor heard of it before. According to your description, this fruit is unsuitable for direct consumption. Yet, being of blue quality, it should have its uses for occupational levels. If we bring it back to the village chief and the elders should be able to exchange it for considerable resources. At that moment, the undead below grew agitated once more upon the appearance of the decayed wood fruit. Some particularly clever undead even attempted to gnaw at a tree trunk over 2 meters in diameter, seemingly aiming to topple it and bring Lin Yi and Gu Chenghu down. Put in your backpack. The scent it emits could attract other monsters, which would be problematic. Lin Yi complied and placed the fruit back into his spatial backpack, saying, All right, but Captain, this one is for you. as a token of my gratitude for your assistance during this time." Hearing this, Gu Qinghu laughed heartily, clapping Lin Yi on the shoulder, revealing his broad smile. "Good lad. You haven't disappointed me. However, if you haven't gathered several, feel free to keep it for yourself. Your captain is not currently in need of IT. And no worries, I've collected quite a few. You can have this one." Captain Lin Yi had always remembered Gu Qinghu's earlier gesture of using divine water to enhance his attributes and felt genuinely touched. Sharing a decayed wood fruit with Gu Qinghu was not just a way to repay a kindness, but also a message that investing in Lin Yi would yield returns. Leaning against the treetop, Lin Yi felt a lingering ache in his head. It seemed his mental energy would not recover in the short term. Unfortunately, the mental attribute was hidden within the system panel, yet to be unlocked. Thus, Lin Yi could not assess his current mental state. "Captain, does the village have any means to swiftly restore mental energy?" Gu Qinghu pondered before replying. "While everyone possesses mental energy, it is especially crucial for wizards. The village elder, Gu Yun, should have potions for mental recovery. You can inquire about them on our next visit." Understood. Lin Yi realized the importance of controlling the white mist. Though his limited mental energy constrained the duration of his ability, should Gu Yun possess potions to enhance or restore mental energy, he would certainly keep some on hand. After resting for a while, Lin Yi felt his headache had slightly lessened. He glanced down at the horde, which remained clustered around the base of the tree. It appeared the undead would not disperse anytime soon. Lin Yi attempted to log out, but found he was still unable to. Perhaps he would have to wait until the 6-hour online period ended before he could forcibly log out. Thus, the two remained as still as possible in the tree, quietly resting. After some contemplation, Lin Yi decided to share some water and salted beef jerky from his backpack with Gu Qinghu to spare him from hunger while waiting in the tree. "Captain, if I'm forcibly logged out, please take these provisions. I fear the undead may not disperse by nightfall." "All right, no problem." Gu Qinghu appeared more composed than Lin Yi, accepting the food and water before reclining against a treetop for a brief nap. Less than 2 hours later, Lin Yi's form transformed into a beam of white light as he was forcibly logged out. Gu Qinghu opened his eyes momentarily, then glanced down to see the horde still lingering as before, and resumed his rest. However, at that moment, Lin Yi, having just transitioned from the apocalypse world back to reality, gasped sharply. The pain in his head was far more intense than what he had experienced in the apocalypse world. It felt as if his entire brain had been churned into a mush, rendering him incapable of focusing on anything. Lin Yi surmised that players must have some form of pain reduction mechanism within the apocalypse world, which dissipated upon returning to reality. It seemed imperative to avoid bringing injuries back to the real world, or they could worsen. Suffering from mental strain, Lin Yi could do nothing in reality. He collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. This sleep lasted until past 10 at night. When Lin Yi woke to find the balcony outside shrouded in darkness, his stomach growling in hunger. He had evidently been roused by hunger, having eaten little that morning. Explaining his current state, the pain in his head had diminished significantly as he checked his phone. Aside from messages from his studio, Lubo had sent him several complaints about his mundane experiences at the police station. It turned out that in light of the frequent monster incursions from the apocalypse world worldwide, Zhang Baichuan had received orders to establish emergency response teams across various administrative districts in Lin Yi City. However, the core members of the apocalypse team in Lin Yi City numbered only 4. Thus, Lubo was assigned to manage one of the districts, partnering with several seasoned detectives to form a small group. Should any extraordinary incidents arise in that district, Lubo would be the primary responder. Upon seeing Lin Yi's reply, Lubo continued to vent his frustrations. "Ego, I feel like I'm in over my head. By day, I'm battling for my life leveling up in the apocalypse world, and by night, I have to return to reality and work a second job that it's utterly exhausting. Right now, I'm stuck on duty at the station, eating reheated cafeteria food. It's tragic." Lin Yi replied teasingly. "You're doing quite well. Xiaobo, your life is something many would envy. You level up during the day with a guide and dine on the government's dime at night, while pocketing a second paycheck. Who else can boast such a fortune?" However, Lubo merely responded with a dismissive he. Lin Yi shook his head, recognizing that this child had evidently not faced the harsh realities of society and was unaware of the advantages conferred by having an official identity. After chatting with Lubo for a while, Lin Yi inquired about matters related to mental strength. Brother E, have you overexerted your mental capacity? I recall you are only at level 3. How could you possibly be using mental strength? Regardless, I cannot see my own mental attributes, nor do I utilize mental strength at AS for your mention of recovering mental strength. I remember during training at headquarters, the instructor mentioned that there are items available at headquarters that can restore mental strength. But they require enlightenment points for exchange. Enlightenment points? Lin Yi continued. Oh, I forgot to mention enlightenment points are a form of extraordinary currency established within our nation for members of enlightenment, akin to contribution points, which can be used to procure certain internal resources. However, one can only earn enlightenment points by completing tasks assigned by headquarters. That I've heard that our captain once defeated a terrifying boar and exchanged its carcass for a considerable amount of enlightenment points. Yet at present, I lack the qualifications to connect with tasks, so acquiring enlightenment points is out of the question. Brother E, is your mental strength severely compromised? If so, I'll find a way to help. Lin Yi replied, It's nothing serious, just a slight headache. A few days of rest should suffice. I'm off to find something to eat now, so I'll stop our conversation here. You focus on your duties. After concluding his chat with Lu Bo, Lin Yi descended to find a local eatery. For a meal on his return, he encountered Lu Yuqian, who was taking out the trash. The two of them boarded the apartment elevator together. At that moment, she seemed to have just finished bathing, her silky black hair cascading over her shoulders, water droplets glistening as they slid down her neck, leaving shimmering traces in the air. Lu Yuqian wore only a pair of cute pink shorts on her lower half, her straight and proportionate legs resembling finely carved ivory, a sight most pleasing to behold. Lin Yi cast a casual glance, but Lu Yuqian noticed it. After all, girls are quite perceptive to the gazes of boys. Lu Yuqian's freshly washed face flushed deeper, and she coughed softly to break the silence, saying, Brother Lin, have you just returned from a meal? Yes, he replied. The elevator then fell into silence once more as it ascended. Lu Yuqian struggled to find words. Though she was indeed curious about Lin Yi, in recent days, she had been fervently submitting resumes across various platforms in search of work, which kept her in the apartment longer than usual. Due to the poor sound insulation, there were times she did not hear the door opening and closing, and sudden noises from Lin Yi's apartment would occur, as though he had appeared in the room out of nowhere. She had no idea what Lin Yi did for a living. It seemed as though he had never held a job, living quite freely, as she often encountered him going downstairs for meals, even in the middle of the day. To her, Lin Yi was simply a neighbor who was somewhat handsome, possessed a unique aura, yet exhibited rather peculiar behavior. Lin Yi was oblivious to Lu Yuqian's thoughts. Had he known that she frequently heard sound from his room, he might have accelerated his plans to move to in the morning. Lin Yi awoke from his slumber, and after a night's rest to replenish his mental strength, he felt significantly relieved from the headache that had troubled him. It appeared that sleep was indeed an effective method for restoring mental strength. Surely, upon returning to the world of enlightenment today, he would be able to manipulate the white mist with greater ease. After washing up and having breakfast, Lin Yi caressed the golden activation code on his wrist, reappearing at the large tree from the previous day. However, the ancient Chung who was nowhere to be found, and the corpses of monsters had vanished from beneath the tree. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Could it be that the horde of corpses had retreated upon his departure? Yet he discovered that Chung who had left a message on the bark of the tree's crown. I am safe. Gather in the small valley. Lin then slowly descended the large tree, observing that while the horde of corpses was absent, the ground was strewn with numerous shattered bones. It seemed that powerful reinforcement from the village had appeared yesterday, driving the horde away and retrieving ancient Chung Hu. However, with hundreds of corpses remaining beneath the tree, who could possess such formidable prowess? Even if Gu Lai Hai, Gu Man, and the captains brought the 4 major militia teams, would they be able to contend with so many corpses? Was it possible that the village elders had intervened? Lin Yi's curiosity piqued as he exited the thicket and hastened toward the small valley. Within the small valley, the ancient Lao Si, who had returned to the village days prior, reappeared, his distinctive shouts echoing through the valley. Is this the level of coordination you all possess? For merely a level 7 corpse, you managed to injure 3 people. Are those following you merely idlers? Do you not understand the importance of supporting your teammates? The leader, Du Feng explained, Captain, we did not anticipate the corpse's agility. It leaped out of the pit trap unexpectedly. Do not offer excuses. You failed to assess the trap's situation and now blame me. Although you are all reborn, life is singular, and if you do not train diligently now, you may only reach me through dreams in the future. It was no wonder ancient Lao Si was so incensed. Not only had he come personally today, but he had also invited his mentor, the village chief of Gutan village, to join that he had intended to showcase the results of his training with the militia team. Yet unexpectedly, at a critical moment, Du Feng and his team faltered. Enough, Lao Si, their previous performance was not entirely lacking. Your harsh words may yield counterproductive results. A gentle yet aged voice interjected as an elderly man with graying hair and a white beard emerged slowly from the tent. This man was Gu Tianzi, the village chief of Gutan village. Upon hearing this, ancient Lao Si scratched his head and, with a sheepish grin, said, He, if their performance was indeed commendable, then those spirit fruit resources you promised me earlier. Gu Tianzi pondered briefly before responding, Very well. Allocate them as you see fit. After all, those fruits hold little value in our village, and the number of children we can nurture here remains too few. Presently, the reborn are the hope of our village. Hearing this, ancient Lao Si's expression brightened. The spirit fruits he sought were among the most precious resources within Gutan village, all of white quality or above, capable of enhancing attributes, a stockpile accumulated over decades. Currently, the reborn members of Militia Team 5 were constrained in their strength due to suppressed experience levels, even with 9 individuals working in unison. They could only contend with a level 7 corpse. To enhance their combat prowess without leveling up. They had to focus on extraordinary materials and external skills, while he had been facilitating external skills training daily. Most of the reborn in Team 5 had limited aptitude, and in over a week, hardly anyone had managed to learn effectively. Thus, he was compelled to seek solutions through extraordinary materials at that moment. Having overheard their conversation, the injured ancient Chung who emerged from the tent, saying, Village Chief, our team as Qingshan also warrants investment as a reborn. May I request some spirit fruits for him? Ancient Lao Si chimed in. Master, Qingshan is the reborn I mentioned to you, the one who obtained our village's legacy soul artifact. To be frank, that lad is indeed impressive, possessing remarkable talent. However, he has yet to sign a contract with our village. The village chief shook his head, stating, Contracts are merely a means, not the crux. If what you say about Qingshan is true, that he is a talented and grateful reborn, then it would not be amiss to allocate some of our resources to nurture him. Ultimately, only by cultivating true power can we protect Gutan village. If we merely train a batch of reborn with similar strength to ours, it would be a futile endeavor. Turning to Lin Yi, Gu Tianzi instructed, Xiao Hu, inform Gu Yuan, the village elder, to raise the contribution point price for reborn when exchanging items. Our village's focus must be on nurturing reliable reborn. Do not further exploit them. Understood, village chief. As the three conversed, a figure emerged in the distance, gradually approaching. It was Lin Yi, who had just hurried over from the large tree. Master, this is the one. Qingshan is the lad, ancient Lao Si declared. I am not blind. I can see. Gu Tianzi squinted at the approaching Lin Yi, then nodded with a smile. Lin Yi, in turn, spotted the white-haired elder standing between ancient Shang Hu and ancient Lao Si. He ventured to ask, Are you the village chief? Having spent considerable time in Gutan village, it was Lin Yi's first encounter with the village chief. He had not anticipated the chief would appear so aged. Seemingly older than the 3 major village elders, perhaps in his 80s or 90s. However, in the extraordinary world, appearance does not necessarily correlate with age. This venerable chief might well be over a century old. Gu Tianzi smiled warmly. That would be me, young man, we have been awaiting your arrival. Come, let us converse inside the tent. Lin Yi nodded, realizing that the person who rescued Gu Qinghu today was indeed the village chief. The village chief's presence here was likely related to the legacy soul device he possessed. Beside him, Du Feng and others ceased their training, eager to join the commotion, but were scolded away by Gu Lao Si, who glared at them. Get lost. If you can't train properly, are you here to seek reprimand? with such abundant energy. Just wait and see how I'll make you regret it this afternoon. Dugu Feng and his companions, drenched in humiliation, couldn't help but sigh. How could there be such a disparity among players? Inside the tent, Lin Yi noticed that Gu Qinghu's right abdomen was wrapped in white cloth and inquired, "Captain, are you injured?" Gu Qinghu grinned. "I was scratched by a level 9 corpse monster while climbing down a tree. It's a trivial matter." Jiu Lao Si couldn't help but retort, "Trivial? You nearly had your intestines ripped out. I told you not to rush down until we cleared the swarm of corpse monsters, but you insisted on showing off." Lin Yi deduced the circumstances of the incident. It seemed Gu Lao Si and the village chief had gone to rescue Gu Chenghu. Yet, he was curious about how the village chief had dealt with the horde of corpse monsters. He recalled seeing a number of shattered bones beneath the large tree, apparently hacked apart with brute force. Devoid of any signs of divine symbols, it seemed that aside from divine symbols, the divine profession possessed other extraordinary means as well. Within the tent, Lin Yi took the initiative to ask, "Village chief, did you summon me to inquire about the soul device?" The village chief, Gu Qianxi, nodded, then pondered for a moment before sending Gu Chenghu and Gu Lao Si out, as he had some matters to discuss privately with Lin Yi. Gu Chenghu obediently exited the tent, but Gu Lao Si was reluctant, standing at the entrance defiantly. "Master, I am the next village chief. What can I hear? We'll discuss that when you become village chief." Gu Tianxi replied, "Besides, I never claimed you would definitely be the next village chief." Once Gu Lao Si was dismissed, Gu Tianxi retrieved a divine symbol from his sleeve and tore it open, instantly enveloping the entire tent in a white light membrane. "Village chief, what is this?" Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise, fearing the village chief was about to attack him. Gu Tianxi chuckled, "Don't worry, it's merely a little soundproofing technique. My apprentice is likely eavesdropping outside. Furthermore, you need not be concerned. We people of the Tianqi continent currently have no means to directly harm you reincarnators, lest we invite divine retribution." "Divine retribution?" Lin Yi inquired. "Yes," Gu Tianxi replied. "You may understand it as being forsaken by the heavens. Those cursed with divine retribution may not perish immediately, but will attract misfortune, often bringing catastrophic calamity to those around them and their villages. Therefore, people from the Tianqi continent typically resort to employing wraiths and monsters to deal with you reincarnators. Remember this well." After hearing this, Lin Yi nodded, sensing the village chief's goodwill towards him. Yet he remained somewhat vigilant, unable to resist asking, "Village chief, what exactly do you want from me?" Gu Tianxi, unhurried and smiling, sat cross-legged on the carpet and said, "There's no need to rush. This is our first meeting, and it's better to get to know each other a bit more. My name is Gu Tianxi, and I'm 121 years old. I became the new village chief at the age of 30 after the previous chief passed away, and I have held this position for over 90 years now. However, after all these years, I still possess only the strength of a divine 1-star, so my lifespan is nearing its end." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Divine 1-star? Village chief? Is that a classification after the professional level?" "Not so fast. Let me finish. About half a year ago, the temple issued a revelation, and the entire Tianqi continent experienced celestial anomalies. Upon researching ancient texts, I learned that a new world has been captured by the Tianqi continent, and reincarnators are about to emerge." Gu Tianxi's words concealed a multitude of information, causing Lin Yi's heart to tremble. Since their blue star was captured by the Tianqi continent, did that mean they were able to enter the Tianqi continent? What are the consequences of blue star being captured? Was the apocalypse approaching? Noticing that Lin Yi didn't interrupt him this time, Gu Tianxi continued with a smile. "Our Guten village has a long-standing legacy on the Tianqi continent, possibly spanning over 100,000 years. Perhaps even 1,000,000 according to historical records. Our first village chief was a powerful divine being and also a reincarnator. Thus, I understand the existence of reincarnators better than you do, including why you are here. I am unaware of how other factions on the Tianqi continent regard you reincarnators, but at least in Guten village, we have maintained a friendly attitude towards reincarnators since the village's inception. And we invest significant resources in nurturing those with exceptional talent among you. So, you need not worry about me harming you, as long as you do not infringe upon the interests and safety of the village. I can assure you that you will be safe. Now that I've said what I needed to say, you may ask me questions. However, You must also answer one of mine, so that neither of us is at a disadvantage." After saying this, Gu Tianxi fell silent, waiting for Lin. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Village chief, I would like to know what will happen to our world after it is captured by the Tianqi continent." Gu Tianxi replied earnestly, "Once a world is captured, the two worlds will gradually merge until one is ultimately consumed by the other. From my understanding of your world, it lacks the extraordinary. It only possesses so-called technology, and its world will is weak. Therefore, it is highly likely that the world you inhabit will be engulfed by the Tianqi continent. However, rest assured, this timeline typically spans 100 or 1,000 years. So you need not worry about the world's destruction in the short term." All right, I have answered your question. Now it's my turn to ask you, where did you find the legacy soul device? The Guisher. Lin Yi did not conceal his answer, stating directly, "I found it beneath the willow tree by the pond in the village beneath the willow tree." Gu Tianxi pondered for a moment, slightly furrowing his brow but refraining from further comment. Lin Yi continued to inquire, "Village chief, I would also like to know if the Guisher soul device absorbs too many wraith-like entities. Will it awaken?" Gu Tianxi smiled. "Was that little C who told you?" "That's partially correct. The Guisher was crafted by a master weapon maker from our Guten village using an enticing spirit doll, which is a particularly unique wraith that naturally feeds on wraith-like entities. You can currently use the capabilities of the Guisher without worry. But remember, if you encounter an enticing spirit doll, do not use the Guisher to absorb its core essence. Otherwise, the Guisher will truly awaken, and your life will be in jeopardy. Is that so?" Lin Yi understood, feeling a slight sense of relief. That scoundrel Gu Lao, certainly didn't tell the whole truth, as long as he was cautious when using the Guisher to absorb the core essence of wraiths in the future. He would be fine. However, at that moment, Gu Tianxi posed a question that left Lin Yi utterly astonished. "Child, my second question is, does your activation code for logging into the Tianqi world have a number?" Lin Yi's heart jolted. How did this village chief know whether their activation code had a number? Ever since he discovered the uniqueness of his activation code, Lin Yi had casually inquired about it during conversations with Lu Bo. The ordinary activation codes received by Lu Bo did not have numbers in their attribute panels, while Lin Yi's activation code bore the number 007. Even Lin Yi, no matter how dense, understood that activation codes with numbers were special. "Village chief, how would you know this?" Gu Tianxi smiled and replied, "As I said, our Guten village has interacted with many reincarnators since its establishment, and we are well aware of the secrets you are oblivious to. So, child, does your activation code indeed have a number?" Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, not responding immediately. Yet Gu Tianxi could ascertain from Lin Yi's expression that his activation code did indeed have a number. "Village chief, my activation code does have a number, and my third question is, what does it mean for an activation code to have a number?" Gu Tianxi explained, "It signifies an unparalleled innate talent, indicating that you stand atop the shoulders of giants, with your hand almost touching the heavens." Lin Yi was speechless. "What you said is tantamount to saying nothing." Gu Tianxi laughed heartily. "Then let me elaborate. The activation code you refer to is actually bestowed by the world will of your realm. When a world is invaded, the world will awakens. The strength of the world will varies. A powerful world will grant innate abilities to its children. Activation codes with numbers belong to those favored children, who possess unique talents that others cannot replicate." Lin Yi could not help but inquire, "Village chief, does that imply that the stronger the will of the world, the more gifted beings will be born?" "Not entirely," the village chief replied. "The will of the world is also aware of the importance of cultivating elites, that it will utilize its limited power to nurture exceptionally gifted children. For instance, as I mentioned earlier, the first village chief of our Guten village is documented to have been a golden talent possessor, blessed by the will of the world. Golden, it seems a tad inferior compared to his red universal talent." Lin Yi probed further, "Village chief, is golden talent very formidable?" After confirming Lin Yi's possession of a number, Gu Tianxi did not dwell on it and responded, "Indeed, it is said that he once recalled that among those gifted beings, golden talent was the pinnacle, with only a handful possessing it." Lin Yi nodded, refraining from further questions. It appeared his red universal talent was indeed a unique existence. After all, red talent surpassed golden talent. However, Lin Yi was uncertain. Since even his 007 number possessed red talent, did that mean those with preceding numbers also had red talent? Of course, what Lin Yi was unaware of was that although the top 10 numbers comprised the highest gifted individuals, their talents varied significantly. In other words, not everyone possessed red talent. At that moment, Gu Qianzi gently asked, "Child, I heard from Xiao Hu that you managed to master and perfect the yin-yang blade technique in just a few hours. Therefore, is your talent related to martial arts?" "Well, to some extent, it pertains to blade techniques, but is rather versatile," Lin Yi replied, hesitant to confine his talent to a single category, for he could potentially acquire a better talent at any moment. "If that is the case, then the warrior profession would indeed suit you well, I suppose," Lin Yi acknowledged. "However, I have heard our captain say that the best profession among the 4 major roles is that of the sequencer. So I am quite intrigued by it. Although the sequencer profession is powerful, the opportunities for transfer and inheritance are scarce." Lin Yi interjected, "I have heard that within the ancient Tomb Valley, there lies a cave that conceals an inheritance. Village chief, you are not solely here for me, but also for that inheritance cave, aren't you?" Gu Tianzi nodded. "It seems Xiao Hu has shared quite a bit with you." "You are correct. I have specifically come out from the village for the inheritance within that cave. There are remnants left by the ancient deceivers, and these spirits have concealed the cave with a ghostly trap, which forms a unique space. Even I cannot breach the ghostly trap to retrieve the inheritance inside. However, with your inheritance soul artifact, the Ghost Stone, there is a significant hope of extracting the inheritance." Lin Yi inquired, "Village chief, why is there hope with the Ghost Stone? Does the Ghost Stone artifact possess some unique qualities?" Gu Tianzi explained, "Because the deceivers must have their contracts witnessed by a contractual object to form a pact with the spirits. The Ghost Stone artifact you possess is precisely the contractual object used by those deceivers back in the day. With the Ghost Stone artifact, I can negotiate terms with those spirits, using conditions for early contract termination to exchange for the items of inheritance within the cave." Lin Yi nodded, finally understanding why the Ancient Four had persuaded him to enter the cave. "Then, village chief, if I assist, could you grant me the sequencer inheritance within the cave?" Upon hearing Lin Yi propose a condition, Gu Qianzi did not perceive it as greed, but merely frowned. "Child, based on your talent, you are actually more suited for the warrior path. Rest assured, village chief, I will certainly find the profession that best fits me before I transition to AS for the sequencer. I am merely curious about what kind of profession it is." Gu Qianzi pondered for a moment. "Originally, I intended to pass the sequencer inheritance in the cave to Xiao Hai, but he has taken numerous gifted beings to search for ancient relics and will likely not return anytime soon. If you are willing to assist us, then the sequencer inheritance within the cave shall be yours." Lin Yi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, village chief." Gu Tianzi smiled, then recalled something and asked, "By the way, child, would you be willing to join our Gyutan village?" Lin Yi responded with confusion. "Join? Village chief, am I not already a member of the Gyutan village militia?" Gu Tianzi shook his head and solemnly stated, "No. I wish to ask if you would like to become the next village chief of Gyutan village and protect this village." If the Ancient Four were present, they might have questioned, "Master, if he is the next village chief, then what am I?" However, Lin Yi at this moment began to contemplate seriously. From his conversation with the village chief, it was clear that this man bore no malice toward him. This inquiry was not a jest. Gu Tianzi was evidently sincere. To be honest, becoming the village chief of Gyutan village was not an unthinkable proposition, but as a gifted being, could he effectively manage Gyutan village? Perhaps becoming the village chief could allow him to mobilize the resources of the entire village. Yet it would also be a form of constraint, signifying that he would take on the responsibility of protecting Gyutan village. If he truly agreed, it was likely that the elder village chief would bind him with some form of restricting contract. After some contemplation, Lin Yi replied, "I appreciate your kindness, village chief, but I still wish to explore the Apocalypse continent in the future, so I probably cannot remain in the village for long." Gu Tianzi revealed a look of regret and then, somewhat pointedly, remarked, "What a pity. I had originally intended to pass on the talent stone that can enhance talent levels to the next village chief." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression turned to one of astonishment. "What? A talent stone that can enhance talent levels? To think I am currently in dire need of such a thing." Meanwhile, outside the tent, The impatient ancient four kicked at the stones beneath his feet. Unable to restrain his complaints, I wonder what the old man is discussing with that ghostly kid Qingshan, refusing to let anyone else hear. Beside him, Gu Qinghu speculated, perhaps it is related to the inheritance cave. That still doesn't mean I shouldn't be allowed to listen. After all, I am the next village chief. Gu Qinghu looked at him. Old four, I think you should calm down and temper your temper. Didn't the village chief just say that you might not even be the village chief? Ancient four dismissed the concern. Who else could be the village chief if I am not? After all, among the younger generation, I am the only one with divine talent. Could it be that the village chief would seek someone else as the village chief? You must know that my master is not likely to last for many more years. Just then the tent flap was suddenly lifted, and Gu Tianzi emerged with Lin Yi. Xiao, come here for a moment. I have an announcement to make. What is it? From now on, Qing Shambu Lao will be the vice village chief of our village. Apart from me, his status will be equivalent to that of the 3 senior villagers. What? Vice village chief. Upon hearing this, Ancient Four exploded in outrage. If he is the vice village chief, then what am I? Ancient Four could not help but exclaim, Master, have you lost your mind? I have never heard of a vice village chief in our village, and this kid is a gifted being. Who knows what quirks gifted beings possess? How can you casually appoint someone as vice village chief? Gu Tianzi shot a serious look at Ancient Four. Xiao, it seems your temper has not changed at all this year, daring to scold your master. Can I trust you with Guten village in the future? Standing to the side, Lin Yi chuckled. Indeed, Xiao, you need not worry about me becoming the village chief. I will only be the vice village chief. No one will snatch away your candidacy for the next village chief. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Ancient Four nearly leaped up. Xiao, is it really your place to call me that? Just 2 days ago, you were calling me Captain Old Four. Today you suddenly shift to Xiao. I say, you little brat, do you truly believe yourself to be the vice village chief? Your status is something I do not recognize. Ancient Four then turned to Gu Tianzi. Master, I oppose this matter. How can a gifted being who has only been in our village for less than a month qualify to be our vice village chief? This clearly violates the rules. Gu Tianzi, unperturbed, replied. Once Qing Shan accompanies me to retrieve the inheritance from the cave, he will be qualified. Furthermore, I am still the village chief. What I say is the rule. If you disagree, you are free to leave the village and go wherever you please. It is none of my concern. Ancient Four was rendered speechless, glancing up at his master's expression, which seemed genuinely angry this time. Fine, I will reluctantly acknowledge this kid's status. Lin Yi, playfully digging at his ear, remarked, this kid? I would appreciate it if Captain Xiao could start calling me Vice Village Chief in the future. If I hear any disrespectful remarks again, I will deduct resources from your squad. What the heck? Ancient Four was truly at a loss for words. Vice Village Chief, you borrowed half a pound of ghostly ashes from me a few days ago. When will you return it? Little Fourth, your memory truly leaves much to be desired, and your audacity is quite remarkable. You mentioned that once I expressed my willingness to venture into the cave for the inheritance, the matter would be settled. Yet here you are, bringing it up again. As for you, abandoning the 5th Squad's newborns and returning to the village without organization or discipline the other night. I believe you're unfit to continue as the militia captain. Upon our return to the village, I shall discuss this matter with the village chief and the elders. Old Fourth found himself at a loss for words, realizing that in a non-confrontational discourse, he was unable to outmaneuver Lin Yi, deputy village chief. You are impressive. With that, Old Fourth, in a fit of anger, sought out the 5th militia team, which was currently in training to Tianci, offered a word of caution to Lin Yi before retreating to his tent to prepare talismans. They resolved to journey to the inheritance cave that night. Even for Gu Tianci, entering such a place necessitated thorough preparation. Lin Yi turned to Gu Changhu, who was gazing intently at him, and smiled. Captain, are you all right? Qing Shan, you are now the deputy village chief. There's no need to call me captain anymore. It's fine. Although I currently bear the title of deputy village chief, I'm still a member of the 2nd Squad. Are you not still my captain? Very well. Gu Changhu could not help but smile, reassured that he had not misjudged Lin Yi. Even though Lin Yi had ascended to a prominent position within the village, he remained humble and unpretentious, devoid of any arrogance, retaining his original character. Subsequently, Lin Yi and Gu Cheng, who discussed the details of the rescue. Learning that it was the previous afternoon when Guo Lu and others realized Gu Cheng, who had not returned on time and had rushed back to the village to inform others. That very night, Old Fourth had brought the village chief to rescue Gu Cheng, who, "Captain, I'll place that piece of rotting wood in my backpack for now and return it to you when we reach the village." Gu Cheng, who expressed concern. "All right, by the way, Qing Shan, are you truly going to the cave in the valley with the village chief?" Lin Yi nodded. "Yes, I promised the village chief." Rest assured, he agreed to craft a talisman for my protection. "If I encounter danger, I shall be fine. But how will you reach the inheritance cave? Tonight, at the peak of the ominous energy, is also when the eerie spirits within the cave awaken. Very well. Just be cautious that in truth, Gu Cheng, who was most curious about how Lin Yi had suddenly become the deputy village chief of Gutan village. However, after some contemplation, he refrained from asking. After all, the village chief and Lin Yi had conversed in the tent for an extended period, evidently discussing matters shrouded in secrecy. As for Lin Yi, he initially had no intention of becoming the deputy village chief of Gutan village. However, when Gu Tianci presented the talent stone, he instantly changed his mind. The talent stone, a rare celestial artifact born from the fusion of worlds, when utilized by an individual with a talent, could elevate their talent level. Those without a talent could randomly gain low to mid-quality talents, with a slim chance of acquiring a high-quality talent. This stone bore no quality ranking, yet for Lin Yi, it promised to enhance his universal talent and provide him with a second solidified position. Gaining an additional talent solidification slot would undoubtedly yield benefits beyond simple arithmetic. Thus, under the allure of the talent stone, Lin Yi readily acquiesced to Gu Tianci's request. However, he resolved to assume the role of deputy village chief only while pledging to safeguard Gutan village's security and enhance the strength of its inhabitants. To formalize this, the elder village chief Gu Tianci had Lin Yi sign a professional grade contract. Lin Yi was uncertain why the elder village chief held such confidence in him, yet he readily agreed. For even without the reward of the talent stone, becoming the deputy village chief was overwhelmingly advantageous. As the elder village chief had informed him, the benefits of the deputy village chief were on par with those of the three esteemed elders. Not only would he receive monthly provisions such as blood food and spiritual fruits, but he would also have the authority to mobilize the militia for his own purposes, provided it did not contravene the interests of Gutan village. It could be said that Gu Tianci's promise of deputy village chief privileges was not an empty title, but a legitimate position of authority. However, Lin Yi felt that he was mismatched for the role of deputy village chief. As his current combat prowess could only be deemed level 9, even Old Fourth did not acknowledge him, and it was likely that the militia members beneath him would perceive him as merely a fortunate individual, unlikely to heed his commands. Lin Yi's next objective was to harness his talents to accumulate attributes and subsequently break through to level 7, achieving combat power comparable to level 10, thus concluding his conversation with Gu Chenghu. Lin Yi eagerly returned to his tent and retrieved the talent stone the elder village chief had given him. The talent stone was a fist-sized crystal radiating with iridescent hues, and holding it in his hand, he could even feel the faint warmth emanating from it. What a precious treasure! Though this item bore no rank, its value surpassed that of anything else he possessed. Without hesitation, Lin Yi activated the talent stone, witnessing it dissolve and merge into his body. Ding! You have used a talent stone, detecting your possession of a red quality universal talent, unable to activate a new talent. Universal talent upgrading. Universal talent has been elevated to LV2. Talent solidification slot increased by 1. Gazing at the talent page illuminated with vibrant colors. With an additional solidification slot, Lin Yi felt an immense weight lift from his heart. He had feared that upgrading his talent would require experience points, implying that a single talent stone might not guarantee an upgrade. However, it appeared that upgrading talents did not necessitate experience points. One talent stone could elevate his universal talent by 1 level. In the haste of his earlier arrival, he had yet to draw from the universal talent pool, prompting him to click for extraction. Perhaps due to the talent upgrade, the probability of drawing a superior talent had increased. And this time, a blue light flashed before his eyes. This was indeed a commendable blue talent. Dual Vitality Exchange. A rare blue talent, You possess the ability to interchange life points and vitality points at a ratio of 10:1. The converted attributes cannot be transformed again. Note, increasing talent level can slightly adjust the conversion ratio and allow for multiple conversions. Upon reading this talent, Lin Yi carefully examined its capabilities. It meant that by solidifying this dual vitality exchange talent, he could convert his entire 1,700 life points into the vitality points he desperately needed, yielding 170 vitality points at a 10:1 ratio. Conversely, his current 36 vitality points could only be exchanged for 360 life points. Moreover, regardless of which attribute was converted into the other, the resulting attributes would be fixed and could not be altered again unless the talent level was enhanced. Lin Yi pondered this prospect. The IT must be said, this talent was exceptionally suitable for him. His current life and vitality points were indeed imbalanced, based on recent encounters with the undead in the valley. His combat skills were sharp, capable of both offense and defense, with minimal loss of health, making the 1,700 life points seem quite wasteful. Conversely, having a mere 36 vitality points severely limited his output potential. After all, employing the yin-yang blade technique required a minimum of 10 vitality points. Should he possess sufficient vitality points, Lin Yi would be liberated from such constraints. When facing level 10 undead, he would likely feel no fear. If one strike of the yin-yang blade failed, he could simply execute 10 or 20 strikes. This dual vitality exchange talent was certainly one he intended to use, though he was uncertain how much life points to convert. After all, the thicker one's life points, the greater the sense of security. After some deliberation, Lin Yi decided to solidify the dual vitality exchange talent. As for converting life points, there was no rush. Given the imminent peril of their night mission, having a greater reserve of life points would enhance his safety in the time that followed. Lin Yi did not plan to hunt undead creatures. After all, he was to accompany the village chief to the inheritance cave that evening, necessitating ample time for their journey. As night fell, darkness enveloped the entire awakening continent, and the Gufun Valley was shrouded in a chilling wind. With a faint mist lingering at this moment, Lin Yi followed the elder village chief Gu Tianci, walking slowly through the underbrush, heading towards the inheritance cave within Gufun Valley. This journey consisted solely of the two of them, as Old Fourth, initially intending to accompany them, was sternly reprimanded by the elder village chief and sent back. Along the way, the elder village chief recounted the details of the internal strife that had occurred in Gutan village 300 years ago. Initially, the exorcists in the village performed admirably, exhibiting no abnormalities, regardless of whether the contractors were level 10 or not. As long as they could forge a contract with the eerie spirits, they could become exorcists. The threshold for entry was remarkably low, leading to a burgeoning number of exorcists within the village. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Soon, the first batch of those who wield deception began to exhibit drastic changes in their dispositions. Their modes of thinking diverged significantly from that of ordinary humans, becoming increasingly cruel, apathetic, and bloodthirsty out of course. They themselves remained oblivious to this transformation, convinced that their actions were solely for the benefit of the village. Consequently, turmoil erupted within the village as the deceivers united to resist the priestly profession, aspiring to transform Gutan village into a veritable village of phantoms. This upheaval utterly devastated the once vast Gutan village, which had originally been 4 to 5 times larger and far more prosperous than it is now. At that moment, a subterranean corpse creature suddenly emerged nearby, seemingly disturbed by the voice of the old village chief. This creature was not particularly large. Lin Yi estimated it to be only at level 7. Just as he prepared to take action, a flash of white light emanated from the hands of the old village chief. In an instant, the level 7 corpse creature was torn apart by the white light, reducing it to a heap of bones that fell back into the pit. Curiously, Lin Yi inquired, "Village chief, was that a divine talisman you just used?" "Not quite, merely a basic divine technique. Once one becomes a priest, they can learn some foundational divine arts," the village chief replied. "Village chief, is it difficult to learn divine arts? How do they compare to the spells of a sorcerer?" Gu Tianzi smiled. Throughout their journey, it had been mostly him speaking, while Lin Yi had been incessantly asking questions like an inquisitive child. However, he understood that the first-generation reincarnators had limited knowledge of extraordinary matters. Utilizing divine arts requires the consumption of divine power, which is acquired through the veneration of deities. As for sorcerers, they employ what is known as witchcraft, which necessitates the expenditure of their mental energy. To put it simply, the former derives its power from the divine, while the latter draws from within. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages, making it difficult to declare one superior over the other. However, most divine arts can inflict significant damage upon phantoms, something witchcraft cannot match. The divine power the old village chief referred to was simply the belief value among the 4 advanced attributes in the panel. It was merely a matter of terminology. Lin Yi nodded, sensing that the old village chief held the priestly profession in high regard. "What's this? Are you intrigued by the priestly profession?" the village chief inquired. Lin Yi shook his head, but still asked, "Village chief, how can reincarnators discern whether they possess the talent for priesthood?" The old village chief pondered for a moment before responding, determining if one has the talent for priesthood requires validation through a temple. This holds true for us on the Enlightenment continent, as well as for you reincarnators. However, first-generation reincarnators are selected by the will of the world, and their innate talents are generally quite high. As long as they have the inheritance of the 4 primary professions, becoming the corresponding practitioners is not a difficult task. Lin Yi continued to inquire, then, if one's talent is sufficient and divine power is abundant, what is needed to transition to priesthood after reaching level 10? Earlier, I, along with Gu Lao Si and the captain, managed to slay a mist phantom, and we obtained a core material. Gu Lao Si mentioned that he needed this item to break through to the priesthood. The old village chief nodded slightly. What he said is true. Anyone wishing to transition to the priestly profession requires a phantom core material, which can only be dropped by at least a semi-professional phantom. As for the other 3 professions, to my knowledge, they all require key items to some extent when transitioning. Warriors need the heart's blood of a profession-level demon beast to refine themselves, while sorcerers must practice meditation techniques and meet the mental energy standards. Those who do not meet the requirements need to gather rare materials that can enhance their mental energy. As for the final profession, the sequencer, the requirements are even more extensive, needing phantom core drops as primary materials, as well as organs from demon beasts and exceedingly precious rare materials for breakthroughs. He concluded. The old village chief Gu Tianzi looked at Lin Yi and said, "Qin Shan, if you wish to transition to warrior or priest, the village can assist you in acquiring the essential materials. However, if you choose to become a sorcerer or sequencer, you will need to find a way on your own." Lin Yi nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, village chief, that I understand. Indeed, Guten Village is ultimately a small hamlet, while the Enlightenment continent is vast. As a gifted reincarnator, you will inevitably venture out to explore the outside world. What I've shared with you thus far is merely the most basic knowledge, not anything particularly precious in terms of inheritance." Thus, the 2 traversed the dark valley for over an hour, encountering an increasing number of corpse creatures along the way. Lin Yi glanced at the surrounding terrain and speculated that they had entered the very core of the ancient tomb valley. Perhaps the inheritance cave lay not far ahead. But at that moment, the old village chief suddenly halted, blocking Lin Yi's path, that a figure resembling a humanoid shadow darted through the misty thicket 100 meters ahead. Lin Yi caught a glimpse, and his pupils constricted, for the shadow stood at least 3 meters tall. That he swiftly drew the Zhan Yin long knife from his backpack. "Village chief, could that be a level 10 corpse creature king?" "Uncertain, but it should be," the old village chief replied, his brow furrowing. Yet he refrained from using divine talismans. Instead, he retrieved a palm-sized wooden puppet from the pouch at his waist. This wooden puppet, wielding dual axes and resembling a bull-headed warrior, knelt before the old village chief, uttering a series of incomprehensible bull-headed words. From the tone, it appeared to be performing an oath of loyalty. "Go forth and scout. Should any danger arise, eliminate it immediately," commanded the old village chief, and the bull-headed warrior rose, vanishing into the mist ahead. After a few moments, a roar emanated from within the mist, presumably from the level 10 corpse creature, taking advantage of the faint light of night. Lin Yi could barely make out 2 colossal figures grappling in the fog, causing the ground beneath them to tremble slightly. Before long, the larger level 10 corpse creature king seemed to be pinned to the ground, being struck down by the bull-headed warrior's axes. The splattering of corpse fluid suggested that the scene within the mist was extraordinarily gruesome. Lin Yi was quite taken aback. Impressive. This bull-headed warrior is formidable. However, he wondered what level of bull-headed warrior could defeat a level 10 corpse creature king in such a short span that he hastily asked, "Village chief, what technique did you just employ? Furthermore, this bull-headed warrior must be a professional caliber." "Correct?" the old village chief explained. "This is known as a divine puppet, one of the priest's techniques. This bull-headed warrior was bequeathed to me by the previous village chief, possessing the strength of a professional. In direct confrontation, even a one-star warrior would not stand a chance against it." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi marveled at the multitude of methods available to the priestly profession in addition to cultivating divine arts and crafting divine talismans. They could even create divine puppets. It seemed that the fragments of corpse creatures he had witnessed earlier beneath the tree were indeed the handiwork of this bull-headed warrior. That moment, Lin Yi suddenly recalled something and spoke up, "Village chief, could I be entrusted with a final blow against this corpse creature?" The old village chief paused for a moment before smiling. "Ah, I almost forgot that you are still a reincarnator. Go ahead, the bull-headed warrior will hold back." Lin Yi nodded and, wielding the Zhan long knife, stepped into the mists ahead and on the ground. The level 10 corpse creature king lay in pieces, having lost 3 of its limbs, with dark corpse fluid seeping into the earth from its wounds. Yet, even in such a state, the level 10 corpse creature king still exhibited signs of life, using its remaining arm to writhe. A testament to its tenacity, Lin Yi cast a glance at the imposing bull-headed warrior beside him. But the warrior's expression remained utterly indifferent, showing no inclination to engage with Lin Yi. "Very well, a cold-hearted bull it is," Lin Yi thought. He then checked the status of the corpse creature king through the system. Ancient Tomb Valley mutated corpse creature king, green health points, 231. 005 status. On the brink of death level, 10 skills, diamond technique, sunfire blade technique description. This is a corpse creature king with remarkable intelligence, capable of issuing commands to ordinary corpse creatures through its roars. This was Lin Yi's first encounter with a corpse creature king, and he couldn't help but notice its substantial health points, an impressive 1,000, double that of a level 9 corpse creature. Not wasting any time, Lin Yi lifted his Zhan long knife and brought it down. However, to his surprise, this seemingly ordinary strike only deducted 16 health points from the corpse creature king. He recalled that with a level 9 corpse creature, a standard blow would typically inflict over 30 to 40 points of damage. Clearly, beyond its sheer health, this corpse creature king's other attributes far exceeded those of a level 9 corpse creature. Lin Yi frowned and struck down a second time, finally depleting the corpse creature king's health points to 0. Ding. You have vanquished the level 10 corpse king, earning 90 experience points. Although the experience yielded by the level 10 corpse king is modest, it has dropped 3 items. Corrupted heart of the corpse, green, a heart that is not yet fully decayed, imbued with a significant amount of corpse energy. Feeding it to a level 9 corpse has a high probability of accelerating its evolution. This item also possesses other special uses. Fong of the corpse, green, the hardest fong from the corpse king, which can be forged into a spiritual artifact or ground into powder. Flame Sun Blade Technique, white, a martial skill book of fire attribute, capable of inflicting considerable damage upon spectral entities. Upon seeing the 3 drops, Lin Yi could not help but display a smile of delight. In addition to acquiring 2 precious green materials, the Corpse King had unexpectedly yielded a martial skill book of significant value, the Flame Sun Blade Technique. It is worth noting that there exists no original copy of the Flame Sun Blade Technique within the village. To learn this technique, new arrivals must painstakingly study under the militia members who have already mastered it. Currently, due to the Flame Sun Blade Technique's effectiveness against spectral beings, many members of the 5 squads of new arrivals are attempting to learn it, yet none have succeeded in mastering it. In all of Gutan Village, apart from himself, Lin Yi had only ever seen Chang Kongqi utilize the Flame Sun Blade Technique. However, being an experienced player of Gutan Village, it was evident that Chang Kongqi had invested considerable time to master it. Village Chief, 3 items have dropped. Please take a look and select 2, Lin Yi suggested. The old village chief waved his hand dismissively without even glancing at the items. No need, they are all yours. At this point, the items dropped by level 10 monsters hold no utility for me. Haha. Thank you, Chief. Lin Yi, without hesitation, promptly placed all 3 dropped items in his backpack. The backpack of a new arrival has only 10 slots. But identical items can stack. Apart from food and water, Lin Yi's backpack was filled with the spoils from the corpse monsters. Various green-quality bones, a substantial amount of white-quality corpse oil, and the precious rottenwood fruit he had harvested yesterday. With the corrupted heart of the corpse and the fong of the corpse, Lin Yi's backpack was now completely stuffed. He could only hold the splendid silver longsword in his hand and stow the flamed sun blade technique in the pack on his back. Considering that there might be more than one corpse king nearby, the old village chief refrained from recalling the Minotaur warrior, instead allowing it to guide the way ahead. However, they had not ventured far when Lin Yi felt his heart begin to pound rapidly. "Village chief, I sense the presence of spectral beings," he remarked. "Then it seems we have arrived," replied the old village chief, who had evidently visited this place before he led Lin Yi out of the dense, fog-laden forest and halted before a dilapidated and decaying temple. The roof of the temple had caved in significantly, its once vibrant painted walls long since fallen away, and the surrounding area was overrun with weeds and in utter disarray. Lin Yi felt an eerie familiarity with the temple's design, and upon reflection, he realized that this temple was merely a smaller version of the Gutan village shrine. It was only the extreme state of disrepair that had initially obscured his recognition. "Village chief, is this the Cave of Legacy?" The old village chief nodded gravely. Indeed, the cave lies behind the temple, but is infested with numerous spectral entities, including several of professional caliber. Shall we proceed inside? Not so fast. This abandoned shrine has become part of the ghostly domain that if we charge in recklessly, we may encounter unforeseen circumstances. Our recent defeat of a corpse king should have stirred the entities within. For now, let us wait for them to emerge. However, regardless of what transpires, you must stay closely behind me to avoid any mishaps. Understood. Although Lin Yi had previously slain a semi-professional fog specter, he could not shake off an inexplicable sense of anxiety upon entering this domain rife with spectral beings. He gripped the divine talisman that Gu Tian had bestowed upon him. If the situation turned dire, he was prepared to tear the talisman and flee. Return talisman. A level 1 professional talisman that enables the user to teleport to a binding shrine within 30 miles upon activation. It was evident that this talisman served as a return scroll in the world of apocalypse. However, as Gu Tian had mentioned, it was quite precious, requiring him to accumulate considerable divine energy to create even one. Perhaps, as the old village chief suggested, the spectral entities within the cave had sensed their presence. Soon enough, a plume of black smoke erupted from the cave behind the crumbling temple, resembling a demon emerging into the world, hovering ominously above the shrine. Almost immediately, a harsh, deep, nightmare-like language emanated from the black mist. The old village chief remained unfazed, responding in kind with the same language. Lin Yi was astonished but dared not interrupt. He surmised that this must be the language of the spectral beings. The old village chief conversed with the spectral entity within the black mist for an extended period. After some time, the spectral being emitted a furious roar in response to something the village chief had said. The shriek was piercing, shattering even the remnants of tiles atop the temple roof. Lin Yi quickly covered his ears and stepped back, taking refuge behind the old village chief. The old village chief continued speaking in the ghostly tongue. "There is no need for your anger. After all, you are still unable to break the seal left by the ancient ghost tamers. I reiterate my previous request. Retrieve the legacy that belongs to the village from within the cave, and I shall preemptively dissolve the contract with the ghost tamers. This way, you will possess greater strength to shatter the seal." The spectral being in the black mist retorted, "Damn humans. We once offered our full assistance to the contract holders out of goodwill. Yet you humans, in your final moments, sealed me away that I shall avenge this grievance. No matter the cost for the legacy within the cave, I shall never allow you to obtain it." Upon hearing this, the old village chief sighed softly, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Do you know who stand behind me?" "Oh, just a mere human lad, perhaps. Am I to understand that he is the food you have brought me?" "Indeed, he appears quite delectable, If you were to offer him to me, I would guarantee your life when I break free from my seal." The spectral being's gaze fell upon Lin Yi, sending a chill down his spine. It felt as though some terrifying entity had fixed its gaze upon him, and the eerie stone embedded in his chest began to throb violently, sounding an alarm. The old village chief frowned and interjected, "He possesses the contract item that you once shared with the ghost tamers. With this item, I can confidently assist you in dissolving the contract. Moreover, he is also a new arrival." The spectral being in the black mist gasped, "A new arrival? Another new arrival has appeared." "Yes, you are aware of what the emergence of new arrivals signifies. If you wish to remain trapped in this cave for the foreseeable future, I shall not object. However, this opportunity is singular. Consider it well." With that, the old village chief fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, the spectral entity within the black mist spoke again. "If the era of new arrivals has indeed come, then striking a deal with you is not out of the question. However, the Gutan village must sign a new contract with me. After obtaining the legacy, you must not hunt or attack us." The spectral being was keenly aware that many of the powerful methods to combat them were contained within the legacies seized by the ghost tamers. Otherwise, it would not have incited and encouraged its contract holders to rebel against Gutan village and seize the legacy items. However, it never anticipated that its cursed contract holder would outsmart it in their final moments, sealing them all within the cave and prohibiting their destruction of the legacies. For 300 years, they had remained trapped there. Now, upon learning of the emergence of new arrivals in the Apocalypse continent, it had cast aside all reservations, longing only to escape this confinement. As for Gutan village acquiring the legacy and growing stronger, what of it? The world is vast. It could simply distance itself from this place and never return. The old village chief replied, "That is acceptable, but upon your escape, all spectral beings within the cave must refrain from attacking the people of Gutan village." No problem. Subsequently, the old village chief produced a blank ancient parchment made of sheepskin, and under the watchful gaze of the eerie spirits in the black mist, inscribed the terms of their agreed-upon transaction. Lin Yi leaned in to catch a glimpse, only to find that the parchment was filled with incomprehensible cryptic script, as mysterious as celestial inscriptions. However, Lin Yi's proximity caused the old village chief to momentarily falter in his thoughts. He realized that he had failed to include the born of Gutan village in the contract. This meant that while the villagers could not harm these eerie spirits, the born of Gutan village were not exempt. This piece of information was not particularly concealed. A careful reading would reveal the clue. Yet the eerie spirits in the black mist seemed oblivious to the old chief's subtle trap, appearing excessively excited at the prospect of their imminent freedom. After the old village chief inscribed his name on the contract scroll, he tossed it to the eerie spirits in the mist. "It's your turn now. Rest assured, in matters of trustworthiness, we humans shall always outshine you." The eerie spirits in the black mist retreated back into the cave behind the temple. When they emerged, the contract scroll bore the names of several other eerie spirits. Shortly thereafter, a ring was thrown out from the black mist. "Old man, the inheritance you seek is all here. However, due to the terms of the contract with the eerie spirits, I cannot inspect the items within, but I assure you, everything I seized back then is contained within." Very well. The old village chief accepted the spatial ring and probed it with his consciousness. Sensing it was brimming with content, in addition to ancient scrolls and magical artifacts, there was also a considerable amount of food and water. "Enough of the delays. It is time for you to fulfill your contractual duties. Quickly annul our agreement with those eerie spirits." Seeing this, Lin could not help but whisper, "Village chief, is it over?" The old village chief nodded. "Consider it settled. Now, I need you to assist me. I must inject divine power into the eerie stone in your chest to cleanse the previous contract." All right, since he had come this far, Lin could only place his unconditional trust in the old village chief. The old village chief worked swiftly. He touched his own chest, and Lin felt the eerie stone tremble slightly before the contract within was erased. As the contract dissipated, not only did the eerie spirits in the black mist erupt in raucous laughter, but eerie chuckles also echoed from the cave behind the temple. Damn those eerie controllers. Trapping us for 300 years. Finally, we are free. The laughter of these eerie spirits, although devoid of any offensive power, unsettled Lin Yi, leaving him in a disoriented state. If expressed through game data, Lin Yi's sanity and mental state value was plummeting. It seemed his low endurance attribute rendered him particularly susceptible to the negative emotions induced by the eerie spirit's laughter. The old village chief noticed Lin Yi's distress. He understood that Lin Yi's foundational attributes were still too weak. If he were to endure this eerie laughter for too long, he might very well succumb to madness. Let us depart. The transaction has been completed, and we must leave this place swiftly to this moment. Numerous eerie spirits began to manifest within the temple. Some appeared as faint white silhouettes, while others resembled monstrous demons with enormous horns. They gazed at Lin Yi and the old village chief's departing figures, murmuring among themselves, "Is this old man really taking the ring back? There are many treasures inside that could counter us. I was hoping to cause some trouble for Gutan village once I escaped. The seal remains. We cannot exit. Besides, the true names in the contract have been signed. There's no way to backtrack. Without the constraints of the Eerie Controller's contract, let us join forces to break the seal. I've been trapped here for 300 years. I've had enough. I've had enough too. I heard the Born have appeared. I want to venture into their world." At this moment, after walking several hundred meters from the temple cave, Lin Yi took another sip of the peculiar tea offered by the old village chief, feeling a sense of normalcy return to himself. "Village chief, will those eerie spirits adhere to the terms of the contract?" "Generally, yes, unless they find ways to exploit loopholes in the contract. However, since I personally penned the terms, I won't allow the eerie spirits to find any weaknesses." Lin Yi, still curious, inquired if one were to learn the cryptic script and language. Could they then sign contracts with the eerie spirits? The old village chief glanced at Lin Yi, discerning his intentions, and replied, "Indeed, but since the internal strife within Gutan village, non-village leaders are no longer permitted to learn the eerie script and language. If you wish to become the true leader of Gutan village, I can impart this knowledge to you, but it must not be misused." Hearing this, Lin Yi quickly shook his head, "Then forget it." "Village chief, I was merely curious." The old village chief, fearing Lin Yi might harbor ulterior motives, earnestly cautioned, "Curiosity is a trait shared by all, but sometimes it must be restrained to avoid being led astray. To be honest, had the inheritance within the cave not been of utmost importance, I would not have willingly engaged in a transaction with the eerie spirits." Lin Yi refrained from discussing the topic further and quickly asked, "By the way, village chief, earlier when you spoke with that eerie spirit in the black mist, it seemed quite furious. How did you manage to persuade it?" The old village chief responded, "Initially, it was reluctant to trade with me, as the contract signed by that group of eerie controllers only lasted 300 years, and that time is nearly upon us. Without the constraints of the eerie controller's contract, they would soon be able to break the cave's seal. However, upon learning that the Born had appeared once more, it grew impatient to venture out and seek transformation resources for its kind. Were the transformation resources for eerie spirits?" The old village chief regarded Lin Yi thoughtfully and said, "Humans, a vast quantity of humans. Some eerie spirits require the various negative emotions generated by humans for their ascension, while others need to consume human life force. Thus, humanity and eerie spirits are natural enemies, and cohabitation is impossible." Lin Yi was taken aback by this revelation and asked, "Can they currently enter our realm of the Born?" He was acutely aware that the population of Blue Star was immense, exceeding 7 billion. If invincible eerie spirits were to descend upon Blue Star, how could they defend themselves? After all, eerie spirits were largely immune to physical damage, no matter how advanced human weaponry became. It would be ineffective against them at this moment. Lin Yi recalled the recent reports he had seen on an external forum regarding the invasion of Tokyo by eerie spirits. The website claimed that even the Tokyo government was at a loss, and he wondered if that particular eerie spirit had been dealt with by now. The old village chief, concerned that Lin Yi might harbor misgivings, pondered before replying, "They likely could, but I am uncertain of the method. Since the merging of the two realms, certain changes have become irreversible. Do not blame me for releasing a significant number of sealed eerie spirits in the interest of the village. Even if I had not forged a contract with them, they would have escaped soon enough. That I understand this reasoning. There is no need for further explanation. Lin Yi also realized that whether it was the old village chief Gu Tianzi or others like Gu Laosi and Gu Qing, they always placed the interests of Gu Tan village above all else. As for what transpired beyond the village, they generally remained indifferent. However, this was quite normal. Humans often tend to focus solely on their own front doorstep. As time gradually passed, 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Since the old village chief Gu Qianzi had obtained the lost inheritance of Gu Tan village, he had eagerly returned to the village to study it. Meanwhile, Gu Laosi and Gu Chenghu continued to keep Lin Yi and the members of the militia's 5th squad in the Gufan Valley, hunting corpses to level up. However, according to the old village chief, if the eerie spirits within the cave were to break free, the vicinity of Gufan Valley would become perilous, necessitating their prompt departure. Moreover, by that time, there might be only a fraction of the corpse monsters remaining. Therefore, in these days, not only Lin Yi but even individuals like Du Gu Feng began intensively hunting corpse monsters to accumulate experience and loot. After all, corpse monsters were far easier to deal with compared to other creatures and eerie spirits of the same level, making Gufan Valley a rare haven for monster farming, which they naturally sought to exploit in the limited time they had left. That on the morning of the 3rd day, a series of earthquakes shook Gufan Valley, accompanied by a low, unknown roar emanating from the core area. This sound possessed an almost hypnotic quality, causing unease among those present. Jiu Laosi, observing the commotion deep within the valley, wore a grave expression as he declared, "It seems the seal is about to be broken. Starting today, we shall return to the village. No one is permitted to venture outside in the coming days." At this moment, Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu had just returned from the core area after slaying monsters. Upon witnessing that Gu Laosi had already organized the retreat of the others, they proceeded together back to Gu Tan village. Along the way, Lin Yi opened his attribute panel. Player, Qingshan Bulo status. Exhausted ID, 007 gender. Male level, 6 health points, 1054 experience points, 31021200 satiation, 77100 strength, 22. 3. Normal limit for males is 10. Affecting physical damage and the weight limit of wieldable weapons. Constitution, 11. Normal limit for males is 10. Affecting maximum health, health recovery speed, and basic resilience. Agility, 25. Normal limit for males is 10. Affecting mobility and reaction speed. Stamina, 11. Normal limit for males is 10. Affecting stamina ceiling, recovery speed, and load capacity. Vitality, 111. 20 point source from blood food, 70 point from health point conversion. External skills. Tianqing archery technique green, LV1. 139,500 each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases damage by 2. With the 7 consecutive arrow unleashing an additional 12 damage. Yin Yang sword technique white, LV8. 1289260, infusing a minimum of 10 vitality into the blade augments damage by 512. If the infused vitality is doubled, the damage also doubles. Swift step technique white, LV1, 79,300 utilizing 5 vitality allows for a brief high-speed displacement of half a meter. However, this technique places significant strain on the legs, and repeated use may likely injure the ankle ligaments. Equipment, defensive armor, meticulously crafted from the hide of a black bull demon beast. This armor significantly mitigates damage from sharp and blunt weapons, though it is not categorized as a spiritual item. Damaged state, Zhan Yin longsword. A longsword forged from meteorite iron, mixed with precious secret silver. Its blade is sharp and elongated. It possesses the ability to pierce armor and grants an additional 3 points to the wielder's strength attribute. Holding a fraction of the power of spiritual items. Initial talents. Universal talent, red, LV2. Born Sword Master, LV1. Vitality Dual Channel, LV1. It is noteworthy that Lin Yi, through physical training, has increased his strength attribute by an additional point. From Lin Yi's current attributes, it is evident that his 4 primary attributes are predominantly concentrated in strength and agility, making his overall capabilities comparable to those of an average level 9 player. Moreover, with his impressive 1,000 health points and 111 vitality points, Lin Yi's combat prowess has ascended to a level befitting a true captain. Just last night, Lin Yi had a clandestine sparring session with Gu Qinghu. At that time, Lin Yi had converted 70 points of health into vitality through his vitality dual-channel talent, significantly enhancing his combat strength, allowing him to utilize the yin-yang sword technique without restriction from vitality points. Their match concluded in a stalemate, with neither side gaining a definitive advantage. Lin Yi was uncertain whether Gu Qinghu had held back, but he had expended approximately 70 to 80% of his combat potential, nearly depleting his vitality. On the journey back, Lin Yi contemplated his current developmental plans. The foremost priority was the inheritance of the sequencer, as it pertains to the path beyond level 10. The earlier the preparations, the better. That night, after acquiring the spatial ring with the village elder, the elder hurried back to the village to organize the inheritance resources contained within the ring. However, before departing, the elder assured Lin Yi that the sequencer inheritance would be reserved for him, alleviating his concerns. Upon returning to the village, Lin Yi intended to investigate what exactly the sequencer profession entailed and what special resources were required for a successful class transition. Additionally, he aimed to exchange the surplus items in his possession for the necessary resources. Currently, Lin Yi had quite a few useless items on hand. Among the more mundane items were an unused swift amulet, a defensive amulet, and a bear tendon longbow, none of which served any purpose given Lin Yi's current strength level. More valuable items included a substantial amount of white corpse oil, nearly 30 pieces of green quality corpse monster bone materials, the corrupted heart dropped by the corpse monster king, corpse fangs, and a foundational book on the yin-yang sword technique that could be directly learned by a newborn. Additionally, there were the binding spiritual talisman obtained from Gu Laosi and the returned spiritual talisman gifted by the village chief, Gu Tian. Of course, the most valuable items Lin Yi possessed were the 8 blue-quality corrupted wood fruits. According to the village elder, blue-quality spiritual fruits were exceedingly rare in the wild, considered treasures of professional grade. Typically, one fruit could be exchanged for a spiritual item without issue. Lin Yi planned to first exchange the weapons and defensive gear he currently possessed for a complete set of spiritual items upon returning to the village. Furthermore, he sought to acquire the coveted Gu Tan holy water and spiritual fruits that could enhance attribute points. Now that Lin Yi had reached level 6, breaking through to level 7 would awaken the crucial constitution talent. Thus, accumulating a specific attribute before reaching level 7 was essential for obtaining a quality constitution talent. With the universal talent in hand, Lin Yi believed that as long as he drew a talent similar to the previous blood extraction attribute growth talent, awakening a commendable constitution talent would pose no trouble at all. The group made their way along the mountain path back to Gutan village. They stood on a small rise, catching sight of the long-awaited walls of Gutan village. The low walls appeared like a small black dragon, lying submissively upon the vast, desolate earth. The members of the 5th Militia Squad erupted in cheers. Among them, Qian Duo, with tears in his eyes, lamented, "At last, we have returned. After half a month away, it feels like a century has passed. Every day online has been filled with training and monster slaying. It's as exhausting as participating in World War II in Blue Star. Yesterday, I weighed myself and found I had lost a full 30 pounds. Who could say otherwise? After daily encounters with corpse monsters, I feel as if I've been marinated in their stench. The moment I log off and return home, the first thing I do is take a shower, convinced that the odor has followed me back. Brothers, I believe the true exhaustion comes not from training and monster hunting, but from being under the thumb of Captain Gu Lao S. Its dual burden, both physically and mentally. Just a few days ago, I consulted a psychologist who declared me severely depressed, advising me against suicide and prescribing a plethora of antidepressants. It was unclear who shifted the topic, but soon the members of the 5th Militia Squad began to voice their grievances against Gu Laosi. Now that they had finally broken free from his grasp, how could they not feel elated? Little brats, who dares to insult me? However, Gu Laosi, with keen ears, quickly picked up on the complaint from the 5th Militia Squad and charged forward from the rear. He glared at everyone in the 5th Militia Squad, rebuking, "Damn it. During this time, I was the one who lost sleep and appetite to train you all. Now that we're back in the village, you think you can escape my control? Dream on." After scolding for a while, Gu Laosi showed no signs of stopping this moment. Lin Yi, and Gu Qinghu were at the front of the line, witnessing the scene without intervening. After all, the members of the 5th Militia Squad had indeed been trained with considerable effort by Gu Lao's. It was only natural for a teacher to reprimand their students. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, and the experienced Gu Qinghu suddenly caught a whiff of blood. "Qingshan, there may be trouble nearby. Be cautious." Lin Yi, now alert, promptly halted Gu Lao's tirade and instructed everyone to be on guard. As the vice-village chief of Gutan village, Lin Yi's words held weight even against Gu Lao's. After a brief analysis, Gu Qinghu's expression turned grave. Based on the wind direction, the scent of blood is coming from ahead. This is bad. The village may be in danger. Without delay, the group hastened towards Gutan village. Upon their arrival at the village gate, they beheld a gathering of over 20 bloodthirsty wolves, under the command of a wolf king. These wolves relentlessly assaulted the defensive walls of Gutan village. On top of the walls stood the only militia captain in the village, Gu Man, wielding a spiritual item, the Qingfeng longsword. He was leading the majority of the village's militia in a desperate struggle against the onslaught of the bloodthirsty wolves. However, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. Aside from the level 10 Wolf King, the rest were all adult bloodthirsty wolves of level 8 or 9. The situation for Gu Man and his troops was dire. As the defensive wall was being steadily eroded, in the eyes of Gu Qinghu and Gu Lao's, militia members were being dragged off the walls by the bloodthirsty wolves, only to be torn apart by the ravenous pack below. This harrowing scene ignited a fierce rage in the two militia captains, their eyes blazing with fury. After all, many of those militia members had once been their own recruits. "Qingshan, the 5th militia team will be entrusted to you. We shall proceed to provide assistance." Without waiting for Lin Yi's response, the two men charged forward with Gu Ale and the others. Du Gufeng and his companions approached, gazing at the brutal carnage unfolding beneath the city walls, unable to restrain themselves from asking, "Brother Qingshan, should we go lend a hand?" Lin Yi shook his head and replied, "Your levels are still too low. Your presence would only be a hindrance. Thus, I suggest you log off for now and return in half an hour. If the situation is safe, you may return to the village. If not, continue logging off." Du Gufeng and the others understood that although their 5th militia team had honed their skills in the ancient Gray Valley for half a month and could collectively handle level 7 or 8 undead creatures, the attributes of the monsters at the same level were superior to those of the undead. Furthermore, cunning and intelligent creatures like the hard-eager wolves were far more adept at exploiting the weaknesses of their prey than the mindless undead. As beings averaging around level 5, if they ventured forth to assist, it was likely that even a single level 8 hard-eager wolf could breach their defensive formation with ease. Du Gufeng took a deep breath and said, "Very well, we shall log off. What about you?" "I shall naturally go to help." Lin Yi responded without further elaboration, drawing his shimmering silver blade and charging towards the city walls, since increasing his agility by 15 points. Lin Yi's speed had become astonishingly swift. Meanwhile, the blood-soaked Gu Man, engaged in fierce combat atop the walls, noticed several dark figures appearing below and, upon closer inspection, recognized Gu Qinghu and Gu Lao's. Erupting into a bellow, "Brothers, hold on. Reinforcements are here." Reinforcements. The members of the second team, including Gu He and Gu Xiaolu, gritted their teeth in endurance, glancing down at the chaos, and exclaimed in delight, "Hold on. Brothers, I see the captain down there." At that moment, the massive Wolf King of the Hard-Eager Wolves also detected the humans charging from behind and let out a low growl. Immediately, the attacking Hard-Eager Wolves turned and charged towards Gu Qinghu and the others. Upon recognizing that these 4 wolves were level 9, Gu Qinghu's expression turned grave as he said, "Old 4, we will hold the line in front. You use the divine talisman from behind to attack. No holding back now. It's time to use the ultimate talisman. I know." The 4 hard-eager wolves, displaying remarkable intelligence, communicated with low growls, then dispersed to encircle Gu Qinghu and his companions from 4 directions. "Damn it, do they think I'm an easy target?" Gu Lao's muttered as one of the wolves charged towards him. Gritting his teeth, he produced a semi-professional explosive talisman and hurled it forth. The talisman transformed into a streak of white light, colliding with the charging level 9 hard-eager wolf, instantly obliterating half of its body. showering the area in wolf blood. The remaining 3 hard-eager wolves, witnessing this, retreated from Gu Lao Si to besiege Gu Ale, Gu Xiao Ba, and Gu Qinghu. While Gu Qinghu was still able to contend with the level 9 hard-eager wolves, Gu Ale and Gu Xiao Ba struggled under the relentless assault. Showing signs of defeat within mere seconds, on the brink of succumbing to the wolves, just then, a magnificent golden blade of light sliced through the air from a distance, with a swift thrust. One of the level 9 hard-eager wolves, which had lunged at Gu Ale, was cleaved in 2 before it could even utter a cry. Scalding wolf blood drenched Gu Ale's head. The one who had struck was none other than Lin Yi, who had rushed over in haste. Ignoring the wolf blood trickling into his mouth, Gu Ale widened his eyes in astonishment. "Vice Village Chief Qing Shan, are you all right?" Lin Yi asked as he pulled Gu Ale to his feet while picking up 2 dropped items, which turned out to be nothing but ordinary green wolf materials. "That I'm fine, just small bite," Gu Ale replied. "Then be careful." Without pausing, Lin Yi turned and rushed to support Gu Xiaoba, similarly employing the 4-fold vitality-increasing yin-yang blade technique. Amplified by 20 times the damage, he swiftly dispatched the second hard-eager wolf. Witnessing this, Gu Lao Si, who had been rummaging for talismans, exclaimed with joy, "Good lad. I didn't expect you to have the courage to come help." Very well, very well. I chose the right person at this moment. He had genuinely begun to acknowledge Lin. Nearby, Gu Qinghu, engaged in a fierce struggle with the last hard-eager wolf, also breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing from their previous spar that Lin Yi, if willing to expend vitality, could unleash the terrifying power of the yin-yang blade technique in an instant. The yin-yang blade technique Lin Yi had just executed must have utilized an explosive vitality enhancement. Having slain 2 hard-eager wolves at the base of the walls, Lin Yi's actions greatly shocked all present, significantly boosting their morale. Cheers erupted from the militia team atop the walls. "All right, let's eradicate these beasts." Gu He, whose face was smeared with blood, shouted excitedly that SR Team's reborn one, our Qing Shan, the Wolf King, noticing the demise of its 3 subordinates, turned to cast a cold, crimson gaze upon Lin Yi and the others. It let out a roar, commanding all the hard-eager wolves to cease their assault on the city and converge around it before charging at Lin Yi and the others. "Gather around me," Lin Yi shouted, then pressed his palm against the ground. Instantly, a dense white mist surged forth, enveloping them all. Seizing this opportunity, Gu Lao Si also took out a divine talisman, assisting Gu Qinghu in eliminating the final level 9 hard-eager wolf. Within the white mist, Lin Yi voraciously consumed blood food to replenish his lost vitality. Although his earlier strikes had appeared ferocious, they had cost him a staggering 80 points of vitality. Now, with only 31 points remaining, he could not unleash the 4-fold enhanced yin-yang blade technique that he needed to swiftly restore his vitality, but this could not be detected by the hard-eager wolves. Fortunately, at this stage, blood food could not significantly increase Lin Yi's vitality cap, but it served well as a means of recovery. The 31 points of vitality rapidly climbed to 50. The hard-eager wolves had arrived before them, but the icy, piercing white mist acted as a barrier, causing the approaching pack to instinctively slow their advance. Unable to discern the situation within the mist, they felt an eerie chill emanating from it. Ah Wu. Under the Wolf King's urging, several lead wolves communicated briefly before charging into the white mist from 3 directions. In the next moment, violent explosions and flashes of golden blade light erupted from within the mist, followed by the ejection of a dismembered wolf corpse. This bloody scene caused the hard-eager wolves to halt their aggressive assault. Possessing high intelligence, the pack hesitated at the opaque white mist, unwilling to recklessly charge in. The Wolf King, accompanied by the remaining dozen or so hard-eager wolves, circled the mist, seemingly seeking out its weaknesses. However, the dense and chilling white mist released by Lin Yi obscured the wolves' vision and significantly diminished their keen sense of smell. The hard-eager wolves. The white mist resembled an impenetrable fog. They had no idea what the enemy was doing within. Observing this from atop the walls, members of the militia could not help but exclaim, "Captain Guman, should we go assist? It seems Captain Chenghu and our captain are in dire straits." Guman pondered momentarily before responding, "Hold on, I have heard Old Four complain about this white mist ability. It should obscure perception below the professional level, so the wolf pack may not be willing to charge recklessly. Thus, gather those who are uninjured and have sufficient stamina. If an emergency arises, we will rush down together to rescue them. Meanwhile, within the white mist, Lin Yi continued to voraciously consume blood food to replenish his vitality while attuning himself to the movements of the wolf pack outside. Earlier, he had joined forces with Gu Lao Si, employing a fourfold yin-yang blade technique, which had depleted half of the vitality he had just replenished. Now, he could only strive to buy time to recover. However, Gu Lao Si delivered some troubling news. Qingshan, Qinghu, the explosive talisman from earlier requires me to channel divine power to activate, and having been away from the village for too long, I have limited divine power left. At most, I can use it once more. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before asking, Old Four, do you have any blood food or spectral ashes to help me recover? I don't consume that blood food, but I do have a bit of spectral ashes left, Gu Lao Si replied through gritted teeth, producing a small amount of spectral ashes, barely over 30 grams. Lin Yi, undeterred by the quantity, placed the spectral ashes against his chest, controlling the spectral stone to absorb them. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the insufficient amount, the spectral stone did not undergo a fourth transformation. Yet Lin Yi could sense that his mental strength had somewhat recovered. Gu Ale and Gu Xiaoba also produced the resources they had on hand, saying, Deputy Village Chief, we have blood food and ghostly ashes, but the blood food is somewhat stale. No matter, as long as it is edible, Lin Yi replied, taking note of the quantity of supplies the two had offered, intending to return them afterward. After all, they were merely ordinary militia members, and accumulating resources was no easy feat. Unlike the wealthy Gu Lao Si, who truly possessed substantial wealth that a few minutes later, Lin Yi's condition had nearly replenished, and his vitality was fully restored. However, the ravenous wolf pack outside continued to linger. Showing no urgency to attack, Jiyu Chenghu, aware of Lin Yi's limited mental capacity, noted that the white mist he was releasing could not be sustained for long, and said, We cannot delay any further. We must find a way to instill fear in the Wolf King, so it knows we are not to be trifled with, and only then will they retreat. Qingshan, can you unleash a more powerful version of the flame sunblade technique? Lin Yi shook his head. I cannot, and my current physical condition limits me to a fivefold enhancement of vitality, exceeding that could risk rupturing my meridians. Lin Yi spoke no falsehood. The fivefold enhancement of vitality was indeed his limit for the flame sunblade technique. To be honest, had the technique allowed for infinite infusion of vitality, he would have long since converted a batch of vitality through dual channels that 8T that point, infusing 150 points of vitality under the 512-fold enhancement from the 8th level of the Flame Sunblade, would likely leave the ravenous Wolf King severely injured, if not dead, from a single strike. Just then, the wolf pack outside stirred again. The ravenous Wolf King charged into the white mist, accompanied by the last 7 9th-level ravenous wolves. Lin Yi promptly expanded the coverage of the mist, attempting to confuse the senses of the ravenous wolves with the chilling fog. However, the wolves within the mist continued to walk in formation, communicating in their wolfish tongue. This net-like search method would soon exceed the limits of Lin Yi's white mist technique. Old Si, Qingshan, give it your all and slay the Wolf King, Gu Chenghu exclaimed as he burst forth from a mist, wielding his blade with all his might towards the ravenous Wolf King. Simultaneously, Lin Yi and Gu Lao Si also launched their attacks. Though their collaboration was hastily arranged, they managed to coordinate fairly well. Attacking from 3 different directions, Lin Yi focused solely on his own actions, executing 2 rapid strikes of the 5-fold flame sun blade technique with incredible speed. The golden blade light struck fiercely at the Wolf King's abdomen. After the strike, the nearby wolves lunged at him. In a moment of urgency, Lin Yi used his swift footwork to reposition himself, retreating back into the white mist on the other side. Gu Chenghu, like Gu Lao Si, did not linger to observe the results of their attack, but swiftly turned and dove back into the mist. Only the dazed, ravenous Wolf King remained, howling in anguish. As the mist dissipated, it revealed a portion of the wolf's body charred black, its fur singed, and its abdomen marked by 2 deep gashes that penetrated its innards. Its tail, too, bore a small wound that seemed to have been pierced, leaving it bloodied and mangled. Within the mist, a triumphant Gu Lao Si exclaimed. Well done, Gu Chenghu, you truly are ruthless, stabbing the Wolf King like that. I never expected such wickedness from someone who usually appears so respectable. Lin Yi, Gu Ale, and the others glanced at Gu Chenghu, who was left blushing in embarrassment. What do you know? The weaknesses of such demon beasts as the ravenous wolves are limited to a few spots. If I were to launch a sneak attack from behind, where else could I strike but at its tail? Laughter erupted within the mist, but outside, the ravenous wolf pack, witnessing their king's grave injury, began to contemplate retreat. With a howl, the pack, led by the injured wolf king, fled southward. Observing this, Lin Yi, burdened by the mental strain, hurriedly withdrew the mist and exhaled a sigh of relief. However, Gu Lao Si, as he gazed at the several broken militia corpses at the foot of the city wall, let his earlier mirth fade, coldly stating, Damn it, I will remember this pack of ravenous wolves. Once I have sufficiently recovered, I will undoubtedly hunt them down to their lair and reduce them to ashes. Gu Chenghu, equally pained, solemnly added, Count me in. With that, Lin Yi and the others headed towards the city wall, where Gu Man and others emerged from the city gate to greet them. Unable to contain his curiosity, Gu Lao Si asked, Gu Man, why are you alone? Where are the village chief and the elders? Gu Man gritted his teeth. The village chief is still in seclusion, and the three elders are defending other sections of the wall that I don't know what has happened today, but it seems like monsters are attacking the village from all directions. Gu Lao Si was astonished. How can this be? Could it be related to the loosening of the seal in the ancient Grave Valley? But those ghostly spirits haven't fully escaped yet. It's impossible for them to mobilize the demon beasts. I don't know, but you should head south to provide support. Only Gu Yun is guarding that area. Gu Lao Si nodded. All right, we will go immediately. But you must also be wary of the wolf pack's return. Gu Man nodded. Understood. I will bring along a few brothers who aren't too badly injured. Subsequently, Gu Lao Si, Lin Yi, and the others continued towards the southern city wall. However, upon arrival, they spotted hundreds of black, small monkeys surrounding the base of the wall. These monkeys were similar in size to the golden silk monkeys of Blue Star, yet their fur was pitch black, with only a tuft of white fur above their eyes. Hence they were referred to as the white-browed poison monkeys. The average level of the white-browed poison monkeys hovered around level 7, with their claws being highly venomous, making them particularly intelligent and troublesome demon beasts. Although Gu Cheng, who had previously introduced these creatures to Lin Yi, he recalled that their habitat was far from Gutan village. So how could there be so many white-browed poison monkeys here? Despite their numbers, the monkeys did not dare to attack the city wall. Instead, they gathered 50 meters away, chattering amongst themselves as if holding an animal conference. From the city wall, it appeared as though they were in a zoo, with a group of black monkeys engaged in an assembly. Lin Yi glanced around and noted the absence of any signs of battle, indicating that the white-browed poison monkeys had yet to make a move. Have you all arrived? How is the situation at the western city wall? A scruffy old man with unkempt hair and a short staff suddenly appeared. He was Gu Yun, one of the 3 village elders of Gutan village and the only one to have inherited the shaman profession. Lin Yi scratched his head. The appearance of Elder Gu Yun was that of a beggar, entirely different from the image he had in mind. Gu Cheng, who quickly inquired, The western side is secure, but Elder, what exactly is happening? Why aren't those monkey demons attacking? Gu Yun stroked his beard. With a professional shaman like me guarding here, they naturally do not dare to attack. After all, these monkeys are not foolish as for the eastern and northern walls. I estimate there are no problems. I haven't seen any distress signals fired from that direction. Pausing for a moment, Gu Yun continued. Regarding your inquiry about the situation, I suspect the village chief is on the verge of a breakthrough, and, as his aura emanates, it has stirred the demons. Hence, a demon king is driving the lesser demons to attack the village, testing our defenses. Upon hearing this, Gu Lao Si exclaimed in surprise. The old man is about to break through. Does that mean my position as village chief is still far off? Gu Yun shot Gu Lao Si a glare, but said nothing. After all, Gu Lao Si was a rascal they had all raised together, and his behavior had always been outrageous, Gu Cheng remarked. In that case, Elder, we will first check the situation on the other walls. Please continue to guard here. Gu Yun yawned. No problem. I haven't been out in a while. It's just what I need to stretch my limbs. You all go ahead. Standing amidst the crowd, Lin Yi noticed Elder Gu Yun cast a cheerful glance in his direction. Lin Yi was not surprised. His identity as village chief must have been conveyed to the three elders. Nodding in acknowledgement to Gu Yun, he followed the others as they departed. Next, they arrived at the eastern city wall, which similarly showed no signs of battle. Elder Gu Yuan stood atop the wall, flanked by two 8th-level militia members, warding off the demon horde below. Below them was a group of Gunyo water demons, each averaging around level 8. The Gunyo water demons resembled black bulls, sporting horns and fur of a bluish-purple hue, exuding an impressive appearance. Under the sun's rays, the fur of the Gunyo water demons shimmered with a rainbow glow. However, this group of bulls possessed formidable combat abilities. Their abdomens could store large amounts of acidic substances, which they could expel as water blade acid through their powerful tails during an attack. This acid was not only highly corrosive, but also possessed terrifying cutting properties under high pressure. Gu Cheng, who had previously introduced Lin Yi to these Gunyo water demons. However, it was only mentioned that their meat is exceptionally delicious, with little discussion regarding the dangers posed by these cattle beasts. Nevertheless, Lin Yi had come across an introduction in the official manual sent to him by Lu Bo, stating that the Gunyo Shui Yao is an exceptionally intelligent, social creature with a strong territorial instinct and considerable aggression. In a one-on-one confrontation, even the heart-eating wolf would not stand a chance against the Gunyo Shui Yao. It typically requires multiple heart-eating wolves to subdue a single Gunyo Shui Yao. However, under ordinary circumstances, the Gunyo Shui Yao would not venture beyond its territory. Yet if commanded by a more powerful entity, the situation would be entirely different. Present, beneath the city walls, there lay approximately a dozen Gunyo Shui Yaos. These creatures showed no inclination to attack the village, appearing rather leisurely, as if merely putting on a display. Lin Yi also noticed a bull mounting a cow within the herd, engaging in a rather vulgar display. Given that there was no apparent danger in Guan, the group prepared to head to the final line of defense at the city walls. However, upon their arrival, they discovered a fierce battle taking place outside the walls. Below, a large group of ghostly demons frantically climbed the walls, colliding with the militia defending the area. The militia was not numerous, consisting of only a dozen or so members, but Lin Yi spotted familiar faces among them, such as Gu Yongxiang and Li the Butcher, who were not part of the militia but skilled fighters nonetheless. Additionally, some newcomers were positioned in the rear, transporting supplies and evacuating the wounded, despite the brutal assault from the ghostly demons below. The defenders suffered minimal casualties, as each was equipped with a defensive talisman. Although the village held the upper hand, Gu Qinghu and others were visibly anxious and chose to join the battle. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yi refrained from drawing his silver blade and instead retrieved his long-forgotten bear sinew bow, taking to the city wall to shoot down the ghostly demons below with his celestial arrow technique. The ghostly demons were particularly unique, being parasitic entities. Their physical forms were quite diminutive, akin to that of an infant, entirely black with unsettling green eyes, and exhibited remarkable agility. Once they found a host, they would devour its flesh and blood, growing into their complete forms. The first ghostly demon Lin encountered in the village had stealthily infiltrated and successfully consumed a living person, transforming into a complete ghostly demon. The appearance of complete ghostly demons varied depending on their hosts. The attacking ghostly demons below were primarily around level 7, some bore rabbit ears, while others resembled black bears, presenting a diverse array of forms. The weaker ghostly demons were those that had devoured ordinary animals to reach their complete forms, while the more powerful ones were parasitic upon certain entities. Naturally, ghostly demons had a particular preference for human flesh. It was said that those that consumed human flesh to grow were eligible to become demon kings. Among the swarm of ghostly demons, Lin Yi spotted a formidable one with a wolf's head. Judging by its aura, it seemed to be a level 10 demon. However, this level 10 ghostly demon was quite cautious, remaining at the periphery and issuing commands without approaching the city walls, soon after a failed wave of assault. The ghostly demons began to retreat, leaving behind a number of corpses. Gu Qinghu, puzzled, remarked, "Are the ghostly demons retreating?" A nearby militia member, adeptly cleaning the battlefield, explained Captain Qinghu. Do not let a guard down. These ghostly demons have charged several times. I suspect they will attack the village again after resting. What madness drives these ghostly demons to assault the city, despite suffering such losses? By the way, where is Elder Gu He? I haven't seen him. Elder is refining talismans in the tent below. The talismans we possess were all distributed by him. Ji, Yu Chenghu, and Gu Laosi proceeded to the tent to report to Elder Gu He. While Lin Yi encountered Qin Changsheng atop the city wall that moment, Qin Changsheng was assisting the militia in gathering resources dropped by the ghostly demons. However, since most of the demons have been slain by native villagers, the contributions of newcomers were minimal. Therefore, the resources collected were quite scant, primarily consisting of white materials. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Qin Changsheng's eyes lit up. Ah, Brother Qin Shan, have you returned from the valley? Lin Yi smiled and replied, Indeed, I have returned. But Brother Qin, why are you out here? Did you not say you would avoid dangerous situations? Qin Changsheng chuckled. Hee, after all, I am a merchant. Significant profit can tempt me to take risks. Moreover, my NPC master is here to assist, and if I were to hide, he might not look kindly upon me in the future. By the way, did you find anything valuable in the valley? Green materials, martial arts manuals, I can appraise their worth for you that if you wish to exchange for money, I can handle that for you, ensuring a fair price. Thank you, but I do not require anything at the moment. Lin Yi shook his head and departed, his impression of Qin Changsheng being neither particularly good nor bad. However, Dugu Feng had mentioned that Qin Changsheng was not as simple as he appeared. Previously, a newcomer had attempted to forcefully buy from Qin Changsheng in Gutan village, only to mysteriously vanish outside the village and never return. Thus, despite Qin Changsheng's outwardly low level, he was likely a wolf in sheep's clothing. After all, most of the newcomers who entered Gutan village early on had perished, and for Qin Changsheng to have survived thus far suggested he possessed some means. After leaving Qin Changsheng, Lin Yi went to greet Gu Yongqiang and Li the Butcher. From them, he learned that the ghostly demon with the wolf's head outside was likely a powerful demon that had invaded the village years prior. Due to a blood feud with the village, it was now attacking with such ferocity. However, as more ghostly demons fell, the defenders continued to receive an unending supply of talismans and healing potions. At this rate, the ghostly demons would inevitably be driven back. Lin Yi took a stroll along the city wall before heading to the tent below to find Gu Chenghu and the others. As he entered the tent, he saw Elder Gu He diligently crafting defensive talismans at a wooden table, while Gu Chenghu and Gu Laosi stood nearby, rigid and silent, afraid to make a sound. Gu Laosi even made a should gesture. Lin Yi nodded and joined them, standing quietly to avoid disturbing Elder Gu He. Among the three village elders, Lin Yi held the greatest respect for Elder Gu He. If it were not for his guidance, Lin Yi would not have encountered Gu Yongqiang and would not be in his current situation. Furthermore, from his initial interactions, Elder Gu He appeared to be the most composed among the three. After a few minutes, with the final infusion of divine power, Elder Gu He completed the defensive talisman. He turned to Lin Yi and the others, smiling. All right, you can speak now. Don't hold it in. Gu Laosi was the first to break the silence, asking, Elder, what on earth happened today? We just returned to find our village surrounded by demons. Is it true, as Elder Gu Yun said, that a demon king is orchestrating the demons to test our village? And what of the old man? Does he have a chance to break through? I'm too lazy to answer all these questions. Let me ask you first, what is the situation on the Gu man side? You must have come from there, right? Gu Qinghu replied, there were a total of 7 militia casualties and about 5 or 6 severely injured. When we arrived, the wolf pack had just begun their attack. But the heart-eating wolves have retreated now and should not dare to assault again in the near future. Elder Gu He sighed slightly. That's good to hear. Once the demons appeared outside our village, I immediately arranged defenses. Unfortunately, with you captains absent and the village chief in seclusion, I had no choice but to leave Gu Man to defend a section of the wall alone. It seems your arrival was timely. Otherwise, I fear Gu Man and the others would have suffered heavy losses even if they managed to hold the line at that moment. Lin Yi curiously inquired, Elder Gu He, is it true that a demon king is behind all this? Elder Gu He looked at Lin Yi and smiled. If they had asked me, I would likely have remained silent. But you, Qin Shan, are the vice village chief appointed by the village chief, so I cannot afford to withhold information from you. Faced with Elder Gu He's teasing remark, Lin Yi found it difficult to respond. After a brief pause, Elder Gu He's expression turned serious. Indeed, there is such a demon king. It occupies a hill in the wilderness and has raised a large number of demons. A century ago, this demon king clashed with us but was repelled. This time, sensing the village chief's ascension to a 2-star deity and perceiving a crisis, it has commanded nearby demons to test our village's strength. Lin Yi, concerned, asked, with the village chief in seclusion, what will we do if this demon king decides to take action? No need to worry. Our Gutan village has thrived in the apocalypse continent for so many years without ever being overrun by demons. Moreover, this demon king is merely a 1-star demon king. If it dares to leave its stronghold to attack the village, I assure you it will meet its demise. After departing from the old tent in Guhua Township, Lin Yi noticed that the monstrous spirits outside the city posed no threat, so he informed Gu Chenghu and logged off that, in truth, he had nearly exhausted his online time for the day. With only half an hour remaining out of 6 hours, upon returning to reality, Lin Yi began to pack his personal belongings and contacted a moving company to prepare for his relocation to a new community. This community, named Polaris No. 1, is a renowned upscale villa district within Lin Yi City. Lin Yi had previously visited this area. It was not far from the city center and nestled on a hillside. Boasting a beautiful environment and tight security, the community also featured facilities such as a gym and a swimming pool. Its only drawback was the exorbitant rent, approximately $20,000 a month. However, for Lin Yi, as long as the living conditions were favorable and privacy was assured, spending a little extra money was inconsequential. The moving process was swift. Within half a day, Lin Yi had settled into his new villa. This villa spanned 3 stories, with the first floor consisting of a garden, living room, and kitchen, the second floor housing 4 spacious rooms, and the third floor containing a storage room and several vacant rooms. After arranging his belongings and hiring a cleaning team to tidy up the entire villa, Lin Yi logged back into the apocalypse world. By this time, it was evening in the apocalypse world. With stars twinkling in the sky, most tents in the city had been dismantled, and only 5 or 6 militia members remained on duty at the city wall. Inquiries revealed that at dusk, the horde of monsters outside the village had simultaneously retreated and vanished. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, the elder of Guhua Township had deployed numerous militia members on the walls to prevent any nighttime ambushes by the creatures. Upon returning to the dormitory of the second militia team, Lin Yi discovered that 1 or 2 additional beds had been added, indicating that new recruits had joined the second militia team during this time. Lin Yi pondered that since he had moved in reality, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. As the vice village head, it would not be unreasonable for him to have a private room in a core position within the village. Right? Upon learning of Lin Yi's return, Gu Chenghu quickly sought him out, intending to take him to the temple. Captain, what's the hurry? I have little time left online. Less than 20 minutes, we could discuss it tomorrow. Lin Yi remarked, truthfully feeling somewhat fatigued after a long day, eager to return and rest. T1T take much of your time. It's just a meeting. You are the vice village head appointed by the village head, and the 3 elder villagers have specifically requested your presence. Under Gu Chenghu's guidance, Lin Yi slowly entered the temple he had never visited before. The layout inside the temple was quite different from what Lin Yi had imagined. It was spacious and devoid of any idols or totems. In the center stood a rectangular table surrounded by chairs. At the first glance, it resembled more of a conference room than a temple. Noticing Lin Yi examining the room's structure, Gu He, seated in the second position, smiled and said, "Stop looking. The real temple is underground, but if we have time, I'll take you to see it. Come on, we've been waiting for you." At the conference table, the 3 elders, Gu He, Gu Yuan, and Gu Yun, along with the 3 militia leaders, Gu Chenghu, Gu Man, and Gu Lao Si, were already seated. Lin Yi took a seat between Gu Yun and Gu Chenghu, a position previously occupied by Gu Lai Hai, who is currently absent from the village. He was the first to speak. Qing Shan is a reborn, and time is limited, so I'll briefly outline the village head's instructions before his retreat. First, with the assistance of the reborn Qing Shan, The village head retrieved the inheritance ring and the items contained within from the abandoned temple. Considering Qingshan's excellent character and outstanding talent, he has been appointed as the vice village head of our Guten village. With a position equivalent to that of the three elders, I have discussed this matter with Gu Yun and Gu Yuan, and they have expressed no objections. Upon hearing this, there was no applause from the audience. Lin Yi glanced around. Gu Yuan, sitting opposite, was dozing off with his eyes closed, while Gu Yun was preoccupied with studying the patterns on his ring, showing no signs of attentiveness. However, Gu Qinghu and Gu Man exchanged glances with Lin Yi. Their expressions filled with encouragement and praise for Gu Laozi. He was unabashedly picking his nose in plain sight, his actions speaking volumes. He continued, the village head's retreat may take considerable time. However, he has allocated some inheritance resources beforehand, one of which is the inheritance of the sequencer for the vice village head. Lin Yi quickly interjected, Elder Gu He, my surname is Lin. All right, the inheritance of the sequencer is for vice village head Lin. Additionally, I will be responsible for safeguarding the complete divine inheritance, along with a portion of spiritual tools, divine symbols, and other resources that I will present to you shortly. If you wish to acquire them, you will need to exchange village contribution points or equivalent resources. The second matter is related to the reborn villagers and involves vice village head Lin as well. Related to me? Yes, this is my proposal. Currently, there's a considerable number of reborn villagers in Guten village, and I intend for you to manage them. After all, you are reborn yourself, making you more familiar with them and aware of how to manage them. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi fell into contemplation. His initial thought was whether managing the reborn villagers of Guten village would yield any benefits. However, authority inherently accompanies interests. If he could manage the villagers, he could begin to cultivate his own followers. Recalling Zhao Yilong from reality, who had utilized the opportunities in the apocalypse world to establish an extraordinary organization called the Black Card Alliance. Lin Yi ultimately responded, no problem, but managing and nurturing the reborn villagers may require some resources from the village. Elder Gu He nodded, agreeing to Lin Yi's request. However, noticing Gu Laozi still picking his nose across the table, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, Elder Gu He, should the 5th militia team also be under my management, as they are also reborn? Gu Laozi, who had been quite leisurely, immediately sprang up, glaring at Lin Yi before exclaiming, Elder, the 5th militia team was trained by me personally with only a little assistance from Gu Qinghu. This team should be under my management, right? Lin Yi responded, Elder, I believe what Captain Laozi said is incorrect. From what I know, the reborn members of the 5th team have a significant amount of resistance towards Captain Laozi. I fear that allowing him to continue managing them may lead to counterproductive outcomes. Observing the unyielding standoff between Lin Yi and Gu Laozi, Elder Gu He chuckled and said, Qinghu, you are their intermediary. What do you think? Gu Qinghu hesitated, then contemplated before stating, Elder, since Vice Village Head Qing Lin holds a position equivalent to that of an elder, I believe it would be appropriate for Gu Laozi to manage the 5th militia team, while Vice Village Head Lin supervises him. Wouldn't that work? Excellent. That reasoning is sound. Lin Yi felt inclined to give his captain a thumbs up. Gu He nodded. All right, it is decided. If Laozi continues to insult the reborn villagers, he then fixed a stern gaze on Gu Laozi. Then you may return to your 4th team as captain. And the 5th militia team will no longer be your concern. With Elder Gu He slamming his hand down, it signified the consensus of the 3 elders. Even though Gu Laozi wore a reluctant expression, there was no recourse. Watching Lin Yi smile, Gu Laozi muttered himself, You little brat, just became vice village head and already trying to put me in a bind. I'll remember this. Subsequently, Gu He began discussing the deployment of the militia teams. With the recent disturbances from eerie spirits and monsters outside the village, it was imperative to bolster defensive forces. However, the militia had suffered significant personnel losses, compounded by the absence of Gu Lai Hai and a batch of high-level reborn villagers. Thus, not only Gu Qinghu and Gu Man, but even Lin Yi was assigned a daily duty of 4 hours. However, considering Lin Yi's status as a reborn with limited online time, he was not strictly required to fulfill this duty. For Lin Yi, fulfilling militia duties was not a detrimental endeavor. After all, as a reborn, He needed to venture near the village to hunt down monsters and eerie spirits. From a certain perspective, performing duties in Guten village also served as a means of leveling up through monster hunting. The meeting did not last long, concluding in about 10 minutes. Afterwards, he retained Lin Yi for a private discussion. Vice village head Lin Yi quickly interjected, "Please just call me Qing Shan. I cannot bear such a title." He smiled, "Very well. Qing Shan. While the sequencer inheritance is indeed valuable, it has been hidden in our Guten village since before the turmoil, with a history spanning thousands of years, due to its difficulty. No one has successfully transitioned to this profession during this time. If you choose this path, do not regret it." Lin Yi, with a smile, reassured, "Rest assured, I guarantee I will not regret it." Subsequently, he received the long-coveted legacy of the sequence from the village elder of Gua. It was an exquisite piece of white beast hide, inscribed with an abundance of text. "Elder, is this the legacy?" "Indeed, what is recorded here pertains to the sequence of Fuju. To become a sequence, one must awaken their bloodline organ, which is the key to harboring spiritual power." The characters on the white beast hide were written in fine Chinese script. Lin Yi was not incapable of understanding them, yet he found himself perplexed. Was Fuju a mythical beast from ancient legends? This sequence profession seemed entirely different from his expectations. The elder did not offer Lin Yi much explanation. After handing over the legacy, he departed from the temple. Observing that his online time was limited, Lin Yi hurriedly began to transcribe the text from the white beast hide, intending to study it further upon returning to reality. However, with each word he read, his astonishment grew. It turned out that whether divine beasts or deities, they were all embodiments of rules, inherently possessing the attributes of the divine. The so-called sequence was a path to divinity, achieved by replicating the divine attributes of the gods. The beast hide delineated that Fuju was an ancient divine beast, its entire body a pristine white akin to a white deer, with luminous antlers that seemed like a celestial deer descended from the heavens. The Fuju divine beast possessed 3 divine attributes: purity, water control, and affinity for flora. Among these, purity represented Fuju's purifying power, while water control was the ability to manipulate flowing water. The affinity for flora signified a connection with plant life. Upon transitioning to the Fuju sequence, players could gradually master these 3 fundamental attributes through intricate combinations, wielding the very essence of the world's rules. For instance, the purity attribute could cleanse the world of all negative emotions and substances. The accompanying spiritual power of purity could dispel malevolent spirits, suppress the bloodthirsty desires in the minds of monsters, and eliminate negative influences and toxins, should a monster be persistently exposed to the purifying force. It might entirely shed its demonic traits and return to its primal essence. Water control and affinity for flora were innate abilities of Fuju. It was a spirit of water and wood, naturally capable of commanding vast waters and communicating with plant spirits. The legacy on the beast hide also described that divine attributes were ranked. Among these, high-ranking divine attributes were unique, while mid to low-ranking attributes could be shared by other divine beasts and deities. Furthermore, the purity attribute was not only Fuju's high-ranking main divine attribute, but also its singular capability. However, relying solely on divine attributes, the sequence was evidently insufficient to surpass the other 3 major professions. The sequence possessed an unparalleled advantage: spiritual power. This energy was exclusive to the sequence for mobilizing divine attributes, stored within the bloodline organ, and could be transformed at any moment into the true energy of a warrior, the belief power of a priest, or the mental power of a sorcerer. The previous mention of inner strength should be corrected to true energy. This implied that even if Lin Yi transitioned to a sequence, as long as he had ample spiritual power, he could still utilize certain techniques from the warrior, priest, or sorcerer classes. Perhaps this was the true strength of the sequence. Nevertheless, the sequence was not without its drawbacks. Its combat power lacked a clear standard. According to Lin Yi's knowledge, there were a total of 7 stars after reaching the professional level. The other 3 major professions had distinct star classifications. Yet the sequence did not. The stronger the divine attributes replicated by the sequence, the greater its combat power. If Lin Yi could fully realize the water control attribute, he would be capable of manipulating countless streams of water with a mere gesture. easily inundating a city of 1 million inhabitants. Just as Lin Yi remained engrossed in the content of the legacy on the beast hide, the online session came to an end, abruptly ejecting him from the continent of Tianqi. In a flash, he found himself standing in the villa he had just moved into, still pondering the profession of the sequence. It was undeniable that the sequence was a rare and powerful profession. However, the resources required to transition into a sequence were exceedingly substantial. Reflecting on the content from the beast hide, Lin Yi realized that to become a sequence, he needed to condense the bloodline organ before the transition. The bloodline organ of Fuju manifested as a pair of antlers, essential for nurturing spiritual power. This meant that if Lin Yi decided to transition to the divine beast Fuju sequence, he would have to endure the challenge of growing a pair of snow-white antlers. Additionally, the materials required to condense the bloodline organ were numerous, with the basic white and green materials alone numbering over a dozen. For instance, items such as withering fruits, water essence stones, and snow lotuses. Most of these rare treasures were unfamiliar to Lin Yi. Most crucially, condensing the bloodline organ necessitated a blue-grade powder from antlers. Lin Yi was astonished. Blue-grade antlers could only be obtained from at least a professional-level deer demon. Given his current capabilities, it seemed implausible for him to gather all the materials necessary to condense the bloodline organ. It was no wonder that both the elder of Guhua and the village chief had remarked on the formidable challenges of transitioning to a sequence. The following morning, Lin Yi logged on early and sought out the elder of Guhua, who was crafting talismans within the temple. You're here. Don't rush. Let me finish this talisman. After completing the talisman, Guhua finally looked up at Lin Yi. What brings you to me? Is it regarding the sequence legacy? Elder, I have reviewed the legacy, but the materials required are far too many. I simply cannot gather them in a short time. Guhua chuckled. Wasn't it you who insisted on choosing the legacy last night? Why the change of heart today? Lin Yi replied, Elder, I never intended to forego the legacy, but many of the materials listed are completely foreign to me. Is there any way you can assist? Guhua nodded. If that's the case, I indeed have a way, but the resources within the village are hard to come by. If you wish to acquire them, you must offer equivalent resources in exchange, and no problem. Lin Yi felt a surge of confidence. He possessed quite a few valuable items himself, having obtained several green-grade materials from the battle against the bloodthirsty wolf and the ghost demon just yesterday. Come, let me show you the treasures of our Guten village. Guhua rose and led Lin Yi to the underground entrance of the temple. The temple above served as a mere facade, while the true temple lay hidden beneath the earth. Entering this place required a sincere heart, devoid of ulterior motives, and above all, one must follow closely behind me. Lin Yi solemnly nodded. I understand, Elder. As Guhua descended into the depths, Lin Yi soon realized the vastness of the space. It was approximately 30 meters high, resembling an underground cavern. A winding stone staircase spiraled down into the darkness below, yet within the darkness there was a vast area illuminated by a bluish-green light, although faint. This glow stood out prominently in the subterranean shadows. Lin Yi closely followed Guhua, descending the stone steps. Upon reaching the bottom, he discovered that the source of the bluish-green light was a small pond, roughly the size of a square yard. The water in the pond rippled gently, emanating a comforting glow. Perhaps it was a trick of the mind, but as Lin Yi approached the pond, he felt a sense of joy emanating from the water. Could it be that this pond was alive? Elder, could it be that Guten village owes its prosperity to this pond? Indeed, the greatest treasure of Guten village is this divine pond, since the establishment of our village. This pond has continuously sheltered us. The divine pond possesses sentience and can sense the goodness or malice in human hearts. Our annual sacrificial ceremonies are held to express gratitude for the divine pond's protection. It is the spirit of our village and the source of our divine power. Remarkable. Lin Yi was genuinely taken aback. He had heard of rituals dedicated to animals, plants, and even statues, but he never imagined there would be a sacred pond revered in such a manner. Moreover, this pond had attained divinity. Yet did this divine pond differ from the deities he had learned about from the Fuju legacy? Lin Yi pondered and inquired, Elder, the aura emanating from this pond is quite pleasant. It must possess some special properties. Guhua replied, Did you not drink Old Four's divine water earlier? This pond's water is indeed divine. A spark of realization ignited within Lin Yi. He had surmised correctly. Recalling the ancient pond's sacred water he had consumed, which had granted him a remarkable boost of 10 attribute points from just a mere 10 milliliters, he couldn't help but wonder if he could immerse himself in this pond and drink deeply. Would his attribute points not skyrocket? Sensing the glimmer of desire in Lin Yi's eyes, Guhua chuckled. What? Are you enchanted by the pond's water? Lin Yi unabashedly replied, Of course. I am but an ordinary being. How could I not be tempted by such a treasure? Do not rush. You have already assumed the position of deputy village chief. Henceforth, you will receive a bottle of divine water each month. Although you may also trade the divine water for an equivalent amount of blue resources. Lin Yi promptly inquired, I possess blue-quality rottenwood fruit. Can this be exchanged? Indeed, but I lack the qualifications to retrieve the divine water from the pool. Come, I shall take you to meet the village chief. Should you require divine water, you can exchange with him. The village chief? Has he not been in seclusion to break through? Who says one cannot meet others while in seclusion? Gui led Lin Yi around the luminescent ancient pond, proceeding deeper into the cave. Along the way, Lin Yi noticed numerous writhing flesh-like entities growing in the crevices near the cave walls, clustered together, resembling red corals from the ocean depths. Elder, this must be the blood food. I did not expect what we consume to grow in such a place. Lin Yi observed that the closer they approached the water of the ancient pond, the more abundant the blood food became. While venturing deeper into the cave, it was nowhere to be seen. Gu, he explained. Indeed, the essence of this substance is earth meat, hidden deep within the rocks. The blood food is the fruit that sprouts from the earth meat. The most precious growth resources in our ancient pond village are blood food and divine water. In the past, when Tianshui City initiated trade days, our village would carry these two resources for trade, and each time, blood food and divine water would be sold out, immensely popular. Lin Yi asked, Trade days? Hasn't the trade route to Tianshui City been severed? It has been severed, but cultivating 5 teams of descendants is precisely to reopen the road to Tianshui City. Thus, their conversation continued, and soon they arrived at the end of the cave. Ahead appeared a chamber illuminated by candlelight. In the faint glow, Lin Yi could see the stooped figure of the village chief, Gu Tianxi. Engrossed in some research, Jiu He, the elder, said, Go on. I will wait for you outside. Lin Yi nodded and stepped into the chamber, where he found the village chief seemingly absorbed in an ancient sheepskin scroll. After a while, the old village chief lifted his head, realizing Lin Yi had arrived. With a smile, he remarked, The second-tier divine technique recorded here is exceedingly obscure. I was momentarily lost in thought. Please, make yourself comfortable. Do not feel constrained. The chamber was filled with various books and sheepskin scrolls, somewhat disordered, and Lin Yi eventually found a smooth stone to sit upon. Elder Gu, he must have brought you to me regarding the inheritance of the sequence, correct? Lin Yi nodded, saying, Yes, village chief, I have reviewed that inheritance, but many of the required resources are unfamiliar to me. I wish to inquire if there are any related resources within the village. Qingshan, you are fortunate. In addition to that inheritance, the ring contains a batch of materials that condense the bloodline organs. And combined with the resources stored in the village, we can nearly gather the materials you need. Village chief, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. The old village chief chuckled, Ha, I nearly forgot that you prefer directness over circumlocution. To be straightforward, our village is currently in dire need of spiritual tools. Especially after your trip to the ancient Tomb Valley, you have brought back a significant amount of materials that can be used to forge spiritual tools. Yet we lack qualified smiths. Lin Yi inquired, Forging spiritual tools? Village chief, I have heard that the Elder Gyuan can forge spiritual tools using green materials. That wasn't Captain Guman's defensive armor crafted by him? The old village chief shook his head. Gyuan is incapable. His forging method has significant flaws, developed entirely through trial and error. Achieving success once in 5 attempts is commendable, which leads to a considerable waste of materials. Lin Yi smiled wryly. Village chief, you do not mean for me to forge, do you? I have no knowledge of how to create spiritual tools, the old village chief replied. You can do it if you intend to become a sequence bearer. Qingshan, do you know why spiritual tools are referred to as such? Is it related to spiritual energy? Yes, it is said that the spiritual tools left behind by our village were all crafted by sequence bearers. The spiritual energy of a sequence bearer can enhance the compatibility of different materials, resulting in spiritual tools with superior attributes and higher success rates. Lin Yi began to understand. So, village chief, your meaning is. The old village chief presented a request. The materials you lack for the bloodline organs can be provided by the village. However, once you possess the bloodline organs, you must assist the village in forging spiritual tools. If it is merely for forging spiritual tools, I can agree. Lin Yi did not hesitate and immediately consented. After all, he had no hope of acquiring materials for condensing bloodline organs at present. Since the village chief was willing to invest in him by preparing the materials, he was certainly agreeable. However, Lin Yi suddenly recalled his elder brother Lu Hong, whose diary indicated that his talent was related to forging spiritual tools. Did Lu Hong obtain spiritual energy ahead of time? The old village chief continued. Good, but there's one material you need that the village currently does not possess. However, I know that the village chief of the neighboring Hesian village once collected a pair of blue-quality deer antlers. After you go out, find Elder Giyun and have him head to Hesian village to exchange for enough powdered antler for your use. Understood. Lin Yi nodded and added, by the way, village chief, I also wish to exchange for a portion of divine water. Divine water is a blue-grade treasure, a rarity in the outside world. However, as the deputy village chief of Ancient Pond Village, you may exchange one bottle of divine water for a piece of blue material. I must say, although the village chief is somewhat aged, his words remain quite pleasant to hear. After some thought, Lin Yi directly produced 6 milky white rottenwood fruits and exchanged them for 6 bottles of divine water from the village chief. Considering that Lin Yi would receive 1 bottle of divine water each month, the village chief handed him 7 bottles as an advance on his monthly allowance to avoid Lin Yi needing to disturb him again soon. Thinking of the pile of green bone materials he had that were temporarily unnecessary, Lin Yi could not help but say, Village chief, why not consider collecting some of the green materials capable of forging spiritual tools? Once I am able to forge spiritual tools, the price of these materials is sure to rise. Would you not want to acquire some to exchange for a dozen bottles of divine water? Get lost? The old village chief scolded directly. He had discerned that as Lin Yi grew more familiar with him, his shameless nature began to reveal itself. If one were to find someone equally shameless within the village, it would likely be his disciple, Gu Lao Si. Upon emerging from the ancient pond, Lin Yi eagerly made his way to his new residence within the village. It was a 2-story loft with a yard. Located merely 500 meters from the temple, most of the nearby residents were family members of the militia. It was said that Gu Chenghu, Gu Man, and Gu Lao Si all resided in the vicinity. However, due to the tight schedule of their duties today, Lin Yi did not see them. Before leaving, Gu had instructed him to visit the temple in the afternoon to seek him out. At that time, he would provide Lin Yi with all the information regarding the villagers' descendants. To be honest, Lin Yi had already devised a preliminary plan for managing the descendants, but he would only know its efficacy after personally implementing it. Upon returning to his small loft, which was quite dusty, Lin Yi quickly tidied up the area around the bed before retrieving the divine water. He intended to consume the divine water to enhance his attributes. He was uncertain how much his attributes would increase with 7 bottles of divine water and whether there would be any resistance from consuming too much. Without further ado, Lin Yi swiftly drank the first bottle of divine water, dividing it into 3 sips.